The first extreme cold descended. Lin Dong, due to his forbearing and kind nature, became food for others. Reborn before the apocalypse, Lin Dong awakened the super-divine psychokinetic space and plundered trillions of supplies from Neon. He personally built a super-divine shelter capable of not only withstanding the extreme cold apocalypse but also surviving doomsday-level bombardment. In the extreme cold apocalypse, while others suffered from hunger and cold and lost their humanity, he was comfortable and happy hiding in the shelter, completing the transcendent evolution of his super psychokinetic power. Life, can you let me off this time? In my next life I just want to be a child who never grows up. The phone rang. Lin Dong woke with a start, looking around in horror. This is my bedroom. Wasn't I killed by those beasts? A flood of memories surged into his mind. 2 months earlier. A global blizzard disaster struck. The temperature in Jiangbei City, where Lin Dong lived, plummeted to -60°C. He was trapped in the residential area, struggling to survive for 2 months. But he was tricked out of his home by his ex-girlfriend Zhang Ruoxuan. That woman claimed she was pregnant with Lin Dong's child. This gave Lin Dong a glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Perhaps the extreme cold had clouded Lin Dong's mind. Though he knew Zhang Ruoxuan was a two-faced bitch, he still clung to a sliver of hope and went to meet her. Then, Lin Dong and his dog Airbai were ambushed by Zhang Ruoxuan and her gang. They dragged away Airbai and left Lin Dong in the blizzard. Lin Dong was frozen to death alive. The pain of freezing his very soul, even now in a comfortable environment, his body trembled uncontrollably. Before dying, Lin Dong heard Zhang Ruoxuan's mocking taunt. Lin Dong, thank you for delivering dog meat to me. You're such a good person. Good person. Good my ass. Lin Dong swore that if he had a chance to do it over, he would take revenge on these beasts and make their lives a living hell. The phone screen flickered. Lin Dong turned to look. Dahua calendar, August 10, 2063. This is 1 month before the extreme cold arrives. I've been reborn. Exhilaration. Lin Dong's breathing was heavy, his smile twisted. Under the flickering phone light his expression was ferocious. This was exactly the expression of someone who had died once and suddenly come back to life. Woof. The door was pushed open and a white figure pounced onto Lin Dong. It was a large dog, licking Lin Dong's face all over. Airbai. You're alive. Great. Lin Dong hugged the dog tightly. Its name was Airbai. It was a crossbreed of Siberian Husky and Great Pyrenees. In layman's terms, a mix of Husky and Great Pyrenees. This was Lin Dong's only family in the world. He came from a highly educated family. His parents were both professors at Qingbei University and leaders of the Dahua Antarctic Scientific Expedition Project. One was in charge of geological research, the other studied Antarctic biology. Airbai was brought back from Antarctica by his parents 2 years ago. But 2 years ago, after his parents went to Antarctica again, there was no news. Lin Dong only received an official notice of their deaths and a seemingly generous compensation. At the age of 23, Lin Dong became an orphan. During the extreme cold apocalypse, he survived 3 months thanks to Airbai going out to find food for him. It could be said that in the apocalypse, Airbai was the one who kept him alive. This was the last love his parents left him and the deepest love in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was still deceived by Zhang Ruoxuan, not only frozen to death alive but also causing Airbai's death. This made Lin Dong harbor a mad desire for revenge. If I get a dover, it'll make you feel the despair and pain of that extreme cold. Airbai, this time I will definitely protect you. Lin Dong laughed wildly while hugging Airbai, but tears streamed down his cheeks. Airbai tilted its head in confusion, bouncing left and right, looking quite silly. After all, it had husky blood. Lin Dong poured a full bowl of dog food for Airbai and he himself wolfed down a bowl of instant noodles. Only those who had endured the extreme cold apocalypse could understand the preciousness of food. He looked at his phone. The alarm was reminding him to get to the company building by 10 to pick up Zhang Ruoxuan, who was working late. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. I remember she asked me to wait for her at the corner cafe, saying it was easier to park. Actually, at this hour she should be hooking up with Zhou Kai, having an orgy at the hotel. Zhou Kai. That was the mastermind who killed Lin Dong. It was he who instructed Zhang Ruoxuan to lure Lin Dong out, then had him tied up and frozen to death. Zhou Kai was the young master of the company. Lin Dong worked for a wealthy second generation who claimed to be worth over 100 million. Tonight, in his previous life, Zhang Ruoxuan hooked up with Zhou Kai and broke up with Lin Dong the next day. From then on, Lin Dong became the laughingstock of the company. Ridicule followed him everywhere. He worked at the local e-commerce company, Two Wolves, in Jiangbei City as the head of the legal department. Zhang Ruoxuan was a live-streaming sales host. She was the one who pursued Lin Dong. With her innocent appearance, soft sweet voice and extremely skilled tricks, she quickly conquered him. Thinking back now, this two-faced bitch had practiced all those skills just to climb up. This time you won't get a chance to break up with me. Ha, at 930 you should be having the most fun. Lin Dong sneered and dialed 110. Hello, room 808 at 7 Days Hotel is having an orgy. No need to thank me, Lei. Then Lin Dong opened Douyin and found a local gossip influencer with 8 million followers. Anonymous DM, Two Wolves young master level 60 super spender influencer Zhou Kai engages in threesome with his live streamer's address. He put down the phone, a cold smirk on his face. Don't rush, revenge has just begun. In the next month I will make all preparations for the extreme cold apocalypse and then watch you suffer and die in despair. Just as Lin Dong was extremely excited, a sharp pain shot through his head. A white light covered his eyes, bursting out from his brow. The extreme pain made Lin Dong fall to his knees, clutching his head, convulsing. Woof. Airby approached anxiously. But the next moment Airby actually floated up. Then the instant noodle bowl on the table, the dog food bowl on the floor, even the tables, chairs and other furniture all floated up. An invisible force controlled everything. But Lin Dong was unaware. He was enduring inhuman pain. The next moment a boundless white space suddenly appeared in his mind. Is this a psychokinetic space? This thing was like suddenly growing an extra limb. It couldn't be freely controlled yet, but the connection to himself was so close. Lin Dong threw his head back and roared as if to vent all the suppressed negative emotions in his heart. Roar. Crack, bang. Explosions sounded all around. Lin Dong then realized that centered on himself all objects were being destroyed by the terrifying psychokinetic energy erupting from him, decomposing into fine powder particles. The psychokinetic wave spread at extreme speed. It was about to engulf Airby. Lin Dong's eyes turned red. No. Come back. How could he let this force kill Airby? The powerful psychokinetic wave was reversed. Time and space seemed to flow backward. The next moment the destroyed tables, sofas, carpets, wine bottles in the cabinet, everything restored to their original state and landed steadily in place. Airby also fell down, tilted its head, jumped left and right, barking wildly at Lin Dong. Woof woof. Thud. Lin Dong seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed. Seeing Airby unharmed, Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding items had been disassembled and reassembled back to normal as if never destroyed. So amazing. And that moment psychokinetic burst, that terrifying power. It made Lin Dong feel a sense of looking down on all living beings. At that moment he seemed to become a god. Unfortunately, this godlike power, just a single burst, left him utterly exhausted. He completely passed out. 5 minutes later. Lin Dong woke up and looked up to see a plump dog but sitting down. Thump thump thump. 3 consecutive smacks. Airby, get off me. I'm awake, I'm awake. Airby turned its head and sniffed Lin Dong's face, then jumped back, started swaying and barking wildly again. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He actually understood what Airby meant. You want me to show off? I don't know how I did that either. Before he finished, a hunger he had never felt even in the apocalypse struck him. Lin Dong tumbled and scrambled his way into the kitchen. He yanked open the refrigerator door and rummaged through it. Driven purely by instinct, he began devouring food like a madman, even swallowing 4 gene of frozen beef from the freezer compartment. Beside him, Airby stared blankly at the scene. It neither jumped nor barked, only retreated a few steps on instinct, rolling its eyes. Its gaze seemed to say, is this idiot going to gnaw himself happy and then eat me too? At last, after emptying every bit of food from the refrigerator, Lin Dong's hunger faded and even the exhaustion weighing on his mind dissipated. Was that the side effect of overusing telekinesis just now? Light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes as he understood that the superpower he had awakened along with his telekinetic space would be his cheat for surviving the apocalypse. So he began conducting experiments like a madman. One item after another in the room was thrown into the telekinetic space. Airby, terrified, curled up in the bathroom, afraid that Lin Dong might make it vanish as well. At present my telekinesis can move objects and also has destructive power. The greater the mass of the object destroyed, the greater the consumption of telekinetic energy. But moving things into the telekinetic space is almost costless. Muttering to himself, Lin Dong returned the collected items to their original places. Then he picked up a metal spoon used for eating. Pouring his telekinesis into it with full force, the spoon suddenly disintegrated into fine powder. Lin Dong drew in a deep breath. When he tried to restore it, he felt tremendous strain. In the end, he could only compress it into a tiny iron pellet the size of a mung bean. Its density is terrifying. If I launch it with telekinesis, it would be enough to instantly kill an ordinary person. The thought made Lin Dong's smile turn a little bloodthirsty, but he quickly shook his head. For the time being, he did not intend to develop the destructive aspect of his telekinesis if the consumption was simply too great. He turned his attention back to the telekinetic space. With this telekinetic space, I can stockpile more food than I could ever eat and supplies that I could never exhaust in the apocalypse. Lin Dong almost wished he could rush out right now and loot every shop around him. But it was not yet the apocalypse. The law and order had not collapsed. He had no desire to be arrested. Which means that if I want to hoard supplies, I still need money. The compensation for his parents amounted to 8 million, and the cash they had left behind themselves was close to 10 million. Lin Dong had never told Zhang Ruoxuan about this money. After all, that clingy woman had chased after him merely because she knew he owned a 93 square meter apartment in the upscale Hongfu Yuyuan complex. If she ever learned that Lin Dong had nearly 20 million in liquid cash, she would cling to him to the bitter end and would never have gone to hook up with Zhou Kai. In fact, within the same residential complex, Lin Dong also owned 2 3-bedroom apartments in other buildings, as well as a 260 square meter penthouse on the top floor of Building 10. The total value of these properties alone came to about 25 million. His net worth was easily approaching 50 million. As for whether Zhou Kai, whom Zhang Ruoxuan was fawning over, truly had assets exceeding 100 million, Lin Dong did not know. But Lin Dong's nearly 50 million yuan fortune was undeniably real. In 1 month, if I convert all my assets into supplies, the amount should be considerable. But considering the hunger and terrifying food intake after using telekinesis, I still need to prepare much more. A few 100 million worth of supplies would barely suffice. Only with tens of billions worth would I feel any real sense of security. As Lin Dong pondered in detail, his gaze grew increasingly sharp and ruthless. I've heard that in the early days after the apocalypse, descended supplies in Nihon country were not all that scarce. It was precisely because they suffered natural disasters year-round that their emergency stockpiles had long reached the scale of trillions of meters of gold in value. Later, the locations of those storage depots were exposed, but unfortunately they had already fallen under the control of Nihon's wealthy and powerful. Having been reborn, I ought to do something meaningful. Before the Great Frost descends, I must take a trip to Nihon country. With the telekinetic space, Lin Dong could easily empty those unimaginably vast stockpiles worth trillions. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's smile grew increasingly twisted. Witnessing it all, Airby tucked its head under its forelegs, covering its eyes, unable to bear the sight. At 10:15, a flood of notifications began to pop up on Lin Dong's phone. They were from the company group chat along with several private messages addressed to him. Lin Dong opened them one by one as though watching a comedy. Damn Ling, your girlfriend got caught at a silver party with the young boss. Lin Dong, did you see that viral video from Jiangbei Know-it-all? Zhang Ruoxuan got busted. She's been selling herself behind your back. Your girlfriend is famous now. Haha. Lin Dong, I told you long ago that Zhang Ruoxuan wasn't a good woman. See? She and that busty girl Du Xiaowan were caught getting a room with the young boss. Without exception, every private message came with videos or photos of the arrest scene. Lin Dong felt no sense of being cuckolded. Instead, he watched the myriad faces of human nature with a faint smile. Everyone's laughing at me. Human nature really is this honest. In the company group, more videos, photos, and even some extremely explicit material were being posted. Many people frantically tagged Lin Dong, all eager to see how he would react. However, most of the group members were soon muted. It was done by group admin Zhang Tao. Everyone had been so excited gossiping that they had forgotten about him, the company's vice president. He was Zhou Kai's die-hard lackey. Zhang Tao sent a voice message. Are you all crazy? You even dare to gossip about young Master Zhou? A department manager hurried to agree. Exactly, have you all lost your minds? The onlookers finally sobered up a little. He Director Zhang, we weren't gossiping about young Master Zhou at all. Isn't the leading actress just the girlfriend of Lin Dong from Legal? Lin Dong, say something. You can't even keep your own woman in line. She went and seduced our young Master Zhou, and now such a huge mess has blown up. As her boyfriend, you have to take responsibility. Someone even jumped out to condemn Lin Dong, as if Zhou Kai being caught throwing that party was entirely his fault. In front of his screen Zhang Tao curled his lip. It was he who had engineered the whole affair between Zhou Kai and Zhang Ruoxuan. Now that things had blown up, Zhang Tao himself was rather speechless. All of you shut up. Men and women seeking pleasure together is perfectly normal. Zhang Ruoxuan isn't even Lin Dong's wife. If she can climb up, that's her own ability. Lin Dong, I advise you to open your eyes a little. Zhang Tao even blatantly tagged Lin Dong, clearly not seeing him as a person who mattered. The flatterers rushed to chime in. Yes, this isn't Zhang Ruoxuan's fault at all. How could a woman be wrong for pursuing her own happiness? I'm so jealous of her. Unfortunately, young Master Zhou wouldn't look twice at me. Director Zhang is right. Men and women seeking pleasure together is normal. The truly despicable ones are those who expose this matter. Exactly, whoever reported it is really vile. TCH, they've thoroughly offended young Master Zhou. This will be suppressed soon enough. Whoever reported this should get ready to face his wrath. After a string of voice messages, one line of text drew everyone's attention. Could the person who reported them be Lin Dong? In an instant the group fell deathly silent. That single sentence plunged the chat into 5 full seconds of wordless stillness. Watching it all from the sidelines, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. The way this is unfolding is rather different from what I expected. He chuckled softly. It really is an era that mocks the poor but not the promiscuous. In truth, Lin Dong was utterly unsurprised by this turn of events. His peers' reactions mirrored those of his past life after the incident, differing only in degree. Their mockery had shifted from covert sneers to brazen open humiliation. In his previous life, Lin Dong had endured the disgrace in silence and voluntarily resigned from the company. As head of the legal department, he held leverage over numerous corporate vulnerabilities. Thus, although Zhou Kai dared not act too overtly, he wielded influence behind the scenes. Yet he secretly dispatched others to issue veiled warnings to Lin Dong. He even instructed Zhang Ruoxuan, the consummate manipulator, to spread malicious rumors about Lin Dong being 3-second man, weak and ineffectual. In my past life I was overly restrained, a trait instilled by my parents' upbringing. But this time every humiliation will be repaid in full. Revenge began the moment I reported Zhou Kai's sordid deeds, and it will not cease until our enemies draw their final breath. Having lived through the apocalyptic era where humanity devoured itself, Lin Dong now feared no one. His creed was simple defiance met with action. Lin Dong, speak up. Lin Dong, don't hide like a coward. Was it you who filed the report? Lin Dong, how utterly contemptible. You break up then report Zhou Xiao for his indiscretions. Shrimp head man. Resorting to such underhanded tricks, how utterly despicable. The group chat erupted once more, flooded with furious condemnation of Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced at the participants, mostly Zhou Kai's sycophants and self-proclaimed feminist warriors. Group admin Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Could this truly be Lin Dong's doing? This young man heads the legal department. He knows every exploitative contract we've drafted for streamers, every concealed violation, every loophole we've exploited. No, we must stop this slander immediately. If he's pushed to desperation, things could spiral out of control. Zhang Tao, as deputy general manager, possessed enough foresight to recognize the danger. He swiftly issued a voice message ordering silence, but stooping to plead with Lin Dong. That was unthinkable. Lin Dong, whether or not you were responsible, do not provoke further trouble. Zhang Ruoxuan will be reassigned tomorrow as Zhou Xiao's personal secretary. Your path with her is irrevocably closed. We are all adults. Rather than waste energy on outrage, why not focus on earning more? The wealthy find love if the penniless merely witness it. Lin Dong, you're not wrong, you're simply poor. These words struck deepest. Instantly the flatterers in the group surged into renewed fervor. Ha, ha. Director Zhang speaks absolute truth, truly profound insight. Lin Dong, he Director Zhang's counsel, wise advice nourishes the soul. Indeed. Zhang Ruoxuan is our company's goddess. Lin Dong, you're unworthy of her. Lin Dong, emulate Director Zhang's perspective, broaden your horizons, young man, and earn more. Actually Lin Dong, your circumstances aren't bad, you even live in the same residential complex as Zhou Xiao. Since Zhang Ruoxuan rejects you, might you consider me instead? Some so-called warrior maidens flirted shamelessly with Lin Dong, until cold mockery resumed. Pfft, Lin Dong's flat in Building 10 of Hongfu Yuan is barely 92 square meters. Zhou Xiao lives in a sprawling villa in the premium estate. How can these possibly compare? Ha! Not so fast. Rumor has it the penthouse on the top floor of Building 10 is a rare 260 square meter flat. Its private terrace alone spans 120 square meters, valued at 15 million yuan, 3 million more than Zhou Xiao's villa. I'm dying laughing, his two-bedroom flat tops out at 2 million yuan max. Ha! If he owned that penthouse, would Zhang Ruoxuan have dumped him for Zhou Xiao? Who said he doesn't own it? He owns it, in his dreams. Ha ha ha. This unrestrained ridicule sent group admin Zhang Tao into gales of laughter, yet he still hesitated to push Lin Dong too far. He issued another voice message: enough. The influencer has already deleted the video, the scandal bears no consequence for Zhou Xiao. At once a torrent of sycophantic praise followed. Zhou Xiao is unstoppable. Heh, heh, what pitiful influencer. Merely scheming to extort money from Zhou Xiao. Witness Zhou Xiao's authority, those who resort to petty tricks must know their place. This last remark was explicitly directed at Lin Dong. Blunt humiliation, brazen threat. Lin Dong recognized the speaker instantly. Wang Jianchang, deputy head of the legal department, a 40-year-old balding man whose name evoked disdain. His academic credentials fell short of Lin Dong's, his competence paled beside Lin Dong's. Yet he dared bully him, because the former Lin Dong was excessively forbearing, disarmingly amiable. Today's incident delighted Wang Jianchang most. Seizing the chance to curry favor with Zhou Kai, he spared no effort. For Wang Jianchang understood Lin Dong's nature. Humiliated beyond endurance, Lin Dong would surely resign, clearing Wang Jianchang's path to promotion. It was Wang Jianchang himself who mocked Lin Dong in the group, claiming he owned the penthouse only in dreams. Wang Jianchang lived directly below Lin Dong in an identical unit and likely fantasized daily about residing atop the tower. Lin Dong stared at Wang Jianchang's avatar, then smirked with quiet contempt. He long pressed the icon. Wang Jianchang's name appeared tagged before anyone anticipated it. Wang Jianchang, am I dreaming right now? Immediately several property certificates appeared in the group chat. Wang Jianchang was stunned. He'd assumed Lin Dong would remain a cowering turtle, never daring to confront him directly. Before he could even scrutinize Lin Dong's upload, chaos erupted. Holy hell, is this the legendary supreme penthouse deed? Fake, obviously. Come on, Lin Dong, so desperate to save face you stayed silent just to Photoshop these. Oh my, what a shrimp-head man. Photoshopping. How revolting. Heh, heh, Lin Dong, was this your trick to win Zhang Ruoxuan in the first place? Truly impressive. Initial shock gave way to suspicion, scathing derisive doubt. They refused to believe Lin Dong possessed such wealth. The owner of that penthouse must command tens of millions in assets. Such affluence clashed starkly with Lin Dong's habitual low profile, yet some sharp-eyed members zoomed and examined the images meticulously and posted observations. This doesn't look photoshopped. Appears to be taken on site. Yes, the clock on the desk shows the exact current time. Holy hell, could this be real? Lin Dong, you're wealthy. That makes no sense. Impossible. Though Lin Dong is modestly handsome and heads the legal department that stems solely from his elite education, he's a dull bookish bore incapable of such wealth. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. The group bombarded him with tags. When no reply came, they resorted to calling him. Watching the screen flash with incoming calls, Lin Dong envisioned their twisted envious faces, their gnawing visceral torment. Lin Dong's wealth tormented them more than death itself. Without confirmation, sleep would elude them tonight. Lin Dong, meanwhile, powered off his phone and slept. Did they seek answers? Impossible. Let them suffer. Let them lie awake all night. At 1015 a.m. The following day, Lin Dong arrived at the company building in his newly purchased Maybach, under the gaze of countless onlookers. Hey, Lin Dong's here, and damn. That's the latest Maybach model, must cost over 1.8 million yuan, so the photos circulating in the company group yesterday were real after all. Lin Dong is actually a hidden heir to immense wealth. A million yuan luxury car, a multi-million yuan mansion, he must be worth tens of millions at the very least. Zhang Ruoxuan must be utterly regretful now. Pfft, Zhou Xiao's net worth is in the hundreds of millions. He's unquestionably richer than Lin Dong. Why would Zhang Ruoxuan ever regret her choice? That's not quite fair to say. With Zhou Xiao, Zhang Ruoxuan would merely be a mistress. Do you truly believe he'd ever marry her? Lin Dong strolled through the hallway, hands tucked casually in his pockets, not sparing a single glance for the employees around him. And most of them bore dark circles beneath their eyes. They had been tagging Lin Dong relentlessly in the group chat late into last night, and hadn't slept well at all. Yet now that Lin Dong stood before them, none dared step forward to demand answers. The internet had emboldened them tenfold, but in reality they cowered like frightened dogs. And Lin Dong of course held them in utter contempt. The apocalyptic ice age loomed ever closer, and in Lin Dong's eyes these people were already as good as dead. And spending $1,000,000 on a new car meant nothing to him. In the coming cataclysm money would be worth less than scrap paper. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Dong knew this glittering metropolis had only 1 month left before collapse. And he refused to live as stifled and humiliated as he had in his past life. And if he desired something, then he would claim it. Moreover, the down payment on the car was barely over 400,000 yuan, trivial to Lin Dong. As for the loan repayments, and by then currency would be worthless. If banks even remained operational, let them deduct whatever they pleased from his account. As Lin Dong rode the elevator upward and inside Zhou Kai's office, Zhang Ruoxuan was laboring diligently beneath his desk. Zhou Kai scrolled through a video on his phone, his face twisted in furious frustration. Damn it, the influencer has already posted a public apology online. I've also checked with the authorities. Last night's report was almost certainly filed by that brat Lin Dong. I won't let him off so easily. Zhang Ruoxuan lifted her head. And, Master, why waste your time on such a pitiful fool? He knows I'm yours now. He was utterly consumed by jealousy last night, even flaunting the deed to a 10 million yuan penthouse in the company group. 10 million yuan penthouse. Pa. That penniless wretch doesn't deserve to set foot in a luxury residence. He didn't even dare show up at the office today. Perfect. I'll fire him outright. Just then the office door burst open. Young Master Zhou, he's here. Zhang Tao, the deputy general manager and Zhou Kai's most sycophantic subordinate, rushed in breathlessly. Zhou Kai recoiled in shock, shuddering violently, and glared at Zhang Tao with murderous intensity. Zhang Ruoxuan was after all someone who thoroughly satisfied him. But last night's sudden police intrusion had left him deeply unsettled, and now Zhang Tao had startled him again, leaving him momentarily flaccid. Would this leave permanent psychological scars? Who the hell gave you permission to enter? Zhou Kai sprang up hastily, adjusting his clothes while cursing under his breath. Zhang Ruoxuan emerged from beneath the desk and shot Zhang Tao a disdainful glare. Instantly realizing he'd interrupted an intimate moment, Zhang Tao hurriedly offered a nervous apologetic smile. Young Master Zhou, I sincerely apologize, I had no idea. Oh. Right. Lin Dong has arrived at work, and he drove in a brand new Maybach bearing temporary license plates. It looks freshly delivered. Zhang Tao shifted to serious business mode. Zhang Ruoxuan's gaze flickered, her brow faintly furrowed. Impossible. Lin Dong couldn't possibly afford such wealth. He used to drive a second-hand Audi A4L. How could he suddenly buy a Maybach? Though she voiced her disbelief, doubt began to stir within her. Had she truly misjudged him? Was Lin Dong a concealed tycoon? After all, when she'd asked him before, he'd simply said his parents, university professors, had died unexpectedly, leaving him only a 92-square-meter apartment. She had schemed relentlessly to secure Zhou Kai, and having finally ascended, how could she accept that the man she discarded was in fact staggeringly wealthy? Wouldn't that make her decision profoundly misguided? Zhou Kai sneered dismissively. Forged property deeds, rented luxury cars, these are classic tricks of broke men desperate to save face. Since he dares show his face here, I'll crush him beneath my heel. With that, Zhou Kai waved imperiously at Zhang Tao. Bring Lin Dong in, now. Zhang Tao nodded vigorously, but just as he turned to leave he paused, frowning thoughtfully. Young Master Zhou, I recall the contract we signed when you personally recruited Lin Dong into our legal department. Unless he resigns voluntarily, terminating him within 5 years constitutes a breach, and we'd owe him 2 million yuan in severance, 5 years' salary. You idiot, why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhou Kai hadn't anticipated that discarding this thorn in his side would cost him such a staggering sum. Zhang Ruoxuan stepped forward decisively. Young Master Zhou, I know Lin Dong well. Summon him here and I'll break up with him in person, humiliate him publicly. He's fiercely prideful, he'll never endure such shame. He'll resign on the spot, and we'll pay him not a single cent. Brilliant. My clever little darling. Zhou Kai beamed, sweeping her into an affectionate embrace. 5 minutes later, Zhang Tao escorted Lin Dong into Zhou Kai's office. Zhang Ruoxuan sat nearby, arms crossed, wearing delicate makeup and a disarmingly warm smile, so charming and approachable that no one could imagine her moments earlier bent beneath the desk. What a masterful duality. And Lin Dong didn't even glance at Zhang Ruoxuan. In 3 swift strides he reached Zhou Kai's desk, and without waiting for acknowledgement dropped unceremoniously into the chair opposite, assuming full command of the room. All 3 were stunned. And this was utterly unlike the Lin Dong they remembered. And Zhang Tao immediately barked reprimands. Lin Dong, who gave you permission to sit? Do you have no upbringing? And Lin Dong turned, meeting Zhang Tao's gaze, and with a single look reduced the man to trembling silence. Don't you understand hierarchy, respect for superiors and deference to elders? And Lin Dong knew Zhang Tao's face all too well. Among those who stripped him bare and bound him to an iron pillar that fateful night, Zhang Tao had been one. Even in the apocalypse, Zhang Tao remained Zhou Kai's most loyal lackey. And faced with his enemy now, why should Lin Dong show restraint? Preposterous. And Lin Dong longed right then to slit their throats. And, barking like a dog, why don't you just fire me? He taunted, eyes gleaming with mockery. Zhang Tao's hair prickled with dread under Lin Dong's stare, and hearing those words made his lips twitch involuntarily. NAS Deputy General Manager, how could he tolerate such blatant disrespect? Yet he dared not terminate Lin Dong, not when Zhou Kai would certainly refuse to cover the tumultuous penalty. So Zhang Tao choked on his fury, face flushed crimson, stammering helplessly, you, unable to utter a coherent word. If you can't release that pathetic bark, then swallow it whole. And Lin Dong dismissed Zhang Tao with utter disdain, and turned his cool appraising gaze toward Zhou Kai. And, young Master Zhou, you summoned me. Oh, I nearly forgot. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Zhang Ruoxuan is exceptionally skilled at play. Zhou Kai's eyes bulged incandescent with rage, but Lin Dong gave him no chance to erupt. And instead he pivoted his mocking gaze toward Zhang Ruoxuan, her cheeks burning crimson, and arched a knowing eyebrow. I was just wondering how best to discard you, yet young Master Zhou has graciously taken you off my hands. What relief. Do serve him well, he's a steady source of sustenance after all. Lin Dong's verbal barrage struck with devastating precision, leaving all 3 utterly eviscerated. With the output complete, Lin Dong threw his resignation letter directly onto the desk. Enough. Stop looking so reedy. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were about to bite someone. Dismissing me will cost the company 2 million. I've saved you that money, Zhou Xiao. Shouldn't you thank me? Zhou Kai stared at the resignation letter in front of him, bewildered. Was this really what he wished for? Lin Dong leaned forward, hands on the desk, his face inches from Zhou Kai's. At that moment Zhou Kai felt a palpable aura of menace emanating from Lin Dong. He jumped up abruptly, stepping back repeatedly, his unfastened pants nearly coming undone. He sensed that Lin Dong was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lin Dong, don't do anything foolish. Offending me, Zhou Kai, is not a wise choice. Lin Dong coldly smiled and shook his head. Don't be afraid, this is just the beginning. With that he waved his hand at Zhou Kai and turned to leave. The absurdity of his words left the others dumbfounded. Just as Lin Dong reached the door, Zhang Ruoxuan stormed out, furious. Lin Dong, stop being so vain. You're not even worth Zhou Xiao's little toe. You had the chance to receive 2 million in compensation, but your pride made you miss the opportunity to turn your life around. You're destined to be a poor loser for life. One must admit this woman was indeed sharp. Fearing she would lose value in Zhou Kai's eyes, she relentlessly mocked Lin Dong. Lin Dong, however, did not look back and waved his hand dismissively. All right, got it. You keep licking Zhou Xiao's toes. In this new life, the woman who had almost been married to Lin Dong now appeared to him as nothing more than a disgusting piece of excrement. Just looking at her made him want to vomit. If it weren't for the desire to take revenge on her, Lin Dong truly wished he could kick her into a cesspit and drown her. Zhang Ruoxuan, furious, turned and cried into Zhou Kai's arms. Woo Zhou Xiao, that jerk Lin Dong is bullying me. Zhou Kai quickly embraced Zhang Ruoxuan, his hands busy from top to bottom, inside and out. Alright, stop crying. He's just a loudmouthed poor loser. He left on his own, which shows he has some sense. However, daring to talk back to me, he'll find someone to teach him a lesson. Zhang Ruoxuan immediately stopped crying and smiled. Zhou Xiao, you're the best. You must teach him a lesson and help me vent my anger. Before Zhou Kai could respond, Zhang Tao jumped in. Zhou Xiao, leave this to me. I've moved to Hongfu Garden today and I know a big shot over there. Getting Lin Dong's leg broken will be a piece of cake. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up, nodding with satisfaction. Good, let me know if it costs anything. You don't need to just break one of his legs, break the third one. And while you're at it, smash out all his teeth. I want him to have a filthy mouth. Alright, no problem. Zhang Tao grinned wickedly as if he could already envision Lin Dong's miserable state after being dealt with. One must admit Lin Dong's outburst had caught them off guard. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They truly hated Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Lin Dong left the office building gracefully. Just as he stepped outside, he was momentarily blinded by the glare from Wang Jianchang's bald head standing in the sunlight. Wang Jianchang was circling Lin Dong's Maybach, his eyes turning red with jealousy as he muttered incessantly. How is this possible? How could this guy be so wealthy? Is he really living in the penthouse on the 10th floor? This bald head's appearance of jealousy was both grotesque and comical. In a mischievous manner, Lin Dong activated the Maybach's alarm. Beep beep beep. Oh my god. Wang Jianchang was so startled he squatted down on the ground. Under Wang Jianchang's bewildered gaze, Lin Dong got into the Maybach. Old Wang, congratulations on your promotion. Enjoy your work. Lin Dong smiled and waved at Wang Jianchang as he left with flair. A series of car exhaust fumes sprayed Wang Jianchang's face. Cough cough cough. Wang Jianchang awkwardly scrambled up from the ground, furiously cursing. You little brat, let's see how long you can be so smug. Zhou Xiao will definitely deal with you. Turning, Wang Jianchang could hardly wait to rush upstairs to find Zhang Tao. Zhang Zong, that. Was Lin Dong really fired? You see, the head of the legal department is vacant and I, old Wang, am certainly the best candidate. Hee hee. Zhang Tao had received Zhou Kai's orders and was preparing to arrange for Wang Jianchang to take the position. Yet today Zhang Tao was feeling very displeased due to Lin Dong's antics. Wang Jianchang was simply too oblivious. At such a critical moment he was revealing his eagerness. Zhang Tao was ready to teach him a lesson. Thus Zhang Tao put on a serious face. Old Wang, I personally promoted you. This position should be yours by right, but unfortunately. Zhang Tao deliberately elongated his tone. Wang Jianchang immediately tensed up. Unfortunately what? Is there something I need to take care of, Zhang Zong? Zhang Tao shook his head and sighed. We signed a contract when we recruited Lin Dong. Now that Lin Dong is gone, the company will have to pay him 2 million. This money cannot come from the company. Zhou Xiao has a younger relative who graduated from a prestigious law school and is ready to put up some money so this position. Wang Jianchang was dumbfounded. 2 million. How could Lin Dong possibly be worth that much? Zhang Zong, you have to help me. This position can only be held by me, old Wang. Zhang Tao shrugged. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Old Wang, why don't you just hold out a bit longer? Wang Jianchang didn't know how to hold out. He gritted his teeth. Zhang Zong, how about this? I'll cover that amount. You absolutely cannot give this position to anyone else. Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. Oh. Old Wang, do you have that much money? Wang Jianchang bit down so hard that his back teeth nearly shattered. Even if I have to mortgage my house, I must get this position. Just hold out for 3 to 5 years and I'll make that money back. I can do the math. Zhang Tao smiled in satisfaction. Alright, old Wang, since you're one of my people, let's do this. Instead of 2 million, 1,800,000. I'll make sure this gets done, but you must remember you absolutely cannot mention this to anyone in the company, especially Zhou Xiao. You have to understand those who want to come in are all connected to Zhou Xiao. I'm taking a huge risk here. Wang Jianchang beamed with joy. Ah, thank you, Zhang Zong, you're truly my benefactor. Just as bald old Wang was being swindled into mortgaging his property. Lin Dong, on the other hand, had already arrived at the most upscale dog trading market in Jiangbei with Airbai. The appearance of Airbai immediately attracted the attention of several dog dealers. But when they saw the golden chain around Airbai's neck, they all gasped. This dog's owner was definitely wealthy. He was not here to sell dogs. Lin Dong was certainly not here to sell dogs. He was here to find a mate for Airbai. Indeed, Lin Dong would spare no expense for his only family. He wanted to live freely in the apocalypse, and he also wanted Airbai to live happily. While others fed their dogs lychees, Lin Dong intended for Airbai to reproduce in the extreme cold apocalypse and become a canine emperor. This canine emperor wouldn't just have 3,000 beauties in his harem, at least 3 to 5 would be necessary. Lin Dong could afford to raise a few more. There was no helping it. Compared to the humanity in the apocalypse, Lin Dong trusted dogs more. Hee, Mr. Lin, here are all the dog breeds you requested, absolutely pure-blooded and all cold resistant. The vendor wore a sly grin, rubbing his hands together while his eyes lingered greedily on the golden chain around Airbai's neck. Good heavens, this chain must weigh at least 5 gene. That's 2,500 grams. At 400 yuan per gram its value already exceeds 1 million yuan. Who would ever fit a dog with a 1 million yuan golden chain? Lin Dong was undoubtedly wealthy, and this deal promised no small profit. Lin Dong had spent nearly 2 million yuan on his own card. Spending 1 million on a collar for Airbay was trivial. He was thoroughly pleased with the dogs before him. Here were Siberian Huskies, Newfoundland St. Bernards, Alaskan Malamutes, Caucasian Shepherd dogs and Chow Chows, each strikingly handsome by human standards. Airbay will make the final choice. Lin Dong loosened the leash. Airbay, brimming with impatience, immediately rushed forward and began sniffing the hindquarters of the dogs. Perhaps the dogs themselves sensed the golden chain signified wealth, and offered no resistance. Several huskies even responded with coy, half-receptive enthusiasm. Airbay, unreserved and eager, attempted to mount more than once, only to be repeatedly pulled back by Lin Dong. What's the rush? You'll have plenty of time at home, make it romantic, not crude. You're a mature dog now, show some dignity and composure. Whether Airbay understood or not remained unclear, but each time Lin Dong hauled him back he erupted into furious barks directed squarely at his master. Nearby dogs exchanged glances. This fellow curses rather vulgarly. In the end Airbay selected 2 Alaskan Malamutes and 1 Caucasian Shepherd dog. Truly the pup possessed exceptional taste. The vendor quoted the price without hesitation: 46,000 yuan. Lin Dong knew full well this far exceeded market value, yet he haggled not at all. Having lived through the apocalyptic freeze, Lin Dong understood the true worth of cold-resistant breeds, and such a sum meant nothing to him. Airbay sat proudly in the front passenger seat while his 3 chosen mates crowded together in the rear. Lin Dong occasionally wiped Airbay's drool with tissues. Look at you, salivating like a river. At last they arrived back at their residential complex. But as they approached the gate a security guard blocked their path. Not bad car, but you're not a registered resident here. Hongfu Yuan is an upscale community. Entry isn't permitted without authorization. A young guard, his cap tilted crookedly, stepped forward muttering under his breath, his fingers mimicking the motion of holding a cigarette. It was unmistakably a demand for a bribe. Under normal circumstances Lin Dong would have obliged, but the reborn Lin Dong held no patience for such streetwise thugs. He produced his electronic access card and placed it against the windshield. Instantly the barrier arm lifted. The guard's lips twitched, forcing a hollow smile. He remarked, "Why didn't you show your access card earlier?" His tone was brazen. Lin Dong made no move to enter. He vaguely recalled this particular guard. They called him Guzzi, dog. In the brutal aftermath of the polar apocalypse, humanity's darkest impulses first surfaced among men like him. Guzzi and his squad of security guards stormed residents' homes wielding electric batons, seizing the last remaining supplies. Later they descended into utter bestiality, consuming human flesh. Guzzi himself had broken into Lin Dong's 93 square meter apartment. Had Airbay not been out scavenging that day, he surely would have been devoured by Guzzi and his gang. Only after retreating to the penthouse-level flat did Lin Dong manage to withstand their repeated assaults. In this life I shall transform that penthouse into an impenetrable fortress, impervious to invasion, impervious to the apocalyptic cold. This resolve had long taken root in Lin Dong's heart. Now he stared down Guzzi, the gate guard, with undisguised contempt and fired back, "I'm returning to my own home, must I greet you, a mere doorman? If you can't grasp your proper place, go splash some water on your face and take a good look." Guzzi's eyes bulged as he raised a finger to shout, but Airbay lunged first, teeth bared. The 3 dogs behind him erupted into deafening barks. Guzzi recoiled in terror, losing his balance and toppling backward with a heavy splash. A dog bit me, it bit me." Cowering on the ground he was met not with sympathy, but with a generous blast of exhaust fumes from Lin Dong's car. Fine, fine, fine. The thunderous roar of the Maybach's engine was admittedly quite impressive. By the time Guzzi regained his senses he leapt up, his face dark with fury. Though Lin Dong drove a Maybach, a clear sign of affluence, Guzzi remained unimpressed. After all, several Rolls-Royce Cullinans already resided in the compound. A Maybach owner hardly warranted special deference. "Go ahead, ram me. See if I sue you or not." Yet Guzzi wasn't entirely foolish. He knew even summoning his fellow guards wouldn't subdue Lin Dong. Instead he dashed straight to property management and summoned duty manager Zhao Gang. "Manager Zhao, there's a resident who brought an entire carload of dogs into the compound. Just now one nearly bit me. At Guzi's cry, Zhao Gang sprang to his feet. Unbelievable. I'll see for myself, who dares violate our high-end community's pet regulations. And dare bite people. As Lin Dong parked in the private garage beneath Building 10 and led the dogs out, Zhao Gang appeared, flanked by Guzi and 7 or 8 armed guards. Guzi jabbed a finger toward Lin Dong. Brothers, this guy set his dog on me. Instantly the guards surged forward, radiating intimidating force. Yet Zhao Gang, the property manager, theatrically raised a hand to halt them. Lin Dong stood utterly unruffled, watching the scene unfold as if observing a farcical spectacle. Zhao Gang possessed enough perceptiveness to note Lin Dong's youth, his Maybach, his refined bearing, and the imposing presence of several large dogs. A faint frown crossed his brow. Everyone stay calm, we'll settle this fairly. Manager Zhao, you must stand by me. Guzi transformed instantly into the aggrieved party, nearly bursting into tears. Yet his sidelong glance at Lin Dong gleamed with malicious glee. This time he'd extract 100,000, or even 800,000, yuan, teaching the young man a lesson he'd never forget. Zhao Gang frowned again, studying the leash in Lin Dong's hand. Sir Resident, I am Zhao Gang, the duty manager of property management. Surely you've heard of me. Are you a resident of Building 10? I'm Lin Dong. As for property managers, I've never heard of you. Lin Dong remembered Zhao Gang too, another villain of the apocalypse, though his fate had been grim, dragged to his death by others plummeting from a building. Having had little interaction with him, Lin Dong saw no reason to engage. Zhao Gang, sensing Lin Dong's open disdain, burned with indignation, and his tone turned sharp and curt. No matter, you're still bound by our rules. Even as a resident you may not keep 4 large dogs within your unit. Who established this rule? Lin Dong arched a brow. Zhao Gang shrugged. All residents voted on it. Surely you signed the agreement yourself, did you not read it? The villa zone permits only 3 dogs maximum. And you, living in a madris, intend to keep 4 large dogs. Ha! That violates the regulation outright. Exactly. Guzi chimed in, stepping forward. You let your dog attack me, today you'll pay me 800,000 yuan, or you'll never live peacefully in this compound again. Are you going to let the dog bite me? Ha! If you have evidence, just call the police. Lin Dong was not fooled by the dog's antics and tricks. A single sentence left the dog choking, its face turning red. Zhao Gang raised his hand to stop the dog. He had already thought of how to deal with someone like Lin Dong. No need to say much else, you can't keep these dogs. I'm giving you a chance, either leave the community now or we'll help you take care of them. As Zhao Gang spoke, a murderous intent had already emerged. The security guards behind him had also taken out their electric batons and clubs. Woo! Woof! Erbai and the other 3 dogs had sensed danger and were all baring their teeth. The dog was excited. Hey look, they're about to bite someone. Let's just kill him. Lin Dong slightly pulled on the dog leash and the dogs quieted down. There was not a hint of a smile on his face. He stared coldly at Zhao Gang. To help me take care of them means to kill my dogs. Zhao Gang shrugged with a sinister smile, tacitly agreeing with Lin Dong's statement. At this moment Lin Dong wished he could release his mental power and directly eliminate these scoundrels who were worse than dogs. But soon he suppressed his anger. Calmly he said, 1 apartment can keep 1 dog, right? Zhao Gang was taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. That's right, but you need 4 apartments. Or rather, if you have 1 villa from the earlier villa area, then this matter can be settled. The dog and the other security guards burst into laughter. Can he afford a villa? Haha, this is hilarious. What's with showing off in a Maybach? He can't even afford the down payment for a villa. Manager Zhao, you're overestimating him. I bet his apartment is less than 100 square meters. While these people were recklessly mocking Lin Dong, he threw his phone at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was momentarily stunned as he caught the phone. Lin Dong said unhurriedly, take a good look, this is the real name authentication and asset proof bound to my Taobao account. Tell your lackeys behind you how many properties I have here. Zhao Gang looked down and his eyes widened. As he swiped his finger, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Building 7, Unit 402 in Hongfu Yuyuan Community, Building 9, Unit 801, Building 10, Unit 701, Building 10, Unit 2401. As he reached the last property information, Zhao Gang's hand started to tremble. The penthouse of Building 10, the supreme flat, is your property. This. Zhao Gang forced a smile, trembling as he handed the phone back to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin Dong, yes, I sincerely apologize, I didn't know it was you. Today's incident is just a misunderstanding. I absolutely did not mean to offend you. Zhao Gang's change in demeanor along with the information he had just read aloud turned the faces of the nearby security guards pale. Seeing Zhao Gang's attitude towards Lin Dong become so humble, several security guards instinctively began to back away from the garage. Only the dog unwillingly barked at Zhao Gang. Brother Zhao, you can't be serious, right? How could this kid possibly own 4 properties? That 2401 is the supreme flat, more expensive than the villas, how could he possibly? Slap. Before the dog could finish his sentence, Zhao Gang slapped him across the face. Get lost, you gatekeeper. Mr. Lin is our respected homeowner, how dare you offend him? Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin. After saying this, Zhao Gang grabbed the dog who was spinning in place. He leaned close to his ear and hissed a warning. Shut up. This person's properties in our community are worth at least 25 million. His spare change on Taobao alone is 3 million. Offending a wealthy person like this, you'll be sorry for how it turns out. Hearing this, the dog became terrified, his legs went weak and he directly knelt down before Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. Your dog didn't bite me, I reached out myself. I was just a mouse teasing a cat looking for trouble. Mr. Lin, forgive me. In the future when I see your car I will definitely let you pass first. Watching the dog grovel like this, he looked completely different from his previous arrogant and unruly demeanor. Lin Dong shook his head, inwardly realizing that in his past life he had been too low-key, too tolerant and too kind, which led to being bullied and reduced to someone else's fodder. Whether in a peaceful era or an apocalyptic one, the truth of the jungle law remains unchanged. In a peaceful era, wealth and power define the strong. In a frigid apocalypse, having resources and combat power defines the strong. Therefore he was even more determined to stockpile resources and strengthen his mental power. He wanted to be strong and not be bullied by anyone. Take them away from here. I'm a low-key person, so please don't spread the word about my properties, otherwise I can't guarantee I won't bring today's incident back up. Lin Dong wasn't particularly interested in bullying these worthless weaklings. After the extreme cold descends they would all suffer and die, why bother quarreling with the dead? Zhao Gang didn't expect Lin Dong to be so agreeable. He hurriedly dragged the dog, apologizing profusely as they left the scene. Lin Dong took the elevator to the top floor and opened the door to 2401. Since my parents passed away I haven't lived here. It needs a good cleaning. Ever since confirming the news of my parents' deaths, Lin Dong felt that this big house was empty and living here was lonely and solitary, often waking up in the middle of the night. Now this place was going to become his beautiful home in the apocalypse. He sent her by and the other 4 dogs to the terrace and they immediately got busy. After observing for a while, Lin Dong couldn't help but admire Herbe's energetic spirit. He then used his mental power to sweep away all the dust in the room. All the dirt and debris were discarded into his mental space. Some messy furniture and small decorations in the corners were neatly organized by Lin Dong with his mental power. Am I being a bit wasteful using my mental power like this? Lin Dong chuckled at himself, then filled Herbe and the others with dog food before heading out. He needed to start stockpiling resources, which could also be seen as splurging the money in his hands. Once the extreme cold descended, spending this money would become impossible. There's still 21 million in cash on the bank card, and combined with Taobao and WeChat there's also 5 million. For needed resources, clothing, food and shelter, let's start with cold-resistant gear. Although Lin Dong was determined to personally turn the flat into a super shelter, ensuring his safety while maximizing his mental power to become stronger. However, Lin Dong was always clear about one thing: even the strongest who hide must eventually step outside. Even if Lin Dong could survive a lifetime in the shelter. But could Herbe and the others always stay safe? Walking dogs in the apocalypse doesn't necessarily mean leashing them, but ensuring proper cold-resistant clothing is a must. Lin Dong drove to the Jiangbei Aerospace branch where he found the equipment he needed most in the extreme cold apocalypse. Moreover, it was the woman he most wanted to see after his rebirth. Just as he got out of the car, a tall woman wearing thick glasses approached him. She had a model-like figure. However, her face bore no makeup. Her features were exquisite, yet her expression was serious, revealing her dedication as a scholarly PhD. Her name was Lu Yusen, Lin Dong Sr., who majored in law for her bachelor's degree but switched to aerospace materials for her master's. Now she was pursuing her PhD and had already joined the Aerospace Bureau. Sister Yusin, long time no see. Looking at Lu Yusin's face, Lin Dong struggled to suppress his excitement, but his voice still trembled slightly. In a daze he recalled the bloodied figure collapsed in the snow. She was the only woman in the apocalypse who cared for Lin Dong and even sacrificed her life for him. In the extreme cold apocalypse, Lu Yusin, like Lin Dong, was trapped at home in Jiangbei by endless snowstorms. Yet she traversed 3 blocks and 6 kilometers to bring supplies to Lin Dong. Unfortunately, she was robbed the moment she set foot in the community. Lin Dong sensed everything. By the time he rushed over with her, Lu Yusin had already been injured by the beasts in the community. In such extreme cold conditions it was a fatal wound. In the end, Lu Yusin died in Lin Dong's arms, and before she passed away she stuffed half a chocolate bar hidden in her clothes into Lin Dong's hand. That was the moment of his greatest pain and despair in the apocalypse. Thus, on the second day after his rebirth, Lin Dong couldn't wait to find her. Having been reborn, Lin Dong vowed to protect Lu Yusin. However, Lu Yusin did not notice Lin Dong's unusual behavior. She remained as indifferent as ever. But Lin Dong knew that she had always been warm inside despite her cold exterior. Their parents were friends, making them family friends. After Lin Dong's parents passed away, Lu Yusin was transferred from the Aerospace Bureau in Kyoto to the branch in Jiangbei. If this had nothing to do with Lin Dong, it would be a lie. Lu Yusin glanced at the brand new Maybach and frowned slightly. Nice car. Are you getting married? With that, Lu Yusin turned around and left. Your girlfriend isn't great. Don't notify me about the wedding. I don't have the time or spare money to give you a gift. Lin Dong, stunned, scratched the back of his head and hurriedly chased after her. Sister Yusin, I didn't say I was getting married. Only then did Lu Yusin stop pulling her hands out of the pockets of her lab coat. Not getting married? Then why are you splurging on a luxury car? Lin Dong was speechless, bewildered by Lu Yusin's fixation on the luxury vehicle. However, he also knew that Lu Yusin had strong objections to Zhang Ruoxuan. Since he started dating Zhang Ruoxuan, Lu Yusin had not contacted him. Therefore, Lin Dong decided to clarify their situation right away. Haha, maybe I've come to my senses. My parents left me so much money to live well. I had been too stingy with myself. Besides, I've already broken up with that woman. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin's indifference noticeably softened. She pushed up her thick glasses, which seemed to conceal 90% of her beauty. Well, it was about time. Don't let women deceive you again. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, sensing that Lu Yusin's words held deeper meaning. Did she see the video posted by that influencer last night? Could it be? Lu Yusin should be quite busy, right? Did she really have time to scroll through Douyin? Was she quietly concerned about everything regarding him? What kind of feelings did she have for him? Were they sibling-like or something more? Lin Dong had pondered their relationship more than once, which made his gaze towards Lu Yusin grow fervent. How could one refuse a woman who would sacrifice her life for you in the apocalypse? Lu Yusin, caught under Lin Dong's intense gaze, felt a little shy and avoided eye contact. You called me to show off your new car. Lin Dong's attention was drawn back. Of course not, I have something to ask you for help. This piqued Lu Yusin's curiosity. Help with what? In her memory, Lin Dong had always been self-sufficient, rarely asking for favors, and he disliked owing debts. Lin Dong took a deep breath. He certainly couldn't mention the events of the extreme cold apocalypse to Lu Yusin for fear of being seen as insane. So he could only speak with a solemn expression. I need a spacesuit. One that can withstand extreme cold and is relatively lightweight. Lu Yusin had never seen Lin Dong so serious before, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows. You should know that such specialized equipment cannot be purchased by individuals if there are regulations. Lin Dong shook his head. I've looked into spacesuits. Those worn inside the cabin cost hundreds of thousands, and those for outside are even over $1 million. I can't afford that. What I want is clothing that can withstand extreme cold and allows easy movement. I believe, Sister Yusin, you can make it. Lu Yusin stared at Lin Dong intently but finally shook her head. I can't possibly make that for you. Lin Dong was stunned. Why? Lu Yusin patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, surprisingly offering comfort. It has been 2 years. You should have let go of what happened to uncle and aunt. I can't make you an extreme cold suit, and I absolutely won't let you go to Antarctica alone to look for someone. That place is a death zone. Even if you have an extreme cold suit, you won't be able to find anyone. Lin Dong instantly understood Lu Yusin's meaning and couldn't help but smile bitterly within. It turned out she misunderstood him. Looking for his parents remains in Antarctica. Lin Dong often thought about such things but had to admit that Lu Yusin was overestimating him. Lin Dong didn't have the courage for that. But that was in the past. Having died once, Lin Dong suddenly felt he had to recover his parents' remains. In the extreme cold apocalypse, the global temperature was not much higher than today's Antarctica. If Lin Dong could survive in the apocalypse, he would have a chance to search for his parents' remains. Lin Dong avoided Lu Yusin's gaze, lowered his head and said solemnly, "Sister Yusin, I promise not to go to Antarctica, but you must make me that extreme cold suit." At first Lu Yusin felt a bit relieved, but upon hearing his later words she frowned. "Why? Don't try to deceive me." Lin Dong looked up and their eyes met. Lu Yusin's heart trembled. Lin Dong's eyes were bloodshot and red. "I swear that without your permission, Sister Yusin, I will never go to Antarctica." Every word was resolute. Lu Yusin was startled by Lin Dong's demeanor, but her beautiful face inexplicably flushed. What did he want my permission for? You're not my... These flustered thoughts only flitted through Lu Yusin's mind before she quickly shook her head and nodded at Lin Dong. "All right, I'll trust you once. Tell me the detailed material requirements and I'll help you as soon as possible." With her objective achieved, Lin Dong smiled joyfully. He hurriedly listed his requirements. The most basic ones were cold resistance and durability, followed by lightweight and ideally with bulletproof capability. After all, Lin Dong had experienced an apocalypse once and knew that some people possessed such deadly weapons. Although he now had awakened super telekinetic abilities, Lin Dong had to be thoroughly prepared. However, after Lu Yusin noted everything down, she frowned. "You want 3 sets of such extreme cold suits. Do you know how much it will cost to make them according to your requirements?" Lin Dong directly pulled out his phone to transfer money. "I don't know, but no matter how much it is, I want it. Sister Yusin, I'm transferring 3 million to you on Taobao. You'll handle this." Lu Yusin was astonished and hurriedly checked her phone. "Why are you transferring me so much money so casually?" Lu Yusin was truly shocked. She had never imagined Lin Dong would trust her so much. But Lin Dong was serious. "Is this enough?" Lu Yusin bit her lip tightly. "It's enough. The cost of one set is around 120,000. 3 million is too much. I'll transfer the excess back." As Lu Yusin was about to process the transfer, Lin Dong grabbed her wrist. Lu Yusin's body trembled, looking at Lin Dong with uncertainty. Today Lin Dong seemed quite odd and was unusually bold in his actions towards her. But Lin Dong gazed intensely at Lu Yusin and said solemnly, "Sister Yusin, keep the extra money for yourself to make a few more extreme cold suits. Don't be stingy, you're the only person in this world I trust unconditionally." Lu Yusin stood frozen in place, her ears still echoing Lin Dong's words. I am the only person in this world whom Lin Dong truly trusts. Was this a confession? Had this wooden-hearted man finally awakened to his own feelings? Just as Lu Yusin's cheeks flushed down to her neck, Lin Dong released her wrist and stepped into the Maybach. "Senior Sister Yusin, please complete it within 1 week, and then move into my home. Only with you beside me can I feel at ease." His tone carried an unmistakable authority, brooking no refusal. Then with a sharp press of the accelerator he departed in elegant decisive silence. Lu Yusin gripped her phone tightly, her knees trembling faintly. Move in with him. Is this happening too quickly? Lin Dong's behavior today had been profoundly uncharacteristic, strange, even transformative in its aura. Yet that very dominance stirred something deeper within her. This was what a true man looked like. He had finally come of age. When Lu Yusin finally gathered her wits, she gazed longingly toward the direction he had vanished. What on earth is he thinking, leaving without explanation? Even a brilliant high IQ doctoral scholar could in moments of fluttering heart reveal the tender vulnerability of a young girl. After prolonged hesitation she sent him a message. What do you mean by asking me to move in with you? And what exactly are you using those specially engineered cryosuits for? Lin Dong frowned deeply upon reading her message, yet in the end he replied. What if I told you the world's apocalyptic winter is imminent, and everything I'm doing is preparation for it? Would you believe me? Lu Yusin stared blankly at the words flashing across her screen. Her first instinct was to type back nonsense. But rereading the sentence she sensed an extraordinary weight in every word. Then vividly Lin Dong's crimson eyes appeared before her mind's eye. I believe you. Seeing this wholly unexpected reply, Lin Dong relaxed into a quiet, genuine smile. Trust me, and follow my instructions precisely. Our parents are gone, we have no other kin entangled in this. It is only the two of us. I will protect you through the apocalypse, and remember, say nothing of this to anyone. They would brand you mad. This time silence stretched long on the other end. 5 minutes later a message appeared. They'd call you mad, fine. I'll trust you once. Come pick me up at work next week. Lin Dong's smile widened, suddenly half the crushing weight in his chest lifted. Merely ensuring Airby and Liu Yusin remained close to him had already granted him strength enough to defy the coming apocalypse. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation. Clothing is settled. Next, sustenance. For the entire afternoon Lin Dong scoured several major supermarkets across Jiangbei City. Vast quantities of fresh produce, snacks and beverages vanished into his psychic space. As dusk deepened into night he returned to apartment 2401. Ignoring Airby's boisterous antics on the terrace, Lin Dong emptied his psychic space, food cascading onto the floor in abundance. Just as I anticipated, the temporal laws governing my psychic space differ entirely from those of the outside world. These flash-frozen seafood items still bear crisp, unthawed ice crystals. Food preservation was no longer a concern. Lin Dong then surrendered fully to his hunger. Starvation had long since flooded his consciousness. Yet he did not gorge himself blindly. This was an experiment, yes an experiment, to determine which foods most effectively restored both physical stamina and psychic energy. Repeatedly using psychic force to tear open vacuum-sealed packages consumed considerable energy, and each effort summoned sharper pangs of hunger. Thus constant replenishment became necessary. Psychic energy evolves dynamically through cycles of expenditure and recovery, just as predicted. The fresher the food, the swifter the psychic restoration. Processed snacks, delicious though they were, offered mere satiety with negligible effect on psychic recovery. After exhaustive trials Lin Dong confirmed his optimal dietary path. Freshness, absolute freshness, yields the greatest psychic enhancement. Livestock, freshly slaughtered fish just hauled from the sea, fruits and vegetables plucked at peak ripeness. As he murmured to himself his brow furrowed again. Stockpiling such items now is feasible, but after the cryogenic apocalypse descends replenishment will be impossible. Once the extreme cold sets in, my consumption of these fresh foods will escalate catastrophically alongside my growing psychic capacity, until every last morsel is exhausted. At the thought of endless blizzards, barren branches and snowfields utterly devoid of grass or life, the suffocating pall of apocalypse closed over him once more. That oppressive weight was nearly unbearable. If my psychic space could sustain living beings, none of this would matter. The words slipped from Lin Dong's lips unbidden, then abruptly he sat bolt upright. Untried does not mean impossible. His gaze locked onto the ecological aquarium beside the television, its fish darting playfully through clear water. With a surge of psychic force the aquarium vanished, only to reappear suspended midair within his psychic space. Will it work? Holding his breath Lin Dong watched, astonished, as the fish froze mid-swim. Simultaneously power cut off, lights dimmed, oxygenators fell silent. All motion ceased, leaving Lin Dong bitterly disappointed. Then suddenly the motionless fish convulsed, darting frantically in panicked circles. Lin Dong gasped, heart-hammering, face alight with elation. They're moving. It's just oxygen deprivation, oxygen. A breakthrough, hope surged anew. It's the ecosystem, the psychic space lacks a self-sustaining environment. I must construct a large-scale artificial ecosystem, plants for photosynthesis, oxygen generation and habitats where animals can thrive and reproduce. In that instant his understanding of the psychic space deepened profoundly. Time within the psychic space isn't frozen, it simply doesn't exist as a linear concept. It is merely a metric of spatial dynamics. Yes, this means I can cultivate within the deathly grip of the cryogenic apocalypse a perfect, vibrant living world. Instantly the shadow of apocalyptic dread dissolved. When light pierces darkness, hope is born. Perhaps this is the true meaning of my psychic space awakening, the soul dawn amid the frozen wasteland, my personal beacon of salvation. The root problem of fresh food supply had found its solution, yet a brief online search left Lin Dong momentarily stunned. Constructing an artificial ecosystem sounded simple in theory, but in practice it was astronomically complex and prohibitively expensive. His current funds amounted to little more than a single drop in the ocean. I aimed too high. Recreating even a miniature planetary biosphere by human hands is pure fantasy. Let's begin modestly with an aquatic microecosystem. He turned again toward the darkened aquarium, its fish sensing danger darted with increasing agitation as he approached. Their frantic swimming seemed to scream, "Don't come any closer." Lin Dong worked tirelessly until 3 a.m. At last the ecological aquarium stabilized within his psychic space, powered by a rechargeable battery. Xenon lamp served as artificial sunlight. Fresh soil spread across the ground teeming with diverse flora that released oxygen through photosynthesis. The fish inside the aquarium darted about vigorously, indistinguishable from those in the outside world. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with feverish excitement, bloodshot and intense. It succeeded. Though isolating this fragment of space consumes considerable psychic energy, a 10-square-meter ecological microcosm has now taken shape, and the next step is scaling it up. Though currently it held only a modest patch of lawn and a single ecological aquarium, to Lin Dong's vision it had already blossomed into vast fertile fields stretching endlessly. Even mountains, lakes, grasslands and pastures shimmered on the horizon of his imagination, yet realizing such grandeur within less than a month was nothing short of fantastical. I wonder whether I myself can adapt to entering this ecological space. Lin Dong, ever cautious, hesitated before attempting it. After all, the fish were small creatures confined safely within the aquarium. Lin Dong's gaze thus shifted toward the outdoor balcony. Airby lay utterly spent while the 3 female dogs appeared thoroughly satisfied, vibrant and full of vigor. Indeed, an old saying rang true. No field is worn out by plowing, only oxen collapse from exhaustion. Airby, my boy, even canine royalty isn't so easily earned. With a mischievous grin, Lin Dong seized the moment, before Airby could react, and instantly transported him into his psychic space. More precisely, into the ecological space itself. Airby sprang up, alert, barking wildly and dashing about in confusion. Lin Dong observed every detail, and broke into a broad smile. Success. He shows no sign of distress. In the next instant, Airby was released back into the real world. The 3 female dogs immediately swarmed him, sniffing curiously, utterly bewildered that their mate possessed teleportation-like abilities. Airby stood frozen, stunned. What just happened? Had it been a hallucination? Was he simply overexhausted? Impossible, he was only 2.5 years old, in the prime of his life. Lin Dong watched from the shadows, grinning slyly. Truly, this prank was shamelessly canine. Then Lin Dong himself stepped into the ecological space. The xenon light stung his eyes, his breath felt shallow, as if the space were too cramped or the air insufficiently fresh. After acclimating for a moment, Lin Dong withdrew. I'll need funds, urgently. Before the great freeze descends, I must construct a large-scale pasture and vegetable garden inside. In the apocalypse that will ensure a continuous supply of the freshest provisions. Hunger returned, prompting Lin Dong to feast heartily before collapsing into deep slumber. At dawn the next day he rose early and made several phone calls. By afternoon 3 truckloads of rich fertile soil had arrived at the residential complex. Neighbors gathered, buzzing with speculation. Is this Black Earth? Is the neighborhood upgrading its greenery? Must be for the property. Look, property manager Zhao Gang is supervising the unloading right there. Oh my, this soil is exceptional, perfect for flowers. An elderly woman with silver-white curls, residing in Building 10, approached Zhao Gang, warmly striking up conversation. Manager Zhao, surely the neighborhood doesn't need this much soil for landscaping. Might I take just 2 bags? Zhao Gang offered a wry, helpless smile. This elderly lady was all too familiar. She was the undisputed social blossom of the community square dance circle. Though she lived in a high-rise unit with modest means, her charm could bewitch even the elderly gentleman from the adjacent villa district. Just recently 2 elderly men had fought fiercely in the courtyard over who would claim her as their dance partner. Zhao Gang himself had been struck twice while trying to break it up. Yet Zhao Gang bore no resentment. The 2 elders were formidable, one a retired cadre, the other the father of a wealthy municipal jewelry tycoon. From then on, Zhao Gang fully grasped the formidable allure of this Mrs. Huang. More crucially, she served as the neighborhood's de facto intelligence hub. No gossip escaped her notice, and a single careless remark from her could smear reputations beyond redemption. Ahem, Auntie Huang, 2 bags of soil is trivial truly, but this soil belongs not to the property management but to a private resident. I hold no authority here. Mrs. Huang's smile vanished instantly. Privately purchased. Who in Building 10 possesses such means? How could anyone possibly need 3 truckloads of soil? Are they planning to farm within the compound? Sweat beaded on Zhao Gang's forehead. As he prepared to explain, Lin Dong emerged from his apartment entrance. Zhao Gang exhaled in visible relief and pointed. All this soil belongs to Mr. Lin Dong, entirely unrelated to our property management. Mrs. Huang narrowed her eyes at Lin Dong. Neighbors murmured in astonishment, it's Lin Dong. What on earth does he need so much soil for? Isn't he that young man from Unit 701? How could he possibly afford 3 truckloads? Ha! Quiet as he is, turns out he's far wealthier than anyone imagined. Pfft, what's a few bags of soil worth? Ah, you wouldn't know, this soil is specially processed, exceptionally fertile. 3 truckloads cost well over 100,000 yuan. Lin Dong paid no heed to the neighbor's chatter, he'd anticipated it entirely. Yet Mrs. Huang's piercing stare drew his attention, and he studied her carefully. This elderly woman was the undisputed matriarch of Building 10. When the Great Freeze first descended and supplies grew scarce, she commanded several elderly gentlemen from the villa district to deliver provisions directly to her door. Later she ascended to become Building 10's elected floor leader, and personally orchestrated the raid on Lin Dong's penthouse apartment. Fortunately, Lin Dong still owned units in the adjacent buildings, otherwise he would have perished in the snowdrifts. His penthouse stores alone could have sustained him for another 3 to 5 months. But those supplies were seized entirely, though mercifully neither Lin Dong nor heir by were reduced to rations. Lin Dong deeply feared, and loathed, this formidable elder. Ah, it's young Lin. Well then, no problem. We're neighbors after all. Auntie will just borrow 2 bags of your soil. Mrs. Huang spoke with effortless familiarity, and immediately gestured to a burly 40-something man nearby to begin loading soil for her. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, immensely powerful, Mrs. Huang's son. Intellectually impaired and severely withdrawn, he rarely spoke to anyone but obeyed his mother without question. He had been the primary enforcer during the raid on Lin Dong's penthouse. Indeed, though God had deprived him of intellect, he had granted him the physique of a black ox. Lin Dong watched silently, smiling faintly, granting tacit permission. He simply couldn't be bothered to argue with someone incapable of reason if provoking violence would serve no purpose. Yet seeing Lin Dong so compliant, Mrs. Huang chuckled and sidled closer. Young Lin, I heard you've recently been dumped. Ah, today's young women are difficult to please. You've got such a gentle temperament, why don't I introduce you to a suitable match? Lin Dong's smile vanished. So Mrs. Huang knew even of Zhang Ruoxuan's breakup with him, truly a master of gossip. Worse, her tongue knew no restraint. To broach such a personal matter openly before a crowd revealed utter disregard for Lin Dong's dignity. Lin Dong suppressed his rising anger and replied with a strained, humorless smile, "Thank you, Aunt Huang, for your concern, but my personal matters can wait." Aunt Huang crossed her arms and shot Lin Dong a contemptuous glance. What's there to thank? I'm just naturally warm-hearted. Little Lin, what do you think of Lin Mei from Unit 302? She's a fellow Lin, though she's been married 3 times and has 2 children. She's quite well off. Honestly, you two seem perfectly matched. Lin Dong's lips twitched. Lin Mei from Unit 302 was unremarkable in appearance, yet she habitually wore garish makeup and tight leather skirts, parading through the neighborhood despite nearing 40. She had been married 3 times and borne 2 children, neither of whom was fathered by any of her 3 husbands. Yes, she did possess modest wealth. But that money was ill-gotten. Rumor had it that 2 of her former husbands had ended up in morgues while the third died in a suspicious car crash, leaving behind a substantial insurance payout. Everyone in Building 10 knew this. For Aunt Huang to suggest matchmaking Lin Dong with her, and even claim they were well matched, was nothing short of an insult. Lin Dong let out a cold laugh and turned sharply to the workers packing soil. Watch every sack carefully. If even one goes missing, it'll be deducted straight from your wages. At those words 5 burly men instantly closed in, forcing Aunt Huang's son backward. The simple-minded giant quickly shrank back beside his mother. Clearly untouched by the brutalities of the apocalypse, and uncorrupted yet by Aunt Huang's ceaseless incitements, he lacked true ferocity. Seeing this, Aunt Huang's eyes bulged wide with shock. What on earth is this supposed to mean, little Lin? Is it really so unreasonable for me to borrow 2 sacks of soil from you? This stuff lies everywhere, you're actually stingy about it. And after all I've been fretting over your love life. Zhao Gang watched silently, startled, then hurried forward to whisper urgently to Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, Aunt Huang is no one to trifle with. 2 sacks of soil, it's hardly worth quarreling with an old woman over. Lin Dong ignored Zhao Gang entirely. With a curt gesture he motioned him aside, then urged the workers onward toward the rooftop terrace while fixing Aunt Huang with a glacial smirk. If this soil is truly everywhere, then go dig it yourself. Aunt Huang choked on the retort, her face flushing crimson. Humph. What a miser you are. With that attitude even Lin Mei wouldn't have you, you're doomed to die a bachelor. As Ant Huang erupted, neighbors scattered, yet none dared leave entirely. All lingered eager for spectacle. They'd earlier puzzled over why Lin Dong was hauling so much soil upstairs, now they cared only about watching this audacious young man meet his downfall. Alas, Lin Dong would disappoint them. In his past life Lin Dong would never have dared speak back to someone like Ant Huang. But this Lin Dong. He held no such patience. Oh. So because I'm frugal I'm destined to remain single. Then tell me, why hasn't your own son now well into his 40s found a wife? Does he dislike women? Ant Huang's blood pressure spiked instantly. Lin Dong had just exposed her family's deepest shame publicly. Her son certainly liked women, had done so since his teens, a fact she knew better than anyone. Yet who would marry a simpleton? Moreover, decades ago Ant Huang herself had cycled through several husbands, all of whom met untimely ends. Coupled with her mentally disabled son, the label, widow's curse, clung to her like a brand. No one dared enter her home back then. Only time, and her relocation to the city, had softened memory's edge, allowing elderly suitors to circle anew. For 20 years no one had dared pierce her veil of pretense, until today when Lin Dong shattered it utterly. Yet what enraged her most was that having delivered the blow, Lin Dong simply tossed 200,000 yuan to the workers, and vanished upstairs without another word. Ant Huang raged and stomped while onlookers burst into delighted laughter. Finally someone had stood up to her. Damn, Lin Dong actually said that. Brilliant. Ant Huang's face went scarlet and her neck swelled with fury. Unbelievable, I always thought Lin Dong was mild-mannered. Did he swallow something strange today? Exactly. Something's off about him. How could he possibly fit all that soil into his 92 square meter apartment? Could he own other property upstairs? He just handed the workers 200,000 yuan, what confidence. Property manager Zhao Gang heard every murmur yet dared not utter a syllable. Lin Dong had warned him explicitly never reveal his multiple properties. Today's display left Zhao Gang awestruck and deeply wary. This man was fearless, confrontation was his language and few could withstand it. Fearing Ant Huang's wrath might spill onto him, Zhao Gang slipped away, though he kept glancing upward toward the penthouse terrace. Muttering under his breath, even that expansive terrace couldn't possibly hold all that soil. What Zhao Gang couldn't know was that every grain had already vanished into Lin Dong's psychic dimension. The workers sensed something uncanny, but with double pay in hand they labored without question. Below, Ant Huang's seething began spreading rumors that Lin Dong had been dumped by Zhang Ruoxuan, even fabricating tales of impotence and heartless seduction. Lin Dong dismissed most slander, except one grotesque lie that he had spied on Ant Huang bathing. Worse still, some believed it. That very night 2 elderly men added Lin Dong on WeChat via the residence group, and unleashed torrents of abuse threatening to gouge out his eyes. With no choice, Lin Dong blocked them all, then posted his legal credentials and irrefutable evidence in the group chat. The originator of these rumors must issue a public retraction, or face criminal prosecution. Ant Huang froze in terror. She'd assumed Lin Dong was merely a white-collar worker, never imagining he was a senior attorney. Though humiliated, she issued a midnight retraction, her pride crumbling beneath the weight of consequence. Her elderly admirers stared blankly. Meanwhile, among the gawkers, one pair of eyes narrowed with predatory interest. Geng Hui, the owner of Villa No. 3 at Hongfu Yuyuan Estate. Once a demolition tycoon in Jiangbei, Geng Hui now ran underground gambling dens, and bore the stains of countless violent acts. He'd taken notice of Lin Dong because Zhang Tao had delivered cash, hired him to break Lin Dong down. Zhang Tao had promised Zhou Kai he'd sever Lin Dong's 3 legs and shatter every tooth in his mouth. Zhou Kai had pledged payment, and Zhang Tao, ever greedy, planned to pocket the difference. Naturally he sought out Geng Hui, ruthless, efficient and feared. Geng Hui glanced at the bank card lying on the table, and curled his lip in disdain. 10,000 yuan. To have me castrate a high-profile attorney. Are you mocking me? Zhang Tao broke into cold sweat. Zhou Kai had given him 200,000, but he'd withheld half, convinced 10,000 would suffice to buy influence. After all, Geng Hui commanded dozens of underlings, any one of them could handle Lin Dong for a few thousand. But then, Lin Dong's attorney credentials surfaced in the group chat. As Geng Hui's temper flared, Zhang Tao nearly wet himself. Brother Hui, I'd never dare mock you. If the sum displeases you, I'll add more, add it to your sister's ass. Do you take Brother Hui for a beggar? Before Zhang Tao could finish, Geng Hui's henchman lunged, pummeling him into shrieking, tearful submission within the villa's echoing walls. Lin Dong naturally did not hear the screams in the villa area. Although he knew that Zhou Kai and the others were beaten to a pulp by him, they would definitely not let him go easily. However, he absolutely did not expect Zhang Tao's revenge to be this foolish. It was indeed quite a coincidence. If it weren't for Aunt Huang's intervention, Lin Dong, the prominent lawyer, would not have gained notoriety in the homeowners group. Under normal circumstances, Geng Hui wouldn't care about a lawyer's identity. As long as there was money to be made, you could be a Supreme Court judge and he wouldn't hesitate to act against you. But this prominent lawyer Lin Dong actually dared to face off against such a tough woman as Aunt Huang, and he had just won. This made Geng Hui feel it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Zhang Tao truly underestimated him. 100,000 yuan was indeed too little. However, even a mosquito's leg is meat. When Zhang Tao was kicked out of the villa, that 100,000 yuan bank card was left behind by Geng Hui. With a bruised face, Zhang Tao limped back to his newly renovated apartment in the community, harboring even deeper hatred for Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I will definitely kill you. Zhang Tao could not tolerate the fact that the honest Lin Dong could one day ride on his head. Just then Zhang Tao's phone rang. Seeing it was Zhou Kai calling, Zhang Tao couldn't help but shiver. Hello, young Master Zhou, I'm currently handling Lin Dong's matter. Zhang Tao hurriedly explained. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Kai's laughter came through the line. Haha, Zhang Tao, your efficiency is quite impressive. I've seen the messages popping up in the homeowners group. This Aunt Huang is notorious for being difficult to deal with. The big shot you found is not simple. If he can even manage her, that's quite something. Now Lin Dong must be too scared to go outside. Zhang Tao was stunned and instinctively opened a few homeowners groups, only to discover that Zhou Kai was in a less populated group. Inside were some rich second-generation heirs and gold diggers. Thus rumors about Aunt Huang reached there, but her clarifications did not appear at all, as Aunt Huang could not access that group. This could be considered a case of mistaken circumstances. Zhang Tao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, I will definitely handle what young Master Zhou instructed. Good, well done. However, you must keep an eye on it. If Lin Dong dares to go out, find an opportunity to break his 3 legs. Zhang Tao nodded vigorously. Sure, young Master Zhou, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Zhang Tao's face disappeared. Zhou Kai's side was temporarily resolved, but he still needed to find someone to deal with Lin Dong. For some reason, even though he hated Lin Dong, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Perhaps subconsciously he had already sensed Lin Dong's tremendous transformation. If the current Lin Dong was definitely not to be trifled with. However, the proud Zhang Tao would never admit this. Meanwhile, Lin Dong quietly left after night fell. He was very satisfied with the soil delivered today, but with so many tons of soil it didn't seem to show much in the mental space. Originally 10 meters of space was expanded by Lin Dong to 1,200 square meters. A small ranch would barely suffice. But how could Lin Dong's appetite be so small? So Lin Dong went directly to the factory processing this soil. Since he had made reservations in advance, a large convoy was already waiting for him. The vehicles could no longer pass through the community to avoid trouble, so Lin Dong simply rented an abandoned sand and gravel factory in the suburbs. He had trucks deliver the soil overnight. After 3 a.m. the trucks left one after another, and the soil in the sand and gravel factory piled up like a mountain. Lin Dong directly stored it in the mental space. There are 100,000 square meters now. With this soil will definitely be enough for planting things in the future, but it was too expensive, costing me a full 3 million. Lin Dong never imagined he would be so extravagant. Yet seeing the soil surface emerge in the mental space, he felt inexplicably at ease. As dawn approached, Lin Dong had driven to a mountainous area 120 kilometers away. The wild mountains had a large amount of rocky soil, and very few people ventured here as it was too barren. And all of this was free. Lin Dong began tirelessly transporting rocks and soil to the mental space. Unknowingly 7 days passed. Lin Dong had completely lost himself in the deep mountains and forests. His clothes were torn and tattered by thorns, and a thick layer of mud covered his hands and face. Yet Lin Dong's eyes shone like bright stars in the night sky, dazzlingly brilliant. He casually grabbed a handful of wild fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Lin Dong stared at a towering ancient tree before him, then compared it with his phone, his eyes sparkling. A millennia-old fir. Good stuff, I must take it. With a flick of his hand, the powerful mental force brutally uprooted the ground within a 10-meter radius, and the ancient fir's roots, which had been here for a millennium, twisted and turned. Lin Dong felt a bit of strain, but still managed to throw the millennia-old fir into the mental space. Over the course of 7 days, Lin Dong had crazily trained his ability to control objects with mental power. His mental force had grown dozens of times stronger through constant consumption and recovery. Of course the cost was significant if the tens of thousands of food he had scavenged from several shopping malls were all consumed. Fortunately there were still plenty of edible things on the mountain and they were all the freshest. Or rather they were the most vital. Lin Dong understood the method of enhancing his mental force more thoroughly. Initially he believed that fresh ingredients could help him quickly recover his physical and mental energy, which was indeed true. But in fact it was the life force of these things that provided energy to Lin Dong. The wild foods here were all bursting with life force, which is why his mental force rose so quickly. Though he could not yet reach the level of moving mountains and filling seas, pulling a large chunk of rock off a small hill was still quite easy. In just these 7 days Lin Dong's knowledge of plants and minerals had greatly increased. The more he learned about these things, the more he felt it would be a waste to leave them here. Therefore, even if it required a bit more mental force, Lin Dong was willing to collect some precious items into his mental space. This way they wouldn't completely perish in the extreme cold apocalypse. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong had already crossed the mountains and reached the depths of the primeval forest where the sound of flowing water could be heard ahead. Just as Lin Dong was about to go wash up, he saw a boundary marker. Good heavens, he almost went abroad by mistake. No, it should be called leaving the country. At that moment his phone, which had no signal for several days, suddenly rang. Lin Dong glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Yusen. Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Oh no, I forgot the time I promised to meet Sister Yusen. Initially he had agreed to pick up Lu Yusen a week later, and by now the extreme cold suit would have been completed. However, during this time Lin Dong had been cut off from the outside world, completely immersed in watching the ecological environment of the mental space continuously expand. It felt like playing a creation game, constantly leveling up, and Lin Dong became addicted, forgetting everything. Lin Dong hurriedly answered the call. Sister Yusen, I'll rush to your office to pick you up as soon as possible. I'm currently in the mountains and my phone has no signal. After saying that, Lin Dong didn't give Lu Yusen a chance to respond and his figure leaped high. Then he began to traverse the mountains and forests as if he were moving through shadows. This speed was not just something a dog couldn't catch, even 2 leopards might not be able to catch up to him. This was a new skill Lin Dong developed in the primeval forest. It resembled spatial teleportation. By locking onto an area with mental force, a portal would be opened in the mental space, allowing him to perform a series of operations. The consumption wasn't high, but the distance could only be maintained within 20 meters. However, with this skill Lin Dong felt that soon he could safely empty the trillions of emergency supplies in the Neon Kingdom. Senior Sister Uxni was pressed for time and didn't have a chance to change clothes. An hour and a half later Lin Dong returned to the city center. Yet only upon standing before Lu Yuxian did he realize how utterly disheveled he appeared, like a beggar, and felt a pang of awkwardness. Lu Yuxian, however, paid no heed to the glances around her. Instead she stared at Lin Dong in stunned disbelief. Were you truly in the mountains just now? Lin Dong stepped forward, took the box from Lu Yuxian's hands and hurriedly ushered her into the car. After the Maybach pulled away from Lu Yuxian's workplace, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. TCH, this Lu Yuxian, always so aloof and untouchable, yet she still climbed into a rich man's car. No wonder she resigned. She'd already risen to deputy project director, with a starting annual salary of 300,000 yuan, yet she walked away. Clearly she's aiming to become a wealthy man's wife. This rich man must have odd tastes. Why dress like a beggar? Lu Yuxian couldn't hear these words. But Lin Dong heard them all crystal clear. This was tied to his enhanced psychic power. His perception range had expanded, his senses sharpened. Learning that Lu Yuxian had truly resigned stirred an overwhelming wave of emotion within him. What's that scent on you? Why did you go into the mountains? No wonder my calls to you went unanswered these past few days. I thought you'd vanished without a trace. Lu Yuxian pressed on. Lin Dong offered an awkward smile. This story is long-winded and difficult to explain. Once we're home I'll tell you everything slowly and thoroughly. You were already strange the last time we met. And now, after just 1 week apart, you feel like an entirely different person. I have no idea what you're planning, or what you mean by world apocalypse. You owe me an explanation. Lin Dong shrugged. Of course I will. How else could I repay your extraordinary trust? You even resigned from a deputy directorship paying 300,000 yuan annually. How did you know? Lu Yuxian's beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. Lin Dong smiled silently. At last the car arrived at Hongfu Yuyuan. He led Liu Xian up to the penthouse apartment on the top floor. Liu Xian was no stranger to this place. It had been purchased by Lin Dong's parents 10 years ago. She and Lin Dong had grown up together since childhood, and she'd even lived here during her teenage years. Yet the apartment now seemed far more meticulously ordered than before. Certain objects were arranged with such precise symmetry that it baffled Liu Xian, the physics and mathematics prodigy. Airbai the dog waiting on the terrace barked wildly as Lin Dong returned. Though Airbai and the other dogs had never lacked food these past few days, their master's prolonged absence had left them anxious and unsettled. Lin Dong affectionately scratched the dogs' heads, then slipped into the bathroom to wash up thoroughly. Only then did he sit down across from Liu Xian. Liu Xian grew tense. She sensed instinctively that what Lin Dong was about to reveal would be momentous, so grave it might reshape the entire course of her life. Lin Dong by contrast remained remarkably calm. Even he couldn't explain why he felt this way. He'd expected confessing such truths to be agonizing, perhaps even inexpressible. Yet now face-to-face with Liu Xian recounting his experiences of the apocalypse, and his rebirth, flowed with unexpected ease. Liu Xian however stood frozen in utter disbelief. Even genius-level intellect crumbles before such impossibility. Lin Dong shook his head with a wry sorrowful smile. That is simply how things are. I know it wasn't a dream. Extreme cold will descend in 21 days, our time is running perilously short. Gulp. Liu Xian swallowed hard, struggling to steady her pulse before drawing a deep deliberate breath. Alright, prove it to me. If these so-called superpowers truly exist, then I'll believe you endured the apocalypse, and were reborn. Lin Dong nodded with a gentle smile, and with a flick of his hand sent the coffee cup floating across the air directly to Liu Xian. Liu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next instant she removed her thick-rimmed glasses. Without them her beauty blazed forth radiant and breathtaking. Lin Dong stared dumbfounded. In his memory Liu Xian had always been the bespectacled girl, never once had he seen her without those glasses. He never imagined she could be this stunning, goddesses themselves would pale beside her. Is this sleight of hand? Liu Xian still hesitated. Lin Dong shook his head. He knew, only a grand demonstration would shatter her doubt. He had never intended to conceal anything from Liu Xian. In that instant he took her hand, and they vanished from the living room. In the next breath they stood within Lin Dong's psychic realm. Liu Xian gasped as a sharp pulling sensation gripped her body, then gaped speechless at the world surrounding them. She stood amid a grove of bamboo. As far as her eyes could see stretched vast grasslands, rich black soil, small hills formed from piled stones, and even a gentle river winding nearby. This is... Liu Xian lost all capacity for description. Lin Dong however pointed upward. Liu Xian jerked her gaze skyward, and where she'd expected open sky she saw rows of xenon lamps suspended midair, their copper wiring clearly visible. Xenon lamps. Artificial sunlight. She cried out in shock, and scanning the landscape anew drew in a sharp icy breath. This is an entirely artificial ecosystem. It's enormous. How much manpower, how many resources must it have cost to build? Lin Dong smiled faintly and led Liu Xian back out of the psychic realm. Seated again on the sofa, Liu Xian stirred as if awakening from a dream. That space you just entered, that was my psychic realm. Does this proof satisfy you? Can you now believe what I've told you? Liu Xian nodded, her gaze burning with newfound intensity. I believe you. In truth, when Lin Dong recounted how in the apocalypse she'd risked everything to deliver supplies to him, only to be fatally wounded by assailants, Liu Xian had felt deep down that such devotion was wholly in character for her. Now however, with irrefutable evidence before her, the astonishing psychic realm, every trace of doubt evaporated. What do you plan to do next? With your psychic realm even an apocalyptic world holds no threat to us. Indeed, we could expand its ecosystem further and shelter everyone inside safe from the cataclysm. Liu Xian spoke with rising fervor. Lin Dong's expression instantly darkened. Impossible. Liu Xian recoiled in confusion. Why? She refused to believe Lin Dong capable of callous indifference. And Lin Dong, knowing her profound kindness, remembered his own former self, equally compassionate, equally idealistic. But what had become of that idealism? He would never again squander compassion recklessly, nor play saint in the face of apocalypse. Moreover, the psychic realm's ecosystem remained incomplete, it could never serve as humanity's salvation. First, the secret of the psychic realm will never leave your lips, not to anyone else ever. Lin Dong raised one finger after another, locking his gaze onto Lu Yuxian's eyes with unshakable gravity. Second, should the secret leak, no one will allow me to reign as sovereign of this psychic world. They would capture me, dissect me, study me, my fate would be certain death. Third, I have witnessed the collapse of human nature in the apocalypse. That savior role. Let whoever craves it wear that crown. Each word struck Lu Yuxian's heart like a hammer blow. Yet swiftly the violent trembling of her body stilled. She calmly replaced her glasses, and her gaze hardened into something cold, resolute, unbreakable. I'm sorry, I was naive. Lin Dong, rest assured, even if the entire world is abandoned, I will stand by your side, always. Lin Dong was taken aback. He had thought that the kind Lu Yusin would argue with him. Yet to his surprise, Lu Yusin stood resolutely by his side, supporting everything he did. What is this? This feels like love. His heart raced violently. Lin Dong unconsciously leaned closer to Lu Yusin. At this moment Lin Dong overlooked Lu Yusin's appearance. He saw the fiery soul within her. Lu Yusin's breath also quickened. Certain primitive desires were driving the two closer together. In the apocalypse with you, what is there to fear? Lin Dong embraced Lu Yusin, his voice gentle yet soul-stirring. Lu Yusin's body went completely limp. Then, the next morning, Lin Dong was awakened by a delightful aroma. He then heard noises coming from the kitchen. Lu Yusin was wearing Lin Dong's white shirt, which did little to conceal her long legs. As she moved, Lin Dong couldn't help but drool. Come and have breakfast when you're awake. A gentle voice brought Lin Dong back to his senses. He looked up to see a faint blush on Lu Yusin's pretty face, but her gaze did not falter. She looked just like a newlywed wife, utterly enchanting. Lin Dong wanted to slap himself. Had he been blind in the past? He had wasted so much energy on the contrasting figure of Zhang Ruoxuan, even to the point of being harmed by her. He should have realized Lu Yusin's feelings much earlier. All right, I'm coming, Lin Dong replied as he approached the dining table. He saw Lu Yusin getting up to the balcony to feed the dogs Erbai the dog food she had made. Erbai was very affectionate towards Lu Yusin, constantly rubbing against her. Lu Yusin also doted on Erbai, petting him for a while before returning to the dining table. At this moment Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in his life. However, the impending harsh apocalypse added immense pressure to this happiness. Moreover, Lin Dong's heart harbored an unshakable resentment. He wanted to take revenge on those bastards who had repeatedly invaded his home, stolen his property and supplies, and even tried to kill him. The breakfast was quiet, but the affectionate exchanges of glances between them were enough to satisfy everything. After finishing the meal, Lin Dong helped to clear the dishes. But Lu Yusin stopped him. I'll handle this. You go prepare the upcoming plans and let me know if there's anything I can help with. Lin Dong felt warmth in his heart. After his rebirth, preparing everything and hoarding supplies was very stressful, so having someone to share the burden felt really good. But Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. There's no rush on the other things, let's focus on today's plans first. Lu Yusin was taken aback. What plan for today? To get the marriage certificate and get married. Lin Dong burst into laughter, exposing a mouthful of white teeth. Lu Yusin's pretty face immediately turned red, and as her gaze wavered she shyly said, You said the apocalypse is coming, isn't getting a marriage certificate and getting married unimportant? Lin Dong shrugged. Alright then, let's not go. No way. Lu Yusin's eyes took on a resentful look. Haha, just kidding you, let's go, Lin Dong said as he pulled Lu Yusin out the door. Half an hour later the plans were completed. Lin Dong gazed affectionately at Lu Yusin. Will you feel regret for not having a wedding? I've heard that girls care a lot about their weddings. It's the most beautiful moment of their lives and they want everyone to witness it. However, Lu Yusin, holding their marriage certificate, shot Lin Dong a glance. What wedding do we need? Our parents are no longer around, who would the wedding be for? Is it just to show off to some unimportant people and collect gift money? Do you need money? Lin Dong scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. Actually, I am a bit short on money, I have some major plans coming up. Lu Yusin paused, then took out her phone and began operating it. Lin Dong's phone kept ringing with notifications. 980,000 has been credited to your account from a certain treasure. 450,000 has been credited from a certain chat. With the continuous notifications, Lin Dong suddenly found himself with over 30 million in cash. At this moment Lin Dong was shocked. How do you have so much money? Lu Yusin replied nonchalantly, when my parents passed away they left behind quite a bit. I've also saved some over the years. Is it enough? Lin Dong nodded repeatedly but then awkwardly shook his head. Spending your money right after getting the marriage certificate, I feel like a gold digger. Lu Yusin immediately gave Lin Dong a flirtatious roll of her eyes. If I believe in the absurdity of the apocalypse, what else can't I believe in you? Besides, I have 2 properties in Kyoto worth over 80 million and 3 more here in Jiangbei. If I sell them quickly I should be able to gather nearly 100 million. I'll get the money to you as soon as possible. Lin Dong gulped hard. He had never imagined that Lu Yusin would be so wealthy. Wow, I've married a cash machine. Lin Dong joked to himself. Lu Yusin however looked at him seriously. Stop joking. I've thought it through. You are right, when the harsh apocalypse comes money will be no better than waste paper. We should use all the remaining resources now. Lin Dong also put away his smile, nodding seriously. Indeed, once the snowflakes start falling money will lose its value. They decided against holding a wedding that would bewilder people and be filled with worldly perceptions. They returned home and cooked several dishes together, eating while formulating plans. For survival we only need food and shelter, but I want us to live well during the harsh apocalypse. Thus we must not lack food, clothing, housing and transportation. We have already solved the extreme cold gear issue and I have contacted several ranches regarding food. I may need to take a trip to the grasslands later. Lin Dong spoke earnestly. Next to him Lu Yusin added, just eating meat will not guarantee our health. The mental energy space has so much fertile land, we need to plant fruits and vegetables too, and I will take charge of the procurement. As soon as she finished speaking they exchanged smiles. After a brief tidy-up they went their separate ways. As night fell Lin Dong spent nearly 20 million. In the mental energy space a large number of cows, horses, sheep, pigs and chickens, ducks and geese appeared. The various seeds and seedlings of fruits and vegetables that Lu Yusin procured were also all planted in the mental energy space. I feel like I am creating a world. Lu Yusin sat on the lawn of the mental energy space filled with emotion. Lin Dong laughed. In any case we will have the freshest food from now on, and we could even chase after cows and nibble on them. Lu Yusin burst out laughing at Lin Dong's words. She then leaned against Lin Dong's shoulder and gently asked, why do you think the extreme cold is coming? Lin Dong furrowed his brows. I don't know, in my past life the authorities didn't find an answer either. Lu Yusin bit her lip tightly. Do you think it could be humanity's rampant destruction of the environment that brought about this retribution? Lin Dong understood Lu Yusin's thoughts. He took a deep breath and said, that should be the case, but it's too late now. What we need to do is to live better in the apocalypse. Not wanting to continue on this topic, Lin Dong spoke in a deep voice. Next we need to address the issue of housing. I must transform the penthouse into an impenetrable super shelter. This will ensure our safety in the apocalypse. Lu Yusin nodded. Yes, I know experts in this field. They have experience in building space stations. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Great. The temperature in space is about -270 degrees. A shelter made with materials used for space stations will be sufficient to withstand the harsh apocalypse. The extreme cold is set to arrive in 19 days. The renovation of the spacious apartment officially begins. Lin Dong feels quite reassured about the people Lu Yusin has brought in. After just a glance at the design plans provided by the other party, Lin Dong knew these people were quite professional. However, the team leader caught Lin Dong's attention. He was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a limp, around 45 years old. His name was Zheng Jihong. According to Lu Yusin's introduction, Zheng Jihong had worked with her parents and had survived the disaster that befell them in space. However, Zheng Jihong was not regarded as a hero. Instead he became the scapegoat and was dismissed by the Aviation Bureau. Since then the originally taciturn Zheng Jihong had become even more mute. Ordinary people would not be able to get him to come out. But when Lu Yusin asked him, he rushed over immediately, bringing along a very professional team. Uncle Zheng, please help us turn this place into a shelter that can withstand extreme environments. Lu Yusin still showed great respect towards Zheng Jihong. Zheng Jihong nodded expressionlessly and then looked at Lin Dong a moment longer. Lu Yusin also introduced him. Lin Dong, my husband, his father is Professor Lin Jianya. Zheng Jihong showed no interest in Lu Yusin's husband's identity, but upon hearing that Lin Dong was actually the son of Lin Jianya, his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins. Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine under Zheng Jihong's gaze. Does Uncle Zheng know my father? Zheng Jihong nodded heavily, then quickly typed a message on his phone, converting it to voice and sending it to Lin Dong. The only hope for Yusun's parents to survive is your father, Professor Lin Jianya. Lin Dong was a bit dazed after seeing the message. What did this mean? Before he could ask, Lu Yusun pulled him aside. Lin Dong also noticed something unusual in Lu Yusun's expression. Yusun, what does Uncle Zheng's words mean? Lu Yusun bit her lip tightly, struggling to speak. Uncle Zheng doesn't know the news about your parents' accident, and the module where my parents fell was in the Antarctic, and Uncle Lin's team went to the Antarctic to rescue my parents. She didn't finish her sentence, but the deeply apologetic look in her eyes made Lin Dong understand clearly. Now Lin Dong finally realized the purpose of his parents' trip to the Antarctic 2 years ago. It wasn't for scientific research but to save people. So did this mean his parents died because of Lu Yusun's parents? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you, but Uncle Lin's team told me not to say anything. They reminded me before leaving to take good care of you. Lu Yusun spoke openly. Lin Dong, however, smiled as he gently brushed his fingers through Lu Yusun's hair that fell over her face. Don't be silly, we're family, there's no need for formalities. We just need to find them when we have the chance. Lu Yusun was astonished. You don't blame me? Lin Dong shook his head. In the apocalypse you risked your life for me. No matter what you do, I won't blame you. Moreover, I know my father's character. He grew up with Uncle Lu and would never abandon anyone in distress. Even if they faced trouble, no one can be blamed. Lu Yusun felt deeply moved. Marrying Lin Dong was indeed a result of love, but she also felt a profound guilt. Lin Dong's words today helped her resolve her inner turmoil. Lin Dong then approached Zheng Jihong. Uncle Zheng, don't worry, as long as people are alive we will find them. Zheng Jihong clearly had a deep bond with Lu Yusun's parents, gripping Lin Dong's hand tightly, trembling with emotion. Immediately after, Zheng Jihong began arranging for people to transport materials upstairs. Lu Yusun wanted to pay, but Zheng Jihong adamantly refused, and his phone emitted another voice message. For the past 2 years I've built apocalypse shelters for those wealthy people. Uncle Zheng is left with nothing but money. Even if I use the best materials for your shelter, it won't cost $1 billion. This made Lu Yusun incredibly touched. That's $1 billion. Yet it sounded so casual coming from Zheng Jihong. Such sincerity also moved Lin Dong deeply. After all, with the extreme cold apocalypse approaching, Lin Dong felt it necessary to remind Zheng Jihong about a few things. Through indirect inquiries, Lin Dong learned that Zheng Jihong lived in a remote mountain area in Jiangdong, which was essentially an underground shelter. Due to the terrain and the need for all materials to be tested in their own place, that underground shelter was truly the king of shelters. According to Zheng Jihong, it could withstand bombs and impacts from small planets. With this assurance, Lin Dong felt even more confident handing over the construction of the shelter to Zheng Jihong. However, after Lin Dong's insistence, he still paid 30 million for materials and workers' wages. Uncle Zheng said this place is relatively easy to renovate and it can be fully completed in about 10 days. Your requested details will also be taken care of. The terrace will be covered with the best bulletproof glass. Lu Yusun's explanation made Lin Dong nod in satisfaction. Good, then we can rest assured to go out. Lu Yusun paused. Can't you just go out to collect supplies? Lin Dong wrapped his arm around Lu Yusun's waist. Collecting supplies is secondary, the important thing is our global honeymoon trip. Lu Yusun's cheeks flushed and she couldn't help but feel very tempted. This scene even brought a smile to the usually stern Zheng Jihong. That evening, while enjoying a candlelight dinner, they also rented a private jet. Trying to complete a global trip within 20 days by commercial flight was simply a dream. However, with a commercial flight they could still easily reach their desired destinations. Of course, Lin Dong's final stop was Neon Country. There was a resource that Lin Dong cared most about, amounting to trillions of meters in gold. Only by securing it could Lin Dong begin a happy life in the apocalypse. However, the candlelight dinner did not go uninterrupted. In the middle, the doorbell rang. Lu Yusun went to open the door and saw a bald man standing outside, leering into the house. Lu Yusun couldn't help but frown. Who are you looking for? The man outside was Wang Jianchang, who also lived in Building 10. He had been observing whether Lin Dong was living in room 701 downstairs for the past few days as instructed by Zhang Tao. Every day after work he came to ring the doorbell. After several days, Wang Jianchang confirmed that Lin Dong was no longer living in the community. However, Zhang Tao was not willing to accept this, and Wang Jianchang had been carrying a heavy stone in his heart. That was whether the owner of the spacious apartment on the top floor was Lin Dong. Today Wang Jianchang learned that the spacious apartment was being renovated, so he mustered the courage to ring the doorbell. To his surprise, the door was opened by a stunning beauty. Hello beautiful, I'm also an owner of building 10, we're neighbors. I heard this place is being renovated, so I came up to take a look. Is this your house, beautiful? As Wang Jianchang spoke, his sly eyes were scanning Lu Yusen up and down in a very lewd manner. Lu Yusen took a few steps back, not hiding her disgust towards Wang Jianchang. Get lost. With a cold shout, the door was slammed shut by Lu Yusen. Wang Jianchang was caught off guard and his nose was knocked to bleed. Furious, he almost shouted in anger. But thinking about how the person living here was definitely not someone he could provoke, Wang Jianchang swallowed his anger and quickly turned to leave. If he got reported and caught, it would be disastrous. In the elevator, Wang Jianchang dialed Zhang Tao's number. Boss Zhang, we've been fooled by that kid Lin Dong. The owner of this spacious apartment is a beautiful lady. I said long ago that Lin Dong acted tough and then ran away, only capable of these thrilling things. Zhang Tao's puzzled voice came from the other end. Really? But I've heard that his Maybach has been spotted in the community. Oh dear, General Manager Zhang, you've been intimidated by that young man Lin Dong, surely that Maybach is rented. Wang Jianchang was convinced Lin Dong was merely a pretentious pauper. Though his nose bled from the collision, an inexplicable cheerfulness bloomed within him. So long as Lin Dong did not reside in that premium penthouse, Wang Jianchang would be utterly delighted. The thought of Lin Dong being dumped by a woman and losing his job filled him with glee, especially knowing Lin Dong had even moved out of such an upscale residential complex. Today he resolved to celebrate at Nanxiang Hair Salon. Zhang Tao too appeared swayed by Wang Jianchang's reasoning, exhaling an unconscious sigh of relief, before erupting into furious curses. That damned Lin Dong ran away. I haven't even broken his legs yet. Just don't let me catch him. Wang Jianchang chimed in eagerly, exactly. If we lay hands on him, he must be taught a harsh lesson. That said, truth be told, the boy truly has no shame. Even after being fired, he hasn't voluntarily left our company WeChat group. Zhang Tao sneered coldly, let him stay, it'll only expose his pitiful pretentious facade. I'd like to see just how thick his face truly is. After hanging up, Zhang Tao immediately mentioned Lin Dong in the group. Lin Dong, your audacity is staggering. You've been terminated, yet you still lurk in our group like a ghost. What? Are you waiting for me to kick you out myself? It was after work hours that the corporate group had been quiet, until Deputy General Manager Zhang Tao spoke up. Instantly eager sycophants leapt forward to curry favor. Wang Jianchang of course was first. Haha, General Manager Zhang, Lin Dong is nothing but a delusional clown clinging desperately to dignity. Others swiftly followed. Humph, he possesses astonishing resilience. We've mentioned him for days, yet he dares not surface. Were it me, I'd have jumped off a building long ago. TSK, apparently Lin Dong's quite the sensation driving a Maybach. Haha, now that he's lost his job, I wonder whether he can even afford the monthly lease payments on that Maybach. Don't underestimate him, you're forgetting he lives in a 10 million yuan penthouse. Seeing the incendiary atmosphere reach its peak, Zhang Tao delivered a chilling retort. A 10 million yuan penthouse. A blatant lie, and you all believed it. Let me assure you with full accountability, the owner of Unit 10's luxury penthouse is a stunning young woman. Wang Jianchang instantly interjected, precisely. I just descended from that penthouse. The one who opened the door was a breathtaking beauty. That dignity-obsessed pauper Lin Dong couldn't dream of setting foot inside such a residence. As Wang Jianchang finished speaking, the group erupted. No way, it was all bluff. I knew it, the property certificate he posted earlier was photoshopped. Humph, a pathetic poser indeed. That Maybach is almost certainly rented. Having offended young Master Zhou, he fled long ago, merely staging this final charade to salvage a shred of face. Lin Dong has no dignity to speak of, he'll likely end up sleeping on the streets before long. The thought of Lin Dong, once a high-ranking executive in their company, now reduced to such abject ruin, stirred cruel satisfaction in many hearts. The weak instinctively rejoice when the mighty fall, and loathe most of all those peers who suddenly rise beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoxuan, having just completed an intimate encounter with Zhou Kai, had also seen every message on her phone. Her eyes shimmered with disdain and contempt. Truly a wretched pauper, his mortgage on that 92 square meter apartment probably isn't even half paid off. What a disgraceful dignity-obsessed piece of trash. Zhang Ruoxuan glanced at Zhou Kai sprawled beside her, exhausted, and couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. In barely 10 days she had extracted nearly 3 million yuan from him. This was without question an extraordinary achievement. Even when married to Lin Dong she'd secured at most half ownership of a single property. Now she possessed 3 million yuan in liquid assets, several luxury handbags, and soon a brand new car from Zhou Kai's generous hand. With such resources, even if Zhou Kai eventually grew bored of her, she could effortlessly attract other wealthy heirs. Ultimately she would marry into elite society, Zhou Kai merely a stepping stone along the way. Flush with pride, Zhang Ruoxuan felt an irresistible urge to humiliate Lin Dong publicly in the group, yet paused, carefully weighing her words. At that very moment Lin Dong himself had also read every message in the group. With so many openly mentioning him, avoidance was impossible. Lu Yusin, watching over Lin Dong's phone, saw each message clearly. Witnessing the collective mockery and humiliation directed at him, her expression hardened. Yet Lin Dong scrolled through the messages with a faint serene smile, not a trace of anger upon his face. Puzzled, Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask. "Are these your former colleagues? How they treat you, don't you feel enraged?" Lin Dong laughed. "Haha, why waste fury on them? Do they even warrant my indignation? When the great frostfall descends, their survival rate falls below 1%, they are already walking corpses. To quarrel with the dead? That would betray far more pettiness than I possess." Lu Yusin gave a wry self-deprecating smile and shook her head. "You're right, there's truly no point in angering oneself over the dead." Lin Dong shrugged. "Precisely. But neither am I made of clay, I advise them all to know when to stop." With that he moved to toss his phone aside. Just then a familiar avatar flickered into view in the group, Zhang Ruoxuan's. "Everyone please rest early, no need to waste breath on such a shameless hypocritical poseur. He isn't even a man. Sigh, dating him remains a stain upon my life." Others' barbs Lin Dong could ignore, but each word from Zhang Ruoxuan pierced his heart like a sharpened blade. In that instant her voice echoed again in his ears. "Thank you, Lin Dong, for bringing me dog meat, you're truly a good man." The very architect of his death in the Frostfall apocalypse, the enemy he most yearned to slay with his own hands. Beside him Lu Yusin too noticed Zhang Ruoxuan's message, and her delicate brows drew tightly together. As Zhang Ruoxuan's words settled, the group surged with renewed fervor. "Not a man. Oh ho, Secretary Zhang, shall we elaborate further?" "Heh, so Lin Dong's utterly inadequate, eh? Not even a proper man. Who'd have guessed, Lin Dong looks perfectly respectable yet proves utterly useless. I'm dying laughing, no wonder he got dumped. Any woman would find him intolerable. He'd be less effective than a cucumber." Every subsequent remark turned piercingly cruel. Lin Dong's breathing faltered, yet Lu Yusin, unable to bear it any longer, snatched his phone from his hand. "Yusin, what are you doing?" Caught off guard, Lin Dong found himself pulled close into her embrace. Click. Lu Yusin snapped a selfie of them both. "Time to dismantle this toxic two-faced green tea." Releasing Lin Dong, Lu Yusin explained, and simultaneously posted their selfie into the group. The sudden appearance of the intimate photograph brought the group's frenzied chatter to an abrupt, stunned halt. In the group photo Lin Dong gazes at the camera with a slightly vacant expression, yet his handsome features remain striking, accentuated by an expensive silk robe that exudes quiet affluence. Clearly he is a scion of wealth. Yet the true focal point is Lu Yusin. Unadorned by makeup, she radiates breathtaking beauty, her natural elegance eclipsing even the most heavily filtered goddess profiles online. Though her sleepwear is modest, her model-perfect figure remains impossible to conceal. Zhang Ruoxuan stares rigidly at the photograph, her face flushing crimson with rising heat. Her heartbeat quickens, her breath grows shallow. Who is this woman? That doctoral candidate. Damn it, so she really has entangled herself with Lin Dong. Zhang Ruoxuan had met Lu Yusin before, and instantly recognized her as a formidable rival in her pursuit of Lin Dong. She simply hadn't expected Lu Yusin to vanish from Lin Dong's life entirely afterward. What stunned her even more was this: just after Zhang Ruoxuan herself had broken things off with Lin Dong, this woman had stepped seamlessly into his life. Though Lin Dong was her discarded ex-boyfriend, his swift attachment to another woman stung deeply. It meant he had never truly valued her at all. Without hesitation Zhang Ruoxuan fired off a message. "Oh, isn't this your childhood friend, the esteemed Dr. Lu? Lin Dong, why cling so desperately to appearances? Must you parade your elder sister as your girlfriend to save face? After all, you're utterly incapable. Why bother pretending? No woman in her right mind would ever choose you." The comment ignited fresh chatter. "Ah, she's his sister. Damn, Lin Dong's shameless. Dragging his goddess sister in to play girlfriend. Heh, hear this Dr. Goddess, keep your distance from Lin Dong. He's got too many sordid secrets. Why not add me on WeChat? We could discuss them privately. Instantly others began flirting openly with Lu Yusun. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and tagged Lin Dong directly. Lin Dong, your sister's quite impressive. Care to introduce her to me? I might even put in a good word with Mr. Zhou and help you get your old job back. Laughter rippled through the group, except for one man who couldn't smile at all. That man was Wang Jianchang. He had already arrived at the Nanxiang barber salon. Technicians were preparing to begin his treatment. Yet upon seeing the photograph, Wang Jianchang froze, unable even to lift his head. Trembling, he whispered, how could she be here? The mistress of that penthouse residence. Does she live with Lin Dong? Impossible. Wang Jianchang refused utterly to accept such a conclusion. Moments later, Lin Dong posted a video in the group. Wang Jianchang opened it immediately, and there stood the aloof elegant Lu Yusun casually filming herself as she wandered through the penthouse. She entered their shared bedroom and withdrew their marriage certificate from a drawer. Zhang Ruoxuan, is that you? Yes, Lin Dong and I grew up together, but I am not his sister. I am his wife. He merely toyed with you recently. Keep your tongue in check, and remember my husband is a senior attorney. After displaying the certificate, Lu Yusun cast a disdainful glance straight into the lens. Also, just now a bald man knocked on our door leering like a creep. I sent him packing. My husband was dining, too busy to entertain you. The video ended. Silence crashed over the group, absolute suffocating, as if the entire chat had been erased mid-breath. Every face burned with humiliation, stinging, searing shame. Resentment toward Lin Dong curdled into pure venomous hatred. Zhang Tao's eyes bulged with disbelief. That exquisite goddess was truly Lin Dong's woman, and that penthouse belonged to him. So Lin Dong wasn't just wealthy, he was affluent. Was that Maybach merely a casual acquisition? Only someone of immense means could command such a paragon of grace and intellect. Consumed by envy, Zhang Tao dialed Wang Jianchang's number without delay. Wang Jianchang, what the hell did you do? Is she really living in that penthouse? Tell me, that penthouse belongs to Lin Dong. Wang Jianchang berated mercilessly stammered in reply, yes, the woman opened the door. Mr. Zhang, I had no idea she was Lin Dong's wife. You're dead to me. Zhang Tao roared, and slammed down the phone. He'd orchestrated tonight's mockery, vowing to expose Lin Dong's true self. His goal was achieved, Lin Dong's identity was revealed. But instead of a fraud, he unveiled a man of extraordinary wealth, rare beauty, and a palatial home. Jealousy twisted Zhang Tao's features beyond recognition. He spent the entire night sleepless. Zhang Ruoxuan meanwhile seethed, nearly spitting blood, as she furiously tagged Lin Dong again. Lin Dong, stop pretending. Must you be so vain? That penthouse is rented, isn't it? And you've roped in this elder sister to act alongside you. You're utterly pathetic. Lu Yusun had already felt vindicated, and intended to ignore them entirely. Yet Zhang Ruoxuan dared escalate further. Worse still, she'd called Lu Yusun elder sister. In truth, Lu Yusun was only a year and a half older than Lin Dong. How could Lu Yusun possibly tolerate such insolence? She reached for her phone ready to strike back, only for Lin Dong to gently take it from her. What are you doing? Lu Yusun bristled. Lin Dong merely smiled and shook his head. Engaging her now would only drag this out endlessly. Since they haven't kicked me out, there'll be ample time to play with them later. Lu Yusun still simmered, but Lin Dong lifted her gently onto the bed and murmured soothing words. Your video has already delivered its sting. Let Zhang Ruoxuan twist the truth however she pleases, it keeps hope alive for them. If we confirmed how blissfully we live, their envy would shatter them outright. So let's play, slowly, deliberately. At last Lu Yusun's agitation subsided. Of course Lin Dong possessed other ways to soothe her. Though he'd silenced his phone, notifications continued flooding in relentlessly. Zhang Ruoxuan, receiving no reply from Lu Yusun, erupted, launching wave after wave of accusations and malicious fabrications about Lin Dong. Yet fewer and fewer people echoed her. The sting of their earlier humiliation ran too deep. The next afternoon Lin Dong posted again in the group. This time photos of the newlyweds stepping off a private jet in New Zealand, followed by a caption, honeymoon around the world, first stop New Zealand. Zhang Ruoxuan seemed to have been waiting for precisely this moment, and unleashed a furious voice note, "Ha! How ridiculous, more photo editing." Lin Dong responded instantly with another video, "Off to a New Zealand ranch now, my love, are you excited?" In it Lu Yusin shot Lin Dong a sultry playful glare. "Ugh, stop filming me. I hate flaunting our happiness." Zhang Ruoxuan's heart hammered violently. Is he really this wealthy? A mansion, luxury cars, even a private jet. Until now she'd convinced herself everything was rented or digitally fabricated. But now, a private jet had appeared. They were abroad. A global honeymoon had begun. Could any of it possibly be false? She'd missed him. Zhang Ruoxuan had just lost a billionaire heir handsomer than Zhou Kai by 100-fold and just as rich, if not richer. Now, he belonged to someone else. Zhang Ruoxuan faced Lin Dong with undeniable evidence of his wealth, leaving her utterly speechless. She understood that the more she said the more she would invite ridicule. She could already imagine how her female colleagues would mock her behind her back, reveling in her misfortune. Lin Dong had once been so kind to her, even planning to take her home as his bride. Yet she had turned around to flirt with Zhou Kai, disdainfully casting Lin Dong aside. She had discarded the dream of marrying into a wealthy family. But soon Zhang Ruoxuan decided to cast aside her regret and feelings of defeat. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Lin Dong on the video. "Bastard Lin Dong, why did you pretend to be poor when we were together despite your immense wealth? You despicable scumbag. How could she possibly think that all of this was her fault? A fairy would never make mistakes. The one at fault was that despicable Lin Dong. Baby, stop playing with your phone, I have something more fun for you." Zhou Kai lewdly waved his hand. He had no thoughts of Lin Dong while in Zhang Tao's company group. He had just swallowed a supplement that would boost his virility, eagerly wanting to dominate Zhang Ruoxuan. As she looked at Zhou Kai's lecherous ugly face and his greasy potbelly, a wave of nausea rose in her throat. The most disgusting part was that his potbelly was covered in a dense layer of hair. Yet Zhang Ruoxuan dared not refuse and had to put on a flattering face. "Zhou Xiao, I've served you well, so you have to buy me a car." "Hee, then you have to drive it for me first, come on, start it up." Zhou Kai clearly wasn't tired of Zhang Ruoxuan yet and was still in the moment. Meanwhile, in the vice president's office, Zhang Tao was berating Wang Jianchong fiercely. "Wang Jianchong, you good for nothing. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? I think you want to quit." Wang Jianchong was so frightened that his legs trembled, nearly wetting himself. "No, Zhang Zong, I just gave you 1.8 million. I haven't even gotten comfortable in the position of head of the legal department, and yesterday's matter is truly not my fault. Who would have thought Lin Dong, that filthy loser, would be so wealthy?" Zhang Tao's mouth twitched continually. That 1.8 million from Wang Jianchong really silenced him. Looking at the video Lin Dong had sent in the company group, Zhang Tao was gnashing his teeth in anger. Wang Jianchong trembled as he suggested, "Zhang Zong, why don't we kick Lin Dong out? This kid is too infuriating." Zhang Tao glared at Wang Jianchong. "What the hell do you know? This kid is so wealthy, we already offended him by driving him out of the company. Now if we kick him out again, how will he take revenge on me?" Zhang Tao began to suspect that being kicked out of the villa by Geng Hui wasn't due to the money he gave, but because Geng Hui knew Lin Dong was rich and thus didn't dare to provoke him. He was truly scared. He no longer harbored any thoughts of revenge against Lin Dong. This. Wang Jianchong also broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen the means of the wealthy before, and recalling everything he had done to Lin Dong sent shivers down his spine. Now the company group was completely silent. On Lin Dong's side, he had arrived at the ranch he intended to acquire. One must say the livestock purchased here was both cheap and of good quality. Just look at the grass on the ground, glistening with dew and vividly green. It was so fresh that Lin Dong almost wanted to crouch down and take a bite. After staying in New Zealand for less than 12 hours, Lin Dong's mental space had increased by tens of thousands of livestock and several hundred tons of fresh ingredients. Once on the plane, Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask Lin Dong, "Your phone hasn't rung all day, did you turn off the group message notifications?" Lin Dong smiled and displayed his phone. "Hee, I didn't turn it off, if they just stopped talking." Lu Yusin couldn't quite believe it. "How is that possible? Did that Zhang Ruoxuan stop talking too?" Lin Dong nodded. "I told you yesterday, it's too easy to make them shut up." Lu Yusin suddenly noticed a large number of private messages from Lin Dong. "Are these all your colleagues?" Lin Dong shrugged. "Yes, once they realized the reality they started to flatter and fawn over me, afraid that this wealthy person would take revenge on them." Lu Yusin browsed through a few messages, her expression shifting. Dong Gu, I'm Shaoli from the legal department. I didn't insult you in the group before. Director Lin, they're too despicable. Unlike me, I've always silently supported you. Im Xiaomin the streamer, come to my live stream sometime and give me a cucumber. Lin Dong, Im Sister Wang from HR, actually I've liked you for a long time. Im much more understanding than that despicable Zhang Ruoxuan. When can we have a meal together? Lin Dong, if you want to deal with Zhang Ruoxuan, just find me. I have all her dirt, photos and videos. Additionally, she also sent Lin Dong some alluring photos of herself, her face looking enticing under the beauty filter. Seeing these things, Lu Yusin's face flushed a bit as she casually tossed the phone to Lin Dong. What kind of people are these? Disgusting. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. This is just human nature. After the extreme cold descends, it will get even more exciting. Let's enjoy it slowly. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes at him. Why do you feel a bit perverted? Right? Hee hee, how about we try something even more perverted tonight? We haven't spent a night on the plane yet. Lin Dong wore a mischievous smile. Lu Yusin blushed deeply but still obediently nodded. Only when facing Lin Dong did she show such an expression. Before other men she was definitely as cold as ice. The next morning the plane landed and Lin Dong sent another video in the company group. Global honeymoon trip, second stop France. Today I'm taking my wife for wine tasting and will buy a vineyard. The group remained eerily silent. Yet Lin Dong was enjoying himself. Global honeymoon trip, third stop South Africa. Fourth stop Australia. Finally, on the 9th day, Zhang Ruoxuan sent Lin Dong a private message. Lin Dong, why did you deceive me? You said you would marry me. Why are you now taking that old woman on a global trip? The woman you love the most is clearly me. Just because I slept with Zhou Kai. But all I think about is you. I didn't even let him see my face. Lin Dong, stop messing around, let's get back together. Lin Dong was disgusted by this message, especially the video of Zhang Ruoxuan pleading pitifully. Lin Dong, I have always been the woman who loves you the most. Please come back. I am willing to marry you. Lu Yusin also saw everything and shook her head in disgust. How do you feel? Lin Dong forced a smile, a bit nauseous. I didn't expect her to get tired of Zhou Kai so quickly. Turning around, Lin Dong sent their chat record unchanged to Zhou Kai. Lu Yusin saw Lin Dong's wicked smile and shook her head helplessly. She understood Lin Dong, this was revenge against Zhang Ruoxuan. Moreover, this kind of revenge was far from over. Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Lin Dong to have such a maneuver. That woman is going to suffer. Lin Dong laughed, not enough suffering, at most she will just be beaten by Zhou Kai. To Zhou Kai she is merely a female dog. Indeed, Lin Dong did not intend for Zhou Kai to teach Zhang Ruoxuan a lesson, instead he aimed to provoke Zhou Kai. Soon Zhou Kai's curses emerged from the phone. Damn it, Lin Dong, what do you mean? Just because you have a little money you think you're something. If you have the guts, don't come back to Jiangbei. It seemed Zhou Kai was also aware of Lin Dong's recent global travels. Lin Dong was busy buying ranches and acquiring wineries. Such substantial investments were beyond even Zhou Kai's father, let alone Zhou Kai himself. Zhou Kai was now just trying to save face, wanting to intimidate Lin Dong. But how could Lin Dong indulge him? I'll probably return in about a week. It was just a simple sentence delivered in a very calm tone. Yet it placed immense psychological pressure on Zhou Kai. He pressed his phone for a long time but could not send a message, truly unable to see through Lin Dong's depths. He felt that since the day Lin Dong voluntarily resigned there had been a murderous threat lingering over him that made him uneasy. Could this kid be planning to cause me trouble? In the end, Zhou Kai did not retaliate with a message. Instead, he called Zhang Ruoxuan late at night, venting his anger furiously. It wasn't until Zhang Ruoxuan begged for mercy that he finally let her go. After this day, Lin Dong did not continue to share their global travel videos in the group. The countdown to the extreme cold was 3 days. The private jet Lin Dong was on landed at the Baga State Airport in Neon Country. Wait for me on the plane, I'll be back soon. Lin Dong did not let Lu Yusin disembark. Lu Yusin looked at Lin Dong with deep concern and urged, make sure to be careful. Lin Dong smiled in response, don't worry, I've prepared for so long, it will be a piece of cake. He took a car straight to the rural mountainous area. This place was far from the coast in the interior of Baga State, appearing very backward. The surroundings were filled with crops, and the deeper one went the fewer people one would see. Lin Dong got out of the car at the roadside of a village and headed towards the secret location for emergency supplies. Based on his memories from his previous life combined with extensive research during this time. Though somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings, it felt as if a map was guiding him in his mind. Lin Dong quickly spotted the repaired road and the transport planes occasionally flying overhead. This is the place. This area is elevated and has virtually no earthquake records, making it very reasonable to use as a warehouse. It also has military stationed here, which suggests it will take some time. Lin Dong was well prepared mentally. After all, this was a trillion-meter gold volume underground warehouse, and the stockpiled supplies were undoubtedly astonishing. While some items were being delivered and many others were also being sent out. It seemed that some supplies were nearing their expiration and were unsuitable for continued storage, which was why they were being replaced. One must admit Neon Country truly understood what it meant to be prepared for the worst. After 15 days of traveling, Lin Dong's mental strength had once again improved, allowing him to open the portal within a radius of 50 meters. Thus Lin Dong easily evaded the surveillance devices. Passing through walls, entering the ground and teleporting. A large number of supplies began to be transferred to his mental space. Bang! 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 The surveillance cameras exploded one by one. Soon alarms began ringing throughout the base and a large number of personnel rushed to various warehouses. Yet Lin Dong was not following the usual tactics. He struck here and there. Every time people arrived, he cleared out a warehouse. One must say this process was quite thrilling. Bang! 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 Gunfire soon erupted, followed by various curses in the neon language that Lin Dong could understand. Clearly they were swearing heavily, and as they watched the supplies vanish into thin air, they could only feel helpless rage. 10 minutes passed and everything proceeded very smoothly. Lin Dong let out a slight sigh of relief, preparing to retreat. As expected, many exits had been completely sealed with numerous guards waiting outside, just waiting for Lin Dong to show up to give him a beating. Lin Dong had anticipated all of this, so he did not exit through those exits. His spatial traversal ignored building barriers, and in the blink of an eye he was already in the mountains behind the base. The base was in chaos with smoke rising. Lin Dong sneered, "This can be considered a breath of fresh air for the heroic ancestors of our great Hua." Just as Lin Dong turned to leave, a sudden sound of air breaking came from behind. Whoosh! It wasn't a bullet or an arrow but a glowing arc. Lin Dong's eyes widened. He layered his mental power on himself and forcefully pulled himself back 10 meters. At the same time, Lin Dong also saw where the light was coming from. It was a man in a kimono holding a saber, his eyes sharp as an eagle, locking onto Lin Dong's position. "Where are your accomplices?" He quickly approached Lin Dong, coldly demanding an answer. Unfortunately, Lin Dong only knew a few simple phrases in neon language and could not understand what he was saying at all. But seeing the saber's light cutting through numerous trees, Lin Dong gasped in astonishment. "So there are other superpowers in this world, if this guy is one of them." Muttering to himself, Lin Dong noticed several people rapidly approaching. Moreover, he sensed a formidable mental force locking onto him. "It seems I was too naive. I should have been more cautious." Lin Dong lowered his hat brim, concealing his true appearance while continuously using spatial traversal. Meanwhile, terrifying mental power spread outward. Boom! 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 Everything it touched exploded into fragments. That terrifying force even forced the man with the saber back. By the time the remaining few gathered, there was only a 20-meter wide pit left at the scene. The scene of destruction left onlookers trembling. "There's such a powerful mentalist. He's definitely not one of us neon people. Forget about that, let's hurry back. We must have been led away from our post, he must have other companions. It's useless if those supplies have been completely stolen." What? Those were supplies worth trillions of meters, how could they be cleared out? Several people felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that the opponent they faced was utterly terrifying, something they had never encountered before. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already gotten into a taxi heading to the airport. He was panting heavily, fatigue flooding his entire nervous system. His eyes were bloodshot. His body trembled slightly. This move was performed with great difficulty. Too risky. Thankfully, this is something that only needs to be done once. Lin Dong felt dizzy but forced himself to hold on until he reached the airport. The moment Lu Yusen saw Lin Dong, she noticed something was off about his condition. "Are you hurt?" She hurriedly helped Lin Dong onto the plane. "We need to leave immediately, if we delay it will be too late." Lin Dong warned sharply, but as soon as he sat down he completely fainted. When Lin Dong opened his eyes again, he was already lying on the large bed at home. Lu Yusin appeared by his side immediately. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Lu Yusin knew that Lin Dong would feel hungry and mentally fatigued after using his telekinesis extensively. However, this time Lin Dong felt no mental fatigue at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely clear-headed. His telekinesis spread out involuntarily, enhancing his 5 senses several times, even allowing him to see the slight movements of birds flapping their wings outside the window. He could also hear the sounds of a couple arguing downstairs. It is essential to know that the 2401 apartment has been soundproofed so well that even with a bomb exploding inside, the noise downstairs would be no more than a faint sound akin to a fart. Yet none of this could block Lin Dong's hearing. Such perceptual ability was truly terrifying. Lin Dong raised his hand and could see his tiny palm lines, even the lingering fragrant substances within them. It was certain that after he had fallen into a deep sleep, Lu Yusin had washed him. "Lin Dong, are you all right?" Lu Yusin was very worried when she saw Lin Dong's unusual state. Lin Dong finally snapped back to reality, smiling and shaking his head. "I'm fine, feeling great. It must be that my telekinesis has undergone a transformation." Lu Yusin then let out a sigh of relief, but soon looked at Lin Dong with a hint of fear. "You scared me to death. Do you know you have been in a coma for 2 days and 3 nights? Lin Dong's expression changed suddenly as he hurriedly looked at the clock on the bedside. September 10th, today is the day of extreme cold. A chill instantly enveloped Lin Dong's entire body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Lu Yusin instinctively embraced Lin Dong. "Yes, it has already started snowing outside, and the drop in temperature came without any warning, just as you mentioned." Lin Dong also felt the tremble of Lu Yusin's small hands. This snapped him back to reality, and he quickly dispelled the chill in his heart. He had come back to protect Lu Yusin, not to let her worry for him. "It's fine. It's just past 10 o'clock. The temperature won't drop to -40 degrees until 3 in the morning, and it will only reach -60 degrees in 3 days. Moreover, we are well prepared. If this is not a survival scenario in the apocalypse for us, it is life, and we will live comfortably." Lin Dong's reassurance brought a smile to Lu Yusin's face as she leaned in his embrace. "Actually, I'm quite afraid that the apocalypse won't come." Lin Dong was taken aback. "Huh?" Lu Yusin shook her head. "We've been too reckless during this period. Not only have we spent all the cash we had, but you also mortgaged all your properties. The total loans add up to 5 billion. Lin Dong smiled in understanding. "Haha, you mean that money won't have a chance to be paid back? Soon money will turn into worthless paper." Lin Dong could naturally understand Lu Yusin's worries. Even with her unconditional trust in him, such a terrifying debt indeed placed immense psychological pressure on her. Once his emotions stabilized, Lin Dong began to carefully observe the transformed shelter. He had originally planned to inspect the shelter before the extreme cold arrived. Unexpectedly, there were still some surprises. Fortunately, the people Lu Yusin found were very reliable. All the details of the shelter were presented perfectly. By directly calling up the intelligence system, he could see various data inside the house. The energy, temperature control, purification, defense, and other system interfaces appeared before him. With just a glance, Lin Dong knew that the shelter had preliminarily met his requirements. He believed that no one or force in Jiangbei could easily destroy this shelter. Moreover, Lin Dong would gradually strengthen the shelter according to his abilities. For instance, the bulletproof glass he installed on the terrace could withstand bullets from specially made sniper rifles, but Lin Dong felt it was still not enough. He had stored a large amount of glass materials in his telekinetic space. After the telekinesis decomposed and reassembled these materials, they could even reach the hardness of diamonds. Of course, there was no need for replacements at the moment, and Lin Dong wouldn't be too satisfied with bulletproof glass that reached diamond hardness. Although his trip to Neon Country had successfully obtained trillions in resources, the sudden emergence of superpowered individuals also served as a wake-up call for Lin Dong. It made him more cautious, as there was still much room for upgrading this shelter. "Oh, by the way, when we returned on the private jet, did they intercept us in Neon Country?" Lin Dong suddenly remembered to ask about the previous matter. Lu Yusin's pretty face turned slightly pale. "They didn't manage to intercept us. 3 hours after we got home, they started to limit incoming and outgoing flights. I heard many people were detained. Moreover, their attitude was very tough. They only started releasing people this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Lin Dong shrugged. "That's to be expected. With trillions of material at stake, they will go crazy for a while." It seemed he had overthought it. To steal trillions of resources all by himself and then swagger away on a private jet. Even Neon Country has superpowered individuals. It was unlikely they would come to such a conclusion right away. The fact that they started releasing people also proved that they had no groundbreaking progress in tracing the loss of resources. This eased Lin Dong's mind considerably. After the arrival of the extreme cold planes and other means of transportation would basically come to a standstill. The ground temperature had already plunged to over -60 degrees. One could only imagine how terrifying the temperature at high altitudes would be. Even if the superpowered individuals in Neon Country searched Lin Dong, it wouldn't be easy for them to sail across the ocean. However, Lu Yusin seemed a bit worried. Lin Dong, do you think they might investigate the private jet? If they just ask someone, they could trace it back to us. Lin Dong shrugged, no chance. Soon everyone will be too busy worrying about how to survive. To trace it back to us will take forever. Lin Dong took Lu Yusin to the terrace where, apart from the doghouses for Erbai and the others, there was a large open space. Lin Dong intended to plant some fruits and vegetables here, cultivating his character while ensuring he had food. But there was no rush for that now. He opened the sunshade made of bulletproof glass. The snowflakes falling from above truly resembled goose feathers. Outside everything was draped in silvery white. Yet the community was very lively, with many children building snowmen and having snowball fights. The winter in Jiangbei could originally drop to -10 degrees. However, this year's drop in temperature came too suddenly and swiftly. This not only did not instill a sense of crisis in people but rather brought them joy. The scene before him was exactly the same as in his past life. Only now Lin Dong was no longer curled up in that 92-square-meter house healing his emotional wounds. Instead, he was in a super shelter transformed from a luxurious apartment, embracing his goddess wife and enjoying the snowy landscape. Erbai and the others also got up. After running a lap on the terrace, they lay by Lin Dong and Lu Yusin's feet, gazing longingly at the snow scene outside. These were all cold-resistant dog breeds, and the current outdoor environment had stirred their genes. Let's take them out for a walk. Lu Yusin suddenly spoke, her voice slightly trembling. Lin Dong smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Lu Yusin shook her head and remained silent, only tightening her embrace around Lin Dong, silently responding to his question. As long as Lin Dong was by her side, Lu Yusin would not be afraid. "Alright, let's go out for a walk. After 3 in the morning, wanting to go out freely will be a luxury." Lin Dong spoke lightly, brimming with confidence. Faced with the extreme cold again, he felt awe but no longer fear. However, the others in the community weren't so lucky. Wow, a big dog. What a beautiful big dog. The children in the neighborhood were very fond of Lin Dong's dogs and all wanted to pet them. However, most of them were stopped by their parents. "Hey, isn't that Shaolin? So quick to have a new girlfriend. And he's got a few big dogs, it could be dangerous." Suddenly a sarcastic voice emerged. Lin Dong turned to look and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was Aunt Huang from the apartment building, accompanied by her tall and goofy son. The big guy seemed very interested in the dogs but dared not approach, merely standing there holding a few gift boxes. Lin Dong glanced at the gift boxes. They were actually health supplements like sea cucumbers, bird's nest and bone powder. It appeared they were gifts from Aunt Huang's dance partners. One had to admit her charm was not simple and she was quite lucky. With all these things, if she used them sparingly, she and her daughter could survive for another 10 or 8 days in this apocalypse. "Who is she?" Lu Yusin caught the sting in Aunt Huang's words and frowned, asking. "Aunt Huang." Lin Dong replied casually. Lu Yusin's expression immediately turned to disgust, pulling Lin Dong's arm, clearly not wanting to waste words with the old woman. But what Lu Yusin didn't expect was that Aunt Huang had set her sights on her. Aunt Huang took 2 steps to block Lu Yusin's path. "Wow, this girl has a great figure, must be around 175 centimeters. What a pity Lin Dong is only 185 centimeters, you two really don't match. Girl, you should heed Aunt Huang's advice, you need to find out about this man's situation. Some people may look good on the outside but in private they're very stingy, unwilling to share even a bit of dirt with their neighbors. What kind of good life can you have with such a miser?" Lu Yusin couldn't handle this old woman at all, her face filled with disgust. Lin Dong, however, smiled, realizing that Aunt Huang really held grudges. The matter of the 2 bags of dirt hasn't passed yet. To want to break them apart is just ridiculous. Aunt Huang, your son must be around 2 meters tall, right? He should at least find a wife who's 180 centimeters tall. With a broad smile, Aunt Huang's expression darkened. She knew Lin Dong was hitting her sore spot and naturally wouldn't give him a chance. Humph, there are plenty of women who want to marry my son, so I must scrutinize them. Go walk your dogs. Aunt Huang rolled her eyes at Lin Dong and turned to go upstairs with her son. Lin Dong however smiled back and said, Aunt Huang, aren't you going to walk a bit longer? Aunt Huang stumbled at the words, nearly falling at the entrance. Lin Dong's words were clearly implying that her son was a dog. This undoubtedly hurt Aunt Huang. Her goofy son didn't dare go out alone. So every morning and evening when Aunt Huang went for a walk, she would take her goofy son along. Wasn't that the same as walking a dog? After mocking Aunt Huang, Lin Dong turned and walked away. Aunt Huang, furious, had her blood pressure rise, pointing at Lin Dong's back and cursing. Lin Dong, you foul-mouthed brat, you won't have a good death. I will cut out your tongue sooner or later. Lu Yusin frowned, saying, this old woman is so vicious. Lin Dong sneered and shook his head. If I told you after the extreme cold descent she will soon become the head of this building and even incite her son to lead people to rob my apartment, would you believe it? Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't help but look back at Aunt Huang and her son. Could that goofy dull man actually become so ruthless? That petite Aunt Huang could actually have the ability to become the head of the building under extreme cold. This is too shocking. Really? Lu Yusin felt a chill run down her back. Lin Dong nodded. Yes, so far apart from me, history is repeating itself. For a while this neighborhood will turn into a gladiatorial arena and humanity will gradually lose its essence. After saying this, Lin Dong's eyes turned red with excitement. Lu Yusin shivered slightly, unable to help but lean closer to Lin Dong as if that would give her more sense of security. Soon the two arrived at the villa area ahead. These are row houses. Compared to the lively high-rises and Western-style houses behind, it was much quieter here. These truly wealthy people would never allow their children to come out in the middle of the night to have snowball fights or build snowmen. Many had already turned off the lights and were resting. However, one building was flashing lights and some upbeat music could be faintly heard, not causing a disturbance but definitely not quiet. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Is that where Zhou Kai's villa is? Lu Yusin had evidently also noticed the situation there. Lin Dong nodded. Yes, Zhou Kai is having a party at the villa today. Over 20 men and women from the company are here. They want to party until dawn, but unfortunately they can't leave anymore. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes. She knew Lin Dong had been harmed by Zhou Kai and his gang. Therefore she strongly supported Lin Dong's revenge against Zhou Kai. Let's not disturb them so as not to change history. Lu Yusin pulled Lin Dong to walk away. She wanted to stroll on the street while the streetlights were still on. After all, after this time, who knows when the next opportunity to come out will be. As they exited the neighborhood, the two passed by a Cullinan. Lin Dong clearly saw in the back seat a nearly 40-year-old man with a dark face, and his expression turned even colder. Lin Dong was not familiar with this person, but this man was the one he most wanted to kill in the apocalypse. Gung Hui. Don't get me wrong, Gung Hui had never done anything directly to Lin Dong. But Gung Hui had led people to rob Lu Yusin of her supplies and even tried to forcibly drag Lu Yusin away. In the end, Lu Yusin fought back desperately, which resulted in her being heavily injured by Gung Hui. Lin Dong had never directly told Lu Yusin about the mastermind behind her near-death experience, but this bastard had always been the biggest thorn in Lin Dong's heart. Looking back at the villa where Gung Hui was, Lin Dong suppressed his killing intent. In the deserted street he released air by allowing them to run wild and roll in the snow. Lu Yusin wrapped her arm around Lin Dong, stepping on the snowflakes strolling down the street. Lin Dong, do you think the snow will stop? Lin Dong shook his head. If it stops it will be even colder. Why? Lu Yusin was taken aback. Snow is not cold, melting snow is cold. Lin Dong replied seriously. This is common knowledge. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes at Lin Dong. Are you joking with me? Lin Dong shrugged. You were the one who started joking. This ridiculous conversation, however, made it impossible for Lu Yusin to laugh. She got her answer. If the snow was unlikely to stop and the apocalypse had truly arrived. At midnight the temperature was already approaching -20 degrees. The two also returned to the shelter. However, the dogs seemed not to have played enough. But Lin Dong could not easily let them go. Lu Yusin suddenly thought of something and her face turned a bit pale. Oh no, we shouldn't have taken the dogs out. So many people saw that we had 4 cold-resistant dogs. When they run low on food they will definitely target Air-Bai and the others. Lin Dong sat on the balcony swirling a glass of red wine staring at the snow-covered world outside, a cold smile on his lips. I'm always welcoming them to come and rob. Otherwise our lives will lose too much fun. Lu Yusen's beautiful eyes blinked. She understood. Lin Dong let so many people see him walking the dogs, it was intentional. Lin Dong returned home after walking the dog. However, he did not notice that a lecherous bald man rushed out of the apartment building as he entered the elevator heading straight for Zhou Kai's villa. It was Wang Jianchang. This time Wang Jianchang witnessed Lin Dong with Lu Yusen casually walking 4 large dogs. Wang Jianchang initially only intended to go home to grab a few bottles of wine to take to Zhou Kai. However, he did not expect to have an unexpected gain. Naturally, Wang Jianchang did not go directly to find Zhou Kai, who was in high spirits. Instead he ran to Deputy General Zhang Tao's side and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. Zhang, I saw Lin Dong. Zhang Tao was currently embracing a young female streamer from the company. Upon hearing Wang Jianchang's words, Zhang Tao's actions were interrupted. He frowned, put down his wine glass and turned to stare at Wang Jianchang, saying, Did I not tell you? Don't provoke him. Haven't you seen that Zhou Xiao hasn't brought this up? That kid is too rich, opposing him brings no good. After finishing, Zhang Tao glanced at Zhang Ruoxuan, who was sitting in Zhou Kai's lap. This woman had previously tried to flirt with Lin Dong behind Zhou Kai's back but was severely dealt with by Zhou Kai. Nevertheless, she was very resourceful. Perhaps it was due to Lin Dong's wealth and his identity being exposed that ignited Zhou Kai's competitive spirit. During this time it seemed that Zhou Kai was competing with Lin Dong, always holding onto Zhang Ruoxuan tightly. In today's occasion Zhou Kai hardly flirted with other women. This even made Zhang Tao suspect whether Zhou Kai was planning to marry Zhang Ruoxuan. Wang Jianchang was once again warned by Zhang Tao, revealing a bitter smile. I just can't stand that kid being so pleased with himself. Haven't you seen his demeanor, strutting around with exquisite beauties and walking 4 large dogs looking impressive? He's just showing off. Zhang Tao shot Wang Jianchang a disdainful glance. If you had money you'd be even more boastful than him. Enough, don't disturb Zhou Xiao's mood. After saying this, Zhang Tao adjusted his sweatshirt and frowned as he looked outside. Damn it, why is it getting colder? This villa's temperature control system should be impressive. Why does it feel like it's below 10 degrees? Wang Jianchang shivered at these words. Yeah, this terrible weather, and it's not even August 15th yet, it's actually snowing. Zhang Tao shook his head and pulled the nearby young streamer into the bathroom, saying they needed to speed things up or else it would be too cold to even think about doing anything later. Wang Jianchang, seeing this, swallowed repeatedly and then set his sights on a target, only to find that the woman clearly looked down on him, a bald and lecherous man with a wife. However, due to Wang Jianchang's position in the company, she endured her disgust and listened to his crude jokes, but when Wang Jianchang tried to take things further she immediately resisted fiercely. This scene amused Zhou Kai, who laughed at Wang Jianchang. Old Wang, you're getting old, you should go home and cuddle with your wife and kids to sleep. This made Wang Jianchang extremely embarrassed. To make matters worse, his phone rang. It was a call from his wife. Wang Jianchang impatiently answered the phone. Hello, fine, I'm coming back now. Are you annoying? Don't you know today is the company gathering? Why are you in such a hurry at the front door? Wang Jianchang returned home in disappointment. However, from the villa area to the distance of a few hundred meters to building No. 10, Wang Jianchang's bald head was already covered in frost. Damn, this temperature must be below -20 degrees, right? Back at home, Wang Jianchang thought it would be warmer, but to his surprise not even a light was on. Wife, why aren't the lights on? This terrible weather is freezing me to death. Wang Jianchang shouted. His yellow-faced wife, already wrapped in a down jacket, came over and directly grabbed Wang Jianchang's ear. You scoundrel, are you trying to turn the world upside down? I told you to charge it. Do you think I'm joking? The underfloor heating isn't working, we have no power at home, and the air conditioning can't be turned on. I'm freezing my butt off. The child only fell asleep after being covered with thick blankets. You still have the face to be out there fooling around. Clearly Wang Jianchang was a henpecked man, quickly begging for mercy. Hey wife, I was wrong, I'll charge it right away. After finally restoring power and turning on the air conditioning, the room's temperature only rose to about 3 degrees and couldn't go any higher. By this time it was already close to 1 in the morning. Wang Jianchang couldn't take it anymore. Although he disliked his wife's plump figure, after finishing his chores he held his wife and fell into a deep sleep under the thick blankets. Meanwhile on the top floor Lin Dong drenched in sweat took Lu Yusin to the bathroom for a bath. This temperature control system is indeed powerful if the temperature in the room doesn't dissipate at all. Lin Dong sighed. Lu Yusin confidently nodded saying that's for sure. Don't forget Uncle Zheng said that our shelter renovation project would cost over $1 billion to set up outside. $1 billion shelter is merely a toy for the wealthy in prosperous and peaceful times. However, in the apocalypse its cost-effectiveness would be fully revealed. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's worth more than the price. But as he relaxed many thoughts began to drift through Lin Dong's mind. Quickly Lin Dong furrowed his brow and sat up. This sudden movement startled Lu Yusin. Lin Dong, what's wrong? Lin Dong scanned his surroundings cautiously before turning to Lu Yusin and speaking in a low voice, it's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Uncle Zheng and his team have built so many shelters both domestically and abroad. Do you think they might tamper with the refuge? Lu Yusin was taken aback and quickly hugged herself tightly, alertly saying, are you talking about the surveillance system? Lin Dong nodded, yes indeed. It seems we need to cut off the external network of the smart butler. Without even putting on clothes Lin Dong went directly to the machine room to operate. When Lu Yusin followed him in a bathrobe Lin Dong had already cut off the external network. Lu Yusin frowned and said, isn't this too cautious? Uncle Zheng shouldn't be monitoring us through the system here, right? Lin Dong looked sharply at Lu Yusin. It's not that I don't trust Uncle Zheng's character, but the apocalypse brings too many changes. I can't take risks. Cutting off the external network is the only way to completely avoid these problems. You wouldn't want our hard-built shelter to be controlled by others, would you? Lu Yusin bit her lip lightly. But if we cut off the network we won't be able to receive news from the outside world. Lin Dong chuckled as he took out his phone. Our phones and computers still exist independently, we can just use them to go online. However, the control of this smart system must be in our hands. Only then did Lu Yusin realize she had overthought things. Perhaps Lin Dong was indeed being overly cautious. But Lu Yusin knew this was for their own good. What neither of them knew was that right after Lin Dong cut off the network their system network account received an encrypted email. At 3 in the morning the outdoor temperature in Xiangbei dropped to an average of -40 degrees. Nationwide the lowest temperature even reached -80 degrees. Overnight countless lives were lost in their sleep. Wails echoed as air raid sirens sounded across the country. In Xiangbei the alarms were triggered a little later at 3:15. In an instant countless people woke from their dreams. The property management group at Hongfu Yuan community was also in chaos. Damn it, the snowfall suddenly increased to 1.5 meters. If this continues the first floor will be submerged in less than an hour. Property management, what are you doing? Get out and shovel the snow. The alert has sounded, things have escalated. Quick look at the central TV station, this extreme cold snap is nationwide. It's global. I heard many countries have started to seek our help. Everyone don't panic. We Dahua have experienced too many natural disasters, we can respond well every time. The authorities will surely resolve this cold disaster. Seeing these messages again Lin Dong couldn't help but sweat as he gripped his phone. The apocalypse has come again. In the living room Lu Yusin also saw the urgent broadcast on television. Although the temperature in the room was very comfortable she couldn't help but wrap the blanket around herself. Unlike Lin Dong, Lu Yusin had never truly experienced such a frigid apocalypse. She couldn't help but start to imagine what she would have been like at the same moment in the world Lin Dong had gone through. I would have been startled awake by the alarm and then frantically tried to keep warm. Perhaps I wouldn't have taken it too seriously. The thought of making a wrong judgment at such a critical moment made Lu Yusin gasp in fear. People really can die, many will die. Just as Lu Yusin's heart trembled Lin Dong held her in his arms. It's late, we should rest now. Are you not tired? Lu Yusin said, her cheeks flushed. We just got started. Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head. What I mean is to truly rest, to recharge our spirits. Before long things outside will completely descend into chaos. Lu Yusin shyly nestled into Lin Dong's embrace, her voice soft and obedient. I'm not scared as long as you're here. Lin Dong easily lifted Lu Yusin and walked toward the bedroom. During this time his physical abilities had improved significantly, but Lin Dong still needed to strengthen himself. After several experiences of fainting from excessive mental energy consumption he had summarized some insights. Perhaps his body was too weak to endure such immense mental energy. Therefore he certainly needed to enhance his training in the future. Meanwhile, as this newlywed couple fell into a peaceful slumber, shadows began to stir downstairs. The property management, unable to withstand the pressure, had mobilized all cleaning and security personnel in the neighborhood. They started clearing the snow from the front villa area. Although they lacked the large snowplows seen on the streets, they did have some decent snow removal equipment. However, the frigid temperature of -40 degrees quickly drove these individuals back inside, cursing under their breath. Ultimately, they failed to clear a single pathway out of the community. "These damn homeowners making us shovel snow in the middle of the night, what a joke. We're moving slower than the snow is falling." Dogsy curled up in the security dormitory, cursing the loudest. The other security guards had made the fire in the stove glow red, struggling to find enough wood to keep warm, finally managing to raise the dormitory's temperature to just above 10 degrees. Woken up in the middle of the night and having spent an hour or two outside, they had completely lost the desire to sleep. Ignoring the cursing voices from the homeowners group, someone pulled out a deck of cards to pass the time, waiting for the snow to stop. But just 2 hours later, the dormitory door, 2 meters high, was completely buried. The snow had long covered the windows and they couldn't even see the light of day outside. At this point, Dogsy panicked first. "No way, if this continues we will be buried alive." As soon as he said this, everyone began to breathe rapidly. The temperature inside the house had indeed risen. However, the stench of smelly feet mixed with tobacco made the already stuffy room even more suffocating. At that moment, the security captain Sun Mang walked down from upstairs. "You idiots, are you trying to get yourselves killed? Get back upstairs." There were only 2 rooms on the second floor. One was Captain Sun Mang's and the other was a storage room. At this time, more than 10 people were crammed into Sun Mang's less than 15 square meter room. On the television, news was being broadcast about soldiers battling the snowstorm to clear the snow. Clearly Sun Mang had already been watching for a while. He originally didn't want these stinky-footed brothers to come upstairs. However, Sun Mang was genuinely shocked by the content of the news. As he switched the channel, reports about people freezing to death during the night came on. At this point, all the security guards turned pale with fear. Sun Mang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the others. "Did you all see that? This snow disaster is global. Just now a report came out initially estimating that at least 200,000 people froze to death in Kyoto last night. This is simply the end of the world." As soon as Sun Mang finished speaking, Dogsy shuddered all over and forced a smile. "Brother Mang, that can't be true, right? You mean 200,000, not 20. A short guy next to him wiped his nose and chimed in. "How could so many people die? It's cold outside, but we were still out working at midnight." Sun Mang interrupted him with a curse. "Nonsense. What do you know? Do you know the permanent population of Kyoto? Over 20 million. Do you know how many people live in low-rent houses without even heating? Now, although it is autumn, who sleeps under a quilt? A sudden drop in temperature in the middle of the night caused many people to freeze to death in their sleep. This is no joke." As soon as Sun Mang finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Then they all panicked and began to call their parents back home. But they could only get through to a few calls. Dogsy was one of the lucky ones. After hanging up with his mother, he looked at Sun Mang. "Brother Mang, the news is real. 7 or 8 old men died in my village. In our village we all use heated Kong beds, and the village chief organized everyone to burn fires for warmth at midnight, but still some elders couldn't be saved." As he spoke, Dogsy's voice trembled. Sun Mang's slanted eyes narrowed. "We can't worry about others anymore, we need to survive first. Let's dig through the snow to the supermarket. They have charcoal for heating and plenty of food and drinks. We need to stock up more, we don't know how long this snow will last." Without hesitation, Dogsy and the others started digging through the snow outside. The 3-meter-thick layer of snow could easily be dug out to create a snow tunnel, and beneath the snow the temperature was still bearable. They quickly reached the Green Source supermarket at the entrance of the community. It was a medium-sized supermarket of over 200 square meters. The owner was from Villa No. 3 in the community. However, the owner was rarely in Jiangbei, so the store was managed by employees. Only 2 people were on duty last night. Thus, when Dogsy and the others forcibly broke open the supermarket's shutter door, the 2 on duty were genuinely terrified. "How did you get in? How could you pry open the door?" The female employee Li Ying tried to stop them. "Huff huff. You, what are you shouting about?" Dogsy, out of breath, angrily wanted to scare her. But he was stopped by Sun Mang, who smiled at Li Ying. "Shaoli, we knocked on the door outside but no one responded. We had no choice but to pry the door open. Is there any charcoal left in the supermarket for heating? We also need solid fuel like alcohol. Sun Mang was quite clever, quickly thinking of these heating supplies we need to survive first before we can eat. Li Ying bit her lip and shook her head. We have items, but the boss told us to stop operating today. You see, the snow is too heavy outside. I've heard many people have died. You should hurry back. You insolent wench, do you actually think you're entitled to such respect? Guzi, unable to contain his temper any longer, stormed forward, cursing as he reached for Clerk Li Ying's collar. This time Sun Mang made no move to stop him. Li Ying recoiled in shock, stumbling back with a shrill scream. Ah! What, do you intend to strike me? Are you trying to harass me? Help! Somebody help! Her cries echoed sharply within the enclosed supermarket, unsettling, even alarming. Yet clearly none of those sounds could penetrate beyond the walls. Zhang Xiaojun, the male duty officer standing nearby, grew flustered and hastily clapped a hand over Li Ying's mouth, whispering urgently into her ear. Stop screaming, the outside is buried under snow. Even if you shriek until your throat tears, no one will hear you. With so many of them here, who knows what they might do? Sun Mang, observing the scene, stepped in to restrain Guzi and his men, and once again offered a smile. Ha, ha. Xiao Zhang, are you selling these goods? His earlier smile had been genial, and now it was a chilling hollow grin, a veiled threat. Zhang Xiaojun hurriedly pulled Li Ying behind him. Yes, we'll sell them, Captain Sun. Just bring whatever you need to the front counter, I'll ring you all up. Sun Mang nodded in satisfaction and waved for others to gather the items. Guzi, however, did not join them. Instead, he advanced toward Li Ying. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, breaking in by force is already illegal. In broad daylight, I refuse to believe you'd dare lay a hand on me. Though her heart quaked, Li Ying's tongue remained sharp and defiant. Guzi twisted his face into a grotesque sneer. Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll smash it shut. The world outside is entombed in snow. Do you truly imagine the police will come sprinting to your rescue? This time Li Ying truly froze in terror, dashing instinctively behind Zhang Xiaojun. You're insane. I won't stoop to your level. Still trying to hold her tongue, Li Ying opened her mouth again, but Zhang Xiaojun swiftly cut her off, forcing a strained smile toward Guzi. Brother Guzi, is it really that bad outside? Weren't there massive snowplows operating last night? At least Zhang Xiaojun spoke sense. Guzi grinned crookedly. Why don't you climb up to the second floor and see for yourself? The snow falls faster than plows can clear it, 40 degrees below zero. Sanitation workers froze to death. Operations halted days ago. In truth, Zhang Xiaojun had already witnessed the desolation outside, and precisely because of that he understood confrontation would only bring ruin upon himself. Ugh, when will this cursed blizzard finally end? Guzi rolled his eyes. Who knows? At least you won't freeze, not in this cozy supermarket. Ha, ha. We've got a gas-fired wall-mounted heater, switched it on last night. Still, we won't last more than a few days at this rate. Zhang Xiaojun offered a brief explanation. Guzi had never heard of a gas-fired wall-mounted heater, but Captain Sun Mang strode over, inspecting it closely. After grasping its mechanism, Sun Mang rubbed his palms together thoughtfully. This gas meter reads astonishingly high. Had such a unit existed in his own cabin, he wouldn't need charcoal at all. By now several people had already hauled in large quantities of hardwood charcoal, solid alcohol and propane canisters. Xiao Zhang, calculate the total. Sun Mang called out. Zhang Xiaojun fumbled briefly at the register before smiling. Captain Sun, 4,200 yuan in total. Sun Mang frowned. These supplies seemed expensive. Guzi glared. Zhang Xiaojun, did you miscalculate? Is charcoal really that costly? Zhang Xiaojun wore a helpless smile. Brother Guzi, this is premium fruitwood charcoal, not cheap. And you took quite a lot of the solid alcohol too. Guzi still felt swindled, but Sun Mang held him back, paid without protest, and then instructed the others to load several cartons of instant noodles and self-heating hotpots. Zhang Xiaojun finally smiled as he escorted them out, then without another word slammed down the rolling security shutter. The rarely used anti-theft door was locked tight, every window and door bolted shut. Li Ying stared bewildered. Zhang Xiaojun, have you lost your mind? Why lock everything? Drenched in sweat, Zhang Xiaojun shot her an exasperated glare. You talk too much. If they came once, they'll return. And if this snow keeps falling, every item in this store will be looted. I'm alone, I can flee anytime. But you? Do you want them to destroy you? Li Ying paled, trembling. Don't frighten me, this is still a law-governed society, how could? Nonsense. A law-governed society requires enforcers. Haven't you watched the news? Countless people have already frozen to death. At this accumulation rate, clearing the snow will take 3 to 5 days, and no one knows what chaos may unfold in that time. After finishing his rebuke, Zhang Xiaojun turned and began hauling supplies upstairs to the staff dormitory, clearly shaken by the gravity of the crisis Sun Mang's group had just revealed. At first Li Ying scoffed at his urgency, but as the indoor temperature steadily dropped, she too retreated upstairs, burrowing deep beneath thick blankets. By noon Lin Dong awoke. Beside him Lu Yusen sat pale-faced, scrolling frantically through her phone. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her body curled tightly, betraying raw anxiety. Lin Dong reached out, gently smoothing her hair aside. What's wrong? Lu Yusen quickly lowered her phone. You must be hungry, I'll cook. But Lin Dong drew her back. Not yet. Has everything outside descended into chaos? Lu Yusen bit her lower lip, and nodded silently. Yes, even former colleagues and classmates' chat groups are in disarray. Some friends and co-workers in Beijing and other cities have already frozen to death. As she spoke, Lu Yusen shuddered uncontrollably. Though mentally prepared, the brutal reality of the apocalypse unfolding before her eyes still terrified her. Lin Dong sat up and pulled her close, holding her tightly. I didn't tell you the full truth earlier, because I feared frightening you. Truth is, this is only the beginning. Rescue efforts continue nationwide. Officers and soldiers still risk their lives against the storm. But by day 3. Lu Yusen's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at Lin Dong, tense and expectant. What happens on day 3? Lin Dong shook his head. The snow may lessen, but temperatures plummet to -60 degrees. Too many heroes have already fallen. Everything grinds to a halt, not because authorities abandoned the people but because they too are overwhelmed. She gasped sharply, then glanced around their warm sheltered space, tears welling as she gazed at Lin Dong. Thank goodness you're here, I couldn't survive without you. Lin Dong held her tighter, his embrace unyielding. I honor your compassion, but before true apocalypse our strength is pitifully small. Merely surviving is triumph enough. Lu Yusen nodded firmly, she knew she must rein in her boundless empathy. Lin Dong's gaze fixed on the window sharpened, cold, resolute and watchful. One sentence remained unspoken. Besides, many of them don't deserve our salvation. Having lived through apocalypse once, Lin Dong knew their neighborhood would soon erupt into chaos, vivid, violent and unforgiving. It was noon. Lin Dong did not eat but instead engaged in an hour of physical training. Influenced by Lin Dong, Lu Yusen also joined in. After finishing, both of them were drenched in sweat. They exchanged smiles and went to take a bath together. The residents of the neighborhood would never imagine that while they were enduring the physical shock of the extreme cold and the mental panic caused by the news of rising death tolls, in the same neighborhood some people were living even more comfortably than before the temperature drop. Inside Villa No. 7, Zhou Kai and others had already been awakened by the freezing cold. The temperature dropped too quickly last night and the noise outside was too loud. By 3 in the morning they had lost all interest in partying. However, when Zhou Kai instructed everyone to leave, they found themselves unable to do so. In despair, Zhou Kai had no choice but to arrange for a few people to stay in the guest room. Zhou Kai also turned the central air conditioning of the villa to maximum power. But when he opened his eyes in the morning, he found the room's temperature had dropped to -10 degrees. Everyone was wrapped in blankets, quilts and even the mats and carpets they had pulled from the floor to keep warm. They all gathered in the living room, which provided a bit of warmth. When they saw Zhou Kai in a down jacket hugging Zhang Ruoxuan, who wore a fur coat, descending the stairs, their eyes lit up with yearning. Zhang Tao was the first to rush over. Zhou Xiao, the snow outside has blocked the door, we can't get out for a while. The air conditioning has malfunctioned, it's too cold. Can you give me a down jacket? I don't even have thermal underwear or long johns underneath. Zhou Kai had a decent opinion of Zhang Tao, pointing towards the separate cloakroom upstairs. Go take it yourself. Zhang Tao hurriedly nodded and went upstairs. Seeing this, the others also gathered around. Zhou Kai waved casually, choose for yourselves, don't rummage through the cabinets inside, those are my new clothes. Soon everyone changed into relatively warmer clothing. However, just as they were changing, the temperature in the room dropped again to -15 degrees. Now even those in winter clothes felt no warmth. Zhang Ruoxuan stomped her fuzzy boots and said in a delicate voice, "Are we really going to freeze to death? Why did a snow disaster suddenly occur?" She and Zhou Kai certainly were not keeping up with the news. Zhang Tao quickly stepped forward to recount what was happening outside. Meanwhile, many people were trying to contact their relatives and friends. Soon someone began to sob quietly. It was evident that among their relatives and friends some had already succumbed to the unexpected drop in temperature. Upon hearing that the death toll nationwide had reached 60 million, Zhang Ruoxuan turned pale in fright, instinctively tightening her fur coat and burrowing into Zhou Kai's arms. Zhou Kai surveyed his surroundings, his expression grim, and quickly dialed his father's number. Everything he had was provided by that wealthy father. However, Zhou Kai had never mentioned his background. In fact, he was merely an illegitimate child. His father was an entrepreneur from Tianmen who started by smuggling salt, later established a shoe factory, then a steel mill, amassing a large fortune, and for nearly a decade had been involved in real estate. Zhou Kai was the child of that entrepreneur's mistress, left behind during his early years. He lived a hard life until he was found and brought back at 18, but he was never allowed to return home to claim his heritage. However, ever since then Zhou Kai had never lacked money to spend. His company was established with an investment of 50 million from that cheap wealthy father. Zhou Kai had spent all that 50 million himself, and it was his fortune that allowed him to ride the wave and make some money. However, recently Zhang Ruoxuan had spent quite a bit of his money. Zhou Kai was preparing to seek some support from his biological father. Unexpectedly, such a natural disaster struck so soon. Naturally, Zhou Kai felt a bit panicked. Fortunately, the call was connected and his father was very straightforward. After inquiring about Zhou Kai's situation, he transferred 10 million to Zhou Kai's account and advised him to come to Tianmen as soon as the snow lessened to facilitate taking care of him. With the money, Zhou Kai felt joyful. But what made him even happier was that his father actually wanted him to go to Tianmen. Could it be that he was also qualified to inherit the family business now? But soon Zhou Kai realized something and cautiously asked, "Dad, this snow disaster seems quite serious. Do you have any news? How long will this global snow disaster last?" This question left the other end silent for a few seconds. Just as Zhou Kai grew increasingly anxious, a response finally came. "I received some news through special channels just now. If the situation is not optimistic, if it can pass in 10 days to half a month, that would be good. Sai Shao Kai, in any case, if there's an opportunity, you should come to Tianmen as soon as possible so that your father can take care of you more easily." "Huh? It will take that long? Then at home heating and food will become problems," Zhou Kai complained, turning to look at the employees of the company, his brows furrowed. He still had to support these guys, let alone food. With so many people, the toilet would get clogged every day. "Yes, your father gave you money so you can quickly stock up on food and drinks. You must ensure your safety." After saying this, the other end seemed to have something urgent and hurriedly hung up the phone. Zhou Kai was taken aback, feeling a moment of panic, and opened his account to see over 10 million in cash, which finally made him feel a bit more settled. At this moment Zhang Tao also jumped over with his phone. "Zhou Xiao, the residence group is in an uproar. The homeowners committee keeps pressuring the property management to clear the snow while some are clamoring to go to work. This is ridiculous. It's -40 degrees outside. Do they want to freeze into popsicles?" Zhou Kai glanced at the phone and felt his lips twitch. His timely call made him realize the severity of the situation he was facing. At once Zhou Kai tossed his phone aside and called everyone over. "Come here. I have something to say." Zhang Tao the sycophant quickly gathered everyone. Zhang Ruoxuan coyly leaned closer to Zhou Kai but was tossed onto the sofa by him, leaving her in a daze. Then Zhou Kai spoke seriously. "Listen up, I just received news that this snow disaster is quite serious. It will take at least 10 days to half a month to pass. What we need most right now are heating supplies and food. Although this villa has some supplies, with so many of us it won't last even 2 or 3 days. Therefore we must go out immediately to get supplies." At this everyone began to panic. Zhang Ruoxuan said pitifully, "Zhou Xiao, the stores are definitely closed in this weather, and going out in this weather could lead to frostbite." Zhou Kai pulled her close and sneered, "I'm not sending you, I'm sending them." At this the faces of the people nearby darkened. It seemed that in Zhou Kai's mind only Zhang Ruoxuan was a person and they were just livestock. But even livestock shouldn't be treated like this, right? The property management is playing dead and no one is going out. They still expect to buy supplies. But with Zhou Kai speaking again, everyone was invigorated. There's a supermarket right at the entrance for food and heating supplies. Take as much as you can carry back. I'll foot the bill. Inside the shelter. After playing with Airby and the others for a while, Lin Dong sat with Lu Yusin on the sun terrace basking in the artificial sunlight, nearly indistinguishable from true solar warmth. Gazing at the thick snow layer far below, Lu Yusin still felt a creeping sense of panic. Lin Dong perceived her unease and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the snow won't accumulate this high. Lu Yusin gave a self-deprecating smile, then turned her gaze toward the villa district ahead. The undulating snow surface made her eyes widen in astonishment. What is that? Lin Dong had naturally noticed the direction she indicated. In fact, he had been seated here precisely to await movement from that very spot. A cold faint smile flickered across Lin Dong's lips as he spoke in a low steady voice. It's Zhang Tao and his group. Lu Yusin gasped in disbelief. Zhou Kai brought his company people to dig through the snow. Lin Dong shook his head. He's overthinking it. Zhou Kai certainly won't brave the cold himself. Only Zhang Tao and some other employees are digging. Could they possibly be trying to dig their way out, to go to work? Even if they were utterly foolish, they'd know work holds no meaning now. Lin Dong chuckled, charmed by Lu Yusin's endearing naivety. Under ordinary circumstances her intellect was extraordinary, her analysis invariably precise and incisive. Yet witnessing the apocalypse unfold before her eyes, and knowing its grim inevitable trajectory, had thrown her mind into disarray. Such a question therefore was hardly surprising. Lin Dong sipped his tea, then pointed toward the Green Source grocery store at the entrance. Zhang Tao's group is digging toward the store, to procure supplies. How could they possibly know the apocalypse is coming? She immediately realized the flaw in her phrasing and hastily added. I mean, how did they grow so astute as to stockpile supplies in advance? I know their caliber well enough. None are particularly sharp-minded, so they must have received credible intelligence about the disaster's escalating severity, prompting them to rush for provisions. Lu Yusin clenched her teeth. No wonder you said they lasted 2 months into the apocalypse. Lin Dong's smile deepened. Lasted is indeed the perfect word. Even if they see some supplies now, they've already missed the critical window for acquiring heating materials. Their endurance in the following days will be excruciating. Missed the window. Lu Yusin's astonishment grew. Does someone else act even earlier? Lin Dong pointed directly toward the front gate of Villa No. 1. Gung Hui has already begun, but his group lives closer to the store and they're ruthless thugs. They'll seize over half the inventory. Even Zhou Kai's people will be left scraping scraps from the leftovers. Lu Yusin paid no mind to who Gung Hui was. Her eyes suddenly gleamed as if clarity and analytical rigor had returned. So there are individuals who grasp the gravity of the catastrophe with remarkable acuity. Lin Dong shrugged noncommittally at her observation, then gestured expansively before him as though mapping the fate of the world. There's only one grocery store at the neighborhood entrance, beside it lies a pharmacy soon to fall, and across the street a home renovation shop. Lu Yusin interrupted, puzzled. A home renovation shop? Why would anyone target that? Does it stock food? Lin Dong shook his head. No, it houses a wood processing factory where they manufacture interior doors. There's a sizable timber reserve inside. Lu Yusin's eyes lit up. You mean, burning timber for heat? Exactly. But they haven't yet reached that desperate threshold. Let's first watch how the grocery store drama unfolds. Lin Dong poured Lu Yusin a cup of tea, his demeanor calm and detached as if observing a cinematic spectacle. Unconsciously she found herself steadied by his unshakable composure. Bang! Bang! Moments later pounding echoed from below, and the same sounds appeared simultaneously on the tablet screen before Lin Dong. Lu Yusin stared at Lin Dong in astonishment. How do you have surveillance footage from the neighborhood entrance? He merely smiled. Not just the entrance, the entire neighborhood, every floor, every household. I installed cameras everywhere. I set them up shortly after acquiring my spatial traversal ability. Absolute situational awareness is non-negotiable. Lu Yusin blinked. Isn't this a bit? She struggled momentarily for the right word. Lin Dong finished her sentence. Do you mean, creepy or perverted? Indeed, monitoring others' privacy is ethically fraught, but in an interminable apocalypse what matters more than absolute personal security? I didn't call you perverted, I just think you're overly cautious. Lin Dong grinned. Thank you for the compliment. I'll be even more cautious going forward. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes again. Truly absurdly meticulous. That was the unspoken thought, but she couldn't deny Lin Dong's hypervigilant approach instilled profound reassurance. Besides, who doesn't harbor curiosity? Through the storefront camera they watched Gung Hui's crew unleash shocking brutality. The supermarket's rolling shutter door crumpled under 3 swift strikes of a fire axe. The inner security door, however, proved stubborn. Bang! 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 Several underlings recoiled, wrists stinging, cursing bitterly. Damn it, the shop owners are dogs. This security door's frozen solid. Brother Hui, with all this racket they must have heard us. Damn old lady, if they don't open up I'll gut them the second I'm inside. They wore heavy padded coats, less agile but far better insulated. Their faces remained obscured on camera. Gung Hui tugged at his mink fur hat, glancing back at a previously excavated snow tunnel, frowning. Could someone have beaten us here? He had no way of knowing the security team had already arrived, only that they lacked his crew's ruthlessness and had instead purchased supplies outright. Luo Tuo. Stop hiding and play dead, opening doors is your specialty. Gung Hui barked. Instantly a gaunt figure darted forward. His face was buried beneath layers of masks, only a pair of shifty darting eyes remained visible. Brother Hui, leave it to me. He pressed a lighter against the lock cylinder for 4 or 5 seconds, then deftly manipulated it with professional tools. Click. A crisp snap resounded, the security door yielded. Open. Inside, grab all food and essentials and haul them straight to the villa. Gung Hui grinned upon seeing the shelves still neatly arranged. His crew surged forward, plundering with unrestrained frenzy. In the second-floor surveillance room, Zhang Xiaojun clamped a hand over Li Ying's mouth, jaw clenched as he stared at the screen. Don't scream, this man I know. He's Gung Hui, the tycoon of Villa No. 1. His men are killers without conscience. Let them take what they want, they'll leave once exhausted. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaojun silently prayed, may Gung Hui's men never ascend to this floor, let us simply cease to exist in their awareness. Lu Yusin clearly observed the robbery actions of Gung Hui and others through the surveillance footage on her tablet. She furrowed her brows slightly. Is there really no one in the supermarket? Lin Dong shook his head, memories flooding back. He remembered very clearly that in his past life the supermarket was also the first to fall. However, when the situation was exposed it was already 3 days later. At that time people crazily rushed into the supermarket, but unfortunately it was already empty. Still, some managed to scavenge a few items, and it was heard that a staff member on duty had died. The gruesome photo of that female employee's death had been circulated in the group. Although this was a bit frightening, Lin Dong knew that Lu Yusin would eventually have to face everything, so he told her the truth. There are people that they must be hiding. Lu Yusin just needed to look at Lin Dong's expression to understand everything. She shook her head with some pity. The fate of the supermarket employees would surely be tragic. Meanwhile, while Gung Hui and his gang were looting the supermarket, Zhang Tao had already led his team to the snow tunnel that Gung Hui and the others had dug. Zhang Tao was quite clever, sensing that something was amiss, and quickly stopped the others. Wait, it seems like someone has already dug here. The finance supervisor Han Xuan smiled. That's great, it saves us some effort. Zhang, this damn weather is too cold, let's hurry up, buy our things and head back to the villa. After speaking, he turned back to look at the snow tunnel they had dug. Since they were not used to hard labor, the journey had indeed been a struggle. Moreover, the snow tunnel was very narrow, allowing only 2 people to pass side by side. Han Xuan was very worried that the snow tunnel might collapse, making their return even more dangerous. The others had similar thoughts, so they hurriedly pushed away the paper-thin layer of snow in front of them. Zhang Tao was startled and quickly admonished everyone. Are you crazy? Who knows who dug this snow tunnel? Stay here and wait for me. Lao Han, come with me to take a look. Han Xuan followed him. The others left behind thought Zhang Tao was being overly cautious and couldn't help but mutter a few words behind his back. Zhang Tao and Han Xuan cautiously approached and happened to see Gung Hui directing his underlings to move things inside the supermarket. Han Xuan's eyes widened, unable to help but exclaim. Holy crap, there are really people in there. It doesn't look like they are shopping. They are robbing the place. Zhang Tao was startled and quickly covered Han Xuan's mouth, forcibly dragging him back into the snow tunnel. Zhang Tao had been taught a lesson by Gung Hui before and was very clear about Gung Hui's methods. He understood even more that Gung Hui's people were robbing the supermarket. Zhang, what are you doing? You're suffocating me. After Zhang Tao released him, Han Xuan yelled in anger. Unexpectedly Zhang Tao directly gave him a big wave of his hand. Smack. Shut the hell up. Do you know who those people inside are? That's Gung Hui from Villa No. 1 Jiang Bei Hui. Do you want to die? Han Xuan was originally furious, but upon hearing Gung Hui's name he was immediately startled. The expressions of the others also changed dramatically. Gung Hui. The big shot who runs a gambling house. Hui Yi. I heard he has a murder case hanging over him. I know him, he drives a Cullinan very impressive. He's a ruthless character. Zhang, are they buying things in the supermarket? Then we should hold off for a bit before going over. The murmurs from the others echoed. Han Xuan understood everything and quickly blocked the opening of the snow tunnel with the accumulated snow. Zhang, I don't know Gung Hui. The people nearby were a bit confused. Zhang Tao however urged everyone to quickly block the entrance while gritting his teeth and warning a few of them. Everyone be quiet. The supermarket has already been robbed by Gung Hui. If we go over now we're definitely in for a beating, don't let them discover us. After they finally managed to block the entrance, Han Xuan tremblingly said, Zhang, should we still go to the supermarket? If we go back empty-handed we won't be able to explain ourselves to Zhou Xiao. Zhang Tao cursed, damn, isn't that obvious? We have to go, but well, wait until they've taken most of it before we go. The group huddled together and through the snow layer they could see shadows moving inside. Clearly Gung Hui's underlings were happily transporting goods. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Kai couldn't help but crawl into the snow tunnel to find them. When Zhou Kai got closer he saw that they were curled up over there pretending to be dead and couldn't help but curse. Zhang Tao, are you guys just lying here? Zhang Tao and the others were startled. Han Xuan even rushed over to cover Zhou Kai's mouth. Zhou Xiao, lower your voice. Someone has robbed the supermarket. Zhou Kai shivered but soon pushed Han Xuan's hand away. So what if they robbed it? Are you 12 people afraid of him? Zhang Tao sighed, Zhou Xiao, there are more of them, it's Gung Hui from Villa No. 1. Upon hearing this Zhou Kai immediately shrank his neck. Oh him. He then he'll head back first. You guys better not provoke Gung Hui, I still don't want to die. Seeing Zhou Kai leave faster than a rat, Zhang Tao and the others raised their middle fingers behind him. Finally, after 2 hours of torturous waiting, Gung Hui and his gang had all returned to the villa. Only then did Zhang Tao lead his team into the supermarket. Looking at the shelves that were already mostly empty, Zhang Tao gulped hard. Han Xuan rubbed his hands and cursed, they were brutal, almost emptied the place. Stop talking nonsense, if there's still plenty of food, let's hurry up. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth to stop the others from frantically grabbing things, but they were not very professional and among them were quite a few girls who were reluctant to come out from the villa after 1 or 2 trips. Of course the little fairies were also very frightened, they did not want to become robbers. However, due to Zhou Kai's warning and Gung Hui's actions, Zhang Tao realized the seriousness of the situation. Thus Zhang Tao continued to lead 6 boys to transport the food, not even sparing the zombie meat from the fresh food section. Unfortunately they could not find any charcoal or anything to keep warm. Even the lighters had been taken by Gung Hui's people. Although they managed to take out a considerable amount of items, if they used them sparingly it would be enough for half a month. However, Zhang Tao still felt a bit unwilling. As he was leaving he glanced up at the staircase to the 2nd floor and immediately saw a head shrink back. Zhang Tao's heart tightened and he was about to call the others over. Unexpectedly Zhang Xiaojun on the 2nd floor spoke up first. Hey buddy, I'm just a worker, I didn't see anything just now. Zhang Tao was startled by the voice and the few men behind him felt uneasy knowing that their whole robbery process had been witnessed. However, judging by the way this person spoke he seemed quite perceptive. Zhang Tao sneered, hey, in these special times we have no choice. Besides, we weren't the first to rob, these things are ours. How much do you think they cost? Calculate it and let us know, we can transfer the money to you anytime. Alright then, but I'm not coming down. Zhang Xiaojun, hiding on the 2nd floor, didn't even dare to show his face. As Zhang Tao and the others left, Zhang Xiaojun still bore the cold and came down to close the security door again. This time Zhang Xiaojun placed many shelves behind the security door. Is this useful? Li Ying stood behind him shivering all over. Zhang Xiaojun turned around and glared. Whether it's useful or not, it has to block the door. The 2nd floor door must be locked too, or else they will break in again and we'll lose our things. Li Ying was so frightened that she sat on the ground and began to cry. Woo, how could this happen? Why are they so lawless? I quit, I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Zhang Xiaojun turned and went upstairs coldly, leaving a sentence. If you don't come up, I'll lock you on the first floor. The lights on the first floor of the supermarket went out completely, and even the gas wall-mounted boiler was turned off. Soon the cold air invaded, freezing the remnants of goods left on the shelves. In the darkness, hidden pinhole cameras turned in various directions. It was Lin Dong observing the situation at the supermarket. Lu Yusin also took note of the nearly empty supermarket shelves and shook her head helplessly. Just the two groups have already looted this place clean. Lin Dong nodded. After all, it's just a medium-sized supermarket and the supplies are limited, but there are still some things left. The middle sections of those shelves and the cabinets below are stocked with goods that haven't been thoroughly rummaged through. Lu Yusin fixed her gaze on Lin Dong's face. You aren't thinking of emptying out the remaining goods, are you? Lin Dong immediately feigned surprise. How is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person? Lu Yusin gave Lin Dong a flirtatious eye roll. You don't just look like it, you actually are. That night in France you sneaked out in the middle of the night and probably cleared out a few wineries, right? Lin Dong awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Hee, how did you know I went to empty the winery? Lu Yusin was speechless. Were you out looking for a big stallion in the middle of the night? Lin Dong hurriedly shook his head. Hey. That's slander. I was only gone for half an hour, how could I have made it in time? After saying that, Lin Dong magically produced a bottle of red wine. Hee, it's an 82 Lafite, a good thing left to waste at the winery. Wife, let's savor it together. Night fell. The owners' group finally quieted down a bit. It seemed that the property management committee also realized that the property management would not pay them any mind. After all, there were only 3 to 5 staff members on duty at the community's property management, with the rest being security personnel. Now those 3 to 5 people couldn't get anything done. The unfortunate duty manager Zhao Gang was stuck in the community with 2 female employees and a male employee nearly freezing to death. Captain Sun, how's it over there? The snow seems to have lessened a bit and the snow layer outside hasn't increased much. Zhao Gang called out to the security team leader Sun Mang through the intercom. Manager Zhao, look more closely, it's not that the snow layer hasn't increased, it's been compacted. Now digging out the snow is even harder. Zhao Gang had moved into a unit in the community with a few employees last night on the 18th floor of Building 9 right in front of Lin Dong. He pulled back the curtain and took a glance, swallowing hard. Captain Sun, I think this snow disaster will take several days to clear. The property management company can't send anyone to rescue and these owners are still crying out for help, it's really damn annoying. Sun Mang also replied irritably. Yeah, I went out to dig snow last night and my ears got frostbite. Manager Zhao, take my advice, the company isn't functioning at all. In the face of this natural disaster, let's just take care of ourselves. After saying that, Sun Mang tossed the intercom aside and called the security team to eat hot pot. His room wasn't big, but it was sealed tightly with a red-hot iron stove in the middle providing decent warmth, though it was quite dry. However, the few of them had fun drinks bought from the supermarket and they were quite happy. They didn't care whether it was freezing outside, nor did they mind the owners cursing at them if they simply decided to stop working. Sun Mang did have some brains, but evidently not much. He just felt that the current supplies were enough to last them for 8 to 10 days, so he completely relaxed. In his view, the snow would have melted in 8 to 10 days. I must say, aside from Geng Hu's villa having a slightly better living environment, their little room was the most comfortable, though it had a bit of a stinky foot odor. At least they wouldn't freeze to death. Zhou Kai and his group had also obtained a good amount of supplies, but heating was a big issue. Zhou Kai had found a few electric heaters in the villa. But he and Zhang Ruoxuan occupied 2 of them while the rest were distributed to others, forcing them to huddle in one large bedroom under blankets to avoid shivering from the cold. Thus the first day of extreme cold passed. The next day at dawn, the owners' group became lively again. A resident on the 2nd floor of Unit 201 in Building 10 has died. I just went up to borrow something, knocked on the door for a long time, and when no one answered I pried the door open. The old man and old woman were frozen stiff in bed. No way. Has someone frozen to death in our community? It can't be, although my house is only -3 degrees, but curling up in the blankets shouldn't lead to freezing to death, right? Damn, my house is only -10 degrees, someone really might die. The couple downstairs quarrels every day, but there was no sound last night. They can't have frozen to death too, right? You upstairs, are you cursing someone? Freezing to death, who the hell still has the energy to argue? Lin Dong was also awakened by the sounds from his phone. Lu Yusin thoughtfully brought over breakfast. She had also seen the messages in the owner's group, and upon seeing the photos of the dead she felt very uncomfortable but no longer had the overflowing kindness. While eating breakfast, Lin Dong scrolled through his phone and then tossed it aside with a smile. They've frozen to death yet they can still be so lively, truly energetic. Every household must still have ample supplies. Lu Yusin took a glance at her phone and shook her head helplessly. The members of the Property Management Committee have already given up on finding trouble with the property management. Each building is proposing to elect a building leader to organize people to clear the snow. After saying that, Lu Yusin looked at Lin Dong. The building leader for Building 10 is that Aunt Huang you mentioned, right? Lin Dong put down his bowl and chopsticks, walked to the window and pointed below with a smile. Ever seen an old bootlicker? Lu Yusin curiously leaned over and then saw a thick layer of snow outside. There were actually two elderly men fully equipped with backpacks skiing towards Building 10. What are they doing? Are they out of their minds? Lu Yusin exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Lin Dong shrugged. It's only been 2 days since they last danced with Aunt Huang. These two old men are living like it's been years. Their backpacks are filled with rice flour and cooking oil, braving the wind and snow to deliver supplies to Aunt Huang. Lu Yusin showed an expression of disbelief, shaking her head. They ski quite fast, making it seem like a competition. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this is the perseverance of old bootlickers. They are wealthy old men from the villa area and also leaders in the Property Management Committee. They have significant influence in the group, so Aunt Huang became the building leader. You can understand that, right? Lu Yusin was truly speechless. So that's how Aunt Huang became the building leader. Sigh, I wonder if these two old men will regret their bootlicking behavior when they find themselves short of food in the future. Someone is coming again. Lu Yusin was truly amazed by the persistence of the old suitors below. Didn't they see that most of the homeowners who had frozen to death in the group were elderly? They might freeze to death at home yet they dare to go outside. I really don't understand what kind of magic that Aunt Huang possesses. Lin Dong watched the bizarre scene below, shaking his head in disbelief. In the vast snowfield, elderly men were skiing, sometimes in pairs, sometimes in threes. There have already been 7 or 8 old men delivering supplies to her. That should be enough for them to live for a month, right? Only then did Lu Yusin truly realize how despicable Aunt Huang was. Those old men, even if they were wealthy, would have nowhere to spend their money in the future. Now those supplies are worth more than gold and silver. They were deceived by Aunt Huang just like that. I believe they gained nothing beneficial from Aunt Huang, at most a kiss flavored with pickled vegetables. Lin Dong shook his head indifferently. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Just then Lin Dong's phone beeped twice. One was from the 10,000 homeowners group and the other was from the homeowners group of Building 10. The group owner was Aunt Huang. After announcing the leaders of each building in the 10,000 homeowners group, Aunt Huang also spoke in the group named Family of Building 10. I am honored to become the leader of our Building 10 during this difficult time. I fully understand the responsibilities that come with this role. I will definitely demonstrate exceptional organizational abilities to help our family through this snow disaster. Despite being a short statement, it contains several typos revealing Aunt Huang's elementary school dropout education. But at this moment, who still cares about such things? Few people in the group spoke, expressing their full support for Aunt Huang's work. Aunt Huang seemed to have some self-awareness and didn't continue to showcase her literary talents but directly sent a voice message in the group. Families should have seen on TV that the whole country is working to rescue and aid, but the disaster situation is incredibly severe, and not only have many ordinary people frozen to death but many of our soldiers and heroes have also sacrificed in this snow disaster. To avoid adding a burden to the organization, we must complete our self-rescue. Now I will call upon the young and strong lads in our building to go out and shovel snow, striving to let everyone go out and purchase supplies as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, our families won't last for a few days, so I ask everyone to cooperate. As Aunt Huang finished her 2 sentences, several older women in the group echoed her. Aunt Huang is amazing, her organizational skills are top-notch. I never realized before, Aunt Huang, you are truly an outstanding leader. It's a waste for you to be our building leader. Families, we must unconditionally support the work of our leader. The young men and women in the building should hurry down to shovel snow. Let's not wait for the leader to call us out. Yes, the leader is already working hard enough. Let's not add to her burden. Young people, be proactive. Originally, some strong laborers in Building 10 were reluctant to go outside, and besides, they didn't have any proper snow shoveling tools at hand. Now, with these old women using their seniority to pressure them, they were even less inclined to speak. Aunt Huang seemed to have anticipated this situation and promptly sent a video in the group. In the video, Aunt Huang was wrapped up tightly and behind her was her silly son bundled in thick cotton clothes looking like a rice dumpling holding a shovel and preparing to go out to shovel snow. My son is already prepared. As the building leader, I will also join everyone to shovel snow together. Our building 10 must not lag behind other buildings. Families. United we stand, we will overcome this snow disaster. With Aunt Huang's passionate speech, she indeed inspired quite a few people. After all, they all knew the situation of Aunt Huang's son. He is a fool. Plus, with Aunt Huang the building leader personally involved, many young people with thin skins became enthusiastic. Aunt Huang, you are doing great. My wife and I will head down right away. The couple from the third floor responded first. Soon many others expressed they would also go down to shovel snow. Seeing the good response, Aunt Huang was all smiles. When she was younger, she had a dream of leadership, but she only shed the title of widow curse in the past decade. Back then she couldn't even hold her head up in a crowd, let alone talk about being a leader. Little did she expect at 60 years old she would welcome her political career in the face of this snow disaster. Watching the number of responding young people increase, Aunt Huang was filled with passion. Originally intending to just make an appearance, she now felt she should stand on the front line against the snow disaster. However, Aunt Huang soon noticed that some people on her pre-planned list had not spoken in the group. First on the list was Wang Jianchong and his wife from the 5th floor, Unit 501. Aunt Huang quickly tagged Wang Jianchong in the group. Xiao Wang, are you and your wife still not awake? You mustn't be silent, our building cannot lose any more members. Wang Jianchong was indeed still hiding under the covers. He was about the same age as Aunt Huang's son, but without any hair on his head he looked like a man in his 50s. Plus, Wang Jianchong was somewhat overweight and lacking exercise. He never even thought that at this critical moment he could mount the horse and go to battle. Seeing Aunt Huang calling him out first, Wang Jianchong cursed her ancestors for 18 generations. Originally Wang Jianchong planned to play dead. But unexpectedly Aunt Huang saw no one responding and directly said, "Oh no, could something really have happened? When the young men from upstairs come down, they will pry open the door to see if there is still hope for rescue." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianchong suddenly panicked. His wife even slapped him twice on his bald head. "Old Wang, don't play dead, hurry up and go down, our child has caught a cold from the freezing, I need to take care of her." Wang Jianchong reluctantly crawled out from under the covers and quickly replied in the group. "No need, I was just giving medicine to my child. Both my wife and child have caught a cold and now have a high fever. I will go down to gather with everyone shortly." A series of thumbs-up emojis popped up below. These emojis were originally meant to praise him, but Wang Jianchong felt that he was being scolded by these family members and they were quite harsh. Following that, Aunt Huang called out 7 or 8 homeowners. With Wang Jianchong as a precedent, these people also expressed they would send out the strong laborers from their homes. As Aunt Huang organized the assembly time, Lu Yusin frowned and looked at Lin Dong. "It's a bit strange, why hasn't she called you out?" Lin Dong coldly laughed and pushed his phone over to Lu Yusin. "She just didn't call me in the group." Lu Yusin was taken aback, took the phone and turned red with anger, saying, "That old woman is too wicked." On the phone was a private message from Aunt Huang to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, with the snow disaster upon us, every household has sent out labor. You may not need to shovel snow, but you must bring your 4 dogs down. They are long-haired animals and are not afraid of the cold, and they will be raised here under my leadership, conveniently contributing to our building." As Lin Dong coldly laughed, his gaze became increasingly sharp. "This old woman is full of schemes. She has already realized the value of her buy under the snow disaster and wants to claim them for herself. If I listen to her, we won't need to serve as labor anymore." Lu Yusin gritted her teeth. "This is absolutely impossible. Erbai is our family and cannot be handed over to this old lady." Lin Dong shrugged noncommittally. Of course he would never hand over Erbai to anyone, let alone Erbai. Old Madame Huang wouldn't gain any benefit from him. At that moment Lin Dong sent a voice message to her. "Old thing, are you getting senile? Just because you wear the hat of the building chief, do you forget your own surname? My doghouse is bigger than your house. Do you really think my dog will work for you? You old thing, are you worthy? Aren't you afraid of shortening your life?" After being reborn, Lin Dong had never backed down. Before the extreme cold arrived, he had stood up to anyone he found unpleasant, let alone now that the extreme cold was here, everyone in his eyes was merely an ant. He certainly wouldn't indulge old Madame Huang. Lu Yusin, having seen Lin Dong's response, couldn't help but frown. "Isn't this a bit too harsh? If that old woman got so angry that she acted out of frustration, she might spill the beans about her buy, and then all attention would be focused on us, which would be troublesome. Liu Yusen's analysis was of course quite reasonable. However, Lin Dong understood the current situation better than Liu Yusen, and he knew old Madame Huang even better. Lin Dong shook his head and said, "No, the more this old woman understands the value of her buy, the less likely she is to expose them to public view. She wants to control these dogs herself to solidify her position as building chief. Moreover, many people tend to follow the crowd. If we stand up against them, some will choose not to work, making it even harder for the old woman to maintain her position as chief." Liu Yusen's beautiful eyes lit up. No wonder Lin Dong was so fearless in his retort. He had already grasped old Madame Huang's intentions. Indeed, when old Madame Huang heard the voice message from Lin Dong, she was infuriated. She immediately wanted to rally all the residents of Building 10 to storm Lin Dong's home, tie him up in the icy cold, and then seize all of Lin Dong's dogs. But after pressing the voice input, she quickly retracted it. "No, I can't let others set their sights on those dogs." Frustrated, old Madame Huang turned around and sent Lin Dong another voice message. "Lin Dong, you are a waste of society scum without any spirit of contribution. If you have the guts, just keep being a turtle. Otherwise I will make sure everyone in the building knows your shameless true face." Lin Dong disdainfully retorted, "Old thing, don't think I don't know your dirty tricks. You better not have any ideas about my herb. In my eyes your life is worth less than a pile of herbaceous poop. You be careful or I might just end you." Old Madame Huang sensed the murderous intent in this voice message, causing her to tremble all over, and she quickly put away her phone. "Crazy lunatic. Just wait for me." Old Madame Huang dared only to curse a couple of times in private before calling her foolish son to head out. As the labor force from Building 10 gathered, the other 23 buildings began to take action as well, if those who could become building chiefs had some means. However, organizing the villa area was not so easy. Nevertheless, these wealthy individuals generally had servants at home. When it came to mobilizing labor, those servants were naturally thrown into the fray. Some even directly posted bounties in the owners' group, asking the high-rise and villa residents to help them with snow shoveling. They started with an hourly wage of 300 yuan. But when they saw not many people willing to respond, someone directly raised the hourly wage to 1,000 yuan. Now many people jumped out. It must be said that even during a snow disaster, some people were willing to risk their lives for money. Of course, they were all fantasizing that the snow disaster would pass quickly, hoping to make a quick buck. As for Gung Hui from Building 1, he didn't send any little brothers out at all. No one dared to call him out to work. Gung Hui sat smoking a cigar, tossing split firewood into the fireplace. The flames roared inside, raising the temperature around. The younger brothers gathered in the living room didn't feel too cold either. Glancing at his phone, Gung Hui couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. "A bunch of idiots, the snow layer is already solid. By the time you dig to the entrance of the community and see the supermarkets with scarce supplies, your expressions will surely be hilarious." As for Zhou Kai, because they had previously raided a lot of supplies from the supermarket, they weren't lacking food and drink. Currently it was difficult to keep warm, but they could barely manage. However, if they were to go out now and shovel snow, no one would be willing to do it. Nevertheless, this time Zhou Kai did not hold back and generously pulled out 50,000 yuan to hire 20 people to help them shovel snow. Such a lavish move naturally attracted a round of flattery from Zhang Tao and others. However, the security team was starting to feel uneasy. A few of the younger brothers approached team leader Sun Mang's bedside. "Brother Mang, something's not right. Those old men from the villa committee are acting up. They're still electing a building chief and mobilizing everyone to shovel snow." "Yeah, Sun team, after they shovel the snow they might come back to settle scores with us. Brother Mang, why don't we go out and do some work? I've heard those rich folks are offering 1,000 yuan per hour." "Hee, 1,000 yuan for an hour working half a day would earn more than a month's salary." Sun Mang glared at the few people, opening his mouth to scold them. "Are you all out of your minds? Do you know how cold it is outside? It's almost 50 degrees below zero. Don't even talk about 1,000 yuan an hour. Even if it were 10,000 I wouldn't do it." The others shrank their necks. Dogsy forced a smile. "Hee, Brother Mang, didn't we shovel snow yesterday? We shouldn't freeze to death, right?" Slap. Sun Mang slapped Dogsy on the forehead. "Nonsense. Today is even colder and the wind is strong. While we can still move our hands and feet in the snow cave, if we clear the snow layer and expose our limbs to the wind and snow, they will be frostbitten immediately." Sun Mang, with his high school diploma, truly understood quite a bit and analyzed the situation clearly. Everyone's complexion turned pale at his words. Sun Mang glared at his incompetent subordinate, softened his tone and persuaded, "It's not that your brother is stopping you from making money, it's just that money is useless right now. In this low-temperature frostbite is a matter of life and death. Besides, I worked hard to warm this place up. If you keep going in and out, all the warmth will escape." In the end, Dogzi and the others were convinced by Sun Mang and could only gather together to continue drinking and playing cards. As a large labor force started to put in effort, they actually pried open pathways in the snow layer. However, once they completely exposed themselves to the harsh outside temperature, everyone felt their hands and feet go numb and involuntarily shiver. There was simply no way to keep working continuously if they could only take turns doing the work. Over at Building 10, Wang Jianchang was already weak. After working late into the night with his wife on 2 assignments, he was genuinely exhausted, his legs weak, and he couldn't even lift the shovel. He glanced back at the young men beside him and his mouth involuntarily twitched. Something's not right. He hurriedly turned and ran to old Madame Huang. "Old Madame Huang, this isn't right. There are still strong laborers from our building who haven't come down yet." Everyone was freezing upon hearing that. Some were at home slacking off, their eyes turned red as they looked over here. Old Madame Huang's heart trembled as she already knew who Wang Jianchang was referring to. But she still pretended to ask, "Oh, who hasn't come down yet?" When it came to cunning, not 10 Wang Jianchang could match a single Aunt Huang. "Yes. Lin Dong, the owner of the penthouse suite on the top floor of Building 10, yes, him and his wife too. They're young and strong, so what? Just because they've got a few coins, do they think they can shirk their duty?" Wang Jianchang deliberately raised his voice for the other residents to hear. At once everyone gathered around, except Aunt Huang's simple-minded son, who kept digging diligently up front. Chattering erupted from all sides. "Isn't Lin Dong the resident of Unit 701? Is that penthouse really his? No wonder he hauled so much soil upstairs recently. I heard the penthouse has a massive terrace. He must be planting flowers and herbs up there. That supreme penthouse belongs to that kid Lin Dong. How filthy rich. Rich? What's that got to do with us? If he's so wealthy, let him pay up. We're slaving away like dogs while he hides indoors." Beyond their astonishment at Lin Dong's hidden fortune, murmurs of resentment began to rise, and clearly these words were aimed squarely at Aunt Huang. Their labor was voluntary, freezing cold or not, they'd have to curl up and bear it themselves. But those from the nearby villa district had been hired at exorbitant rates. Clearly they hadn't yet grasped that money had lost its value, that people would truly risk their lives for it. Aunt Huang now loathed Wang Jianchang with visceral hatred. That bald-headed, unreliable fool, why did he choose this precise moment to stir trouble? Wasn't he deliberately undermining her authority as the newly appointed building leader? Yet Lin Dong remained her greatest grievance. Unwilling to spend a cent on hiring fellow residents, Aunt Huang swiftly turned her gaze to the group chat, and tagged Lin Dong. "Lin Dong. You two stop playing dead, get down here immediately. Don't you see everyone digging snow out here, exhausted and drenched in sweat? Does your conscience allow it?" Aunt Huang's shout instantly roused the neighborhood's aunties, and even the delicate, fairy maidens, from their digital slumber. "Oh my! There are shameless ones who dare pretend to be unconscious. Lin Dong. I haven't seen any sign of life from Unit 701 lately. I thought he'd moved out. Who'd have guessed he'd stoop so low as to feign death? Humph. Such people deserve to freeze to death. Alive they only waste oxygen and contribute nothing to the community. Young man, laziness won't serve you well. When you're our age you'll wish you could move, but your limbs will betray you. Alas, if my legs weren't so feeble I'd rush down there myself to battle this blizzard alongside everyone. Lin Dong, get downstairs now or I'll break down your door. How utterly shameless. Lin Dong, stop hiding. Speak up." By now over a dozen people were tagging Lin Dong in the chat, their insults growing ever more scathing. A triumphant smile flickered across Aunt Huang's lips, even as she uttered a conciliatory remark. "All right everyone, calm down. Let's grant the youth room to air. Lin Dong, you and your wife still have time to come down. Consider everything before this moment erased." Instantly a chorus of sycophantic praise rose. "What magnanimity from our building leader. We're truly blessed to have such an outstanding leader. Under Leader Huang's guidance our heroic residents will surely overcome this snow disaster. Strong, able-bodied young men, you must push forward. Our fairy maidens are cheering you on." One self-proclaimed, adorable, 200-pound, lowly fairy even posted a motivational selfie. Her bulbous nose, triangular eyes and plump sausage-like lips instantly halved the morale of the workforce below. Hastily they replied in the chat, with frantic waving and face-covering emojis. Most sent gestures of refusal, hands waving, faces covered, followed by the terse phrase, absolutely unnecessary. Just as the mood reached its peak, Lin Dong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up in the group. Those digging snow, don't say I didn't warn you. Your shovels can't keep pace with the falling snow. Nightfall is imminent, temperatures are plummeting further, many of you may freeze to death out there. And to those who hide behind age or feigned illness, cease your moral coercion, it's useless against me. I lack for nothing food, warmth, comfort. Why on earth would I descend into the cold like a fool? He followed his message with a photo. Clad in a thin silk pajama, he sat at his dining table, 2 perfectly seared Wagyu steaks before him, 2 flutes of champagne bubbling softly. The image ignited fury across the board. Lin Dong, you deserve to die. That photo's obviously photoshopped. I live right next door in Unit 702, we're at -15 degrees Celsius. Even wrapped in blankets we're shivering, how could you possibly wear pajamas? Lin Dong, you're pushing us to break down your door. You're utterly shameless, Lin Dong. Humph. You're just a clown, do you really want to taste the wrath of the entire building? Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. I'm dragging that brat out and beating him senseless. Go ahead, I support you. Besides, the emergency hotline hasn't answered in hours. Kill him and call it frostbite, no one will investigate. Exactly, snap his dog legs, dump him into the snow, let him freeze solid, then claim he jumped. Humanity's darkest impulses surfaced unmasked, some openly plotted Lin Dong's murder. Lin Dong scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Beside him, Lu Yusen's pupils contracted sharply. I never imagined they'd lose their humanity so quickly. Lin Dong cut a slice of steak and held it gently to Lu Yusen's lips. They're merely venting hot air, for now. The building's power grid will soon collapse entirely. Starting tomorrow, electricity will be available for mere hours each day. Elevators will cease functioning. Climbing 24 floors. Even if exhaustion doesn't kill them, the cold certainly will. Lu Yusen savored the tender, succulent Wagyu, and rewarded Lin Dong with a soft, lingering kiss. Honey, you're wonderful. Only now did she fully grasp the profound bliss of being sheltered by Lin Dong, and how infinitely precious his unconditional trust truly was. Lin Dong affectionately pinched her cheek, then glanced at his phone and said coolly, I'm in the penthouse on floor 24. You're welcome to come up and kill me, anytime. He raised his champagne flute toward the camera in a mock toast. Welcome to the frostbound apocalypse. My sincere wishes to you all. The taunt inflamed the mob beyond endurance. Arg, I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you. How the hell could Lin Dong possibly live in the supreme penthouse? His apartment does look incredibly warm. It's definitely faked. Lin Dong, keep bluffing. We're coming up right now. Let's see how cocky you are, face-to-face. That final line came from Wang Jianchang, who had long resented Lin Dong. Only Zhang Tao's 2 stern warnings had restrained him thus far. But now, seeing Lin Dong provoke universal outrage, Wang Jianchang sensed his chance for revenge, and even envisioned using several reckless youths to eliminate Lin Dong permanently. Ignoring Aunt Huang's protests, he immediately led a group of young men sprinting toward the elevator. Lin Dong, having read Wang Jianchang's message, chuckled softly, Wang Jianchang, I'm terrified. Please take the elevator up, it's faster. Otherwise climbing stairs would make me wait too long to feel properly afraid. Wang Jianchang nearly exploded with rage. As he shoved his way into the elevator, he snarled, Lin Dong, you'll pay for this. Don't think your filthy money makes you untouchable. You've angered everyone, and you're finished. The elevator surged upward, then at the 5th floor a sharp clack plunged the cabin into darkness. It shuddered violently. Wang Jianchang and his companions panicked instantly. What's happening? Why did the power cut out? SHT, we're trapped inside. It's freezing in here. If the power doesn't return soon, we won't last an hour. Wang Jianchang panicked. He hurriedly took out his phone, trembling as he typed in the group chat, Aunt Huang, why has the power gone out in our building? A few of us are stuck in the elevator. The remaining guys also frantically called for help. It's freezing in here, someone come save us. Yes, Aunt Huang, you're the building manager, hurry and find someone to open the elevator. Damn it, why is it that at such a crucial moment the power goes out? Lin Dong, you didn't mess with this, did you? As someone in the elevator spoke these words, Wang Jianchang's eyes widened in horror, his whole body trembling. He quickly searched for the voice message Lin Dong had sent earlier. Wang Jianchang, I'm so scared, you should come up in the elevator, it's faster that way. Otherwise walking up the stairs will make me even more scared. The voice echoed in the elevator, and for a moment everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Wang Jianchang's phone. A chilling sense of dread engulfed everyone. It was not the coldness of the body but a fear that gripped the depths of their hearts. Wang Jianchang stammered, it was intentional, Lin Dong deliberately wanted to trap us in the elevator. He must have known the power would go out. The others exchanged terrified glances. How could he possibly know the elevator would lose power? Could it really be his doing? Impossible, the main power switch isn't even on our floor. Lin Dong is a bit creepy, I'm done for, hurry and open the elevator. Fear surrounded them, and finally someone could no longer bear the terrifying psychological pressure and began to pound on the door. But the elevator door showed no signs of opening. The others joined in frantically banging on the door. Some already holding shovels disregarded the damage to public property, desperate to pry the door open. But the elevator door seemed frozen in place, showing no signs of being pried open. Damn it, how could this happen? Help! Aunt Huang, you're the building manager, hurry and save us. Wife, him on the 5th floor, quickly find something outside and see if you can pry the door open. Wang Jianchang also began to call for his wife. But to his despair there was not a single response from her. Meanwhile, Aunt Huang finally saw the messages on her phone, mainly because she had turned off her mobile data earlier, losing connection after the power outage. It was only after others reminded her that she realized, otherwise she would have been waiting to watch the commotion. Don't panic, don't worry, as the building manager I won't let you be in danger. I'll find the property staff right away. Aunt Huang reassured everyone in the group. But when Wang Jianchang and the others saw this message, they were nearly infuriated. Aunt Huang, have you lost your mind? There are only a few people on duty at the property management office, and the security guards have been as silent as the dead for 2 days. How could they possibly come save us? Yeah, Aunt Huang, we followed your instructions as the building manager and actively organized the residents to work, and that's why we're stuck in the elevator. You have to save us. Help someone come save us. I'm freezing, it feels like it's getting colder in here. Their voices trembled with urgency and some even cried out in fear. The chat group became chaotic with various people offering suggestions, yet not a single person actually went to save them. Aunt Huang's trust crisis as the building manager was imminent. She was well aware that this was her first major test since taking on the role. If she handled it poorly, she would no longer command authority over the residents. So while she reassured Wang Jianchang and the others, she hurriedly led people to climb to the 5th floor. The effort was so exhausting that the group was puffing out white breath. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had finished his dinner, looking at the messages in the residents group with a mocking smile. He crying out for help already, with such little courage, how do they expect to take me down? Lu Yusin's face was cold. She felt no sympathy for those crying out in the elevator. Their attitude had been quite clear earlier. They genuinely wanted to harm Lin Dong. If Lin Dong hadn't foreseen the power outage, they would have already been outside smashing the door and attacking. Sympathy for enemies who harbor murderous intentions. Lu Yusin was not the kind of person to be a bleeding heart. Instead, she clearly recognized the ugly side of human nature, and she would unconditionally support everything Lin Dong did. Dingling, clang, bang, bang, bang. The sounds of pounding echoed through the corridor. Clearly, trying to open the elevator door was not an easy task. It wasn't that the elevator door was frozen shut. Rather, everyone was too weak and powerless in the extreme cold. As time passed second by second. Though it was only 10 minutes for those inside, it felt like years. Wang Jianchang and the others had huddled together in the elevator, placing all their hope on the people outside as they forcefully tried to break the door. These guys were truly foolish. If they had moved around a bit, they wouldn't be this cold. They were already soaked with cold sweat, and now they were freezing like dogs, unable to warm up even when huddled together. Help, a few people called weakly. The people outside were exhausted and impatiently cursed. Stop shouting, who told you to be so impulsive and seek revenge? Now look, you've dragged us down and wasted so much energy. If it were any other time, Wang Jianchang would have retorted. But now they were relying on the people outside for help, so they could only shut their mouths tightly and hold on to each other. I must say this scene was quite an eyesore. Aunt Huang was extremely anxious. No, if this continues they will really freeze to death. The thought of someone dying under her organization of work made Aunt Huang's face turn pale. Lin Dong, you despicable person, once I get them out I will definitely deal with you. Aunt Huang, don't let your son keep shoveling snow outside, hurry and get him up here. He's strong and might be able to open the door. We're all out of strength. Someone stopped their actions, complaining. Only then did Aunt Huang snap back to reality and hurried to call her son upstairs. The big guy quickly appeared on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had been lounging on the sofa watching the surveillance, slightly sat up upon seeing the tall and sturdy figure. Lu Yusin also felt a bit anxious. She remembered Lin Dong saying that Aunt Huang could completely conquer the neighbors because of her son's formidable fighting power. Can this big guy really open the elevator door? Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask Lin Dong. Lin Dong squinted his eyes, focusing on the big guy in the footage picking up a shovel. Memories of his past life flooded back. It was this big guy who had wielded a fire axe and smashed open the specially made security door of the apartment in just a few strikes. That terrifying strength still sent shivers down Lin Dong's spine. However, at that time the big guy had clearly been incited by Aunt Huang to unleash his combat power. Now, under the current extreme cold conditions, would this big guy still be so fierce? Step aside everyone, let my son handle this. Huang Anti urged the crowd to disperse, then handed the far more formidable fire axe to the simple-minded giant. De Chun, use this, strike the elevator doors with all your might. You must break them open. The simple-minded giant obeyed his mother without question. He nodded blankly, took the axe and widened his eyes as he raised his arms in full swing. Whoosh! A terrifying surge of strength erupted, so fierce it tore through the air with a deafening shriek. Crack! A sharp, brittle sound echoed. The elevator door split open, a jagged fissure over 20 centimeters long. Yet no one cheered in relief, instead they gasped in awestruck terror at the sheer power radiating from the simple-minded giant. After all, 2 or 3 dozen people had taken turns hammering at that door earlier, and failed to budge it even slightly. Yet this giant had nearly shattered it with a single blow. The elevator shuddered violently. Inside, passengers saw the axe blade pierce through, and even sparks fly, sending them recoiling into tight, trembling balls. What is that thing? Keep it down out there, you're scaring us to death. Oh my God, the axe came within 0.01 centimeters of my face. If I had one more chance I'd shout to those outside, for heaven's sake, watch where you swing. Huang Anti paid no mind to the cries from within. She too stood stunned, awestruck by her son's monstrous strength. Then she noticed the collective terror etched across every resident's face as they stared at her son, and her pulse quickened with exhilaration. Only now did she realize that her leadership skills, intellect and network of connections were insufficient to secure her position as building chief. In such an extreme environment only absolute overwhelming force could command true authority, and her son Huang De Chun was that force. Brilliant work, son, put in just a little more effort and the door will yield. Huang Anti praised him, her voice alight with fervor. De Chun, rarely praised by his mother, twitched at the corners of his mouth, as if trying for the first time to smile. Screech! With a mighty heave De Chun wrenched the fire axe free. The grating shriek of metal on metal sent the crowd stumbling backward in alarm. Lu Yusin, watching the live feed on the security monitor, instinctively drew a sharp breath. Such terrifying strength, it's downright inhuman. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened, cold glacial light flashing in his eyes. Had his shelter not been impervious even to artillery bombardment, De Chun's raw power alone would have posed a genuine threat. God stripped him of intellect, but gifted him a body of monstrous might, perhaps to ensure his survival in this apocalyptic hellscape. Alas, he has a despicable mother. Lin Dong shook his head. There was no need to answer Lu Yusin's earlier question. The elevator door would not withstand many more blows from De Chun. Crack! Crack! Indeed, De Chun's next 2 strikes unleashed even greater force. The elevator door buckled, twisted and finally tore apart with brutal finality. Yet neither those trapped inside nor the onlookers outside dared breathe. They gaped at De Chun as though confronting a living aberration. Sensing their fearful stares, De Chun hastily sheathed the axe and retreated behind his mother, his deep voice rumbling softly. Ma, the door's open. His words carried a faint rustic lilt, yet the assembled crowd, who had seldom heard him speak, felt their hearts constrict and their breaths catch in unison. Huang Anti instantly read their reaction. Her eyes gleamed, her heart swelled with triumph. What are you waiting for? Get out, now. If not for my son you'd all be frozen stiff in there tonight, she barked at Wang Jianchang and the others still huddled inside. At last the spell broke. Wang Jianchang and his companions scrambled out, yet as they passed Huang Anti they instinctively lowered their heads and sidestepped away. "Thank you, Auntie Huang. Without your son we truly would have perished from the cold." Wang Jianchong bowed deeply effusive in his gratitude. A master of opportunism, he knew well with a son like that no one would dare defy Huang Anti again. Once the first voice rose in praise, the rest followed swiftly. Flattery poured forth like a torrent, each resident vying to curry favor with Huang Anti. "Truly remarkable De Chun. No wonder he's the son of our building chief. Born with divine strength. Auntie Huang, your son is nothing short of a prodigy." In the past, had anyone called her son a prodigy, Huang Anti would have snapped back in fury. It would have been unmistakable mockery. Today, however, she drank in every word of flattery like fine wine. Even De Chun's dull vacant gaze seemed to flicker with newfound light, as if for the very first time in his life he understood he was being praised. "Ha, ha. Well, today's crisis was resolved thanks to De Chun. Xiao Wang, you must learn restraint in future." Huang Anti began lecturing Wang Jianchong. Wang Jianchong and his group bowed and scraped, until someone suddenly clenched their teeth in rage. "Auntie Huang, this isn't all our fault, that wretched Lin Dong is to blame." "Exactly. Lin Dong is a despicable scoundrel, he deliberately trapped us in that elevator. Yes, he acted as if he knew the power would fail. Auntie Huang, as our building chief, you must uphold justice for us." Now even those exhausted residents, who'd labored fruitlessly to pry the door, joined the chorus of condemnation against Lin Dong. "That Lin Dong is utterly disgraceful. Humph, just because he's wealthy doesn't make him untouchable. Living in a penthouse doesn't entitle him to arrogance. Auntie Huang, you're the building chief. His past conduct shows utter contempt for your authority. You must discipline him." "Ha, ha. That Lin Dong clearly has no idea our building chief's son possesses strength rivaling the legendary Xiangyu, the very embodiment of innate godlike might. How dare he defy her? If Lin Dong saw what just happened, he'd surely wet himself." Lin Dong, watching the scene unfold on the monitor, heard every word. He glanced instinctively at his own trousers, then quipped to Lu Yusen, "Hey, check for me, did I actually wet myself?" Lu Yusen shot him a withering look. "No joking now, this is real collective wrath. They'll likely storm our place any moment to settle accounts." Lin Dong merely shrugged, then curled deeper into the sofa and pulled a blanket over himself, utterly unperturbed. "Perfect, I can test the defensive integrity of the upgraded shelter." Lu Yusen's delicate brows nodded. "But, if even that monster can't breach the door, won't our shelter's existence be exposed?" Lin Dong's smile widened as he swept Lu Yusen into his arms. "Do I look worried about the shelter's secrecy being revealed?" Lu Yusen froze, then met his gaze where chilling lethal intent burned cold and bright. "I've chosen not to seek them out, that alone is their greatest stroke of fortune. Should they dare come knocking on my door seeking death, I shall welcome them with open arms. Every soul scheming to seize my shelter, deserves to die." Lu Yusen was stunned by Lin Dong's gaze. Yet Lin Dong's words were utterly flawless. Those who conspired against their shelter were undoubtedly their mortal enemies and deserved to die. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Aunt Huang listened to the surrounding cacophony of accusations, her expression serious, yet inside she felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Now everyone had to listen to her. They all had to rely on her son to accomplish their tasks. However, Aunt Huang was also well aware that while she had the ability to help these people, she could not do so without a cost. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Therefore Aunt Huang immediately waved her hand at the crowd. "All right, everyone, calm down. Don't let a single rat ruin the pot of porridge. I'll communicate with Lin Dong. We have more important matters to attend to now. We are already falling behind the other buildings in digging out the snow." Upon hearing they had to go down and dig out the snow, especially Wang Jianchong and the others, they immediately lamented. Do we really have to go down and dig snow? Aunt Huang, we might freeze to death, how can we still dig out the snow?" Before they could continue, Aunt Huang shot a glare at Wang Jianchong and the others. "Do you still have the face to say that? If I let you go home now, you won't even warm up. Hurry down and move around, otherwise you will definitely get into trouble." As she said this, Aunt Huang deliberately tugged at her son. Huang Dachuan, somewhat confused, instinctively gripped the axe in his hand. Although it was merely a slight step forward, it had a powerful deterring effect on everyone. Someone quickly took the lead. "Yes, let's hurry and dig the snow if this is for all of us. We can't slack off. Indeed, the group in our community has already sent out messages if the other buildings are all digging snow tunnels. I've heard that working in a snow tunnel isn't as cold. As someone reminded them, Aunt Huang took out her phone. Seeing the photos sent by the leaders of the other buildings, it was clear that someone had already dug out a snow tunnel. The tunnel walls were quite solid, evidently ensuring that such a snow tunnel wouldn't easily collapse and wouldn't expose everyone completely to the extreme cold. Aunt Huang felt a bit guilty, wondering why she hadn't thought of this approach earlier. She was just a little too foolish. But Aunt Huang wouldn't admit her mistake. Instead, she chose to encourage everyone. Alright family, we need to speed up. The other buildings that are digging quickly have already made over 10 meters of snow tunnel. Thus everyone reluctantly went downstairs to resume digging the snow tunnel. Surprisingly, once they entered the snow tunnel to dig, they found it wasn't as cold. However, the snow layer was now quite dense, and the further they dug, the more effort it consumed. Their progress was rather slow. Although Aunt Huang claimed she would work alongside everyone, she was only supervising and didn't lift a finger. Of course, no one dared to say anything since they knew the older arms and legs couldn't handle the toil. Moreover, Aunt Huang's son Huang Dachuan was as strong as 10 men, forging ahead seemingly unaware of fatigue. While everyone was digging the snow tunnel, Aunt Huang took out her phone. She then began to privately message Lin Dong. Lin Dong picked up his phone, and upon seeing the video Aunt Huang sent couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. Is this the elevator door that Huang Dachuan just chopped open? Is she trying to scare you? Lu Yusen saw the video clearly and also shook her head in disdain. Then Aunt Huang's voice message popped up. Lin Dong, because of you Wang Jianchang and the others almost froze to death in the elevator. Thankfully my son chopped open the elevator door with just a few strikes. You have truly angered the masses. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have already rushed upstairs. Do you understand how serious the consequences could be? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow at Lu Yusen and replied to Aunt Huang's voice message with a playful tone. Consequences? Of course I know. The consequence is that they will all set their sights on my family dog and try to steal it. Upon hearing Lin Dong's sarcastic tone, Aunt Huang was immediately furious. She indeed intended to negotiate terms with Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong gave her those few dogs, she could guarantee his safety and prevent Wang Jianchang and the others from attacking him. Of course, Lin Dong would have to apologize to everyone face to face. However, Aunt Huang never expected that Lin Dong would dare to mock her. Moreover, she despised the feeling of being seen through, as if Lin Dong had completely crushed her intelligence. Aunt Huang certainly did not believe that Lin Dong was smarter than herself. Lin Dong, it seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Didn't you see the video just now? Do you want my son to chop open your door and let the neighbors drag you out? They're all furious, and I can't guarantee what kind of outrageous things they might do. Lin Dong continued to respond in a mocking tone. Oh. So you were trying to scare me with that video earlier. I'm so scared. Hurry and let your foolish son come up. By the way, bring more people so they can see how silly your son can be when he loses control. Aunt Huang was so angry that she felt like jumping up and down, wishing she could send someone up to kill Lin Dong right away. However, she had just said she would communicate with Lin Dong. Going back on her word would only make her appear weak as a leader. In her rage, Aunt Huang could only grit her teeth and threaten him. Lin Dong, you'll give you one night to think it over. If you don't hand over the 4 dogs tomorrow and apologize to the neighbors in person, you're done for. Done for. This old lady had finally torn off her hypocritical mask. She truly wanted to do away with Lin Dong. Naturally, Lin Dong wouldn't be polite either, sending several poop emojis back. Aunt Huang quickly put her phone away, fearing that if she continued to watch she would spit blood in anger. By the time it was midnight, the temperature had plummeted to -60 degrees. All the leaders began telling the residents to go home. Even while working in the snow tunnel, they were starting to struggle. Aunt Huang couldn't be an exception and called everyone back. Although everyone was quite exhausted, they were still relatively satisfied. After all, most of the work had been done by that fool Huang Dachuan, and many had even slacked off. They wondered where this fool got such strength. While working alongside Wang Dachuan, they didn't find him frightening, but when faced with Aunt Huang, they put on a flattering expression. Hee Aunt Huang, let's call it a day. Tomorrow we will definitely dig it out. Today we owe it all to Dachuan. Aunt Huang, your son is truly capable. Yes, our progress in digging snow with a dozen people can't compare to him alone. Aunt Huang thoroughly enjoyed the flattery, responding with sweet words. Ah, this is all something Dachuan should do. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Everyone hurry back to rest. Tomorrow we will dig out in one go, and then we can buy supplies so we won't have to freeze out here. As everyone hurried upstairs, Wang Jianchang was the last to stay behind. "Aunt Huang, what did Lin Dong say? We've worked ourselves to the bone until midnight and he hasn't shown up. It's too despicable." Wang Jianchang's comment about something that should be avoided made Aunt Huang very displeased. But recalling her decision, she still spoke to Wang Jianchang. "Today you were all in a rage, so he didn't dare come down. Tomorrow I'll make him apologize to you face to face. If he doesn't admit his mistakes, then I won't protect him. I'll let my son take you upstairs. You do whatever you want." Wang Jianchang immediately grinned. "That's fantastic. I want Lin Dong to kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise I'll cripple him." Wang Jianchang finally returned home. Having received no reply from his wife on his phone, he grew anxious, fearing something had befallen her. But as he stepped inside, he found her already fast asleep in bed, cradling their child. Her snores thunderous. Her snoring sounded uncannily like a ship docking. "The vessel has arrived." A surge of fury rushed to Wang Jianchang's head. In 3 strides he reached the bed and slapped his wife Wu Guifen's fleshy face with a resounding blow. Slap. A sharp ringing impact echoed perfectly. Wang Jianchang, what the hell is wrong with you?" Wu Guifen shrieked like a slaughtered pig, clutching her stinging cheek. Just as she lunged from beneath the covers to confront him, the biting cold forced her to recoil and curl back under the quilt. Their child, half awake, glanced drowsily at the two of them, sighed irritably, burrowed deeper into the warmth of the bedding and drifted off again. To the child, parental quarrels were utterly routine. Wang Jianchang himself stood momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had begun reeling the very instant his palm struck her. How dare he do such a thing? Staring at Wu Guifen's contorted fleshy visage, he instinctively took 2 steps back. He was after all terrified of his wife. Yet as he gazed at his own hand, an inexplicable fascination seized him. The sensation of slapping Wu Guifen was strangely intoxicating. It felt utterly exhilaratingly cathartic. A rush of hot blood flooded his skull, and he pointed a trembling finger at her nose and erupted into furious invective. "Shut your filthy mouth, you wretched woman. 2 hours ago I was trapped inside an elevator, nearly frozen to death, and not one of my calls reached you. Yet here I was worrying myself sick over you, while you lay snoring like a corpse beneath the quilts." Wu Guifen had never seen Wang Jianchang so ferocious. It was always she who berated him, never he who dared bark orders or raise his voice at her. Hadn't she plucked nearly every last hair from his scalp? That bald patch was her battlefield trophy. Now, ignoring the cold entirely, she leapt from bed wearing only her thick cotton trousers. "Wang Jianchang, I'll smash your bow-legged mother's skull. You've turned the world upside down, you dare shout at me like this." Wang Jianchang instinctively retreated, a primal ancestral dread rooted deep in his bones. Yet today's Wang Jianchang had just stared death in the face, or perhaps the onset of the glacial apocalypse had irrevocably reshaped him. For once he did not flinch. "Wu Guifen, try cursing me again and see what happens. I almost froze to death, and you still dare shriek like a banshee." Enraged beyond reason, Wu Guifen lunged and seized his remaining strands of hair. "You spineless coward, weak in bed loudmouth outside it. I'd let you die and not lift a finger. Why didn't the damn elevator freeze you solid? I'll kill you today." Watching clumps of his last hairs tear free, Wang Jianchang's eyes blazed crimson. "You venomous harridan, you want me dead? Then I'll ensure you don't draw another breath." Thud. 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 His heavy fists drove Wu Guifen staggering backward, her fleshy face swelling grotesquely distorted beyond recognition. Were a stranger to behold her now, they might well doubt she belonged to the human species. "Wang Jianchang, I'll kill you." She roared, whirled and dashed into the kitchen for a cleaver. He charged after her, readied and breathless, just as she swung the blade toward his skull. He seized her wrist, twisted hard, and wrenched the cleaver from her grip. "Go straight to hell." He swung the blade toward her fleshy face. Then he remembered, the cleaver was still in his hand. SSSSH, hot blood erupted across his face in a scalding arc. The thick layer of fat around Wu Guifen's neck had been slashed nearly clean through. Though she pressed both hands desperately against the wound, crimson gushed unceasingly. You truly dared kill me, gurgle, gurgle." Her eyes locked onto Wang Jianchang, wide with terror and hatred. But before she could utter another word, blood bubbled from her lips and she staggered backward. Clatter. The heavy cabinet behind her shattered under her immense weight, and she collapsed limply to the floor. Plates, cutlery and utensils cascaded from above, impaling her body with jagged wounds. Her head lolled sideways, her breath gone forever. Wang Jianchong stood frozen, cleaver clenched in both hands, staring in horror. The feverish adrenaline had vanished, his legs trembled violently and his thick cotton trousers were soaked through. He had urinated uncontrollably in sheer terror. This was his first act of defiance against Wu Guifen's tyranny, and it had ended in her murder. He had never even dared slaughter a chicken, let alone take a human life. Just then his daughter's shrill scream pierced the silence from behind. "Ah! You killed Mom! Murderer!" Paralyzed by terror, Wang Jianchong voided his bowels, and spun to see his daughter sprinting for the door. Her cries ignited his panic anew. In 3 frantic strides he tackled her to the ground. "Daughter, hush! Don't scream. Daddy didn't mean it, it was an accident. Your mother slipped, she fell and died all by herself. Let me go. You're a murderer, you're still holding a knife. Wah, you killed Mom. I'm calling the police." His daughter had been thoroughly spoiled. And influenced by her mother, she held no respect for Wang Jianchong, not even now at this catastrophic moment when she continued screaming without pause. Wang Jianchong clamped both hands over her mouth, his face twisted in a feral snarl. "Be silent, I'll make you silent. You little beast, I'll shut you up, I swear." MMPH. After an indeterminate span his daughter ceased struggling entirely. When he looked down he saw, her eyes glazed, her breath stilled. She had suffocated beneath his grip. No, I didn't mean to. It was you forced me. Yes, you forced me." He recoiled into the corner, shaking his head wildly in abject terror. Yet as he stared at his blood-slicked hands, and at the 2 rapidly chilling corpses beside him, his gaze hardened into something feral, unhinged and terrifyingly lucid. "No one must find out, absolutely no one. I won't go to prison." Rising shakily he emptied the refrigerator and began placing the dismembered remains, piece by piece, inside its frost-laced interior. By 3 a.m. he had scrubbed away every trace of the crime. He exhaled deeply, then absurdly broke into a vacant, deranged grin. "Heh. No one will ever know. No one can possibly suspect. I'll dispose of them later, claim they froze to death." Frozen to death. He believed his cover was flawless. Yet he could not possibly know that Lin Dong had installed multiple covert surveillance cameras throughout his home, angles covering every corner, capturing everything. Lin Dong and Lu Yusin had witnessed the entire atrocity unfold in real time. Ugh! Lu Yusin vomited violently in the bathroom. It was her first encounter with such grotesque, unhinged brutality, and it overwhelmed her completely. Not even a seasoned woman could have borne it. Even Lin Dong himself stood shaken, though the shelter's ambient temperature remained comfortably warm. A profound bone-deep chill gripped him. So, the timeline has already begun to shift. Lin Dong knew full well in his prior life Wang Jianchong had merely trailed behind Zhou Kai, scraping by as a hangaron. And Wu Guifan, thanks to her prodigious reserves of body fat, had survived starvation for 2 full months. This time, however, she had been slain by Wang Jianchong's own hand, on the 3rd day of the deep freeze. This proved, beyond doubt, that countless destinies had already veered onto new unpredictable paths. "Are you all right?" Lin Dong gently helped Lu Yusin out of the bathroom. Yet Lu Yusin stubbornly refused to approach the sofa. On the opposite wall a television displayed live surveillance feeds. Lu Yusin desperately forced herself not to look. "He's less than beastly, the vile Wang Jianchong. He truly deserves death. After all, those were his own wife and child." Lu Yusin railed furiously against Wang Jianchong's monstrous deeds while Lin Dong could only shake his head in weary resignation. The extreme cold of the apocalyptic winter had undoubtedly warped Wang Jianchong's mind, but his fatal violence toward his wife and daughter also sprang from deep-rooted fractures within his family. Few men could have borne Wu Guifan's relentless oppression. Day after day Wang Jianchong likely endured brutal domestic abuse. Had their genders been reversed, if Wang Jianchong were a woman subjected to such unrelenting abuse, her eventual violent outburst would surely have drawn sympathy, even absolution, from countless self-proclaimed moral arbiters. As for his daughter, she died not by fate but by folly. Had she not provoked Wang Jianchong's latent savagery with her final words, her end might never have been so horrific. Every cause bears its consequence. In Lin Dong's eyes, though Wang Jianchong's family perished unjustly, their deaths evoked no true pity. After all, in their past lives these very people had seized his home without mercy, and even sought his death. Lin Dong spoke softly, soothing Lu Yusin. "Rest now, it will only grow darker. If you break like this I'll worry endlessly." Lu Yusin bit her lower lip and clung tightly to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, do you truly believe our world has been abandoned? Lin Dong shook his head weary. Abandoned by whom? By God. By gods. Perhaps it is merely humanity's retribution, for poisoning the earth beyond repair. But none of that matters now. What matters is enduring, living on deliberately and fiercely. Lu Yusin held Lin Dong tightly for a long while before finally drawing back. Her composure had steadied, yet her eyes shimmered faintly with unshed tears. She took a slow deep breath and vowed to him, "Husband, I will adapt swiftly and fully. I won't let you carry this weight for me." "Heh, he's a silly wife," Lin Dong murmured fondly as he carried Lu Yusin back to the bedroom. Meanwhile on the surveillance screen Wang Jianchang finally burrowed beneath his blankets. Yet Wang Jianchang did not sleep. Instead he pulled out his phone and typed into the company group chat, "Director Zhang, how are things over there? Is Zhou Xiao's villa warm?" Having just slain his wife and daughter, sleep was impossible. His sole desire was to flee this accursed place. So he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Kai's villa. If his colleagues were already sheltering there, surely it was only natural, and fitting, that he too should join them. Warm? Hardly. What's wrong? Is your place freezing? If you can't bear it, burn your furniture. Better that than freeze to death. Zhang Tao was still awake, but clearly irritated by the intrusion, his reply curt and sharp. Seeing the response, Wang Jianchang hurried to reply. Director Zhang, my place is unbearable. Could I possibly come stay with everyone at Zhou Xiao's? Zhang Tao, likewise cocooned in blankets, stared blankly at the message, utterly baffled. What's going on with you? Aren't your wife and daughter still at home? Zhou Xiao doesn't shelter idle mouths. At those words Wang Jianchang instinctively curled deeper into his blankets. Were his wife and daughter still at home? That thought alone was terrifying. We'd had a row. She took our daughter back to her parents' village, rural with a heated Kong bed. They're quite cozy. I'm alone here, my backside's covered in frostbite. Wang Jianchang spun the lie effortlessly. Zhang Tao chuckled. Frostbite? More like hemorrhoids. Sensing Zhang Tao's tone soften, Wang Jianchang pressed on eagerly. Director Zhang, I doubt this snowstorm will lift anytime soon. My pantry's well stocked, fine liquor, thick coats, even oversized down jackets my wife never wore, big enough to double as quilts. I'll pack it all for Zhou Xiao. Might he grant me shelter? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Jianchang truly was a loyal lackey. Just when supplies ran thin, this bald fool delivered bounty. Though they'd looted a supermarket earlier, resources couldn't be squandered. Food, drink, and especially warmth-providing garments, were priceless. Still Zhang Tao wouldn't grant approval too readily. All right. I'll put in a good word with Zhou Xiao, he's been irritable lately. Oh, and your snow tunnel hasn't broken through yet, has it? Once it does, then we'll discuss your arrival. Wang Jianchang's heart soared. Yes, sir. We'll break through to the villa district first thing tomorrow, we'll dig straight to them. Please, speak well of me to Zhou Xiao. I must join everyone. Fine, understood. Zhang Tao rolled his eyes, switched off his phone and hurried toward Zhou Kai's room. Zhou Kai lay wrapped in blankets, but his electric heater hummed steadily. His room housed a generator, though fuel reserves were perilously low. Survival now meant turning inward. When Zhang Tao pushed open the door, Zhou Kai tightened his arms around Zhang Ruoxuan and snapped, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you knock before entering?" Zhang Tao immediately felt the room's warmth, far greater than his own, and glanced enviously at the working heater. Grinning, Zhang Tao sidled closer. Zhou Xiao, I've just ordered old Wang to bring everything from his home tomorrow, food supplies, even fine liquor to warm our bones. And most crucially, winter gear, quilts, coats, every last piece. Zhou Kai's eyes gleamed. Good, Vice Director Zhang, you've got real talent. You've got old Wang sorted clear and firm. Shivering, Zhang Ruoxuan kept her face buried, but interjected, will Wang Jianchang really hand over everything willingly? Director Zhang, you're not boasting, are you? Zhang Tao arched a brow at her, a woman he'd once claimed though now dared not touch. She belonged to Zhou Kai and that boundary was absolute. Secretary Zhang, what nonsense is that? Can't I manage one Wang Jianchang? Zhou Xiao, rest assured by tomorrow every item will be delivered to you. Zhou Kai nodded approvingly. Very well, then I leave it in your hands. Zhang Tao slithered gratefully toward the heater. Ha, ha. Zhou Xiao, mind if I crash here for a bit? The other rooms are frigid. Zhou Kai shot him a dismissive glance and waved carelessly, whereupon Zhang Tao elated wrapped himself in his blanket and sprawled beside the heater. He looked unmistakably like a dog curled loyally at his master's feet. At 6 o'clock in the morning, while all residents of Hongfu Yuyuan residential complex remained deep in slumber, Sun Mang, captain of the security team, roused his subordinates, including Guzi. Guzi had drunk heavily the previous night and grown so absorbed watching drama unfold in the residents' WeChat group that he did not fall asleep until 3 a.m. Now abruptly awakened, he staggered upright, exhausted, bloodshotted and disoriented. The others fared no better as they rubbed their noses, blood welled from each nostril. Why am I bleeding? So am I, I'm parched, my throat feels scorched. Was last night's liquor counterfeit? Brother Mang, it's still pitch black outside, why wake us now? Sun Mang rapped sharply on each man's forehead. This room's furnace has dried the air to dust. No wonder you're overheated, out you go for fresh air. Out? Where exactly are we going? Captain Sun, it's freezing out there, going outside means certain death. At the mere suggestion of stepping outdoors their faces blanched with dread. Ha, ha. A little nasal dryness is nothing. Just a bit of nosebleed, old habit of mine. Happens every few days if I skip the barber shop. Nothing serious. Brother Mang, I'm staying put. Without hesitation Sun Mang delivered 2 sharp kicks to each man's backside. Less talk, more action, move out now. While they're worn out from digging we must reach the supermarket before they do. The supermarket. Guzi was the first to grasp the implication. Brother Mang, you mean to stock up on supplies? Sun Mang's expression hardened, turning glacial. Spit on that idea. Since half an hour ago all television broadcasts have vanished. The authorities have utterly abandoned ordinary citizens, the scramble for supplies is long over. Panic seized them instantly. Guzi snatched up the TV remote and cycled frantically through channels, only static filled the screen. He then pulled out his phone. Wi-Fi was dead but mobile data still flickered faintly alive. They quickly scoured major video platforms, and found only chaos. In the United States, official negligence had escalated into open looting of civilian supplies, triggering massive riots, tanks rolling down city streets, artillery shells detonating amid crowds. Flames consumed half a city block, corpses lay strewn across the asphalt. Across Europe conditions mirrored this collapse. Though in Dahua some officials still urged calm, nearly all public discourse converged upon a single chilling conclusion. This snowstorm would never cease, it heralded the true arrival of an icebound apocalypse. If Earth were a smartphone, its owner had just initiated a full factory reset. Humanity, the bloated cache of digital waste, was slated for deletion. A wave of icy despair washed over them. Brother Mang, is this truly the end of the world? Guzi's voice trembled violently. Sun Mang withdrew the last cigarette from his crumpled pack, then crushed the empty box into a tight ball and tossed it into the roaring furnace. As firelight danced across his face, casting stark predatory shadows, his jaw muscles clenched and pulsed. With a slow, deliberate exhale he expelled a plume of smoke, and fixed his blood-red gaze upon them. Authority is paralyzed. Order has shattered. We stand utterly unguarded, and I've just learned Gung Hui of Villano. One raided the supermarket 2 days ago, seizing vast quantities of supplies. We go now, to see what scraps remain. Their eyes widened in disbelief. In a single night's sleep the world had metamorphosed beyond recognition. Yet soon fury ignited in some, men already shattered by news of frozen lifeless kin, grief curdling into wrath. Damn it, we were the first at the supermarket. Back then we shouldn't have paid them a cent. Buying? Forget it. If others seize, so shall we. Right? Gung Hui commands numbers, but so do we. Survival is non-negotiable. Let's storm the supermarket. Those residents are digging out to loot, no chance we'll let them get there first. With consensus forged, Sun Mang bared his teeth in a feral grin, and led his men into the dawn of the third day of apocalypse. The supermarket door groaned open once more. Inside, frost-coated every shelf and entire display cases were locked in glacial stasis, yet brute force shattered them without pause. Within minutes Sun Mang's crew stripped the store bare, not only edible stock but even wooden shelving was torn apart and hauled away. It was now 8 a.m. Across the complex residents stirred awake. The WeChat group erupted into pandemonium. Has everyone's TV gone blank? Wah, my uncle works for the Jiangbei government. They say no one's coming to save us anymore. What? Then, will anyone come to rescue us? Rescue? Don't hold your breath, that's the apocalypse. A real unvarnished apocalypse. Why? It's just heavy snow, how did it become the end of everything? I don't want to die. My pantry's nearly empty, I'll starve before I freeze. Finally the property committee chair broke his silence in the group. This is a Ancina millennium blizzard. Official aid is impossible, for now. Our survival depends on unity and self-rescue. Panic solves nothing. To live we must dig through the snow and seek supplies. His words silenced the clamor instantly. Residents knew his stature well. 70 years old, the chair had retired a decade ago from frontline provincial service, his authority unquestioned. Yet he rarely spoke. Even yesterday's floor leader appointments passed without his appearance. His emergence now signaled catastrophe's gravity. Amid the crumbling order, bewildered residents clung to him like a lifeline, especially floor leaders who immediately stepped forward. In the main group, and across their individual building chats, they rallied neighbors to take up shovels and descend into the snow. For every hand that labored now was laboring solely for survival. In the villa district, Geng Hui watched the group chat churn. Though his lieutenants were hardened men accustomed to violence, even they faltered, adrift in uncertainty. Geng Hui dialed multiple contacts, officials he'd cultivated for years. Not a single call connected. He dropped the phone. His eyes burned crimson, like a slumbering beast roused to furious smoldering rage. No replies meant only one thing: he had been discarded. Yet for Geng Hui abandonment bore a second darker meaning. Authority had dissolved. The old order lay in ruins. What rose in its place was a raw, lawless arena, where only the strongest would reign supreme. Brother Hui, our supplies, if rationed, will last a month. But prolonged blackouts and water cutoffs are inevitable. We must venture out. Heating remains critical. A young man in spectacles stood nearby, calm and analytical. Cheng Yi, 28 years old, doctoral candidate at a defense university. Cheng Yi had served Geng Hui for a decade, guiding his evolution through pivotal transformations. He was Geng Hui's most trusted confidant. Geng Hui rose to his feet. To the supermarket, scour whatever remains. Empty the pharmacy too. Not a shred of supply shall be left for vermin like them. Cheng Yi immediately directed his men, to my room, fetch the snow boots and thermal suits. Outside is colder than ever. Full gear, now. An avid skier, Cheng Yi owned 7 or 8 complete winter ensembles, enough to sustain their movement outdoors for crucial hours. Just as Geng Hui's crew reached the tunnel they'd dug earlier, they collided head-on with Sun Mang's group, hurriedly hauling armfuls of supplies. Brother Mang, it's Geng Hui. Guzi recognized the dark-faced leader instantly, and recoiled trembling. Sun Mang flinched, gripping his shovel tighter, frozen mid-step. Geng Hui's party halted, too clearly startled that Sun Mang's team had moved faster. Who would prevail in this frozen tunnel confrontation? Alas, Lin Dong could not witness it. The camera feed in his monitoring system showed only the supermarket's second floor. The locked door creaked open and the female clerk Li incautiously poked her head out. Lu Yusen frowned. She's carrying bundles, could she be trying to flee the supermarket? Watching the supermarket staff member Li incautiously climbing down the stairs, Lin Dong shook his head. Some people's destinies have changed, but for others the wheels of fate continue to turn unchanged. Lu Yusen immediately understood Lin Dong's implication. Today she will die. Noticing the slight tremor in Lu Yusen's voice, Lin Dong embraced her and turned off the surveillance screen. All right, it's time to get up and do some cardio. The recent meals have been too good. It seems you've put on some weight. Lu Yusen was instantly distracted. She hurriedly felt her waist, wondering where any excess flesh might be. Nevertheless, she followed Lin Dong to the gym, beginning their sweet couple workout. Meanwhile, in the snow cave in front of the supermarket, after a brief standoff, Geng Hui was the first to speak up, breaking into a smile. Hee, Brother Hui, I'm just here to earn a meal with my brothers and blocked your way. I apologize for that. With that, Sun Mang stepped aside. The others quickly moved their small cart to the side, clearing a path. In front of true big shots, they were merely street thugs. A hint of disdain flashed in Geng Hui's eyes as he did not head down the path they cleared, instead fixating on the small cart behind Sun Mang. It turned out to be a cart full of instant hot pots. They had actually left this behind in the supermarket last time. What a waste. Sensing Geng Hui's gaze, Sun Mang nervously shifted to block the cart. Gung Hui laughed coldly. Heck, quite a haul. Are the owners paying you security guards to rob things from us? Put it down and scram immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the fully equipped subordinates behind Gung Hui moved closer, raising their shovels. Seeing this, Sun Mang's expression changed dramatically, stepping back a few paces while gritting his teeth. Gung Hui, times have changed. Your men are not that much more than my brothers here. We cannot possibly give you these supplies. If you really want to clash, then let's clash. Sun Mang felt extremely anxious, knowing that if he backed down today, none of his men would respect him anymore. In this extreme cold apocalypse, how could he establish himself further? His companions clenched their shovels, showing some fierce expressions. However, clearly their momentum had weakened significantly. They did not dare to advance. Gung Hui found the sight of these street thugs amusing. Haha, you stink of a security chief, and yet you're here chatting about society with me. With the laughter, Gung Hui surprisingly pulled out a handgun. Without giving Sun Mang and the others a chance to react, he fired directly. Bang! A bloody hole suddenly appeared on Sun Mang's head. His eyes widened in shock as they gradually rolled back. He never imagined that Gung Hui could be even more terrifying than rumored. He kills without hesitation. But how could he know that now all order had collapsed and Gung Hui didn't care about how many lives were on his hands? Someone's been killed. Brother Hui, spare me. The frightened security guards cried out in high-pitched voices. The others, particularly Dogsy, directly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. Spare me, I don't want to die. Meanwhile, the exceptionally perceptive Lin Dong quickly walked toward the terrace, looking toward the entrance of the community. His brows furrowed and his gaze was unusually sharp, as if he were trying to see through the snow layer to understand everything happening underneath. Lu Yusin chased after him. Lin Dong, what happened? At the same time, she began checking her phone, which was buzzing with messages. What was that sound just now? It sounded like gunfire. Did you hear it too? Could it be that someone has opened fire? Is it really the apocalypse? Oh my, someone has opened fire and killed. Lu Yusin looked at Lin Dong in shock upon seeing the news. Lin Dong's expression had already returned to normal as he calmly said, it should be Gung Hui and his crew, only he has a gun. Lu Yusin took a deep breath, her well-defined collarbone perfectly displayed. Has he already started killing? What about the remaining people in the community? That's none of our business. Lin Dong pulled Lu Yusin back to the gym to continue their workout. Inside the snow cave, Gung Hui had already sent Dogsy and the others away, but just as he was about to carry the supplies back to the villa, Cheng Yi, who had been following him, suddenly pointed toward the supermarket. There's a woman. Gung Hui and the others turned to look. Before they could identify the figure, she ran back toward the supermarket, screaming into her phone as she ran. Help! Gung Hui is killing. Security Chief Sun Mang has been shot dead by Gung Hui and they are robbing our supermarket supplies. They are after me, help. It was the staff member Li Ying. She had intended to leave the supermarket, but as soon as she stepped outside she witnessed Gung Hui shoot Sun Mang and was naturally terrified. She retreated in fear, but unexpectedly, just as she was about to return to the supermarket, Cheng Yi spotted her. In desperation, she could only seek help in the owner's group. Little did she know that by speaking out about such matters she was sealing her own fate. Shut up, you filthy woman. Bang! A henchman rushed up and tackled Li Ying to the ground. The others also swarmed in. Gung Hui and Cheng Yi calmly entered the supermarket, glancing at the disassembled and chaotic shelves, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Cheng Yi glanced at Li Ying and then said to Gung Hui, Brother Hui, that woman is the duty staff member of the supermarket. I remember her name is Li Ying. It seems she has been hiding on the second floor of the supermarket. Gung Hui's eyes lit up as he looked toward the stairs leading to the second floor. A henchman quickly ran to the stairway, looked up and shouted to Gung Hui. Brother Hui, the door to the second floor hallway is locked. Gung Hui immediately waved his hand, break the door. There are people inside and they might have supplies. The henchman immediately responded and moved. However, what nobody expected was that before they could pry the door open, the second floor door swung open. Then a panicked voice emerged from inside. Brother Hui, all of you big brothers, please leave me a way to live. You can take whatever supplies are upstairs, just spare my life. It was another male staff member, Zhang Xiaojun. He had already learned about Gung Hui's killings from the owner's group. Hearing the commotion downstairs, he ultimately made the painful decision to surrender to save his life. Gung Hui walked over with Cheng Yi. A henchman grabbed Zhang Xiaojun while others dragged Li Ying over. Don't kill me, I haven't gotten married yet, woo, I don't want to die. Li Ying cried out in terror, her voice never ceasing. Gung Hui slapped her face, causing Li Ying's nose to break, blood gushing out as she fainted. Hee brother Hui, don't waste it, we've been pent up for days. One of the henchmen grinned wickedly. Gung Hui waved his hand, telling them to take Li Ying upstairs. Zhang Xiaojun gulped nervously, never expecting his words would come true. He had previously advised Li Ying to behave herself. Otherwise, if caught, she would definitely be played to death. But Li Ying refused to listen, dragging him down with her, and Zhang Xiaojun cursed her ancestors. Had he known, he should have enjoyed himself these past 2 days. Cheng Yi fixed his gaze on the sweating Zhang Xiaojun and questioned him. How many people are still upstairs and how many supplies are left? Zhang Xiaojun hurriedly replied, there's no one left, just the 2 of us. There's a storage room where I've kept some supplies, I'll take you all up to get them. As the younger brothers went up to loot supplies, Cheng Yi also handed Li Ying's phone to Cheng Hui. Master Hui, this woman just saw everything and even posted about it in the owner group. Gung Hu's eyes were cold as he sneered. Let them know what happened, especially the old man in Villa No. 2. They need to understand who the true king here is. With that, Gung Hui stroked the handgun in his pocket. Unfortunately, I didn't leave many bullets at home, I need to find a way to get to the company. Cheng Yi shook his head, saying, going out now isn't a wise choice unless we can control a large number of owners to clear the way ahead, which would make it more feasible to search for supplies. Gung Hui nodded, no rush, let's take our time playing with them. He then looked out the window. Perhaps in 10 days or half a month the snow will stop. Cheng Yi squinted his eyes, that would be ideal, but the chances are slim. Everything is at a standstill now, and recovering everything from the past is too difficult. People like them had seen much and were far more cautious in their considerations than ordinary individuals. 30 minutes later, Gung Hui and the others returned to Villa No. 1. However, he never sent a single message in the owner group. On the second floor of the supermarket, Li Ying's corpse had already begun to cool. Meanwhile, the surrendered Zhang Xiaojun had managed to survive. He cautiously lifted his bedboard and pried open the loose floorboards. Surprisingly, there were quite a few food supplies hidden underneath. Not daring to linger, Zhang Xiaojun packed his belongings, slung on his backpack, and tied the only blanket he had around himself. He then crawled onto the snow-covered street like a bear, beginning his slow movement. It's all that bitch Li Ying's fault, she should have been dealt with earlier. Because of her, I've lost so many supplies. No, I must survive. In the apocalypse, some people often develop an extraordinary survival will. Whether Zhang Xiaojun could survive depended on his luck. The owner group had fallen silent due to Li Ying's message. To them, Gung Hui was a legendary figure. The owner of Villa No. 1 had proven that his status surpassed all others. After all, even the former head of the owners committee only resided in Villa No. 2. Now the residents of the villa area were even more panicked. Because Gung Hui was closer to them. Moreover, anyone with a brain knew that the wealthy families in the villa area were more likely to have supplies stored, so they were all worried that Gung Hui would come to rob them. After a brief halt, the excavation work resumed at the 24 buildings in the community. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they had already dug to the entrance of the community and saw Sun Meng's corpse. Everyone was terrified, their faces drained of color. When they cautiously arrived at the supermarket, the sight of it being completely looted left them even more pallid. Damn it, we wasted our efforts for nothing, they left us with nothing. Let's go to the second floor, maybe there are still some supplies there. Someone rushed to the second floor, but soon a woman's scream pierced the air. A dead person. Clearly they had discovered Li Ying's corpse. Upon seeing her tragic state, someone vomited. A crowd began to flee the supermarket. Passing by the nearby pharmacy, they found it had also been completely looted, leaving everyone in despair. Aunt Huang from Building 10 was among them. Seeing that the nearest supply depot had been emptied, she felt hopeless and realized just how dangerous their situation was. Hurry, let's go. Gung Hui and his group might come over any minute now. With Aunt Huang's shout, everyone rushed home. They would no longer come down. If they ran into Gung Hui, they would be dead. However, in the crowd, Wang Jianchang, after returning home, packed all his supplies and ran swiftly to Villa No. 7 with 200 pounds of supplies. Zhou Kai and the others were trembling in the villa. They had also seen the messages in the owner group, fearing that Gung Hui would come to slaughter them. After all, they had taken supplies from the supermarket. Since Gung Hui had gone to the supermarket and killed the cashier Li Ying, he might know that they had been there. Thus theoretically they were among the easiest targets to be tracked. Bang bang bang. The sudden knocking on the door startled everyone curled up in the living room. Zhou Kai pushed Zhang Tao beside him. Zhang Tao stood up trembling and shouted outside, "Who is it?" Everyone's faces were filled with fear, thinking it was Geng Hu's men. But unexpectedly it was Wang Jianchang's voice that came from outside. "Zhang, it's me, Jianchang." "Wang Jianchang." Zhang Tao widened his eyes, instinctively glancing around. Without exception, everyone was wide-eyed. My friends and I were all stunned. What a critical moment this is. Wang Jianchang, this fool actually dared to come over. Doesn't he fear running into Geng Hui on the way? Zhou Kai was the first to stop Zhang Tao, saying, "Wait, think for a moment. Is this old Wang sent by Geng Hui? Why would he come over now? I bet Geng Hui sent him to lead us into a trap the moment we open the door." But before Zhou Kai could finish his sentence, Zhang Ruoxuan chimed in, "If it were Geng Hu's people, they would just break in directly without wasting time." The group was once again stunned. Zhang Ruoxuan turned out to be smarter than they were. Zhou Kai twitched his lips and then waved his hand at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao ran to open the door and immediately saw Wang Jianchang outside, awkwardly carrying a heavy load. "Is it really you? Did you come here by yourself?" Zhang Tao was extremely shocked. He never expected Wang Jianchang to be so loyal to him. Wang Jianchang squeezed out a smile and quickly spoke to Zhang Tao. "Zhang, let me in first. There was no one on the way here, but I can't guarantee that Geng Hui won't find me. I have supplies on me, 200 pounds, which I struggled to carry over." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao quickly called for people to come help. A group of people rushed forward. Soon the heavy load was unpacked. A large amount of winter clothing spilled out, followed by food and drink. Everyone was deeply moved. Even the female streamer who had previously rejected Wang Jianchang was now teary-eyed, wishing to hug Wang Jianchang's bald head and kiss it. Zhou Kai and Zhang Ruoxuan exchanged glances. Although they didn't speak, their eyes communicated everything. Is there really someone like this in the world? Wang Jianchang rushed to Zhou Kai's side, immediately displaying a sycophantic demeanor. "He, young Master Zhou, thank you for taking me in. I genuinely wanted to stay with my family. If these supplies are my tribute to you." Zhou Kai was also somewhat moved. He patted Wang Jianchang's shoulder. "Old Wang, I only just realized what true friendship is in times of adversity. Quick, come over and warm up. Wow, young Master Zhou is truly impressive. You even have electric heating and there's a generator too, amazing." Wang Jianchang flattered endlessly, crowding around the electric heater, almost hugging it. Just then the previously cut-off power suddenly resumed. The villa's lights lit up as if signaling that everything was beginning to move in a positive direction. Zhou Kai immediately called for people to go upstairs and grab batteries. "Hurry, we need to store some power, otherwise if the electric heater loses power we will freeze to death." The villa was full of joy, as if celebrating the new year. However, in Lin Dong's lens they appeared so comical and pathetic. "Honey, should I fish out some fresh Australian lobsters from the psychic space for lunch? Let's have some seafood." Lu Yusen shook her head, saying, "I don't like to eat, I want to lose weight. I was just joking with you this morning, honey, you're not fat at all." While others were devouring instant noodles as if it were a festival, Lu Yusen was being picky. The fourth day of the extreme cold has arrived. Lu Yusen fed a few dogs before approaching Lin Dong from behind. The terrace has already been covered with fertile soil by Lin Dong, who has begun sowing seeds. With experience in developing ecological environments in the telekinetic space, Lin Dong found it easy to plant something on this terrace. "Wife, don't dig anymore, there are still fresh supplies hidden in the soil," Lin Dong reminded her. Lu Yusen paid no mind and slightly pulled back the sunshade to glance below. The wind and snow intensified, yet it was nearly noon and the sky remained gloomy. "There is no movement below, it seems they have given up," Lin Dong replied without raising his head. "They were frightened by Geng Hui and the others and are too scared to come out for now. However, Geng Hui has already set his sights on the house across the street." Lu Yusen looked towards the entrance of the community. The snow was too thick and there seemed to be no signs of anyone shoveling it. "They haven't started moving yet. I just checked the surveillance cameras at their house. They have too few heating devices, so someone has already begun modifying their home to install a fireplace," Lin Dong explained. Lu Yusen was taken aback. "Install a fireplace?" Lin Dong completed sowing the seed, stood up and began watering, speaking without pausing. "Yes, a fireplace that warms the room once the fire is lit. Once their fireplace is installed, these people will rush to the home improvement store across the street to steal wood." Lu Yusen returned inside to grab a tablet, opened the surveillance equipment and brought up the footage from Geng Hu's home, where she indeed saw a group of people installing a fireplace. The temperature inside their house was still above freezing as a few fire pits were burning on the floor. Although the house was already dirty, no one minded. Lu Yusen shook her head, looking towards the back of the home improvement store across the street. That was where the wood was stockpiled, the colored steel tiles on top covered with a thick layer of snow. Beneath the snow it should be relatively warm. There is wood inside, so the people in there can also keep warm. So, will the people from the home improvement store die? Lu Yusen murmured. Lin Dong placed his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Humanity is losing its moral compass faster than in my previous life. In my past life 90% of the community perished within 2 months. If this time it is likely to be even quicker. Lu Yusen instinctively asked, what about after 2 months? Lin Dong chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. If I'm already dead, how could I know what happens next? Stop thinking so much. Lu Yusen understood that what was happening outside had already significantly affected her. Although only 4 days have passed, for some reason Lu Yusen felt an uncontrollable urge to go outside and experience the extreme cold apocalypse. Lin Dong seemed to see through Lu Yusen's heart, holding her close as they left the terrace. Then he began to put on his winter coat. Lu Yusen was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Taking you out for a stroll. It's been 4 days, I can't let my wife get cabin fever. Lin Dong said with a smile. Lu Yusen's cheeks flushed, touched, and her beautiful eyes glistened with a layer of mist. Lin Dong spoiled her too much, didn't he? But isn't it dangerous outside now? With me here there's no danger. However, we aren't wearing extreme cold gear, so we can't stay out too long. Lin Dong reminded her. Lu Yusen transformed into a little girl, quickly dressed, and followed Lin Dong outside. As soon as the door opened, a terrifying cold wave rushed in. It was the time when the electricity was on. One of the 2 elevators had been destroyed, but the other one was still operational. Yet both Lu Yusen and Lin Dong tacitly avoided taking the elevator. It would be troublesome if they got trapped inside. However, going down from the top floor was already a tormenting task. Nevertheless, the effects of their recent fitness routine were starting to show. Lin Dong, having undergone a transformation in his physical constitution, found the outside temperature bearable. Lu Yusen, however, began to tremble after descending a few floors. Yet she stubbornly walked down to the first floor. Then the two saw the sealed entrance door just a day and a night later. The already cleared snow had piled up again, burying most of the entrance door. Lu Yusen's lips turned pale. Forget it, we can't go out, let's go back. Lin Dong smiled mysteriously, tightened his hold on Lu Yusen, and then their figures disappeared at the entrance. In the next moment Lu Yusen felt her legs sinking deep into the snow. She was horrified to discover that she was already on top of the snow outside. Lin Dong stepped onto the snow as if it were solid ground, lifting Lu Yusen out from beneath the snow. Lu Yusen was amazed. Husband, has your telekinesis become stronger again? It's the spatial traversal ability of telekinesis that has improved, likely related to the enhancement of my physical constitution, allowing me to withstand greater traversal distances. Lin Dong smiled as he explained, then wrapped Lu Yusen's feet with his telekinesis. Lu Yusen felt the snow suddenly become less soft, as if she were stepping on solid ground. She bent down to scoop up a handful of snow without any hindrance. I'm using my telekinesis to support your weight so you won't sink. Actually, the skiing boards and snowmobiles we prepared earlier are somewhat unnecessary. Lin Dong continued to smile as he explained. In fact, he hadn't expected his telekinesis to improve so quickly. Not only could he move on the snow, but if he wished he could even fly. As for the altitude and speed of flying while using telekinesis, Lin Dong had not tested it, so it remained unknown. However, the enhancement of these abilities gave Lin Dong a great sense of security. Lu Yusen felt an overwhelming sense of security. She thought she would be confined to the shelter for a lifetime. The feeling of losing freedom was painful for her, but just as this pain began to arise, Lin Dong suppressed it. Lu Yusen soon felt her limbs stiffening from the cold. She softly said to Lin Dong, "Husband, thank you for tolerating my stubbornness. It's too cold, let's go back." "Alright, next time you want to come out, just tell me. I've said before, in this apocalypse we're not just surviving, we're merely living in a different environment." Lin Dong looked at Lu Yusen with fondness, holding her as they entered the building. Just as they entered the floor, Lin Dong glanced back at Building 9. From the 18th floor window of Building 9, Zhao Gang stared wide-eyed at the disappearing figures in the snow, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Could it be my eyes are playing tricks on me? It can't be, if there were definitely 2 people just now. Several employees behind Zhao Gang also gathered around. "Manager Zhao, what are you talking about? How could anyone be down there? Right, who would dare to go down now? Gung Hui would kill people. Zhao Gang shook his head, still feeling that one of those two figures looked familiar. He instinctively looked towards the top floor of Building 10 across the street. From the flat terrace he could only see the edges, which seemed to be covered with a thick layer of snow, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there was some flickering light inside. Meanwhile in Villa 7, Wang Jianchang displayed his phone in front of Zhou Kai and the others. "Zhou Xiao, I'm not talking nonsense, look at these, they were all sent out by that brat Lin Dong before. How could his house be so warm? This is clearly edited. At such a critical moment this kid is still showing off. He's really asking for it." Zhou Kai and the others looked at the video of Lin Dong in silk pajamas drinking red wine, feeling envious. Zhang Ruoxuan couldn't help but take out her phone. "I'll call him on video, then we'll know if it's real or fake." All eyes turned to Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhou Kai however stared in disbelief. How dare she contact Lin Dong right before his very eyes? Instinctively Zhou Kai snatched the phone from her hand. "What do you want with him?" Still hoping to rekindle what's long dead. His possessiveness burned fiercely. Ever since acquiring wealth, not a single woman Zhou Kai had taken interest in had ever betrayed him, most were discarded the moment he grew weary of them. Yet with Zhang Ruoxuan this stark contrast emerged time and again. She'd attempted to slip away, even flirting openly with wealthy second-generation heirs within his circle. After all, among peers sharing was occasionally tolerated, but for Zhang Ruoxuan to turn back toward Lin Dong, that crossed a line Zhou Kai could never accept. Especially given Lin Dong's past contempt, open mockery that stung deeply, and later his globetrotting extravagance, flaunting wealth in ways that stripped Zhou Kai of dignity. Back then Zhou Kai had feigned indifference, but now before so many witnesses Zhang Ruoxuan dared reach out to Lin Dong again. It was no less than spitting in his face. Zhang Ruoxuan hadn't anticipated such a violent reaction. Only then did she snap back to reality. Under normal circumstances she would never have contacted Lin Dong while Zhou Kai watched. But this was no ordinary world, it was an apocalyptic deep freeze. In just 4 days time had stretched into an agonizing eternity, survival itself had grown unbearably harsh for everyone. And yet precisely now Zhang Ruoxuan learned Lin Dong lived in astonishing comfort, his home warm, his evenings graced by fine red wine. How could she resist such temptation? Yet Zhang Ruoxuan never confronted Zhou Kai with defiance. Instead she cooed softly, voice dripping with practiced sweetness. "Oh Master Zhou, you've misunderstood. I only wanted to verify whether Lin Dong is truly living in luxury, or merely bluffing." How could Zhou Kai fail to recognize her nature? He sneered, ready to chastise her, when suddenly she leaned in, nearly melting into his chest, whispering with silken tenderness. "Besides, don't you also wonder if Lin Dong's warmth is real? If his spacious penthouse truly holds such heat it could shelter us all?" At her words every pair of eyes lit up, not with reason but raw desperate longing. Even Zhou Kai found himself swallowing hard. He too longed to sip red wine in quiet pleasure, yet every bottle at home had frozen solid. Even the high-proof Baijiu Wang Jianchang had just brought was beginning to crystallize. Seeing Zhou Kai hesitate, Zhang Tao hurried forward with a nervous chuckle. "Master Zhou, let Secretary Zhang test it. If it's false, no harm done. If true, we needn't suffer this cold any longer." Zhou Kai shot him a venomous glare. "What are you suggesting? That I beg Lin Dong to let you move in?" Zhang Tao froze. He might lower himself, but Zhou Kai? Never. Wang Jianchang, teeth clenched, spoke instead. "Master Zhou, why beg at all? We're many, and if his home truly radiates warmth we'll storm it together. Then that penthouse becomes ours." His words sent shivers through the crowd. Seizing another's home? Such a thought had once been unthinkable. Yet under this extreme duress, and with Gung Hui already having drawn blood, their eyes quickly turned crimson with ruthless resolve. Han Xuan from Finance Department grinned savagely. "Master Zhou, old Wang speaks truth. That brat Lin Dong never missed a chance to swagger before us, to provoke, to humiliate. He made it clear he held you in utter contempt. Let's teach him a lesson, now." "Exactly, Master Zhou, let's do it. Before we spared him face, because he had money. But now? In the apocalypse cash is worth less than toilet paper. Yes, storm his place. We'll take him down." Their shouts rose like war cries, meant to embolden Zhou Kai yet revealing their own hunger for power. Only then did Zhou Kai awaken fully to the new reality. Money was ash. Order had collapsed. Strength alone dictated authority, and the vast fortune sleeping in his bank account meant nothing. For now these people still obeyed, not out of loyalty but because they stood within his villa dependent on his power supply and stockpiled provisions. But that obedience wouldn't last. To retain control, and preserve his status, he would need to assert dominance decisively. With a grimace, Zhou Kai thrust the phone back into Zhang Ruoxuan's hands. Go ahead, call him. Play your part well. Make sure we enter his penthouse without resistance. She accepted the device, nodded, and added quietly, if his home is truly warm I'll find a way inside, no doubt about it. Zhang Ruoxuan still failed to grasp her place in Lin Dong's heart. She believed his marriage to Lu Yusen, and his subsequent global travels, were all staged to torment her, to make her regret casting him aside. In her mind Lin Dong must still adore her, otherwise why flaunt honeymoon photos across the company chat? Why parade such intimacy so publicly? Clearly he sought her remorse, her pursuit. Confident to the point of delusion, Zhang Ruoxuan dialed Lin Dong's video call. Lin Dong and Lu Yusen had just returned to their shelter. Still clad in thick winter coats, Lin Dong's phone rang unexpectedly, prompting Lu Yusen's curious glance. Who's calling you? Over these past days Lu Yusen's phone had buzzed with messages from admirers, Lin Dong's however remained eerily silent. Lin Dong glanced at the screen, and a cold knowing smile flickered across his lips. It's Zhang Ruoxuan and her group. Lu Yusen stiffened brows, drawing tight. What does she want? Lin Dong shrugged, and answered. Zhang Ruoxuan appeared instantly on screen, her makeup smudged, her hair unwashed for days. Her appearance was pitiful, yet she seemed utterly unaware, offering instead a saccharine-practiced smile. Lin Dong, finally you picked up. Don't be angry, I truly know I was wrong. That honeyed breathy tone, once intoxicating, now churned his stomach. Having fallen for it once, Lin Dong's mind was razor-sharp, immune to its poison. What do you want? He set the phone on the table and began changing clothes, shifting the camera angle upward to reveal the bright ceiling light. Then deliberately he peeled off his heavy coat, revealing only a crisp shirt beneath, as he settled casually onto the sofa. A faint sheen of sweat glistened at his temple. The sight electrified the crowd behind Zhang Ruoxuan, yet none dared step into frame, terrified he'd end the call at a breath. Zhang Ruoxuan's pulse quickened, her desire to enter his home burning hotter than ever. Her voice softened further, laced with theatrical yearning. Oh how mean, you think I need a reason to call you? Darling. I've missed you terribly. Lu Yusen stood beside Lin Dong, her face twisting in disgust as she glanced at Zhang Ruoxuan's simpering expression on the phone screen. Lin Dong too made no effort to conceal his revulsion. He deliberately held the phone slightly farther away. That subtle gesture, and the flicker of disdain across his features, froze Zhang Ruoxuan's smile midair. What was happening? Was Lin Dong actually recoiling from her? That affected squeaky voice is grating on my nerves. Go fawn over young Master Zhou instead, don't waste your time nauseating me. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Dong ended the video call. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Ruoxuan stood frozen, stunned beyond belief. She had never imagined Lin Dong would treat her this way. After all, in the past that very same simpering tone had effortlessly ensnared him. This had to be deliberate on Lin Dong's part. He was still seething over her having dumped him, that had to be it. A hypocritical, manipulative woman like Zhang Ruoxuan would never admit her allure had faded. Yet the onlookers behind her wore awkward, bewildered expressions. Though they too found Zhang Ruoxuan repulsive, Lin Dong's bluntness struck them as almost shockingly unvarnished. Zhou Kai's face twisted into a grimace, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. What the hell are you pulling? Didn't you swear you could manipulate Lin Dong and get us invited to stay at his place? Already wounded and irate, Zhang Ruoxuan forgot to mask her fury, her glare shot straight at Zhou Kai. It's all your fault. If you'd let me stay with him back then I'd be living in that warm, spacious penthouse right now. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Zhou Kai struck Zhang Ruoxuan hard across the face. Damn it, you wretched little dog. Have you forgotten what sort of scum you are? Dare to talk back to me? Think I won't toss you out onto the street this very second? Several bystanders watched with smirking amusement, delighted to see Zhang Ruoxuan humiliated and broken. The stinging blow jolted Zhang Ruoxuan back to reality, terror flooded her veins. Hastily she assumed a pitiful, trembling demeanor. I wasn't angry at you, I'm just heartbroken. You saw how Lin Dong spoke to me just now. I'm utterly devastated. That man truly deserves to die. Zhou Kai ignored her entirely and turned instead to Zhang Tao and the others. You all saw Lin Dong's expression just now, didn't you? They nodded vigorously. Yes, we saw he was wearing light clothing. His chandelier was dazzlingly bright, his home must be incredibly cozy. Wang Jianchang suddenly recalled something and blurted out, right. When Lin Dong went traveling, his penthouse was under renovation. Could he have installed special insulation? Zhou Kai nodded. Very likely. Otherwise his apartment wouldn't be so warm, and the fact that he uses electricity so freely suggests he has superior energy reserves, perhaps even a large-scale generator. At that everyone's breathing quickened. Wang Jianchang's eyes gleamed red as he declared, "Young Master Zhou, we should seize his home." The word sent nearly everyone leaping to their feet, even the women. Only Zhang Ruoxuan recoiled in panic. Wait, don't act rashly. If we push Lin Dong too far he might set fire to the place, and then we'd lose everything. Let me try first, I may be able to trick him into opening the door. Once I'm inside you'll all be able to enter. Before anyone else could respond, Zhou Kai spat contemptuously at Zhang Ruoxuan. Humph, didn't you see how deeply he despised you? That revulsion wasn't feigned, he sees absolutely no value in you anymore. Stop disgracing yourself here. His attitude toward her had shifted overnight, complete and utter dismissal. Truly, seeing Zhang Ruoxuan grovel before Lin Dong in front of so many people had sickened Zhou Kai. And yet what disgusted him most was Lin Dong's visceral unvarnished contempt for her. And yet, Zhou Kai himself had kept her tightly tethered, nearly treasuring her, only to realize upon reflection that she was nothing but excrement. Terror seized Zhang Ruoxuan. She pleaded, "Young Master Zhou, please let me try." Try what? Lin Dong already finds you revolting. Men like him always idealize what they haven't yet possessed. If we're resorting to seduction I'll be the one to go, not you. Suddenly a woman with an imposing upper torso stepped forward, Du Xiaozhuan, once Zhang Ruoxuan's co-conspirator in attending to Zhou Kai. Before Zhang Ruoxuan's arrival Du Xiaowan had been Zhou Kai's favored mistress, until she was abruptly cast aside. After all those two mounds, those who'd sampled them knew well enough they were merely ordinary. And yet her words genuinely stirred Zhou Kai's interest. Indeed, when Zhou Kai first laid eyes on Du Xiaozhuan he'd paid no attention to her face, only to her novelty, driven by morbid curiosity, convinced she must be different, thus he'd kept her close. Zhou Kai now believed Lin Dong would surely be drawn to Du Xiaowan. Very well Xiaowan, you'll go first. Succeed and send us word immediately, we'll come right after. Zhou Kai issued the order without hesitation. But Zhang Ruoxuan refused to yield, she rushed to Du Xiaozhuan's side. Xiaozhuan, we're sisters, we'll go together. I know Lin Dong better, I know all his preferences. Du Xiaowan shot her a dismissive, scornful glance. Spare me. I fear Lin Dong would vomit at the mere sight of you, and if he does I'll be locked out too, ruining young Master Zhou's plan. That would be disastrous. Exactly, get lost. Zhang Tao shoved Zhang Ruoxuan aside. She stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor with a cry of pain, tears springing instantly to her eyes. Not a single soul offered concern, not even a glance. In that instant Zhang Ruoxuan's heart turned to ice. She knew, her standing among them would never recover. Worse still, once they entered Lin Dong's penthouse Zhou Kai would likely bar her from stepping foot inside. At that thought Zhang Ruoxuan's gaze hardened with venom, she quietly pulled out her phone and sent Lin Dong a covert message. Brother Dong, they're plotting against you. Young Master Zhou has sent Du Xiaowan to seduce you. The moment she enters your home they'll all flood in, whatever you do don't open the door for her. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed as the message lit up on his screen. Lu Yusin, curious, asked, why has this woman suddenly grown concerned for you? And who exactly is Du Xiaowan? Lin Dong set the phone down with a faint smile. She isn't concerned for me, she's been discarded, stripped of all value within Zhou Kai's circle, and now seeks refuge with me through this ploy. As for Du Xiaowan. Lin Dong gestured vaguely at his own chest. Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes widened, then she gave him a teasing, skeptical look. So you prefer that kind of figure? I never would have guessed. Heaven forbid. These fools are delusional, sending a wet nurse to deceive me. Utterly absurd. Lin Dong hastily clarified that his aesthetic standards remained impeccably sound. Less than 10 minutes later the doorbell of Lin Dong's penthouse rang. Who is it? He asked, knowing full well. It's me, Brother Dong, I'm Du Xiaowan. Peek at me through the peephole, won't you? Du Xiaowan mimicked the same affected, squeaky voice. Lin Dong didn't need to check the peephole, the digital display above his door revealed the visitor in perfect clarity. To his astonishment, despite the biting cold, Du Xiaowan had lowered her down jacket, shivering, swaying and putting on quite the theatrical show. Lu Yusin instinctively covered Lin Dong's eyes. "Don't look." Lin Dong wordlessly stepped aside. "Wife, I truly dislike this. I mean, haven't you noticed she's nearly 200 Jean?" "Humph." Lu Yusin let out a delicate snort and shouted sharply toward the door. "Stop flaunting yourself outside my home, leave immediately or you'll regret it before you even realize what hit you." Du Xiaowan jumped at the sudden female voice and hastily pulled her clothes back on. It was bitterly cold outside. Within mere seconds she felt her skin threatening to freeze. "Big brother Lin Dong, who is that woman? So fierce." "Nothing like me, I only cherish and pamper my big brother. Please open the door. Xiaowan longs to be close to you." Du Xiaowan licked her glossy lips, utterly convinced of her own allure. Fuming, Lu Yusin lunged toward the door to confront her, but Lin Dong gently restrained her, then addressed the figure outside. "Xiaojuan, I don't drink milk." "No, I mean you're even more repulsive than Zhang Ruoxuan. Go back now, immediately, or face consequences beyond your reckoning." Du Xiaowan froze in stunned disbelief, then erupted in blind fury. She had endured excruciating hardship just to reach this place. Only the functioning elevator had spared her from collapsing with exhaustion. Where then did she find the strength to flirt so brazenly with Lin Dong? Yet he'd just declared her more revolting than Zhang Ruoxuan. "Lin Dong, don't push me too far, open up. I'm here on behalf of Brother Zhou and the others to negotiate with you." Lin Dong shook his head. Truly the saying holds, this woman possesses not a shred of sense. Then, without warning, he yanked the door wide open. The motion was startlingly abrupt. Even Lu Yusin flinched, utterly unprepared for Lin Dong's decision to actually open the door. After all, Lin Dong was profoundly cautious by nature. To him, however, Du Xiaowan posed no threat whatsoever. Not even Zhou Kai himself, were he to appear, would earn Lin Dong's slightest concern. "Lin Dong, you opened the door." Du Xiaowan beamed with delight. But in the next breath Lin Dong delivered a thunderous slap across her face, and without hesitation drove a hard kick squarely into her chest. "Get out, never dare approach again to sicken me or I'll end you." Bam! With that he slammed the door shut and drew Lu Yusin back onto the sofa. Every movement flowed with effortless grace, fluid, commanding and supremely self-assured. Lu Yusin gazed at Lin Dong's profile, her eyes alight with quiet awe. Though Lu Yusin disdained men who struck women that slap and kick, undeniably, had been breathtakingly magnificent. Outside, Du Xiaojuan's face swelled grotesquely, half her visage now a bruised, swollen mass. Her chest bore the crushing impact. Though armored, she tasted blood rising in her throat, metallic and warm. Staring at the sealed door, Lin Dong's words still echoed in her ears. Once she caught her breath, terror seized her. She scrambled into the elevator and fled breathless back to Villa No. 7. Zhou Kai and the others waited at the villa gate. "Du Xiaowan, what's going on? Why are you bleeding from the nose? Did Lin Dong strike you?" Zhou Kai's eyes bulged as he fired off questions. Zhang Tao arched an eyebrow and interjected. "Wait, that makes no sense. If he struck you, he must have opened the door first. So why didn't you enter his home? Why flee back here instead?" Others chimed in, pressing for answers from all sides. Only Zhang Ruoxuan lingered silently in the corner, smirking coldly. She believed her tip-off to Lin Dong had succeeded. He'd punished Du Xiaowan for daring to show up at his door. She slipped her phone out and sent a message. "Big brother Lin Dong, you're amazing. That wretched Du Xiaowan got beaten black and blue, haha." Lin Dong read Zhang Ruoxuan's message and scoffed, shaking his head. These so-called fairy maidens, warped by twisted morality, how foul they truly were. Without hesitation he forwarded their entire chat thread into the company group. Before the weeping Du Xiaowan could recount her ordeal at Lin Dong's doorstep, every gaze in the room turned, sharp, venomous, toward Zhang Ruoxuan in the corner. "You vile woman, you betrayed us." Zhang Tao spat the words first. Zhou Kai, absent from the group chat, remained unaware of Lin Dong's post. Wang Jinchang's eyes burned crimson. He reached into his jacket, and drew a knife, advancing slowly toward Zhang Ruoxuan. "Filthy bitch, do you think I won't kill you?" Wang Jinchang, already stained with blood, radiated raw, terrifying menace. Others who'd intended to reprimand Zhang Ruoxuan hesitated, chilled by the lethal aura rolling off him. Zhang Ruoxuan recoiled in abject terror, her mouth opening to plead only to catch sight of the group chat. Her face drained of all color, turning deathly pale. "Lin Dong, you deserve to die. You tried to get me killed," she screamed into her phone. Just then Zhou Kai glanced at Zhang Tao's screen, and saw the message. Zhou Kai's eyes ignited with fury. Before he could react, Wang Jianchang lunged, seizing Zhang Ruoxuan's hair and pressing the knife blade against her throat. "Slut, do you want to die?" Zhou Kai and the others stood frozen, stunned. Wang Jianchang looked nothing like the man they once knew. This was something monstrous, primal. Zhang Ruoxuan shrieked in panic. "No, please. Brother Zhou, save me. I know I was wrong, I'll never dare again." Wang Jianchang sensed the suffocating silence, and turned to see Zhou Kai and the others staring wide-eyed. He snapped back to awareness, startled. He dropped Zhang Ruoxuan unceremoniously onto the floor and forced a smile toward Zhou Kai. "Brother Zhou, I was just scaring her, that's all." The others stared at his grin, and shuddered involuntarily. Zhang Tao, however, raised a thumb in admiration. "Impressive, old Wang, your acting is flawless. You belong on the silver screen, Oscar-worthy truly." Wang Jianchang scratched his nape, feigning modesty. "Ha, ha, ha. Too kind, General Manager Zhang." But Zhang Ruoxuan knew better. Wang Jianchang hadn't been bluffing. She'd felt his killing intent, real cold, absolute. She scrambled desperately toward Zhou Kai on hands and knees. "Brother Zhou, I did it to gain Lin Dong's trust. Now if I go to his home again, he'll surely let me inside. Believe me, I've always acted for everyone's sake." If Zhou Kai still believed her now, he truly was a fool. With one brutal backhand he sent her sprawling, and turned to Zhang Tao and the others. "You've wanted her for ages, drag her in. Teach her obedience, once and for all." Zhang Tao showed little interest, but Wang Jianchang and the rest ignited with predatory hunger. Zhang Ruoxuan screamed, yet still she was dragged away kicking and sobbing into the villa. Du Shaowan and the other women paled, trembling. They finally grasped their grim reality. Soon they too might suffer what Zhang Ruoxuan endured. In this apocalyptic world, survival for women like them demanded reliance upon men, and such dependence exacted its price. Zhang Tao lingered outside, leaning close to Zhou Kai. "Brother Zhou, we're wasting time. Let's seize Lin Dong's house. Every second we stay here increases our peril." Zhou Kai's expression darkened as he nodded. "You're right. I sense Geng Hui and his people have already marked us. This villa district may fall to them any moment. We must act, now." Lin Dong and Lu Yusen nestled comfortably on the sofa. However, Lu Yusen's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the provocative scene unfolding before them. Above them was the surveillance video from Zhou Kai's villa. When Lin Dong sent Zhou Kai the conditions of Zhang Ruoxuan, he had already anticipated her fate. Yet he couldn't help but open the surveillance to take a look, only to witness a brutal scene. Under the suppression of 4 other men, Zhang Ruoxuan showed no resistance whatsoever. Wang Jianchang was the first to climb on top, his face contorted in a grotesque manner, looking quite terrifying. Perhaps it was due to Wang Jianchang's previous behavior. Thus even Han Xuan from the finance department, who previously held a higher status than Wang Jianchang, dared not compete with him. The temperature in the room was not high yet. Wang Jianchang was sweating profusely. Of course it was only a matter of a minute or two. At this moment Lin Dong had already switched the screen away. Lu Yusen pressed against Lin Dong's chest, whispering, "She has brought this upon herself and no one else is to blame." Lin Dong nodded. "She is simply reaping the consequences of her actions." However, Wang Jianchang has indeed become increasingly ruthless. Speaking of Wang Jianchang, a chilling smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. It was likely that even if Zhou Kai and the others sensed something was off with Wang Jianchang, they would be unable to discern that he was the first among them to have twisted his humanity, completely devolving into a murderous fiend. This was undeniably an extremely unstable factor which would soon reveal its true nature. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and Zhang Tao in the living room had already devised a plan. Upon seeing Wang Jianchang come out, they signaled him to grab the equipment. To their surprise, Zhou Kai had even collected a hunting crossbow, an item of immense destructive power. Its close-range lethality was not much inferior to that of a handgun. However, there were not many arrows, only 12. But this was enough to establish Zhou Kai's position among them. "Zhou Xiao, if you shoot Lin Dong with an arrow, that kid will definitely wish he were dead." Wang Jianchang flattered, his eyes gleaming with greed. He naturally wanted to possess this highly lethal weapon. Zhou Kai secured the crossbow to his side and called out to the several men who were coming out one after another. Take a breather, we'll head out shortly. We must seize Lin Dong's residence. At this several girls also gathered around. Even Zhang Ruoxuan, who had just endured some torment, ran out crying. Zhou Xiao, you can't leave me behind. Zhou Kai shot her a look of disgust. Get lost, stop disgusting me. Something that's been played with is of no use to me. Zhang Ruoxuan felt utterly hopeless, realizing that Zhou Kai had completely discarded her. Seeing Zhang Ruoxuan collapse to the ground pitiful like a street beggar, Du Xiaojun and the other girls showed expressions of flattery. Zhou Xiao, we can help too. Zhou Xiao, you must have women around you, I will be very obedient. Zhou Kai glanced over them. They were all popular streamers from the company, looking quite decent, and keeping them around would naturally be useful. From now on I won't keep idle people around me. If you want to eat and not freeze to death, you must contribute. You girls grab shovels and go to the front. The women dared not defy Zhou Kai's orders and had to move to the front. Zhou Kai, however, ordered the other men to carry all the food and drinkable supplies from the house. Clearly Zhou Kai was very confident. He believed that he would surely succeed in taking Lin Dong's shelter. Therefore all these supplies had to be taken away. There was no plan to return to the villa. As for putting the women at the front, it was naturally to use them as cannon fodder. If they encountered Geng Hui and his group, perhaps these women could still pique Geng Hui's interest, allowing Zhou Kai and the others time to escape. As the group departed, Zhang Ruoxuan numbly stood up, surveying the villa she had once longed to possess. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face, followed by a look of extreme resentment in her eyes. Zhou Kai, Lin Dong, you both deserve to die. I will make sure you do. Zhang Ruoxuan dashed into the bathroom below, rummaging through the toilet tank and pulling out a large bag of chocolate. These high-calorie items could definitely save people in the extreme cold apocalypse. This was also the supply Zhang Ruoxuan had left for herself. One must admit this woman was quite cunning. She wrapped the chocolate tightly in her arms and then walked out of the villa. The snow cave ahead showed signs of collapse. However, Zhou Kai and the others had already made adjustments as they moved forward. There was still a path. This was Zhang Ruoxuan's first time going out after the extreme cold. She felt as though she might freeze to death. Driven by extreme fear and a desire for revenge, Zhang Ruoxuan dashed straight towards Villa No. 1. Indeed, she was going to find Geng Hui. She understood how to cling to powerful men, and in Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes the most powerful man in this neighborhood was Geng Hui. Would a pitifully beautiful woman voluntarily offering herself be rejected? Moreover, Zhang Ruoxuan was already psychologically prepared. Even if she were to become a toy, she would go to any lengths to survive and achieve revenge on Lin Dong and the others. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Geng Hui's home was knocked upon, catching all the little brothers off guard. Geng Hui waved his hand. Immediately someone went to take a look, turning back with a surprised smile on his face. Haha, Hui, there's a woman outside and she looks quite decent. A woman? A woman delivering herself. Upon hearing this, the other little brothers gathered around. They had just played with Li Ying to death in the supermarket yesterday, and now unexpectedly another woman was showing up. Geng Hui was also intrigued and slightly stood up. Cheng Yi pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and reminded, Hui, a woman who can come at this critical moment is not simple. You be careful of who may have ulterior motives. Geng Hui thought Cheng Yi's words made sense, so he ordered his little brothers, let her in. Soon Zhang Ruoxuan was pulled inside. Zhang Ruoxuan stumbled towards Geng Hui but stopped when she was 5 meters away, knowing she had to maintain a safe distance. Then Zhang Ruoxuan knelt before Geng Hui, taking out the rare high-calorie chocolate from her bosom in this apocalypse. Hui, please help me take revenge. This posture left Geng Hui momentarily stunned. Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, pulling up the plastic bag on the ground, his eyes brightening. Rare, this high-calorie chocolate is not abundant even in our stock. Geng Hui nodded, signaling Cheng Yi to collect the items, then moved in to grasp Zhang Ruoxuan's chin, lifting her face, frowning slightly. Just been violated. Geng Hui spoke bluntly. Zhang Ruoxuan shed tears of humiliation, her expression resembling that of a refined young lady. One must admit this contrast was rather striking. Please Hui, help me take revenge. Zhang Ruoxuan humbly bowed her head. Although lives are not worth much now, this bag of chocolate is not worth several lives. Zhang Ruoxuan bit her lip tightly as if making a humiliating choice. Geng Hui was indeed somewhat interested in Zhang Ruoxuan. After all, he had his own needs. However, Zhang Ruoxuan's current appearance was somewhat off-putting to him. In front of his brothers, taking her in would be somewhat embarrassing. Yet Zhang Ruoxuan mentioned a piece of information that piqued Geng Hu's interest even more. Information? What information? The strategist Cheng Yi beside him was evidently more perceptive, catching on to Zhang Ruoxuan's true value. Zhang Ruoxuan feigned hesitation. Seeing this, Cheng Yi stepped forward to assist her. Geng Hui also beckoned Zhang Ruoxuan to sit down beside him, not out of respect for her but to soothe her and extract the so-called information from her more effectively. For people like them, the promise of sheltering Zhang Ruoxuan could be made casually. After all, they held all the initiative and could easily discard her whenever they wished. The reason they had not yet made a promise to shelter Zhang Ruoxuan and help her seek revenge was merely to deceive her into trusting them. It could be said that both parties were very skilled at playing mind games. However, Zhang Ruoxuan was merely a contrastive schemer, her understanding not on the same level as Geng Hui and the others, thus her little tricks were nothing but child's play to them. Indeed, after being treated with courtesy and seated, Zhang Ruoxuan did not hesitate to reveal the information about Lin Dong's warm and welcoming home. After hearing everything, Geng Hui and Cheng Yi fell silent. Zhang Ruoxuan did not expect such a reaction from the two, feeling anxious in her heart. What was going on? Upon hearing about Lin Dong's excellent living conditions, they should have been excited and rushed over to seize his house, right? That was Zhang Ruoxuan's goal. At that time, whether it was Lin Dong or Zhou Kai, they would also be dealt with by Geng Hui and his group. Geng Hui had a gun, a few bullets would easily resolve everything. This way Zhang Ruoxuan could not only take revenge but also achieve her ultimate goal of living in Lin Dong's warm and welcoming apartment. Thinking about her goal becoming a reality, Zhang Ruoxuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. However, Geng Hu's and Cheng Yi's reactions left her utterly confused. Master Huiyu. Zhang Ruoxuan was about to ask Geng Hui for his opinion. Geng Hui raised his hand to stop her, turning to look at Cheng Yi. What do you think? Cheng Yi, as Geng Hu's strategist, was usually consulted for his views during important decisions. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow and shook his head at Geng Hui. If everything is true, then this guy named Lin Dong is quite dangerous. He seems completely unafraid of his house being robbed and might even be intentionally drawing people to rob him. This statement stunned Zhang Ruoxuan. Was Lin Dong intentionally luring Zhou Kai and the others to rob his house? That can't be true. Lin Dong must be feeling resentful after I dumped him, which is why he purposely revealed his advantageous living conditions. Before Zhang Ruoxuan could finish speaking, Geng Hui looked at her with mockery. You seem to have not recognized your own worth. Zhang Ruoxuan was completely stunned. Geng Hu's gaze sent chills down her spine. It felt as if he was looking at an object rather than a person. An object has its own value, and it seemed that Zhang Ruoxuan's value in Geng Hu's eyes was quite cheap. Geng Hui disdainfully glared at Zhang Ruoxuan before speaking to Cheng Yi. You're right, I have that feeling too. This guy named Lin Dong shouldn't be simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Geng Hu's tone changed and his gaze became sharper and more ruthless. However, if his apartment truly is that good, I wouldn't mind going to take a look. Cheng Yi understood Geng Hu's implication. Just now they had all seen the video on Zhang Ruoxuan's phone. Lin Dong, dressed in a thin nightgown enjoying wine, was truly tempting them with greed. But Cheng Yi, being Geng Hu's strategist and the brain of the team, could not possibly lack self-control. He immediately instructed the two younger brothers by the door. You two go to Building 10 and gather some intelligence. Remember, no matter what you see, do not act rashly. The younger brothers had also heard the previous conversation. They had long been itching to see Lin Dong's house. Although Cheng Yi was not allowing them to enter right now, being able to verify with their own eyes that Lin Dong's house was indeed good was something they were eager for. The two younger brothers did not waste any time and headed straight out the door. They moved quickly and arrived at Building 10 just in time to see the elevator reach the top floor. Since the other elevator was out of service, they could only wait for the elevator to come down. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and his group of 11 had already arrived at Lin Dong's door. Is this the one? Zhou Kai turned to ask Wang Jianchang. He was actually a bit nervous, and not just him, everyone behind him was tense. Previously they had boisterously declared they would seize Lin Dong's house. Each one trying to outdo the other, but now standing in front of the door they were all intimidated, as it was the first time they were doing something like this. Lin Dong was not a weak woman like Zhang Ruoxuan. They could not just drag him into the house to resolve the matter. Wang Jianchang nodded. That's right, Zhou Xiao, this is the one. The last time I came it was Lin Dong's wife who opened the door, and that woman was stunning. After Wang Jianchang finished speaking, he lewdly smiled. The other men followed suit, lewdly laughing. They had all seen what Lu Yusen looked like, and she was indeed very alluring. Zhou Kai showed a fierce expression, sneering, "Break in. Disable Lin Dong and toss him in the snow. As for his wife, well, keep her for ourselves." At Zhou Kai's command, Wang Jianchong was the first to come forward with a shovel. Zhang Tao and the others quickly followed. They looked ready to make their move. Suddenly Lin Dong's voice emerged, "What a show of force, are you trying to kill someone?" Everyone was startled. Wang Jianchong shivered and glared viciously at the peephole, yelling, "Lin Dong, be sensible and open the door, otherwise once we get in it'll be disastrous for you." Lin Dong and Lu Yusen were standing at the door, clearly seeing the appearances of the people outside. Lu Yusen was somewhat nervous. However, Lin Dong looked down on this. He had no murderous intent. For him, killing them directly would be too easy. He wanted them to suffer a torturous death in the harsh winter wasteland. Only then could Lin Dong vent his anger. "He Wang Jianchong, I never realized you were a psychopathic killer. Killing your wife and daughter wasn't enough for your arrogance. You still want to come and kill me. Your courage is truly growing." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the door felt a chill run down their spines, looking at Wang Jianchong with ghostly expressions. Wang Jianchong broke into a sweat, looking nervously at everyone, then furiously slammed against the door. Bang! The shovel fell wildly and Wang Jianchong shouted in a frenzy, "Lin Dong, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, open the door. I want to see if you dare to keep talking trash." Bang! Clang! Wang Jianchong furiously battered the door, then with a sharp snap the shovel shattered in his hands. The broken half recoiled violently, whistling through the air. Shush! It sliced past Zhou Kai's ear, so close that a searing sting flared across his lobe. Instinctively he raised his gloved hand, and there, cradled in his palm, lay his own severed ear. My ear!" Zhou Kai shrieked, a raw guttural cry like a slaughtered pig. Those nearby recoiled in shock. Several women stumbled backward, trembling with terror. Wang Jianchong stared dumbfounded at the snapped shovel in his grasp. Then he turned to the deep gray door, unmarred, unpitted, not even a scratch on its painted surface. His frenzied assault had left no trace whatsoever. What kind of door is this?" Wang Jianchong's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he muttered the words. Lin Dong's voice echoed once more, calm, unhurried, and utterly chilling. "Ha! Cowardly indeed, cowardly in denial. Yes, that suits you perfectly, old Wang. But facts remain facts. Your wife and daughter lie frozen in your home freezer. Pity, their pieces won't reassemble easily." Clatter! The broken shovel slipped from Wang Jianchong's fingers and struck the floor. He stared paralyzed at the unyielding door. How could Lin Dong possibly know? How did Lin Dong know? Had he slipped into Wang Jianchong's house the moment he'd left, rummaged through the ice chest, uncovered the grisly remains? Wang Jianchong's mind teetered on the edge of total collapse. Behind him Zhang Tao and the others watched his unraveling, and instantly grasped Lin Dong's words were no idle threat. The thought that Wang Jianchong had murdered his own wife and child, then dismembered them, sent every man stumbling back, desperate to widen the gulf between themselves and the monster before them. Several women retched on the spot. "Wang Jianchong, did you really kill your wife and daughter?" Zhang Tao blurted out, unable to contain his horror. Zhou Kai snapped back to awareness and clamped a hand over Zhang Tao's mouth, then whirled around, his entire body jolting with dread. There stood Wang Jianchong, rising slowly from the floor, eyes bloodshot and blazing with feral crimson fury locked onto them all. Zhou Kai froze. Before him stood not just a man but a deranged, remorseless killer. No wonder Wang Jianchong had attacked Zhang Ruoxuan with such unrestrained savagery. He was at his core a raving monstrous psychopath. Zhou Kai, thinking fast, stepped forward and addressed Wang Jianchong with urgent persuasion. "Old Wang, what does it matter who you've killed? Remember why we're here. If you want Lin Dong dead, go ahead. This is the age of the ruthless. The fiercest hand rules the world. Succeed and I'll give you the largest room in Lin Dong's penthouse, no question." Indeed, Zhou Kai's words struck true. Wang Jianchong, moments from total breakdown, suddenly steadied. He glared at the women behind him, then nodded sharply, breathing raggedly. "Right. You're damn right, young Master Zhou. It's the apocalypse, we follow strength alone. My hands are already stained. What's 2 more corpses?" With that he drew a knife concealed beneath his coat, and strode toward the door, eyeing its lock mechanism, ready to force it open. Zhou Kai and the others exhaled, but instinctively retreated another step. They truly feared Wang Jianchong. Just moments ago he had confessed, without hesitation, to unspeakable atrocities. A man who could slaughter his own wife and child, how could they ever trust him again? How could he remain part of their group? Outside, Lin Dong watched the spectacle unfold, and shook his head bored. He lifted a tablet, navigated to the security interface and tapped once. Instantly high-voltage current surged from the lock cylinder of the titanium-reinforced vault door. ZZZZT. AAA. Wang Jianchang's hair stood on end, his face blackened in an instant, his clothes ignited, his body charred to brittle smoking ash, yet his throat still wrenched forth a ghastly shuddering scream. High voltage. Young Master Zhou, fall back now. Zhang Tao snapped awake, seized Zhou Kai's arm and yanked him backward. The women had already bolted, sprinting for the elevator. But at the elevator doors 2 figures crouched, startling them into shrieks and sudden boneless collapse. They were none other than Gung Hui's underlings, men who had witnessed every horrifying second unfold. Stunned into silence, they only snapped out of it when the women screamed, then scrambled into the elevator and fled downward. Zhou Kai's group, startled by the sudden appearance of those 2 men, forgot to rush into the elevator. Now panic-stricken, they spun back toward the corridor. There lay Wang Jianchang, reduced to a smoldering twisted husk, sprawled motionless on the floor. His knife lay warped beyond recognition, faintly streaked with dried crimson. Yet, astonishingly, his hand still trembled faintly. He still clung barely to life. Even in pre-apocalyptic times such injuries would have been fatal. Now exposed to this sub-zero wasteland, his death would be slow and agonizing. Witnessing Wang Jianchang's transformation into that blackened ruin, Zhou Kai and the others huddled together, rigid with terror, not daring to move lest they too draw the door's lethal wrath. Once more Lin Dong's voice drifted out, measured, unruffled and utterly devoid of mercy. You were too greedy, and too eager to die. Still, I am generous, I will not kill you today. Leave, now. But first drag that monster's corpse away. I will not sully my threshold with his rot. They trembled violently, stepping backward instinctively. Never had they imagined Lin Dong's door would prove impenetrable, or that it could unleash such deadly force. Thank the heavens it hadn't been them who rushed forward. Wang Jianchang's fate would have been theirs. Lin Dong was merciless. Brutal. Inhuman. Lin Dong, you beast. You murdered Wang Jianchang with high voltage. Zhou Kai snarled, teeth bared, emboldened now that he believed himself safely out of reach. Lin Dong would never open that door to confront them. Unless, of course, they could provoke him into stepping outside, then they might seize the chance to storm in. A penthouse guarded by such a door would offer unparalleled sanctuary. Zhang Tao and the others stared, dumbfounded. When had Zhou Kai grown so bold as to curse Lin Dong aloud? Then they saw Zhou Kai's frantic sideways glances, and understood. Zhang Tao stammered, stepping forward to shout at the door. Yais. Lin Dong, you're despicable. We were colleagues once. We only asked to shelter in your place for 2 days, and you murdered old Wang. May you rot in hell. Han Xuan, already stunned into numbness, could barely form coherent words, only shouted nonsense, voice cracking with hysteria. Come out. Lin Dong, if you've got any spine, step out. We won't haul away old Wang's corpse for you. Let him rot right here, let his stench choke you. Click. A narrow aperture opened in the door, and from it a jet of white-hot flame erupted, locking onto Han Xuan. Han Xuan had no time to react. Before he knew it, fire engulfed his chest, then his entire body. Help me, help me. He lunged blindly toward Zhang Tao, who reacted instantly, driving a hard kick into Han Xuan's chest and sending him crashing to the floor. Aaaah. Han Xuan writhed ablaze, screaming until, within seconds, his body went still. Then Lin Dong's voice returned, cold, detached and as final as a death knell. That is the price of excessive speech. Now you must bury 2 bodies. And if anyone flees now, they will be next. No. Don't breathe fire. Zhou Kai covered his bleeding ears, screaming as if he were being slaughtered. Of course he was not the butcher, but rather the pig on the chopping board. Zhang Tao, what the hell are you still doing? Hurry up and collect the bodies. Zhou Kai kicked Zhang Tao's backside. Zhang Tao, looking terrified, stammered, Zhou Xiao, how do we collect the bodies? Stop talking nonsense. Don't you have bedding in your backpack? Zhou Kai cursed and took the initiative to rummage through Zhang Tao's backpack. The few women also regained their senses, looking fearfully towards Lin Dong's room. Inside, Lin Dong was nothing short of a murderous maniac. They were certain that he would show no mercy simply because they were women. Thus they bravely helped Han Xuan collect the bodies, and after wrapping them up they even carefully wiped down the floor. They acted as if they were terrified of leaving even a speck of dirt. A satisfied voice from Lin Dong emerged. Well done, now you can leave. Remember, even if you're tired of living, don't come looking for thrills here. Dying at my hands is no better than struggling to survive outside. As Lin Dong finished speaking, the elevator arrived. The doors opened and the group rushed in. They had come as 11 people. On the way back they were 9 along with 2 corpses. The elevator doors opened again and they rushed out in a frenzy. The 2 corpses were carelessly tossed into a snowbank. No, to be precise, there was 1 corpse while Wang Jianchang was still gasping for breath. Their warmth had melted quite a bit of the snow. Wang Jianchang had only one eye left, the world around him tinted red. He desperately tried to crawl out from under the snow, but unfortunately he was going the wrong way, digging himself in deeper. As layers of snow collapsed, Wang Jianchang was completely buried. I don't want to die, Lin Dong, Lin Dong. Wang Jianchang mumbled Lin Dong's name with resentment, gradually sinking into unconsciousness. Yet his heart did not stop beating entirely. His body temperature dropped to freezing point in an instant, quickly blending into the surrounding snow. As Zhou Kai and the others hurried back to the villa, only then did they let out a sigh of relief. They had managed to save their lives. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, their sweat rapidly cooling. Everyone began to shiver. Quick, turn on the electric heater. No. The heater is too slow. Take apart my wine cabinet and start a fire, otherwise we will lose body heat and die. Zhou Kai, perhaps due to excessive fright, discovered his potential and started directing others to take the correct actions. Everyone hurriedly dismantled the wine cabinet. The women even tore open one of the bedding sets, using the cotton inside as kindling. Soon a large fire was blazing in front of them. Everyone felt as if they had come back to life. At that moment Du Xiaojun suddenly hugged her legs and began to sob. Damn it, why are you crying? It's driving me crazy. Zhang Tao couldn't help but scold Du Xiaojun. But no one else spoke, and not just Du Xiaojun, they all wanted to cry. It was terrifying. Just the thought of leaving a psychopathic killer nearby was enough to send chills down their spines. Lin Dong's methods displayed at that door were even more horrifying. They watched 2 people die right before their eyes. The fact that they didn't urinate from fear was already a testament to their resilience. Du Xiaojun continued to weep, turning to glare at Zhang Tao. Why are you angry at Lin Dong? What does that have to do with me? I didn't want to cry, I couldn't help it. Don't you all feel scared? After saying this, Du Xiaojun looked at the other women. The few women immediately burst into tears, quickly huddling together to keep warm. Why has it come to this? Whoa. I haven't done anything wrong, I shouldn't be facing such retribution. Exactly, I only accompanied a few top brothers and I just like to have fun a bit. But I am also a good girl. Why must I endure such a horrific life? I really can't take it anymore. If this continues we will freeze to death. The women's emotions spread quickly and they cried endlessly. Now it was not just Zhang Tao who was impatient. Zhou Kai was even more furious, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically pulled out the crossbow from his arms. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed. The next moment Du Xiaojun felt a chill in her chest and looked down. She saw that on her thick armor only 1 arrowhead was sticking out. That highly penetrating arrow had given her a chilling experience. What good is all this flesh? The defensive capability is utterly rubbish. Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhang Tao and the others were terrified, not expecting Zhou Kai to suddenly turn violent. But Zhou Kai was now filled with murderous intent, raising his hand to aim the crossbow at Zhang Tao and the others, roaring, "Do any of you have something to say? Come on, say it." Zhang Tao was terrified and hurriedly waved his hands at Zhou Kai. "Zhou Xiao, no, it's not like that, we have always followed your lead." The few women finally snapped back to reality, seeing Du Xiaojun collapsed on the ground with blood spilling from her mouth. They no longer dared to make a sound, tightly covering their mouths as if trying to smother themselves. Zhou Kai panted heavily, coldly snorting, Isn't it just killing? I can do it too. After all, we're already lawless, I have a crossbow, so why can't I live well?" After saying this, Zhou Kai waved the crossbow at the women. "You little whores, get out. I don't want useless people." It must be said Zhou Kai was ruthless. He used to be a playboy because he had money, time and energy to squander at will. But now it was the apocalypse. Zhou Kai quickly adjusted his goals under a series of stimuli. Or rather his desires. He now only wanted to survive. Thus he needed various survival resources. Clearly women did not feature on his list of desired resources, and they would only bring him more trouble. After all, living requires consuming resources. The women were frightened and began to cry again. One of them even knelt before Zhou Kai, crawling towards him. "Zhou Xiao, please don't throw me out, I'll freeze to death." The other women also began to plead. "Zhou Xiao, I'm sorry, I won't cry or complain anymore. Please Zhou Xiao, I can take Zhang Ruoxuan's place, you know I can do even better than her. You can do whatever you want, Zhou Xiao." Zhou Kai kicked the crawling woman away, then raised the crossbow, aiming at the woman who wanted to crawl back up. "Get lost or I'll send an arrow to each of you, turning you into corpses before tossing you out." Now the women were so frightened that they crawled back repeatedly. They looked at Zhang Tao with pleading eyes. But Zhang Tao had long been intimidated by Zhou Kai's ruthless demeanor and dared not help them. He didn't even dare to look at them. In the end, the women inside Zhou Kai's villa were also driven out. With nowhere to go in the freezing snow, they could only crawl toward neighboring villas. Yet each villa's owner turned them away. No amount of pleading could sway them. Soon, however, 3 of them managed to crawl into Villa No. 3. To their delight, the villa stood completely unoccupied, and was stocked with abundant survival supplies. It was in effect a small supermarket. The owner of Villa No. 3 was the proprietor of Awaken grocery store at the neighborhood gate, a man who ran businesses elsewhere and rarely resided there. Nonetheless, he had stored considerable provisions inside, especially food and drink. The women erupted into ecstatic relief. It was both their fortune and their misfortune. For many residents knew precisely who owned Villa No. 3. They had not yet descended into full-scale looting of surrounding properties, but it was only a matter of time before they remembered Villa No. 3. And when that day came, what fate awaited these women? Inside the penthouse shelter, Lin Dong and Lu Yusin watched every detail of Zhou Kai's ordeal unfold on surveillance feeds. Lin Dong's expression remained impassive. Lu Yusin, by contrast, clenched her teeth tightly. Zhou Kai is nothing but scum, he left them not a single scrap of supplies. Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, he is scum, but his decision was shrewd. Keeping those women would have drained their strength and burdened them further. Lu Yusin paused, then fell silent. After a moment she pulled up surveillance footage, and saw the women entering Villa No. 3. They unearthed snacks and even boiled water to prepare instant noodles. Moments earlier they had looked as though life itself had abandoned them, yet now they reveled as if celebrating salvation. Lu Yusin had expected to feel relief. Instead, her brow furrowed deeply, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her chest. Lin Dong gently tapped her shoulder in reassurance. "Now you see. Nature's law, the strong survive, the weak perish. That brief moment of joy before oblivion is already fate's rare mercy." Lu Yusin blinked in surprise. "But this villa appears uninhabited, and so well stocked. Surely it will sustain them for quite some time." Lin Dong shook his head. "The owner of Villa No. 3 is the Awaken grocery store proprietor, a fact widely known in the neighborhood. Gung Hui knows it too. They simply haven't yet resorted to breaking into homes for supplies. So the odds of these women surviving? Vanishingly slim." Lu Yusin drew a slow, heavy breath, realizing at last that their fate was sealed. Then, as if struck by sudden recollection, she redirected the surveillance feed back to Zhou Kai's villa. After scanning multiple angles and rooms, her delicate brows knit together. Why can't I find Zhang Ruoxuan?" Lin Dong picked up his tablet. "She's already aligned herself with a new patron, and is plotting my downfall." Lu Yusin leaned in instantly, her mind racing ahead even as the words escaped her lips. "Is it Gung Hui?" To Lu Yusin, even the deranged serial killer Wang Jianchang posed little real threat. If anyone in this neighborhood could truly endanger them, it was Gung Hui, wealthy, ruthless, and commanding a band of merciless killers who might soon forge a formidable power. Correct. But Gung Hui has a remarkably astute lieutenant, one who just dispatched 2 underlings to scout my shelter's defenses. They witnessed Wang Jianchang's brutal demise at my hands, and fled in terror. A faint self-satisfied smile curved Lin Dong's lips. From the very beginning he had observed every move, and held all threads of this unfolding drama firmly in his grasp. He could have tormented Wang Jianchang and his men before killing them, there was no need for such swift execution. But the arrival of Gung Hui's 2 scouts changed everything. As Lu Yusen marveled at Lin Dong's mastery over the situation, her revulsion toward Zhang Ruoxuan deepened. This woman clearly hated Lin Dong with a vengeance, capable of any betrayal to exact revenge. Meanwhile in Gung Hui's villa the two panicked underlings had recounted every detail, except the grisly death of Han Xuan consumed by searing fire serpents. Thus their intelligence report contained only two chilling facts: Lin Dong's door was impregnable, and it retaliated with lethal high-voltage electricity. Zhang Ruoxuan listened, her face bleaching to the pallor of parchment. She had never imagined the outcome could be so devastating. Zhou Kai and his group had fled in terror, and Wang Jianchang had perished right before Lin Dong's door electrocuted to death by raw crackling voltage. What unspeakable horror that must have been. A muscle twitched at Gung Hui's jaw, and then twisted into a feral grin. Heh! Excellent! Who would have thought our neighborhood harbored such a fearsome player? Cheng Yi, standing nearby, recalled something and spoke gravely. Brother Hui, I remember over half a month ago a man named Zhang Tao came to you. He brought 100,000 yuan asking you to eliminate Lin Dong. Gung Hui's eyes narrowed. Yes. I do recall. Isn't Lin Dong some big-shot lawyer? Then his tone shifted sharply. Lawyers? Worthless. In this world law means nothing, absolutely nothing. This boy's home has been heavily reinforced, and his door discharges high-voltage current. That proves his energy reserves are vast. This penthouse. I will have it. At those words Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes flared with desperate hope, while the two returning underlings swallowed hard, dry-mouthed. But Brother Hui, his door emits high voltage. We can't force it open. How do we break in? Gung Hui shot him a venomous glare and barked. Nonsense. Can anything stump Gung Hui? Luo Tuo. At his call a wiry, sly-looking man darted forward. Hey Brother Hui, I've already figured it out. Doors like that. Easy. An insulated key bypasses the shock entirely, just handle it carefully and the lock yields like butter. The two underlings exhaled in dawning realization. Right, we have Luo Tuo. Luo Tuo's the master locksmith. Hey brother Luo Tuo, this one's all on you. Once we're living in that penthouse life'll be pure bliss. Grins spread across their faces. Gung Hui grinned too, but Cheng Yi alone stood with furrowed brow, lost in silent calculation. At that moment the camera lingered on Cheng Yi's face in tight focus. Beside him Lu Yusen sensed Cheng Yi's exceptional acuity, and subtly frowned. Lin Dong chuckled softly. Darling, what do you suppose that bespectacled man is thinking? Lu Yusen shook her head, then added quietly, he seems unusually cautious, likely Gung Hui's strategist. Indeed, his name is Cheng Yi, a doctoral student and a high IQ criminal. For years Gung Hui has relied on him to expand his business. Lin Dong directly placed the collected information in front of Lu Yusen. Lu Yusen was quite curious about Cheng Yi and glanced at his resume. When he saw that Cheng Yi had a record of intentional homicide at the age of 16, his face turned pale. What's the story behind this criminal record? He must have been imprisoned for this, right? The criminal record merely mentioned that Cheng Yi at the age of 16 had brutally killed a middle school girl. Nothing else was mentioned. Lin Dong shrugged and noncommittally said, because Gung Hui spent money to smooth things over and there was a scapegoat who took the blame for Cheng Yi. At this point the corner of Lin Dong's mouth curled into a chilling smile. You wouldn't expect that all these schemes were devised by Cheng Yi himself. Gung Hui only provided the funds. Lu Yusen's face began to show signs of surprise. Lin Dong continued speaking. Subsequently this young murderer turned around and entered a prestigious high school, even getting accepted into a well-known university, almost following an official path. Lu Yusen sighed. With such a strategist beside him Gung Hui could live quite well in the apocalypse. Lin Dong sneered at this. He can survive, no doubt about that, but to say he's living well is quite laughable. They haven't even repaired their fireplace yet and are freezing like dogs, otherwise they wouldn't be trying to seize our shelter. Lu Yusen shook her head helplessly and then lazily lay down beside Lin Dong. Forget it, I won't worry about these things anymore. They can't possibly break into our shelter. Lin Dong smiled affectionately, brushing Lu Yusen's hair back. That's the spirit. From now on you should relax your mindset. Apart from exercising, read some books or watch shows outside to pass the time. Lu Yusen gave Lin Dong a roll of her eyes. Only Lin Dong would treat such matters as a source of entertainment. Meanwhile Gung Hui noticed that Cheng Yi had been silent behind him. Gung Hui furrowed his brows and turned to ask, Cheng Yi, what's the matter? Just say it. Cheng Yi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I don't think things will go smoothly, Gung Gu. Honestly, I feel that Lin Dong is quite sinister, perhaps he's someone like me. At this Cheng Yi pointed to his own head. Gung Hui was taken aback and then furrowed his brow tightly. Are you saying he's a bit perverted or just highly intelligent? Cheng Yi upon hearing this seemed to take it as a compliment and even smiled. Gung Gu is right. He might just be a high IQ pervert. He has a good living environment, is unafraid of exposure and doesn't fear others seizing things from him. So what could his true intentions be? Gung Hui was filled with even more confusion. What could his intentions be? Zhang Ruoxuan couldn't help but ask impatiently. Cheng Yi suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile on his face as he stared at Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhang Ruoxuan was so frightened by that expression that she quickly curled up at the back. Cheng Yi then spoke with a smile. I guess his intention is to provoke people to seize his property then slaughter them one by one. He deliberately leaked information to incite those who have previously crossed him, making them envious and jealous, driving them to frantically seize his possessions and then watching them die helplessly and tragically. Cheng Yi's demeanor indeed appeared extremely insane and perverted. Many around him felt a chill run down their spine and even Gung Hui tightened his clothing. Zhang Ruoxuan, who heard all of this, turned pale instantly. She felt as if her heart was being squeezed by someone with an intense pressure threatening to burst. She absolutely did not want to admit that Cheng Yi's perverse words made sense. Yet upon reflecting on everything Lin Dong had done in the past, she felt compelled to acknowledge that everything was indeed as Cheng Yi had described. Lin Dong did this on purpose, he was retaliating against her. Zhang Ruoxuan. No, Lin Dong was exacting revenge on everyone. But how did he know the weather would turn cold? How could he have prepared so much in advance? Zhang Ruoxuan asked tremblingly. Cheng Yi shrugged, perhaps he has some special channels for information, or maybe it was just coincidence. In any case, he is a very dangerous person. After saying this, Cheng Yi ignored Zhang Ruoxuan and turned his gaze toward Gung Hui. Cheng Yi has always given suggestions while the decisions were made by Gung Hui. However, after hearing everything Cheng Yi said, the previously confident Gung Hui now appeared hesitant. The locksmith Luotua was somewhat unwilling and approached to say, Gung Gu, I won't be electrocuted, so why not let me give it a try? Before Gung Hui could respond, Cheng Yi interjected, keep your life, it's still useful to us. Even if Lin Dong's home is as warm as spring with plenty of supplies, it still pales in comparison to the combined resources of other residents in the community. Several people were momentarily taken aback by Cheng Yi's words. But Gung Hui's eyes lit up. Cheng Yi, are you suggesting that we plunder the supplies of other residents? Cheng Yi nodded without hesitation, his expression extremely indifferent. We should act quickly, preferably starting with the villa area. The residents there hoard more supplies, and with fewer people the consumption is slower. As for the residents in the later districts, there are too many of them, making it easier to attract trouble. Now is a good time to set an example by taking down a chicken to warn the monkeys. We can take them down one by one later. At this point Cheng Yi suddenly looked up, revealing a sunny smile. Of course, this is just a temporary plan. Who knows, perhaps the supplies from just the villa area will be enough for us until the snow melts. Zhang Ruoxuan was even more afraid of Cheng Yi now. To her, Cheng Yi was 100 times scarier than Gung Hui. Gung Hui, however, stood up, gritting his teeth. Whether the snow falls or not depends on fate. What I need to do now is to do my best. Starting with Villa No. 2. Once we deal with the old man inside, the damned homeowners committee will fall apart and the garbage that follows won't be worth worrying about. Cheng Yi nodded in appreciation, respectfully bending slightly, flattering, Gung Gu is wise. Gung Hui clapped Cheng Yi's shoulder and said, what wisdom. Cheng Yi, keeping you by my side was the best decision I ever made. With the calamity upon us and chaos ensuing, perhaps this is our opportunity to become rulers of a territory. Cheng Yi still nodded respectfully, yes, willing to serve Gung Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, holding a tablet, magnified Cheng Yi's face again, seemingly wanting to see the expression in his eyes more clearly. Lu Yusen bit her lip tightly and said softly, this Cheng Yi is indeed a shrewd pervert, he has guessed all your intentions perfectly. If it weren't for his warning, Gung Hui would have led people to their deaths just now. Lin Dong had seen through Cheng Yi's eyes, smiled mysteriously and then tossed the tablet aside. This is fine, if we kill them early there will be no one to help us clean up other troubles. Lu Yusen was taken aback, then suddenly realized something, feeling a chill down her back. You mean the other residents in the community? Lin Dong nodded coldly, yes, haven't you noticed that Aunt Huang has been unusually quiet these past few days? Yes, wasn't she trying to steal a dog? Why has she been so silent? Lu Yusen suddenly became alert. That Aunt Huang was also a very troublesome and disgusting character. Lin Dong did not directly answer Lu Yusen's question but instead pulled up the surveillance footage. The image of Aunt Huang's home appeared on Lin Dong's tablet. At this moment Aunt Huang was snuggled up under the covers with her son, her petite body curled tightly into her son's embrace, making her feel a bit warmer. However, upon seeing this scene, Lu Yusen couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief, turning to Lin Dong with a shocked expression. Is this appropriate? Lu Yusen was at a loss for words. Lin Dong naturally understood what she was thinking and shook his head amused. The fact is just as you see it. I didn't expect Aunt Huang to be so affectionate towards her foolish son. Lu Yusen understood Lin Dong's meaning, her expression suddenly becoming complex as if she felt a wave of nausea. Yet she still couldn't believe what she was suspecting. Did you see that? Before Lu Yusen could continue, Lin Dong hurriedly explained, Hey sweetheart, don't misunderstand. I didn't intend to witness anything disgusting, I just felt that this old lady hadn't made any noise lately, so I took a glance and ended up seeing this disgusting scene. Lin Dong shook his head, seemingly wanting to erase the images he had just seen from his mind. Lu Yusen covered her mouth, a wave of nausea rising in her throat. She never expected Aunt Huang to be so twisted. There was simply no sense of ethics or morality. No wonder in the apocalyptic disasters Lin Dong faced in his past life, Aunt Huang managed to take over the entire Building 10. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. I initially thought her son was too foolish to find a wife, but now it seems that it's not that he couldn't find one, it's that Aunt Huang won't let him. It's no wonder that this fool only listens to Aunt Huang and no one else. He's not just autistic, he's been corrupted by this old woman. Lu Yusen waved her hands at Lin Dong, signaling him to stop. Lin Dong switched off the footage and said to Lu Yusen, What I actually wanted to show you was Aunt Huang fiddling with her phone. She hasn't dared to go out these past few days and has been in contact with the old man in the villa area. Lu Yusen paused, instinctively looking downstairs. It seems like no old men have been delivering supplies to her recently, right? Lin Dong chuckled, Those old men are just infatuated fools, mere sycophants, they're not really foolish. Moreover, they have other family members who won't allow them to keep supplying Aunt Huang. Lu Yusen furrowed her brow, speaking softly. If no one is supplying Aunt Huang anymore, then she might be. Lin Dong's smile faded as he followed her thought. Exactly, next she might set her sights on the neighbors in Building 10. However, for now her supplies are still quite ample if this old woman can hold out for a while, but once a few days have passed she will definitely take action. Lu Yusen inhaled sharply. Then she must be eyeing Erbai and the others, right? Lin Dong looked towards the terrace where Erbai and the 4 dogs were. Erbai had been eating well recently and was full of energy, beginning to reproduce. However, it seemed that only 1 dog was cooperating. Lin Dong also realized that the other 2 female dogs might already be pregnant. This was certainly a situation Lin Dong was pleased to see. As long as Erbai was happy, Lin Dong was happy. No one should think of taking advantage of Erbai, or else he would deal with them mercilessly. This old woman knows about Erbai's existence, so she certainly won't let go. She will definitely seize the opportunity to strike. After saying this, Lin Dong closed the tablet and took Lu Yusen to the bedroom. Don't worry about that old woman. After making a fuss for 2 days, they should settle down for a while. Lu Yusen was always very cooperative with Lin Dong's fitness and exercise. At this moment inside Villa 7, Zhou Kai and the others had already packed up their supplies and were preparing to move. Indeed, although there weren't many intelligent people on Zhou Kai's side, they knew that Geng Hui would eventually cause them trouble. Moreover, upon returning they discovered that Zhang Ruoxuan was missing. Zhou Kai immediately thought of that promiscuous woman who might have gone to offer herself to Geng Hui. Thus time was even more pressing. After all, Zhang Ruoxuan was very aware of their previous plundering of supplies from the supermarket. This is why Zhou Kai and the others hurriedly packed everything up. Young Master Zhou, are we really moving to Building 10? Zhang Tao asked hesitantly. Zhou Kai shot Zhang Tao a glare, of course. This villa is too large and it would be a waste to heat it with our energy devices. Plus, if we wait for Geng Hui to come to us, we're finished. Zhang Tao fell silent. But a small man beside him couldn't help but stutter, but young Master Zhou, we're going to Wang Jianchang's house. Lin Dong made it very clear that Wang Jianchang killed his wife and daughter and even dismembered them, putting the parts in the freezer. If they are vengeful spirits, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Another man trembled in fear. Zhou Kai was furious and wanted to slap them. He originally didn't want to do this, but he had no better options. Currently they only had the key to Wang Jianchang's house. Where else could they go? Moreover, Zhou Kai had been trying to contact his father for several days. Since the night of the second day that number had been unreachable. Zhou Kai felt completely abandoned, and now the only way to survive was to rely on himself. Stop wasting time. We aren't afraid of the living, so why fear ghosts? Quickly move over to Building 10. When Lin Dong's home is attacked by the crowd, we'll have a chance to pick up the scraps. Zhou Kai had long held a grudge against Lin Dong, so he was secretly planning to spread the news of Lin Dong's home being like spring all year round. They couldn't deal with Lin Dong, but what if all the residents in the community charged at him? A single spit from everyone could drown Lin Dong. Thus Zhou Kai and his group headed towards room 501 in Building 10. This decision made by Zhou Kai was undoubtedly the best one of his life. Because just as evening approached, Zhang Ruoxuan, who had served Geng Hui, brought him to Zhou Kai's villa. The outcome was naturally predictable. They missed their target. Geng Hui had mobilized nearly all his underlings, only to find the place utterly deserted. His face darkened with seething fury. He turned sharply toward Zhang Ruoxuan. Startled, she stammered an explanation. "Sir Geng, it appears they fled just ahead of us. They can't have gone far." Before Zhang Ruoxuan could finish, Cheng Yi strode forward gripping a wooden plank. "Sir Geng, they left in haste, dismantling timber likely for warmth later. Clearly they anticipated we'd come searching for supplies." He tossed the plank to a subordinate and barked, "Raise every burnable item in this villa." The underlings sprang into action, efficient practiced as if this were no novelty. Indeed, they had already ransacked a resident's home earlier that day. The owner of Villa No. 2, the elderly chairman of the residential committee, lived there alone with only his caretaker. Geng Hui's group subdued them effortlessly. From the chairman's residence they seized a vast stockpile of provisions, enough to sustain 2 people for at least 2 months. Now every last item belonged to Geng Hui. He spared no witnesses, but he had yet to announce the deed in the residence group. To Geng Hui the chairman's identity still held value. He seized the man's phone intending to impersonate him, a useful asset surely in days to come. After plundering Villa No. 2, they marched straight to Zhou Kai's residence. Zhang Ruoxuan had insisted Zhou Kai's group was a rich target. Instead they found only abandoned debris, timber awaiting removal useless for their purposes. Incensed, Geng Hui seized Zhang Ruoxuan's hair. Though her skills were exceptional to a seasoned figure like Geng Hui, Zhang Ruoxuan ranked merely above average. Moreover, she had been shared among many. Geng Hui felt no compunction to treat her with gentleness. "Sir Geng, I swear they hoarded immense supplies. I'd never dare lie to you." Wincing in pain, she pleaded pitifully. Regret gnawed at her. She'd believed her talents would earn Geng Hui's devotion. But he regarded her as less than human. Where did they go? Where could they go? He demanded, each word a hammer strike. Zhang Ruoxuan shook her head frantically, provoking Geng Hui to tighten his grip, further intensifying her agony. She blurted out, "They haven't left the compound, they must be hiding at Wang Jianchang's place. I know he lives in Building 10, but not which unit." Geng Hui finally relaxed his hold slightly and flung her aside. Cheng Yi stepped forward, bowing deferentially. "Sir Geng, Wang Jianchang is the man Lin Dong electrocuted earlier. According to our intel, he was a deranged killer, murdering his wife and daughter, concealing their bodies within his home. Zhou Kai's group truly possesses audacious courage." Cheng Yi spoke with unsettling fascination, as though the grisly details relayed secondhand had seared themselves into his memory. Geng Hui cursed bitterly, "Damn it, wasted a trip." He clenched the pistol concealed beneath his coat. He'd brought it knowing Zhou Kai wielded a crossbow. He'd expected resistance, yet no confrontation occurred. "Let's hit Villa No. 3. Its owner runs Lvuan supermarket, his stockpiles should be substantial. Plenty to keep the brothers busy for a while." Cheng Yi proposed. Geng Hui's eyes gleamed. "Move out." Moments later, piercing screams tore from Villa No. 3. The entire villa district jolted awake. The residents' group erupted. Did anyone hear that? Screaming, somewhere nearby. Ghostly, came from Villa No. 3. But that villa's supposed to be empty. Villa No. 3. Could the Lvuan supermarket owner be trapped inside? No, he's not home. Someone else must have broken in and taken shelter. This morning several women tried scaling my wall, I drove them off. Villa No. 3 must be brimming with supplies. What luck for those women. Luck. Weren't those screams theirs? Silence crashed over the group, absolute suffocating. Then Gung Hui's avatar appeared. He sent a voice message, the owner of Villa No. 3 is my friend. I Gung Hui uphold righteousness, these female thieves broke into steal, I've apprehended and disciplined them. Residents no cause for alarm. Another hush fell, profound 10 seconds long, before sycophantic praise surfaced. Sir Gung truly embodies chivalry. Unwavering integrity. Sir Gung, don't release those thieves lightly. Exactly, once the snow melts hand them over to the authorities. Gung Hui nodded, deeply satisfied. Lin Dong, observing the group chat, scoffed and shook his head. Gung Hui now commanded vast reserves, and even if he launched further raids across the district, a lull would inevitably follow. Meanwhile, in Building 10's residence group, Ant Huang posted urgently, neighbors, Gung Hui, that scoundrel, has begun seizing supplies from villa owners. Such inhuman cruelty will reach us soon. We must unite. I urge all able-bodied young men to barricade the main entrance immediately. First and second floor residents, remain vigilant. If Gung Hui's men appear, alert everyone instantly. United we fear nothing. Her words seemed both to calm others and to steel her own resolve. Instantly others rallied behind her. Absolutely, we must stand together. Gung Hui's nothing to fear, if he lacked a gun I'd smash his skull with a hammer. Don't tremble, remember we have Huang Dachuan blessed with supernatural strength. Yes. Dachuan is our building's guardian warrior, will prevail. While some offered flattery, others voiced sober analysis. Even if we repel Gung Hui, our supplies will dwindle. Will starvation claim us if we never venture out? A heavy silence followed, until Ant Huang replied, neighbors, rest assured, as building head I will secure supplies when the time comes. I will ensure your survival. For now, stand united against Gung Hui's bandits. Her vow hung in the air, solemn and unyielding. Yet beneath the resolve doubt lingered, quiet, unspoken but undeniable. Ant Huang's promise echoed, not as reassurance but as a fragile lifeline cast into gathering darkness. Ant Huang, it's such a relief to have you here. You're truly our beloved building manager, so deeply moving. Ant Huang, I'll go downstairs right now to seal the entrance doors. Indeed, the crowd was genuinely moved by Ant Huang's words. Yet how could she possibly care about their lives, or deaths? No matter what, I must survive, with my son. For now I still need your help. Don't rush, we still have ample supplies at home. Muttering this under her breath, Ant Huang tapped open Lin Dong's profile on her phone and sent him a voice message, teeth clenched in fury. Lin Dong, this is your final chance, send down your 3 dogs immediately. They will be used to search for supplies for every family in this building. Don't be selfish. Otherwise the consequences will far exceed what you can bear. Ant Huang had already sharpened her tone to its most menacing edge, yet how could such bluster possibly intimidate Lin Dong? Lin Dong fired back instantly, for the families. Heh. Who exactly are your families? Old woman, go cuddle your son and sleep, stop scheming against my dogs. The consequences of that won't be ones you can bear. Hearing this, Ant Huang erupted in rage, and was already preparing to rally people to storm Lin Dong's apartment and seize the dogs. But just then Lin Dong sent her another video. Ant Huang paused, opened the video, and heard her own voice emanating from it. On screen stood her son Huang Dachuan. Her wrinkled face, instantly drained of all color, mortification twisted her features into grotesque contortion as her entire body trembled violently. Then Lin Dong's icy voice emerged once more from her phone. Old hag, don't mistake a title like building manager for real authority. If you don't behave yourself, I'll post that video of you and your precious son to the property owners group. Let everyone see the despicable things you've done. Terror flooded Ant Huang's face. She lowered her voice to a guttural hiss, Lin Dong, you can't do this. How did you even record it? She immediately began frantically searching her apartment, but how could an elderly woman ever locate a surveillance camera hidden so expertly? Lin Dong's voice cut in again, stop wasting your energy, old hag. Settle down, and savor these last moments of apocalyptic serenity with your beloved son. After that Lin Dong ignored her completely. Yet Ant Huang spiraled into hysteria, Lin Dong, you wretch. Your video is forged. You faked it, you'll rot in hell. If you dare release it, I'll expose that you keep dogs at home, and Gung Hui will come after you. Lin Dong, answer me. Damn it, Lin Dong, if you stay silent I will tell Gung Hui. 10 minutes passed. Aunt Huang's trembling voice reappeared. Lin Dong, I sincerely apologize. It's been bitterly cold lately, my emotions got out of control. I'm going through menopause, please don't hold it against me. Lin Dong, I beg you, don't release that video. I swear I'll never trouble you again. The old woman finally broke down in tears. Utterly exasperated, Lin Dong replied coldly, enough. Understood. Fine, thank you, Lin Dong. For heaven's sake, don't release it. Only then did her breathing begin to steady. She dared not utter another word, terrified that any further provocation might push Lin Dong to release the video and utterly destroy her reputation. Her dignity, her very legacy, hung by a thread. Meanwhile, in Wang Jianchang's apartment, Zhou Kai and the others gathered around the stove, gradually warming their bodies. Zhang Tao couldn't resist flattering Zhou Kai. Young Master Zhou, your decisiveness saved us. Without you we'd surely be dead at Gung Hui's hands. The other two quickly joined in. Young Master Zhou is legendary, his foresight is unmatched. I told you, following young Master Zhou guarantees success. Zhou Kai felt a quiet pride, he had anticipated everything perfectly today. Yet his expression remained solemn as he addressed them gravely. Though we've evaded disaster, for now, we must remain vigilant. Gung Hui is like a starved wolf, no matter how much you feed him he'll always return ravenous and relentless. He then produced a blood-stained smartphone, retrieved from the kitchen sink. Though damaged, it powered on after charging. It belonged to Wang Jianchang's wife Wu Guifan, and within it Zhou Kai found recordings of Aunt Huang's speeches as building manager of Tower 10 along with residents' reactions. He placed the phone before them. Many in this tower are disorganized rabble, yet ironically that makes them easier to manipulate. Zhang Tao froze, then swallowed hard. Young Master Zhou, do you mean, break into their homes and seize supplies? Zhou Kai shoved a piece of toasted bread into his mouth and gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Not yet. Give them a few days. That Aunt Huang is intriguing, she must still have plenty stashed away. I refuse to believe anyone becomes building manager solely to serve others. Preposterous. Though uneasy inwardly, they knew circumstance dictated survival better to raid others than be raided themselves. Agreed, we follow young Master Zhou. Better others starve than ourselves. Zhang Tao spoke first, the others hastened to echo him. Zhou Kai scanned them coolly and declared, our numbers remain too few, insignificant. While we still hold some supplies, we must recruit allies, build strength. They exchanged glances, and began planning in earnest. The oppressive chill, the eerie silence of the house, already forgotten. Even knowing the freezer held a corpse, none dared approach it. Thus the night passed. By noon on the 5th day of the deep freeze, someone posted in the Tower 10 owners group, I saw fire at the furniture store across the street, looks like it spread from the lumberyard. So did I, Gung Hui's crew went there. I even saw them glide over on snowboards. Yes, I heard gunshots too. They've looted the entire lumberyard. Damn it, the timber could have been fuel for warmth. What a waste, how convenient for them. Similar complaints echoed across other residential buildings. Many residents witnessed the scene unfolding at the community gate. Lin Dong and Lu Yusin observed it all with stark clarity. Flames from the lumberyard melted the snow overhead, then were deliberately extinguished. Thick smoke rose briefly, only to vanish swiftly into the swirling snowfall. Then Gung Hui's group began hauling bundled timber back toward the residential complex. At first they glided atop the snow, but the cold proved unbearable. So they dug snow tunnels instead. Once inside those tunnels their movements vanished from sight. Yet without exception everyone ground their teeth in helpless fury, resenting their own failure to think of the lumberyard sooner. They raged against Gung Hui for seizing the resources, leaving them to shiver in the cold. Yet they failed to notice how their own moral compass had shifted, how humanity itself was quietly eroding. If given the chance they would charge forth without hesitation, to seize what they needed. At that moment someone suddenly mentioned all members in the main owners group. Neighbors, does anyone still have food? Instant noodles, bread, anything. I'll pay cash. Lin Dong saw the message first, and shook his head grimly. Cash is worthless paper now. Still, this barter economy has emerged 3 days earlier than in my past life. Back then it took a full week before such trade began. Gung Hui's aggression has sharpened everyone's sense of peril. Lu Yusin also saw the message in the residential WeChat group. She moved closer to Lin Dong and shook her head. Surely no one would willingly sell their household supplies to others. Lin Dong smiled faintly, but the smile held an odd unsettling quality that puzzled Lu Yusen. Could it be that someone still believes money holds value? The authorities had fallen silent. Gang Hui had already begun killing, and no one intervened. Anyone still clinging to illusions about this apocalypse was simply too naive. Lin Dong shrugged noncommittally. Money is indeed worthless, but certain goods retain value. Trade remains possible. For instance, medicine for food. As Lin Dong finished speaking, the resident who had first proposed purchasing supplies reappeared in the group chat. I know money is useless now, I'm willing to trade other items instead. I still have some antipyretics, ibuprofen and antibiotics at home. With temperatures so low everyone is prone to colds and fevers, these medicines are literal lifelines. Her voice trembled, edged with tears. Lu Yusen felt a pang of compassion. Instinctively she tapped open the woman's profile picture, and then scrolled through her social feed. She was a woman in her early 30s. Her most recent posts featured her 3-month-old son. She also had a 6-year-old daughter. Her husband appeared to work away from Jiangbei year-round, returning only rarely. Thus she and her 2 children were now stranded inside the residential complex. If she hadn't stockpiled provisions beforehand, her food reserves would deplete rapidly. Lu Yusen's heart softened. Lin Dong, well aware of her innate kindness, also recognized how difficult it must be for this mother raising 2 young children alone. In his past life's memories, this very woman's home had been looted, precisely because she traded surplus medicine for supplies, amassing a considerable stockpile of food. She soon became a target. Intruders broke into her apartment. To protect her children, she seized one assailant and leapt from the balcony with him. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Her home was ransacked anyway. Only her 6-year-old daughter and infant son remained, both perishing within a day, frozen to death. Lin Dong had personally endured that excruciating, soul-shattering agony of freezing to death. Now he weighed whether to save this extraordinary mother. After all, the supplies he possessed could sustain an entire city for decades, and those stored within his psychic space were self-replenishing. His resources were effectively inexhaustible. Saving this family therefore posed no insurmountable challenge. Yet Lin Dong harbored deeper reservations. If he yielded once, would compassion erode his resolve over time? One snakebite makes one fear even ropes for 10 years. Countless perished in this apocalypse, far more innocent than guilty. Could he possibly save them all? Lin Dong shook his head fiercely. What gives me the right to play savior? Preposterous. Mid-thought he turned, and met Lu Yusen's glistening, wide-eyed gaze fixed upon him. As he wrestled with indecision, she wrapped her arms gently around his neck. Don't torment yourself. This is a natural catastrophe, many will die. I understand you completely. Besides, no one knows what lies ahead. We must survive. Lin Dong hadn't expected Lu Yusen to prove more pragmatic than himself. A quiet, relieved smile softened his features. Rest assured, Zhang Yueshue won't die today. But the supplies she acquires through this trade will draw predators. In my past life she leapt from her balcony with an intruder to save her children. Lu Yusen's heart lurched. Though she had hardened herself for Lin Dong's sake, hearing of Zhang Yueshue's heroic sacrifice stirred profound emotion within her. Soon several residents appeared in the group chat. I'll take your ibuprofen, 1 box for 1 pack of instant noodles. Ha! You actually have the gall to say that. 1 box contains 8 doses, enough to save 2 lives at this critical juncture. Do you truly value 2 human lives at just 2 packs of noodles? Exactly, I'll offer 2 packs. Laughable. 1 box of ibuprofen, I'll give 5 packs of noodles plus a self-heating hot pot. Name your quantity, I'll take it all. At last someone with substantial resources stepped forward. Zhang Yueshue immediately initiated a private chat to finalize the exchange. As a nurse at Jiangbei Municipal 3rd Hospital, and a mother with 2 young children, she kept ample medical supplies at home. Consequently, she swiftly acquired a considerable amount of food, even infant formula, with 3 or 4 residents offering different brands for her to choose from. Zhang Yueshue glimpsed a tangible path toward survival. Seeing her declare in the group chat that her food supply was now sufficient, Lu Yusen relaxed with a gentle, reassuring smile. Yet the knowledge that her newly acquired supplies had already drawn predatory attention made Lu Yusen frown. Honey, do you know who's targeting Zhang Yueshue? Could it be Gang Hui and his men? Do you know when they'll strike? Lin Dong shook his head and pointed across the courtyard toward Building 9. It's Zhao Gang, the property manager of Building 9. Don't worry. I'll sense it the moment they move. Lu Yusin exhaled in quiet relief. Then she shook her head, irritation flickering in her eyes. What a shame about the pharmacy at the gate. All its medicine was seized by Gung Hui's group. By that measure he's now exceedingly well equipped. Indeed, Lin Dong affirmed. Medicine retains high value both early and late in the crisis, but food's worth will steadily rise. Later on, 1 pack of noodles may barely fetch 1 pack of ibuprofen. Can it really be that expensive? Lu Yusin blinked incredulous. He who lacks medicine dies slowly, he who lacks food dies far faster. Lin Dong shook his head, a wry mocking smile curling at his lips. Gung Hui won't release his medicine freely, he intends to use it to recruit followers. True enough, the group chat continued hosting sporadic trades, but Gung Hui's faction remained utterly silent. Privately, however, Gung Hui had already tasked the residence committee with compiling detailed dossiers on every resident. Cheng Yi quickly identified candidates matching their criteria. Brother Hui, these are our ideal recruits, not only loyal enforcers but also doctors, architects and chefs. Gung Hui nodded silently, then asked, voice low and deliberate. Are there any specialists in internet communications? Though networks remain functional for now, connectivity will soon become a rare, tightly controlled resource. To avoid future vulnerability, we must monitor external developments and maintain information dominance. Undeniably, Gung Hui possessed remarkable strategic acumen. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow, scanned the files again and nodded. Such talent is exceptionally scarce, perhaps our intelligence remains incomplete. I'll prioritize this going forward. Gung Hui glanced back at the roaring fireplace. The room temperature had risen to 10 degrees Celsius, a figure that satisfied him thoroughly. Perhaps this improved environment had diminished his earlier urgency to seize Lin Dong's shelter. 10 days had already passed since the onset of the deep freeze. During this time Gung Hui had fallen utterly silent, yet Lin Dong knew well that this silence was not surrender but patience. He was waiting for most resident supplies to dwindle to nothing. Many households had stored no provisions before the deep freeze struck. Under ordinary conditions, an average person would perish within 3 days without food or water. After the deep freeze, even with access to water, starvation would still claim a life in 3 days. Worse still, the municipal water supply had ceased entirely and electricity was now rationed to just 2 hours per day. Some homes suffered electrical failures. If repairs proved impossible, survival became hopeless. Snow could no longer be melted into drinkable water even if one ventured downstairs to gather it. To eat snow raw. A grim laugh escaped Lin Dong's lips. Such folly would only hasten death. 10 days then were more than enough to drive most residents of the compound to madness. Neighbors, any food left? I'll trade my down comforter. 1 blanket for a single pack of instant noodles. People had begun bartering away even their last means of warmth, a clear sign of utter despair of choosing one final full meal over prolonged shivering survival. Alas, such goods, valuable 3 days prior, had long since lost all bargaining power. After all, within 5 days the first batch of traded ibuprofen had already depreciated to the worth of a single noodle pack. Sure enough, as soon as that offer appeared, others leapt into the thread. A down comforter, and you want instant noodles? Are you mocking us? Mine is an Icelandic eiderdown comforter, worth 400,000 yuan and exceptionally warm. He followed his boast with a self-portrait. In the photo, a gaunt young man huddled beneath an elegant dove-gray comforter. Though he did not tremble, his ribs pressed sharply against his skin, starvation etched deep into his frame. The image stirred curiosity. Does it truly retain heat so well? Incredible, I checked, only 30 such comforters exist worldwide, each priced at 400,000 yuan. What? Our neighborhood actually has someone who owns a 40,000 yuan comforter. That outshines even that celebrity's 3 million yuan mattress. Pfft, what good is that? 400,000 yuan won't buy you a single pack of noodles. A voice dripping with envy and resentment chimed in, the classic lament of the unattainable grape. Yet others still proposed trades. I'll give you 2 packs of noodles. You're stingy, 3 packs from me. I'll trade you a self-heating hotpot, spicy mala flavor with blood curd and braised pork intestine. Far more valuable than noodles. After all, boiling water requires electricity and power comes only in fleeting bursts. As bids climbed, the owner gritted his teeth and named his price: 5 packs of noodles, 3 bottles of mineral water, and no hotpots. 1 meal ends fast. I intend to survive longer. His demand silenced most instantly. The price was steep. But just then Gung Hui's avatar flickered to life. I'll take that comforter. You're the resident of Villa No. 12, correct? My men will deliver your items shortly, have the comforter ready for pickup. That single message sealed every mouth, yet the villa's owner paled, his face draining of color. To trade with Gung Hui. Would he walk away with his life intact? Just then a private message arrived. Another neighbor offered 4 noodle packs. The villa no. 12 resident hurriedly replied in the group chat, brother Hui, sorry, but a neighbor and I just struck a deal. I've already confirmed it privately. Gung Hui's reply came swiftly, is that so? What a pity. A strange unease rippled through the group. Was Gung Hui truly this accommodating? The villa owner exhaled in relief and rushed to arrange the exchange, only to learn the other party demanded he deliver the comforter to the front of building no. 7. It was a daunting request, but hunger outweighed fear and he reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile Lin Dong, watching the surveillance feed, shook his head slowly. Lu Yusen stood beside him and voiced her judgment. Gung Hui would never yield so easily. He's about to strike. Lin Dong nodded. Yes, he's moving now. He's been holding back, biding his time, letting desperation fester. Now with a single call he'll rally scores of willing hands, cheap desperate labor. Lu Yusen clenched her teeth. No wonder he's been so quiet these past days. At that very moment on Lin Dong's monitor, Gung Hui and his men stormed into Villa No. 12. The owner packing the comforter was seized from behind, his throat clamped tight, resistance futile, life snuffed out in seconds. Spit. Damn fool, you dared promise what belongs to brother Hui. You asked for death. A thick glob of phlegm splattered onto the corpse. Boots followed, kicking savagely. Worthless dog, if you'd simply traded you might have lingered 2 more days. Instead you rushed straight to hell. Nearby underlings scoured the villa. Wooden fixtures were torn down en masse. From a kitchen corner 3 kilograms of moldy flour were unearthed. This idiot hoarded flour yet couldn't cook a single meal, no wonder he starved. One thug cursed, then they hauled the spoils home under Gung Hui's command. As the figures vanished from the screen, Lin Dong clicked stop recording. Lu Yusen turned to him, eyes wide with astonishment. Honey, what are you planning? Are you going to post the video in the residence group? Yes, Lin Dong affirmed. They must understand there is no fairness in dealing with Gung Hui, and his recruitment efforts must falter. But then Gung Hui will hate you forever. Lu Yusen whispered, biting her lower lip. He said nothing about using my own account. Lin Dong logged into another account, unmarked in the group, its nickname Hongfu Tianyan, Celestial Eye of Auspicious Fortune. Lu Yusen glanced once at the name, quaintly dramatic, and instantly grasped this alias had been prepared long ago. Moments later Hongfu Tianyan uploaded the footage. Who posted this? Gung Hui. He murdered the Villa No. 12 resident. He killed him, stole the comforter and looted the entire villa. As voices erupted, silence swiftly followed. No one dared provoke Gung Hui. Meanwhile back home Gung Hui was promptly alerted by Zhang Ruoxuan to check the group chat. One glance turned his eyes crimson with fury. Who is this brat? Dig him out, now. I'll kill him myself. Cheng Yi frowned. Brother Hui, no profile information exists for this account. He installed surveillance inside Villa No. 12. This complicates things. Gung Hui roared, then boot him immediately. And tell your lackeys to keep quiet. Cheng Yi seized the former property committee director's phone and messaged the group administrators. But Cheng Yi hadn't anticipated what came next. Hongfu Tianyan spoke again in the group. Group admin and moderators, a gentle reminder: the former committee director passed away 6 days ago. His phone now rests in Gung Hui's hands. So, who precisely has been messaging you privately? I trust no further explanation is needed. Cheng Yi had just sent a message to the group administrator when instantly a voice note popped up from the other end. Are you Gung Hui? Did you really kill the former director? Cheng Yi's eyes widened in shock. Bang! Gung Hui slammed his fist onto the table and shot upright. He had already seen the message posted by Hongfu Divine Eye in the residential group. Fury surged through Gung Hui like wildfire. Cheng Yi hastily opened the property owners group chat, only to find several moderators frantically sending voice notes. Is this true? Did Gung Hui really kill the former director? How dare he? Who are you, Hongfu Divine Eye? Don't spout nonsense. The former director is no ordinary man. How could anyone dare lay a hand on him? That can't be right. Does it mean the person demanding supplies from me lately wasn't the former director at all? As one moderator voiced this suspicion, the others erupted with renewed agitation. You two were pressured for supplies by the former director. I delivered 30 gene of rice to Villa No. 2. Damn it, we've been tricked. Immediately the rest of the residents descended into chaos. Damn it. Wasn't it the former director who'd been demanding supplies all along? My supplies were swindled away by Gung Hui and his gang. The former director is truly in grave peril now. Seeing the truth laid bare, Gung Hui could no longer contain his rage and began shouting in the group, "Shut your damn mouths. Hongfu Divine Eye, you get out here right now. Who the hell are you? Hiding like a coward, what kind of hero are you?" Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle at Gung Hui's outburst. Without hesitation he fired back, "Gung Hui, what exactly do you think you are? Do you truly believe no one knows what you've done? Or do you think no one dares resist you? This neighborhood isn't yours to command. A gun doesn't make you invincible, come on then. Shoot me right here." A collective gasp rippled through the group. Indeed, no one had dared defy Gung Hui, yet this Hongfu Divine Eye was astonishingly bold, hurling such contempt straight into his face. Was he courting death? What the hell, give me your building number. I'll come kill you myself. Gung Hui roared in the group, radiating raw menace. A chill ran down everyone's spines, another life was about to be snuffed out. Yet Lin Dong's lips curled into a sardonic, mischievous smile. "Gung Hui, bragging like a fool. Your grandpa's waiting for you at Unit 501 Building 10, come on, try and kill me." At those words, Zhou Kai and the others in Unit 501 Building 10 froze in utter disbelief. What did this have to do with them? Beside Gung Hui, Zhang Ruoxuan suddenly cried out, "I remember now, Wang Jianchong lives in Unit 501 Building 10. Could it be him?" Impossible, Wang Jianchong is already dead. It must be Zhou Kai and his people. Zhang Ruoxuan grew even more convinced of her theory, and kept insisting. Zhou Kai must have learned I'm now with Brother Hui, so he's consumed by jealousy, and secretly orchestrated all this to unite the entire neighborhood against you, Brother Hui. Slap. The moment Zhang Ruoxuan finished speaking, Gung Hui struck her hard across the face. She stood stunned. "Brother Hui, why did you hit me? Shut up, you shameless hussy. Do you really think your worthless flesh is gilded? Only a fool would provoke me over you." Gung Hui spat venomously. He then turned sharply to Cheng Yi, "Take men to Unit 501 Building 10. Drag whoever's inside out, no exceptions." Cheng Yi frowned. "Brother Hui, isn't this walking straight into a trap? We risk walking into an ambush they've already prepared." Hearing this, Gung Hui's jaw twitched, then he took a slow deep breath. He had acted rashly. At that very moment in the main residential group, Aunt Huang spoke up. "Unit 501 is occupied by Wang Jianchong and his wife. Lately Wang Jianchong hasn't said a word, it's suspicious, Brother Hui. Tread carefully, he may be setting a trap." No one expected Aunt Huang to suddenly show concern for Gung Hui. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai, panicking like a rat on hot coals, leapt into the fray. "That's right, Wang Jianchong's family of 3 froze to death. We're 13 people, all his former colleagues. We're staying in his home now, and not a single one of us wishes to oppose you, Brother Hui. Don't fall for the trick." Indeed, Zhou Kai had proven remarkably shrewd. Using his own supplies, he'd recruited a sizable following. 13 strong, able-bodied individuals. Zhou Kai made this point crystal clear, both to dispel misunderstanding and to issue a quiet warning: don't act recklessly, they were no pushovers. When Gung Hui read Zhou Kai's message, his pupils contracted sharply. He'd nearly fallen into the trap, if he'd ordered Cheng Yi to storm Unit 501 moments earlier. 13 adversaries meant inevitable losses on his side. Though he sensed the veiled threat in Zhou Kai's words, Zhou Kai still addressed him with outward deference and courtesy, saving Gung Hui's face, leaving him speechless. So Zhou Kai really is living in Wang Jianchong's house, but how does he have 13 people? Is he lying? Zhang Ruoxuan muttered beside him. Cheng Yi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied coolly. "You mentioned earlier that Zhou Kai possessed considerable supplies. Likely he's been recruiting aggressively these past days. 13 people constitute real power, and if we launch a direct assault even with high odds of victory, the cost will be steep." His eyes gleamed as he added, a cold smile playing on his lips. "This Hongfu Divine Eye is no ordinary man, he's mastered every detail of Zhou Kai's situation. His aim? To ignite a bloody clash between us, and reap the spoils as the unseen victor." Gung Hui grasped it all at once, relief warring with white-hot fury. Damn it, I won't be toyed with. If others are gathering forces, then neither will I hold back. Instantly he sneered in the group. Heh, little bastard Hongfu Divine Eye, better hide well. When I catch you you'll suffer beyond imagination. Then without warning his tone hardened into steel. All villa residents, listen closely. You have 30 minutes to vacate your homes. Remember, take nothing, especially no food. Violate this order and you die. The group exploded into pandemonium, particularly the villa dwellers who panicked outright. Brother Hui, this has nothing to do with us. We'd never dare oppose you. Hongfu Divine Eye, you coward, show yourself. One man's sin shouldn't exile us all. Damn you Hongfu Divine Eye, I'll haunt you beyond the grave. Brother Hui, please calm down. Let us help you unmask Hongfu Divine Eye and spare us. Brother Hui, I'll kill Hongfu Divine Eye myself, just don't cast me out. I'll freeze to death outside. Seeing the effect, Gung Hui coldly released a list, 5 residents from the Villa Zone, 4 able-bodied men and 1 woman in her early 40s. She was well known in the community, the deputy director of Jiangbei First Hospital and a nationally renowned neurosurgeon. Such a physician was certainly not to be overlooked. The 5 named on this list, my men will escort you to my residence. Cooperate fully. Resistance means death. Gung Hui's chilling laugh sent shivers down spines, yet Lin Dong grinned triumphant as if completing a mission. With a flick of his wrist the cryosute materialized before him. He swiftly donned it and prepared to step out. Lu Yusen blinked in surprise and hurried after him. Honey, where are you going? Lin Dong turned around and gave Lu Yusen a charming smile. I'm going to play the superhero and change the fate of some people. You just wait for me at home, I will sort it out quickly. Whoosh. Without even opening the door, Lin Dong's figure vanished from sight. A circle of air current spread around, remnants of the energy left behind after his spatial traversal. However, such fluctuations were already quite faint. This proved that Lin Dong's control over his extraordinary abilities in this regard was remarkably proficient. Lu Yusen shook her head helplessly, yet a smile appeared at the corners of her lips. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The person whom Lin Dong decided to save must be exceptionally special, right? Indeed. When Lin Dong saw the list posted by Gung Hui in the owner's group, Lin Dong immediately decided to save one of them, Luo Hongxia, the deputy director of Jiangbei First Hospital. There were 2 reasons for saving her. First, Luo Hongxia was the youngest authoritative expert in neurology in the country. Her medical skills were superb, and in his past life she had saved many lives with her expertise, making her a truly good person. However, this first reason was not the key reason. The second reason was crucial. Second, when Lin Dong was expelled from Building No. 10 in his past life, he contracted pneumonia and suffered from frostbite on his toes. It was Luo Hongxia who saved his toes and obtained medication for pneumonia from Gung Hui, thereby rescuing Lin Dong. Although at that time Lin Dong had also paid a pound of rice as treatment fees. Nevertheless, Luo Hongxia saved Lin Dong's life. He would absolutely not forget the kindness of those who had saved him. In his past life, this special talent Luo Hongxia was also controlled by Gung Hui. This time Lin Dong definitely did not want to see such a thing happen. He was not a saint, but he would not let Gung Hui take advantage of the situation, nor would he forget the kindness he had received. The pound of rice back then was not what Luo Hongxia wanted, it was Gung Hui who exploited her to extort a large amount of resources. What do you think will happen now that you've lost Luo Hongxia and have no competent medical personnel around? Lin Dong's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment his figure had already appeared at Villa No. 9. Only one person was in Luo Hongxia's home. She had lost her husband in her youth and had been a widow for over a decade, dedicating herself to medical work. Before the apocalypse she was alone in the empty villa, and after the apocalypse it was the same. Therefore Luo Hongxia's mindset remained quite stable. However, today Gung Hui's statement about taking her away made Luo Hongxia truly feel the arrival of the apocalypse. There were still plenty of supplies left at home, mostly some instant food. Yet Luo Hongxia did not pack anything, she simply slung a seemingly heavy medical box over her shoulder. I must go elsewhere, I cannot be caught by those bastards. Luo Hongxia's gaze was resolute as she stood up with determination. At only 5 feet 5 inches tall she was very petite and weak, and that medical box was almost as heavy as her weight. In such a state it was nearly impossible to evacuate quickly from the villa. In his past life Luo Hongxia had also decided to abandon the villa, but shortly after stepping out she was captured by Gung Hui's men. If Lin Dong had not come to save her this time, the outcome would have been the same. Gung Hu's lackeys had already arrived at the door. Ding dong. The lackeys outside were surprisingly polite, even knowing to ring the doorbell. Of course, this was all thanks to Gung Hu's instructions. In such terrible weather, a medical expert was an exceedingly valuable resource and deserved great respect. Director Luo, our master Hui invites you to come over, please open the door. Luo Hongxia had just reached the living room when she heard the commotion outside and was instantly thrown into a panic. What to do? She was currently burdened with dozens of kilograms, making it nearly impossible to escape from several people. Should she pretend she wasn't home? That would be too foolish, as they would definitely barge in to look for her. Just as Luo Hongxia was in a state of extreme anxiety, Lin Dong, dressed in a cold-weather suit, appeared before her. Luo Hongxia stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Dong's cold-weather suit was extremely form-fitting, and with the hood drawn it appeared as if it was one piece with the clothing. It somewhat resembled the gear worn by superheroes like Spider-Man. No wonder Lin Dong had previously said he was playing the superhero. You. Luo Hongxia almost instantly let out a scream, wondering what this otherworldly figure was. Yet Lin Dong was faster. Without moving a muscle, he unleashed his telekinetic power, rendering Luo Hongxia unable to make a sound. Even her body could not move an inch. This was the first time Lin Dong had applied telekinesis on a living person, and the effect was quite remarkable. Moreover, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Dr. Luo, hello, don't ask me who I am, you only need to know that I can save you from Gung Hu's control. Having said that, Lin Dong swiftly embraced Luo Hongxia. To his surprise, despite her petite and fragile appearance, Luo Hongxia surprisingly had a lot of resilience. Although Luo Hongxia could not move, her face flushed red. Even at Fortituo she had taken good care of herself, and even without makeup she looked like someone in her early 30s. Her beauty was also rated 8 out of 10. Any man would have thought if he got so close to her. But unfortunately Lin Dong was different from others. He had no feelings for any woman other than Lu Yusen. In the next moment, spatial traversal was performed and the two found themselves in the snow tunnel leading to Building No. 10. Ahead were some collapsed layers of snow, but these were no challenge for Lin Dong. After 2 consecutive teleportations, Lin Dong returned to his previous residence in the 701 two-bedroom apartment. It was bright and warm here, causing Luo Hongxia to stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Indeed, during these days, aside from exercising with Lu Yusen and watching the drama outside, Lin Dong had not been idle. Room 701 had been personally renovated by Lin Dong. Both the walls and the windows had been reinforced by Lin Dong. Although it could not compare to a large flat, it was still quite effective in terms of warmth. There was also a power system modified by Lin Dong using a silent generator as the energy supply, making heating and other issues completely manageable. This place is... Luo Hongxia instinctively opened her mouth only to realize that she had regained her ability to move. Initially she was very wary of Lin Dong, who wore strange clothing and possessed mysterious abilities. However, upon realizing that he meant her no harm and had brought her to this heaven-like residence, she completely trusted him. Lin Dong did not reveal his true identity, he merely smiled gently at Luo Hongxia. Hehe, this is my house. Who I am is not important. Dr. Luo, there are enough supplies here for you to survive for several months. During this time act as if you have disappeared from the community, and definitely do not expose this place, otherwise it will only bring you disaster. Having said this, Lin Dong vanished without giving Luo Hongxia a chance to inquire further. The next moment he returned to the spacious flat. Meanwhile, Lu Yusen approached Lin Dong with a tablet in hand. Having already seen the new tenant of room 701, her curiosity piqued. Honey, who is this woman? So you renovated 701 for her? Lin Dong was in the midst of taking off his cold weather suit when he suddenly heard Lu Yusen's words and could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Why was there a hint of jealousy? Her name is Luo Hongxia, the director of Villa No. 9, the medical expert. She saved me in my past life. However, my renovation of 701 was not specifically for her, I just wanted to conduct an experiment by letting her stay there. What kind of experiment? Lu Yusen's beautiful eyes blinked with even more curiosity. Lin Dong had already removed the extreme cold suit but did not answer Lu Yusen's question immediately. Instead he held the suit and praised it. It's really warm, I don't feel cold at all, but it is a bit too tight. Haha, I almost thought I wasn't wearing any clothes. Lu Yusen rolled her eyes at Lin Dong as she had already explained the situation of the extreme cold suit to him clearly. Don't change the topic, quickly tell me, what experiment are you planning to do? Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, it's not a human experiment. I just want to see if this Dr. Luo with such a safe and comfortable shelter and sufficient living supplies will still reach out to help those dying outside. Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes widened. Is this experiment a test of human nature? Lin Dong shrugged. She saved me once and I saved her once. It's evened out. I provide her with a safe shelter and advise her not to meddle in others' affairs to avoid getting herself into trouble. What she chooses to do next is her business. Lu Yusin looked deeply at Lin Dong, sensing that his actions were not merely experimental but perhaps a way to deepen her understanding of the variability of human nature. Do you think Dr. Luo will still help treat others? Lin Dong nodded without hesitation. Yes. Lu Yusin was filled with doubt at Lin Dong's confident answer. Why? Lin Dong pointed to the medicine box next to Luo Hongxia on the video screen and said calmly, when I saved her I saw she only brought the medicine box, all other supplies were left at the villa. This means her medicine box is more important than food and water. Lu Yusin's heart trembled and she had to admit she was moved by Luo Hongxia. In this extreme cold apocalypse she hasn't forgotten her duties as a doctor. No wonder you're so certain she will reach out to help. Lin Dong shook his head. Perhaps I could be wrong. Maybe she took the medicine box just to acknowledge its immense value. As long as she has these supplies she can treat illnesses and save lives. Acquiring food and warmth is not a difficult task. Lu Yusin couldn't help but frown. How can you think so poorly of Dr. Luo? Lin Dong pulled Lu Yusin into his arms and smiled. Haha, you should realize that if she exposes my modified 701 residents I will also be exposed. What will we face then? Lu Yusin's expression froze. Then. This is a gamble. Lin Dong shrugged. So this is an experiment. If Dr. Luo chooses to save lives it would be a betrayal of my kindness to her. If she chooses to stand by and watch, well, she could comfortably live a few more months, but after that I won't care about her anymore and the debt of gratitude will be settled. Lu Yusin fully understood Lin Dong's approach. This was indeed a thrilling experiment, one that was highly anticipated. Not continuing to spy on Dr. Luo's life, the control of the smart butler system of 701 was in Lin Dong's hands. He would be the first to notice any movements. Lin Dong shifted the surveillance camera to Villa No. 9. Sure enough, after calling out at the door with no response, a few of Gung Hu's subordinates barged in and proceeded to ransack the place. Having failed to find Luo Hongxia, they had no choice but to report the situation to Gung Hui. Gung Hui had originally planned to invite Luo Hongxia himself, but he hesitated, thinking it would give her too much face. Unexpectedly his subordinates came back empty-handed. Luo Hongxia was extremely important to Gung Hui, so he rushed to Villa No. 9 without delay. After searching again, Gung Hui returned to the living room with a box of instant noodles. Cheng Yi and a few other subordinates also had plenty of food supplies in their hands. Cheng Yi immediately made a judgment. Boss Hui, the person must have just left not long ago. Gung Hu's previously suppressed anger erupted once more. He kicked the box of instant noodles next to him, cursing, this damn woman, giving face but not taking it. Alright, I want to see who dares to take her in. Cheng Yi had mentioned that as the best medical resource Luo Hongxia's importance was immense and needed to be kept in hand. But now she had slipped away from them, which Gung Hui couldn't tolerate. Then Gung Hu's threats appeared in the owner group. Luo Hongxia, I know you haven't left the community. Listen up, any unruly pups in the villa area will be dealt with by me. Those in the residential buildings behind better be clear-headed. Whoever dares to harbor Luo Hongxia and hide her will be killed by me. Those who know her whereabouts should report them immediately, otherwise if I find out which building she's in, don't blame me for slaughtering. Slaughtering? Everyone saw those two words and felt a wave of panic. They knew that Gung Hui could indeed carry out such actions. This gave them a feeling of hanging by a thread. The extreme cold apocalypse was already tormenting enough, and now a murderer like Gung Hui had appeared. Their bodies hadn't even broken down and their spirits were about to collapse. Soon many building leaders appeared in the owner group. They all stated that Luo Hongxia was definitely not in their buildings. Among them was Aunt Huang, who was the loudest in her protests. Boss Hui, we in building No. 10 are all good citizens. We will never hide anyone. Rest assured, as the building leader I will report immediately once I discover anything. It must be said that Aunt Huang's sycophantic attitude was truly disgusting. In the owner group of building No. 10 there were already people protesting. Aunt Huang, you don't need to flatter Gung Hui this much, do you? Exactly, you're embarrassing us. As the building leader of building No. 10, being so spineless is unreliable. Of course, where there were protests there were also those who praised Aunt Huang. We can't say that Aunt Huang is a wise person who knows how to be pragmatic. Exactly what are you all being so high and mighty about? Did you perhaps hide that Luo Hongxia? Aunt Huang is doing this for us in building No. 10, enduring humiliation for a greater cause. How great, and you still slander her. It's truly disheartening. Aunt Huang naturally noticed the situation in the owner group of building No. 10 but had no time to deal with it. The old lady had lost all her temper after being warned by Lin Dong's video a while back. Now she was frightened to the point of wetting her pants by Gung Hu's various tactics. She only knew one thing: to eliminate Lin Dong she had to please Gung Hui. After all, she didn't know the depth of Lin Dong's capabilities, she only knew that Gung Hui was the local emperor of the entire community, holding everyone's life and death in his hands. With a building leader like Aunt Huang, there were naturally some leaders who did not want to be controlled by Gung Hui. They were secretly discussing survival plans for the future. Lin Dong, however, was completely unconcerned. It wouldn't be long before they would all go mad, attacking and plundering resources from each other. By then human nature would disappear, leaving only beastliness. In Lin Dong's view, these people were no different from Gung Hui. It didn't matter how many died. As for Luo Hongxia, she was gripping her phone, her face pale, trembling all over. She wanted to speak in the group. But looking around at the warm environment and thinking of the mysterious person who had saved her here, Luo Hongxia was unable to send the message. This is room 701, building No. 10. The original owner was Lin Dong. Could it be that the person who brought me here is Lin Dong? Why did he save me, and how does he possess such miraculous abilities? The answers to these questions could only be provided by Lin Dong. In the frame, Luo Hongxia finally cast her phone aside and collapsed onto the sofa, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Yusin, her fists clenched tight, let out a quiet sigh of relief and slowly unclenched her delicate powdered fists. She didn't betray you. Lu Yusin turned to look at Lin Dong. At that moment Lin Dong was absorbed in reviewing other surveillance feeds on his tablet, replying offhandedly. Her mind is in utter chaos right now, she's incapable of making any rational decision. Moreover, if her presence in Building 10 were exposed, everyone in this building would be in grave danger. Even if she weren't acting for Maisake, feigning death remains her only viable choice. Seeing Lin Dong's expression, calm, knowing, utterly unsurprised, Lu Yusin realized her earlier anxiety had been entirely unnecessary. He had foreseen everything. Who are you watching so intently? Lu Yusin leaned in beside Lin Dong, and there on the screen she saw a group of men. Yes, exclusively men crammed tightly into the living room of apartment 501. It was Zhou Kai's faction. Brother Zhou, our supplies are running dangerously low, and we're critically short on medicine. Zhang Tao, who seemed to serve as Zhou Kai's strategist, still hovered beside him like an eager, obedient hound. Zhou Kai sat impassively gnawing on a strip of beef jerky. Lately he had been aggressively recruiting, nearly every able-bodied man from Building 10 now stood under his banner. And among them he discovered a rare talent, Zhang Jingchuan, a 40-year-old miner-turned-blast specialist, wiry, dark-skinned and compact in stature. Ever since recruiting Zhang Jingchuan, Zhou Kai had been meticulously planning to blow open Lin Dong's front door, then storm inside and seize his apartment. Yet he deemed the operation too risky, so for days he'd kept Zhang Jingchuan busy manufacturing sufficient quantities of high-yield explosives. Today's sudden movements by Gung Hui, however, made Zhou Kai feel time was slipping away. Paradoxically, the greater the urgency, the sharper Zhou Kai's mind grew. All the medicine is in Gung Hui's hands, if we eliminate him our shortage vanishes. Someone muttered quietly. Zhang Tao immediately snapped back, nonsense. Gung Hui carries a firearm, do you think he's easy to take down? But Zhou Kai cut in coldly, Gung Hui is troublesome, but compared to that reinforced door guarding Lin Dong's home he's negligible. We have Zhang Jingchuan's explosive charges. We can ambush and kill him. And once the entire neighborhood knows we eliminated Gung Hui, control of the compound will fall into our hands, then scarcity of supplies will cease to be our concern. At these words the eyes of those gathered lit up with fierce, hungry gleam. Since coalescing, their sole preoccupations had been feasting, drinking, and scheming how to seize resources. Restraint had long since evaporated. They'd feared Gung Hui, until now. Yet Zhou Kai's vision held irresistible allure: slay Gung Hui and they would thrive, command the entire residential complex. Brother Zhou, what's our next move? Zhang Tao had abandoned all pretense of familiarity, his tone now reverent, almost awed. Zhou Kai was the only one among them who had taken a life, and now clearly the most calculating leader. Zhou Kai shot Zhang Tao a sidelong glance and spoke in a voice like frost, did you contact Zhang Ruoxuan? What's the status? Zhang Tao gave an awkward chuckle. I reached her. She's with Geng Hui now, forced to entertain guests daily, even endure beatings, but she refuses to become our informant. Zhou Kai curled his lip in disgust. Wretched woman, she'll die soon enough. With that he tapped Zhang Ruoxuan's avatar and sent her a private voice message. Zhang Ruoxuan, I'll tell you something. That so-called Hongfu Tianyan is actually Lin Dong. He's trying to provoke a bloody clash between me and Geng Hui. Truth is, we command substantial manpower, and we possess firearms. Right now we have a business proposition. Help us broker a deal with Geng Hui. Zhou Kai lied without blinking. His hands held no gun. But he did hold something far more devastating: high-grade explosives. And why would he ever reveal that? His entourage watched stunned, then awestruck. Their leader possessed not just ambition but audacity bordering on madness. Zhang Tao instantly grasped Zhou Kai's stratagem: lure Geng Hui to Building 10, then ambush and detonate him before he could react. Sure enough, Zhang Ruoxuan's video call came through moments later. Zhou Kai accepted it without hesitation, and there on screen loomed Geng Hui's piercing predatory gaze. That stare was truly terrifying, the unmistakable glint of a killer. Yet Zhou Kai remained unruffled. He too bore the weight of several lives extinguished. Their silent standoff lasted only seconds, before Geng Hui spoke first. You're Zhou Kai. I hear you carry a firearm. Show it to me. Zhou Kai hadn't expected such an opening gambit, but he didn't flinch. Instead he flashed a grin. Firearms are meant to fire, not to be displayed, Brother Hui. How about a partnership? Geng Hui shook his head with disdain. Partnership? On what basis? Your ragtag band of street idlers. His contempt ignited fury among Zhou Kai's followers. Zhou Kai bared his teeth in a feral smirk. Heh, hear that? Our true strength will soon be revealed. Oh. What do you mean? Geng Hui narrowed his eyes, puzzled, yet Zhou Kai simply ended the call without another word. Without delay, Zhou Kai snatched up a crossbow from beside him and issued a sharp command to his men. The purge begins. Remember, we spare Huang Auntie's household, and Lin Dong's. Every other residence, house by house, is fair game. Any resistance is met with death. Move swiftly, and together. Zhang Tao recoiled in shock. This plan was news to him. Of course it was. Zhou Kai trusted no one, not even him. Armed and grim, the group surged out the door. The purge had truly begun. Lu Yusen drew a sharp icy breath, and fixed Lin Dong with a long searching look. Husband, do they really dare carry out a building-wide massacre? Lin Dong nodded, his expression serene, detached. Zhou Kai has spent weeks amassing manpower, and depleting supplies. He faces no alternative. He needn't slaughter everyone, but anyone who resists will die. That monster deserves to die. Humph. He's far shrewder than in his past life, striking this early, daring to manipulate Geng Hui. But precisely that makes it thrilling. I'm eager to see just how far he'll go. On the surveillance feed, Zhou Kai's men had already stormed into a second-floor apartment, slaughtering, looting without pause or pity. They were demons walking among men. Lu Yusen's breath quickened, her voice dropped low, taut with dread. If he's allowed to continue unchecked, he'll consolidate into a formidable force, then he'll... Lin Dong interrupted before she could finish. Only when he believes, with absolute certainty, that he can crush me effortlessly, will I deliver his final fatal blow. I imagine his face twisted in despair will be exquisite. A chill ran down Lu Yusen's spine. So that was Lin Dong's true design. No conflict, no bloodshed, not truly, held any meaning for him. Lin Dong was neither participant nor victim, he was the observer, the architect, the grandmaster. All others were mere pieces on his board, moving only as he willed, performing tragedies and triumphs alike upon his silent command. Soon desperate cries erupted across the residents' group chat. Help! Someone's broken into my home. Ah, what are you doing? Let me go, I don't want to die. Please, someone save me. Chaos exploded. Something's happening in Building 10. Could it be Geng Hui? Has he started the purge? Impossible, he's miles from the Villa District. If he were to begin anywhere, it'd be Building 1. Geng Hui stared at the flood of messages, his features twisting into something monstrous. Beside him Zhang Ruoxuan trembled, whispering hoarsely, how could Zhou Kai and his men be this vicious? They've actually dared to carry out a full-scale building purge. Zhang Ruoxuan's words twisted Geng Hui's expression into a more sinister form. A massacre. Geng Hui dared to speak of such things, but for now it was merely talk. It was just a threat. Yet someone acted faster than Geng Hui. The law of survival in the apocalypse is simple: the weak are prey for the strong. Those who are ruthless can command others from the highest point. Clearly Geng Hui had underestimated someone like Zhou Kai. He has some skills. If this kid doesn't seem like a rich second generation, quite bold indeed. Geng Hui scoffed. Zhang Ruoxuan came to her senses and hurriedly spoke to Geng Hui. Zhou Kai is actually the illegitimate son of a wealthy family. He grew up in the vegetable market just like a street punk. He has tried hard to hide this, but I've spent enough time with him to see some photos on his computer. Geng Hui raised an eyebrow. Oh. No wonder. The brat is lucky to have a rich father, but that's in a peaceful era. In this extreme cold apocalypse, running into me is his bad luck. Cheng Yi had been watching the reactions in the group, and then someone privately messaged the old director's account. The other party certainly wasn't looking for the old director. They were likely trying to directly find Geng Hui. Building 10's head. Cheng Yi curiously opened the voice message sent by Ant Huang. Master Hui, those little brats Zhou Kai are going crazy in our Building 10. You need to bring people over to deal with them. He's trying to show you who's boss. Everyone heard Ant Huang's voice. Her tone was filled with urgency and panic. This old lady was quite clever, knowing how to sow discord and get Geng Hui to rescue them. Old hag, you're asking for death. Geng Hui cursed. Cheng Yi frowned and said, something feels off. Geng Hui curiously replied, what's off about it? It's just an old woman who likes to scheme. She deserves to die. Cheng Yi shook his head. Master Hui, this Ant Huang lives on the 3rd floor while Zhou Kai and his group are charging up from the 2nd floor. They've already killed their way up to the 6th floor, yet Ant Huang's place is fine. Something's not right with her. Geng Hui instantly understood Cheng Yi's meaning. He stood up, pacing back and forth, his expression darkening. Cheng Yi, are you saying that this Ant Huang is in cahoots with Zhou Kai? She deliberately provoked me to go to Building 10. She wants me to go there. Could it be that she's trying to ambush me? Cheng Yi nodded, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Hee, that's quite possible. Of course it could also be that Ant Huang surrendered and handed over her supplies, or Zhou Kai's group deliberately avoided Ant Huang's home. Geng Hui scoffed disdainfully. Deliberately avoid her house? She's just an old lady with a foolish son. Why would Zhou Kai's crazed little brats avoid her? Cheng Yi shook his head, indicating he didn't understand either if these were all their speculations. Although they had all the basic information of the property owners. But clearly they were unaware that Ant Huang's son had recently displayed extraordinary strength. Such prowess was enough to intimidate anyone in Building 10. Zhou Kai's group was avoiding Ant Huang for this very reason, choosing not to confront her directly. Anyway, after they slaughtered Building 10 and intimidated all the owners, capturing Ant Huang wouldn't be a difficult task. Geng Hui furrowed his brows. He had truly climbed up from the streets fighting for territory. It was impossible to be naive. He decisively turned to Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhang Ruoxuan, can you find out who is around Zhou Kai? Zhang Ruoxuan didn't dare disobey Geng Hui and hurriedly nodded, I'll give it a try. But just as Zhang Ruoxuan was about to contact Zhou Kai, Cheng Yi intervened. Master Hui, letting Zhang Ruoxuan scout the situation will only alert the enemy. I've already filtered out the list of property owners from Building 10. Zhou Kai isn't foolish. He will definitely select the most suitable individuals as his subordinates. Starting from these people should yield some clues. Geng Hui smiled with satisfaction. Haha, lucky to have you, Cheng Yi. Quickly check the backgrounds of these individuals. If this brat has always wanted me to go over it, there must be an ambush. Cheng Yi called over his little brothers while personally reviewing the data. Meanwhile, in the owners' group no one dared to speak. At first some suggested blocking Zhou Kai. But soon Zhou Kai threw out bloody photos of corpses and the group fell completely silent. Such is human nature. When it doesn't concern them, they stand aloof. They didn't want the crazed Zhou Kai to come and slaughter them. Moreover, with their respective heads suppressing them, no one dared to provoke Zhou Kai easily. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Kai had already reached the 7th floor. His team had also increased in number, with several actively aligning themselves with Zhou Kai. There was no choice. This was the only way to survive. Furthermore, being accepted by Zhou Kai was already a stroke of luck for them. Many female property owners wanted to align with Zhou Kai, but he had directly had them killed. For instance, the widow Lin Mei from room 302 on the third floor who offered herself seductively was stabbed to death by Zhou Kai. Being so cruel to women made Zhou Kai's few underlings wonder if he was incapable of intimate relations, which made him so cold-hearted and ruthless. No, rather heartless and merciless. Room 701. This is Lin Dong's small apartment. Zhang Tao targeted 701 as he reached the 7th floor. But before he could rush over to smash the door, Zhou Kai grabbed him back. Are you an idiot? Lin Dong is in the penthouse, he's certainly cleaned out 701's things. Stop wasting effort. We need to move faster, I want Geng Hui to know our capabilities. Zhou Kai had been primarily focused on actions and checking the situation in the owner's group. Seeing everyone fearfully refraining from resistance excited Zhou Kai immensely. The feeling of controlling life and death was too wonderful. He initially just wanted to counter Geng Hui, but now with an increase in manpower and supplies, Zhou Kai's goal had changed to stepping on Geng Hui. Thus one household on the 7th floor was slaughtered while another chose to submit. The lucky occupant of 701, Luo Hongxia, narrowly escaped Zhou Kai's massacre. Of course, if Zhou Kai's group truly attempted to attack 701, they would discover that although the security door didn't have high voltage, it was not something they could break open. Meanwhile, the people in Building 10's owner's group were all calling for Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Yes, you're our head, your son has extraordinary strength, so you shouldn't fear Zhou Kai. Quickly come and save us. Aunt Huang, I'm Shaoli from the 13th floor. I even treated you to pig trotters, you can't just watch me die. Aunt Huang, please let Dachuan come up and stop them, I'm willing to share my supplies with you. Damn it, the head of the building is useless, that old hag Huang, what the hell are you doing? Indeed, no matter how the group pleaded or cursed, Aunt Huang remained silent as if she were dead. Of course she was terrified, lacking the courage to get involved. What good is a building head? To hell with the building head. Meanwhile, Luo Hongxia in 701 also saw the situation in the owner's group. When she saw that many people in Building 10 had been brutally killed, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, desperately suppressing her cries. How did it come to this? It's too cruel. She heard the conversations outside with Zhou Kai and his group, followed by them heading upstairs. As she sighed in relief, only one thought remained in her mind. Room 701 is Lin Dong's house. After calming her emotions, Luo Hongxia trembled as she clicked on Lin Dong's profile. Friend request sent. A friend request from Luo Hongxia popped up on Lin Dong's phone. Lu Yusen furrowed her brows slightly. Has she already uncovered your identity? Lin Dong shrugged. It was only a matter of time. Assigning her to Unit 701 was tantamount to revealing who I am. He then ignored Luo Hongxia's friend request entirely. Everything that needed saying had been said, and whatever she chose to do next held no bearing on him. Meanwhile, Lin Dong observed the reactions of other residents across the residential complex. As the camera cut rapidly between perspectives, Lu Yusen instinctively reached out and froze, a frame disbelief flickering in her eyes. How is this possible? There are actually people living so well. Indeed, the frame revealed several figures gathered on a rooftop grilling skewers and sipping chilled beer. Lu Yusen quickly identified the location, the penthouse level of Building 15. Its rooftop terrace had been sealed off, and even featured a miniature ecological habitat. Yet from the balcony of Building 10 the interior remained obscured, clearly shielded by deliberate concealment. Stunned, Lu Yusen turned to Lin Dong and asked cautiously, "Did you discover them long ago?" Lin Dong merely shrugged, an ambiguous silent reply. Residents of Building 15 rarely speak up, their building manager is the root cause. Lu Yusen drew a sharp breath. How could he seal off the rooftop and construct an ecological environment? Could it be that Lin Dong wasn't the only one reborn into this apocalyptic winter? Lin Dong raised a hand and pulled up the man's profile. Zhang Shibua, a doctorate in agronomy. Merely glancing at his credentials, Lu Yusen grasped everything instantly. Lin Dong explained, he's a senior professor from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Years ago he sealed off this rooftop, initially just cultivating flowers and vegetables, turning it into a greenhouse-like space. Only recently has he transformed it further. It now maintains a constant temperature warmer than his own apartment. For days they've been living inside that enclosed rooftop sanctuary. Lu Yusen watched as the screen filled with lush images, rows of fruits and vegetables, even a dwarf durian tree. Its branches hung heavy with ripe fruit. He'd stockpiled ample grain even before the collapse, and from the outset distributed rations to key personnel within the building. That's why Building 15 remains calm and unruffled. They lack for nothing, not food, not stability. In fact, this old master has already begun researching cold-resistant flora. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. In my past life, Building 15 stood united, never breached by invaders. I'd always sensed something unusual about them, so I kept close watch. And yet, even with vigilance, they still delivered an unexpected delight. This old man Zhang Shibua is invaluable. Lu Yusin's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. If he truly succeeds, he'll kindle the first true hope in this frozen apocalypse. Lin Dong chuckled softly and shook his head. It's not that simple. Though he and his students appear carefree now, their supplies will dwindle beyond sustainability within 2 months. That old master must be wrestling with quite the dilemma. Lu Yusin's brows knitted briefly before she sighed. He's remarkably decisive. While Building 10 descends into slaughter, he simply stands aside. Lin Dong laughed. What else should he do? Leap forward and proclaim to all, my climate-controlled rooftop grows food, I shall be your savior. He's far too shrewd for that. Merely safeguarding his own building's residents is already extraordinary. From beginning to end, only a handful of trusted confidants have ever set foot upon his ecological terrace. Lu Yusin studied Lin Dong intently. Compared to Zhang Shibua of Building 15, Lin Dong was even more unyielding, utterly without mercy. And Lin Dong, having seen through it all, would soften for no one. As he switched the feed back to its original view, Lu Yusin's delicate face darkened once more. They've already reached the 12th floor, how fast? Lin Dong's expression remained impassive as he poured himself a glass of fresh deer blood and spoke calmly. Entirely expected. Few will dare resist now, they'll obey unquestioningly. His stockpile of supplies has grown substantially. Clearly Lin Dong held no interest in how many floors Zhou Kai had seized, what spoils he'd amassed, or how large his faction had become. There was only one thing that truly captivated him. Whether Zhou Kai's ultimate plan would succeed. Lu Yusin too understood Zhou Kai's final objective, and bit her lower lip lightly. Will Gung Hui fall for it? Lin Dong shrugged. Let's not spoil it, just watch. True enough, within an hour Zhou Kai completed his brutal purge of the building. Though the photos he posted in the residence group were horrifying, in truth he'd slain only 4 or 5 households. The rest dared not raise a hand in resistance. Indeed, Zhou Kai moved with terrifying speed. Having consolidated Building 10's strongest fighters under his command, others stood no chance of organizing a counteroffensive in time. Thus his campaign proceeded flawlessly. When it ended, Zhou Kai sat triumphantly before a mountain of looted goods flanked by over 40 loyalists. Many still bore bloodstains on their hands and wore grotesque savage grins, truly chilling to behold. Adjusting his phone's angle, Zhou Kai directly added Gung Hui's private account and initiated a video call. Gung Hui answered without hesitation. Upon seeing the video feed, the muscles along his jaw twitched involuntarily. This was Zhou Kai's demonstration of power, undeniably staggering. Gung Hui, do you see our strength now? Shall we finally discuss cooperation? Zhou Kai raised both hands, his smile laced with arrogant self-assurance. He dropped all deference, no longer Brother Hui but Gung Hui outright. Gung Hui sneered dismissively and shook his head. Zhou Kai embodied the very definition of a petty man elevated beyond his station. Impressive ambition, young Zhou Kai, you wield cruelty with precision. But tell me, do you truly believe you can breach the door at Lin Dong's residence? Zhou Kai shrugged. I have methods, but if this is to be genuine cooperation, sincerity must be shown. Gung Hui, you're a seasoned veteran. Why not meet face-to-face and negotiate properly? Gung Hui nodded. Fine. Come to my villa. I'll uncork a fine vintage and await you. Zhou Kai scoffed bitterly. Humph. Is this your idea of sincerity? Gung Hui panned the camera, deliberately revealing the warmth behind him. My home has a fireplace, room temperature holds at 17 degrees Celsius. I invite you to negotiate comfortably in warmth. Isn't that sincere enough? Must I bring my men to freeze in your frigid domain instead? At that moment Zhou Kai and his followers' eyes lit up with raw hungry awe. 17 degrees. Inside Gung Hui's home. No wonder Gung Hui wore only a leather coat. Initially they'd assumed he was posturing, only now did they realize they were the ones blinded by arrogance. Zhou Kai burned with the urge to storm Gung Hui's villa and seize it outright, yet the memory of Gung Hui's firearm forced him to clench his teeth and suppress the impulse. Brother Hui truly lives up to his name, even in this apocalyptic wasteland he still thrives. I deeply admire you. Zhou Kai sneered coldly and gave a mocking salute toward the camera. Yet he shook his head and added, still I suspect Lin Dong's residence is far more comfortable than your villa, brother Hui. Don't you feel envious? Gung Hui curled his lips disdainfully. It's already been over 10 days, and Lin Dong remains utterly silent. That proves his supplies are abundant. Still I can afford to wait. But tell me, brother Zhou Kai, can you? Are you feeling cold? Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and snorted contemptuously. Humph, so brother Hui has no genuine intention to cooperate. Very well. Once I seize Lin Dong's house, don't dare come near me, Gung Hui. Gung Hui shook his head with a chilling smile. Be my guest. With that he ended the video call. Damn it. That wily old fox doesn't even have the courage to show up. Zhou Kai stamped his foot in fury. Beside him a subordinate stepped forward with a suggestion, Boss Kai, if he won't come to us then we'll go to him. He must leave his villa eventually. We'll plant landmines around his compound, blow him sky high the moment he steps outside. Zhou Kai raised his hand and slapped him hard. Crack. Nonsense. He's armed, he'll shoot you dead before you even finish burying the explosives. The subordinate instantly shrank back, neck tucked low. Zhou Kai paced back and forth. Perhaps provoked by Gung Hui's taunts, he felt an even deeper chill seep into his bones. Enough, let's warm up first. After all, Building 10 is already under our control. These supplies will last us for now. Zhou Kai ordered his men to start kindling fires indoors. As warmth gradually returned, Zhou Kai finally felt like a true leader. Though his hearth paled beside Gung Hui's grand fireplace, it was at least no longer pitifully austere. Yet he had no idea that from Lin Dong's vantage point both Zhou Kai and Gung Hui appeared little better than ragged beggars. Across the entire residential complex only two groups lived with any semblance of comfort: Luo Hongxia, who had Lin Dong's special protection, and Zhang Shibua along with his students in Building 15. Gung Hui has already uncovered Zhou Kai's schemes, Lin Dong mused with a faint smile. In his eyes both men were clever, but flawed. Clearly, even though Zhou Kai had amassed dozens of followers through sheer brutality, he remained incomparable to Gung Hui. Their scales of influence were simply not in the same league. Indeed, Gung Hui had Cheng Yi by his side, a man unervingly brilliant if morally unhinged. From the photographs Zhou Kai had posted after his brutal raid on the building, Cheng Yi identified several of Zhou Kai's lieutenants, among them Zhang Jingchuan, whose name immediately drew his attention. Zhang Jingchuan knows how to formulate explosives, an exceptional talent. Even under these harsh conditions he likely has stockpiled materials at home. Just one well-crafted charge could obliterate us all. Having laid bare the danger, Cheng Yi turned his gaze to Gung Hui. Gung Hui chose restraint, wisely so. Then stroking his fingers thoughtfully he beckoned Cheng Yi closer. Reach out to Zhang Jingchuan. See if we can recruit him. Comfortable lodgings, ample supplies, even companionship, I have all of it. He'd be a fool not to come. Gung Hui was shrewd. His earlier display of the fireplace and indoor temperature served not merely as boastful posturing toward Zhou Kai, but as deliberate psychological provocation aimed at Zhou Kai's subordinates. What good was following a boss like Zhou Kai? Was wielding knives and living on the edge of death truly impressive? Was it worth swallowing filth? No, they froze like stray dogs, subsisted on rancid rations, and even when surrounded by beautiful women they lacked the vitality to respond. Gung Hui knew with conditions this favorable dismantling Zhou Kai's faction would be effortless. Thus the disparity between them was absolute. Cheng Yi wasted no time, immediately setting plans in motion. Meanwhile Zhang Jingchuan, deep in the midst of mixing explosives, glanced at his phone, and his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Cheng Yi, the second-in-command to Gung Hui, to contact him directly. And upon reading Cheng Yi's generous terms, Zhang Jingchuan was stunned, his mind instantly flooded with visions of Gung Hui's luxurious villa. Most striking of all was the photograph Cheng Yi sent, of Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhang Jingchuan couldn't help but flush. This recruitment offer was precisely what he'd longed for. What unsettled him most was Cheng Yi's uncanny knowledge of Zhou Kai's entire plan. Until now Zhang Jingchuan had believed Zhou Kai a ruthless survivor, someone who could guarantee safety, luxury and abundance. But now it was clear Zhou Kai was no match for Gung Hui. After relentless effort Zhou Kai had gathered barely 40 followers. Whereas Gung Hui with a single public announcement had drawn over 100 people to his villa district, precisely why he'd earlier cleared and secured the area. His aim was to transform it into a livable stronghold, where his men could rest, recover and prepare to seize control of the entire complex. All resources would belong to them. Recognizing this chasm in power, and granted the privilege of entering Gung Hui's villa, Zhang Jingchuan made his choice without hesitation. Senior Brother Cheng, thank you for this opportunity. Please convey my gratitude to Brother Hui. I'll join you at the earliest chance. Zhang Jingchuan hastily sent the message. Excellent. A wise man adapts to circumstance. You're clearly a man of talent. Proceed carefully, don't let your cover slip. As Cheng Yi's reply arrived, Zhang Jingchuan swiftly erased every trace of their conversation. Outside, Zhang Tao called out cheerfully, Master Zhang, dinner's ready. Save the explosives for later. Within this group Zhang Jingchuan held high standing, even Zhang Tao addressed him with deference. Composing himself, Zhang Jingchuan joined the others, dunking a coarse gritty steamed bun into instant noodle broth, savoring the simple meal alongside his comrades. After more than 10 days of such hardship, this modest fare felt like a blessing. Zhang Jingchuan too feigned contentment, then resumed assembling explosive charges. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai conferred with his men about their next target, raiding other apartment buildings for supplies. Once the first assault succeeded, subsequent ones grew easier. And with numbers swelling, consumption surged, urgency demanded swift action. At Gung Hui's villa, Zhang Ruoxuan secretly opened Lin Dong's profile. Lin Dong, is the Hongfu Divine Eye really you? How did you accomplish this? Lin Dong, please save me. I can't endure this much longer. Wah, Lin Dong, no matter what, we once loved each other. And lately my morning sickness has grown severe. I've calculated it, nearly 2 months have passed. I think I may be carrying your child. With each message Zhang Ruoxuan sent, Lin Dong saw this revelation, 50 days earlier than it had occurred in his past life. Lu Yusin watched silently, and as jealousy flared, her disdain for Zhang Ruoxuan sharpened into icy contempt. This is surely Gung Hui's doing, he must have prompted her to send this. Lin Dong scoffed dismissively. She's acting on her own foolish initiative. If Gung Hui were behind it, he'd never resort to such a clumsy ploy. Lu Yusin shot him a sharp, skeptical glance. Clumsy? Then why did you fall for it? Lin Dong scratched his head awkwardly. Well, my judgment was clouded at the time. All right, I admit it, I was even more foolish. With a cold smile, Lin Dong typed a terse reply to Zhang Ruoxuan, you're truly carrying my child. Zhang Ruoxuan's face lit up with elation at the notification. Yes, it's true. Hurry, come rescue me from Gung Hui's place. Rescue you? Aren't you living quite comfortably under Gung Hui's care? Lin Dong replied with a faint amused smile. No, I'm suffering terribly. Gung Hui and his men aren't even human. Wah. Gung Hui plans to hand me over to one of Zhou Kai's underlings, a 40-year-old migrant worker who builds bombs. Zhou Kai only wants to use him to eliminate Gung Hui. Zhang Ruoxuan burst into tears as she spoke. Clearly she had sought out Lin Dong precisely because she was on the verge of complete physical and mental collapse. Compared to that, she found Lin Dong's residence far more comfortable, and far safer. After all, Zhou Kai, who had killed so many, still dared not launch a direct assault on Lin Dong's home. That alone said everything. And how could Lin Dong fail to grasp Zhang Ruoxuan's subtle intentions? He continued typing his reply. Gung Hui is nothing but a beast. Upon seeing Lin Dong's apparent softening, Zhang Ruoxuan grew even more emotionally charged. Yes, Lin Dong, I know I wronged you in the past, but please believe me. I am a good girl, I simply strayed from the right path. Now I've awakened and turned back. Please, let me stay in your home. From now on I'll do anything you ask. Even if you won't do it for me, do it for the child in my womb, he is your own flesh and blood. Lu Yusin fixed Lin Dong with an unblinking, intense gaze. You're actually going to let her come over? Lin Dong chuckled at Lu Yusin. Silly girl, what are you imagining? I'm just teasing her. Then Lin Dong led Lu Yusin to the nursery had prepared long in advance. The moment she stepped inside, Lu Yusin froze. She hadn't even known had transformed this room into a nursery. This is... Lin Dong smiled gently. Naturally, it's for our future child. Is this surprise to your liking? Tears welled up instantly in Lu Yusin's eyes as she threw her arms around Lin Dong's neck. Honey, you're truly wonderful. Laughing softly, Lin Dong took photos inside the room, then deliberately snapped 2 close-ups of the leftover lobster on the table. Lu Yusin watched quietly beside him, fully aware of what Lin Dong intended. Then without hesitation he sent the entire set of images to Zhang Ruoxuan. Accompanying the images was a message: "I've been ready all along, Ruoxuan. I'm so glad you finally returned. Hurry over. Everything you need is already here. I'll take perfect care of you once you arrive, help you rest safely through your pregnancy and welcome our child together." Zhang Ruoxuan saw Lin Dong's message first. Due to poor network connectivity, the high-resolution photos remained stuck in loading circles. But the moment they finally loaded, and she saw them clearly, her eyes widened in disbelief as if they might pop from their sockets. She'd known Lin Dong lived well and ate well, but she'd never dreamed he lived this well, nor that had already prepared a full nursery for their unborn child. Of course Zhang Ruoxuan paid no attention to the nursery itself. Her gaze was utterly riveted by the lobster, the red wine, and the remnants of a cake on the table. These were gourmet delicacies. She'd once been able to afford such luxuries, but this was the apocalypse. To Zhang Ruoxuan, Lin Dong's home was nothing short of heaven itself. "Brother Lin Dong, you're truly too kind. Please rescue me quickly, I swear I'll love only you for the rest of my life." Her words were sincere. Staying with a tycoon like Lin Dong meant she would never be with another man, and deep down she felt profound guilt over her past actions. Yet how could she possibly know Lin Dong was merely toying with her? That's impossible. The moment I step outside, Zhou Kai will kill me, let alone go rescue you from Gung Hui. Ruoxuan, if you truly wish to stay here you must come yourself. Zhang Ruoxuan froze, her voice trembling with anxiety. How could I possibly get there myself? Gung Hui's men won't even let me leave the house. Lin Dong sent a sighing emoji. If you truly love me, find a way to come, trust that you can. And now is the safest time to do so. Zhou Kai's faction would never expect anyone to dare approach Building 10 tonight. Miss this chance, and even if you escape Gung Hui later, Zhou Kai's men will surely capture you. Without giving Zhang Ruoxuan time to reply, he added briskly, I have other matters to attend to, call me when you arrive and I'll open the door for you. Brother Lin Dong, you can't do this to me. Ruoxuan truly loves you. Her impassioned pleas echoed unanswered. Lin Dong gave no further response. Frustrated, Zhang Ruoxuan nearly smashed her phone. Yet she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead she hurriedly scrolled back to those photos, staring hungrily at the half-eaten giant lobster, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Zhang Ruoxuan cautiously peered out at the people inside the villa. Some were splitting firewood, others reinforced walls and windows, sealing the structure against the cold. They wouldn't turn their attention toward her, not until they'd eaten their fill. As the old saying goes, only after satisfying hunger and warmth does one think of. Gung Hui's men aren't even watching me closely, perhaps I really can make it over. Once this thought surfaced, it became impossible to suppress. After all, the paradise awaiting her at Lin Dong's place was simply too seductive, so much so that Zhang Ruoxuan had lost all capacity for rational judgment. With the massacre at Building 10 concluded, transaction notices began reappearing in the residential WeChat group. It was as if the horror had never occurred. People had grown numb, and this fragile remaining system of fair exchange would soon collapse entirely. Already some were using trade as a pretext to ambush and rob others upon meeting. Everyone now approached transactions with heightened caution. Night fell. After tending to Gung Hui and his men, Zhang Ruoxuan seized her chance, wrapping herself tightly in layers of clothing, and stealing a down-filled jacket Gung Hui had looted, she prepared to flee. Seizing a moment when the gatekeeper wasn't looking, she climbed onto the second-floor windowsill and leapt silently into the deep snow. She knew a snow tunnel lay beneath, connecting to a network of others, and once inside she could reach Building 10 swiftly. Meanwhile at Building 10, Zhang Jingchuan slipped out through the main entrance. Most of Zhou Kai's men were asleep tonight. Zhang Jingchuan had volunteered, alongside another, to stand guard. Though nominally on watch, they typically huddled together to sleep once their shift began, giving Zhang Jingchuan the perfect opportunity to slip away. Power was out and descending the stairs cost him precious energy, but he moved with practiced agility, scurrying like a burrowing rodent until he reached Gung Hui's villa and discreetly contacted Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi naturally exercised extreme caution, sending a subordinate outside to verify Zhang Jingchuan was unaccompanied before ushering him inside. The moment Zhang Jingchuan entered, his body temperature surged rapidly. Gung Hui himself emerged to greet him, granting him uncommon respect. Zhang Jingchuan, is that right? Brother, you're a rare talent. Coming here takes guts. Excellent. Though deeply intimidated by Gung Hui, Zhang Jingchuan forced a broad, ingratiating smile. Honored Master Gung, you flatter me. I'd be foolish not to accept your favor. Oh, and here's a gift for you. These explosives are fully prepared. That fool Zhou Kai even planned to use them against you. What a death wish. Haha. With rustic bluntness Zhang Jingchuan swung the bundle of explosives from behind his back, startling Gung Hui so violently he instinctively recoiled a step. His subordinates tensed visibly. Only then did Zhang Jingchuan realize his mistake, and hastily waved his hands. Whoa, don't panic. No fuses attached, completely inert. Only after hearing clearly that the explosive would not detonate did Gung Hui and his men finally relax, yet for Gung Hui this was indeed a weighty gift. Gung Hui patted Zhang Jingchuan's shoulder with evident satisfaction. Good, you're here so you're already a sworn brother. Have you eaten? Heh, I've eaten though not quite enough. Zhang Jingchuan chuckled. Ah, brother Hui, it's truly warm in your place. From now on my life is yours. As he spoke his shrewd darting eyes swept the surroundings, searching as if for something specific. Yet after scanning the room thoroughly he saw only burly men, no women at all, let alone the glamorous figure Cheng Yi had sent him earlier. Gung Hui remained puzzled by Zhang Jingchuan's behavior, but Cheng Yi saw right through him. This man was nothing but a lecherous old rogue. Heh, if you're still hungry eat more. Once you're full head upstairs to rest, then a beauty will keep you company. Cheng Yi stepped forward to greet him. Heh, senior brother Cheng, you treat your brothers so well. Gung Hui instantly grasped Zhang Jingchuan's meaning and immediately barked an order to a subordinate. Go, fetch Zhang Ruoxuan downstairs. Let her join my brother for dinner. With that he draped an arm around Zhang Jingchuan's shoulders. Heh brother, rest assured under my roof food and drink are endless, and as for women, you may have as many as your heart desires. Zhang Jingchuan flushed with flustered delight, and a sudden heat surged through his body. Heh brother Hui, I only need the beauty from that photo you sent. No need to waste energy on women, I'll focus instead on crafting more explosives for you. Gung Hui was utterly delighted. He already wielded a pistol, and now he had a man who could manufacture explosives. Dominating the entire residential complex would be effortless. Haha, what a true brother. Just as the two were deep in jovial conversation a subordinate came rushing down the stairs breathless. Brother Hui, Zhang Ruoxuan, is gone. At those words everyone instinctively looked up. Gung Hui's face darkened. What did you say? Did she go to bathe? Did you check the sauna room? Zhang Jingchuan swallowed hard. A sauna room? Alas, it consumed too much electricity so Gung Hui rarely allowed anyone to use it. Soon came another reply from upstairs. No brother Hui, we searched everywhere, the woman has vanished. The bathroom window on the second floor is wide open. Could that wretched woman have fled? Cheng Yi and Gung Hui exchanged a glance, and their expressions hardened instantly. Gung Hui dashed upstairs to inspect personally while Cheng Yi moved closer and draped an arm around Zhang Jingchuan. Old Zhang, don't fret over this woman. There are countless beauties far lovelier than Zhang Ruoxuan, say ones with busts the size of sandpots. Do they tempt you? Zhang Jingchuan's eyes widened. He gulped repeatedly, even gesturing emphatically across his own chest. Sandpot-sized. My heavens. Yes, absolutely. Cheng Yi laughed, then dispatched a subordinate to summon a voluptuous woman from another villa, though the moment he turned away his face twisted into cold murderous intent. Zhang Ruoxuan had fled. This woman, who had once willingly walked straight into their midst, had brought them no small measure of amusement these past days. Even Cheng Yi had never imagined she would dare escape on her own. Could there possibly be somewhere better than here? Lin Dong, could she have gone to Lin Dong? Cheng Yi swiftly reached his conclusion. Moments later another subordinate burst in breathless. Brother Hui, I've confirmed it. Footprints lead from the snow cave, she must have run to building 10. Fury contorted Gung Hui's face. That wretched woman. Cheng Yi stepped forward to soothe him. Let her go, it matters not. Tonight we've gained old Zhang, a true brother. 10 Zhang Ruoxuans fleeing would mean nothing. It's not that wretched woman I care about, it's my down duvet. Damn it, she dared steal my duvet. Cheng Yi's lips twitched, but he quickly refocused on Zhang Ruoxuan's flight, leaning close to whisper something into Gung Hui's ear. Gung Hui's eyes lit up with cruel brilliance, and without hesitation he sent a video call to Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai jolted awake in the dead of night, startled by his phone's ring, only to find Gung Hui's face filling the screen, sending a chill down his spine. Gung Hui. What do you want at this hour? Zhou Kai's bloodshot eyes were wide awake. Gung Hui sneered, then swiveled the camera toward Zhang Jingchuan, already seated nearby feasting beside a voluptuous woman. Zhou Kai recognized Zhang Jingchuan instantly, and understood everything. Gung Hui, you damn brat, watch your tongue. Challenging me. You're still far too green. Gung Hui scoffed with contempt, and that ruthless gaze made Zhou Kai shudder involuntarily. Zhou Kai clenched his teeth. Zhang Jingchuan's betrayal meant his entire scheme against Gung Hui had collapsed utterly. Worse still, losing such a devastating asset left him virtually no chance of ever besting Gung Hui again. Yet this was now irrevocable reality. What else could he do? Gung Hui, what do you want? Speak plainly. Gung Hui grinned savagely. Ha brat, keep quiet from now on. Those rations outside aren't yours to seize. And that wretched Zhang Ruoxuan. She's likely gone to Lin Dong, bring her back or else. My brother adores her saucy charm. With that the line went dead. Beep beep beep. Zhou Kai sat stunned, his head throbbing before slowly regaining his senses. Zhang Ruoxuan. Damn that wretch. He cursed, then immediately ordered his men to the stairwell, where sure enough footsteps echoed overhead, growing frantic as they entered the stairwell. She's upstairs, drag that wretched woman down. Zhou Kai commanded sharply, and 4 or 5 men charged upward. Zhang Ruoxuan, finally struggling up to the 7th floor, froze upon hearing Zhou Kai's voice below, nearly wetting herself in terror. Her pace quickened, but she was still wrapped tightly in the heavy duvet. Already exhausted, in her panic she stumbled and tumbled downward. Though unharmed, the fall delayed her escape, and before she could rise again she was pinned to the ground by the pursuing men. Zhou Kai and his crew rushed up behind them, and Zhang Tao instantly recognized Zhang Ruoxuan, letting out a sharp gasp. Zhang Ruoxuan. So it really is you, the wretched one. Zhang Ruoxuan burst into tears. Wah, young Master Zhou, don't kill me. I came to warn you, Gung Hui is trying to poach talent from your team. That man, Zhang Jingchuan. Zhou Kai stared at her expressionlessly, on the verge of slapping her, but recalling Gung Hui's earlier words he gritted his teeth and held back. Wretch, you think I'm Lin Dong, some gullible fool you can deceive? You're signing your own death warrant. As Zhang Ruoxuan tried to protest further, Zhou Kai dialed Gung Hui's video call and pointed the lens directly at her. Brother Hui, this is the woman you wanted, correct? Zhang Ruoxuan stared dumbfounded at Gung Hui's face on the screen, and truly lost control of her bladder. Hui. Brother Hui. Gung Hui's face twisted into a vicious grin. Ha little wretch, you ran fast. And you dared steal my duvet. Looks like you've grown tired of living. Before Gung Hui could continue, Zhou Kai swung the phone toward himself. Brother Hui, if you want this woman back, send Zhang Jingchuan back to me, immediately. Or else. Brat, who do you think you're threatening? Keep her if you wish, but lose that duvet and tomorrow I'll blow building 10 to rubble. Gung Hui cut him off without mercy, his threat dripping with savage menace. Zhou Kai's face flushed purple with rage. He hadn't expected Zhang Ruoxuan to hold so little value for Gung Hui. Meanwhile Lin Dong, observing it all, shoveled 2 handfuls of popcorn into his mouth. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, I love this drama. Lu Yusen beside him rolled her eyes. You as a director, are rather disturbing. Director. Ha. I quite like that title. Lin Dong savored Lu Yusen's praise. After the light-hearted remark, both turned their attention back to Zhang Ruoxuan. From the very beginning Lin Dong had anticipated this scene, ever since he'd lured Zhang Ruoxuan to building No. 10. Yet he hadn't expected the reality to unfold with such breathtaking intensity. A sharp crack echoed, the slap struck Zhang Ruoxuan's face full force. Having just learned that her value to Gung Hui was less than that of a mere blanket, Zhou Kai saw no reason to indulge this contemptible woman any longer. Don't hit me, young Master Zhou, please don't kill me. I was sent here by Lin Dong. Zhang Ruoxuan collapsed to her knees, pleading desperately. Zhou Kai yanked the blanket from her body and spoke coldly into his phone. Gung Hui, this blanket is excellent, I'm claiming it. His posture was brazen, even arrogant. Having assessed the situation, he adopted the defiant stance of a man who feared nothing, convinced Gung Hui would never dare detonate heavy explosives to level building No. 10. Moreover, Zhou Kai knew better than anyone how little explosive material Zhang Jingchuan actually possessed, certainly not enough to demolish an entire building. Since Zhang Jingchuan refused to return, Zhou Kai, humiliated as he was, would not swallow this insult quietly. If Gung Hui coveted the blanket, then Zhou Kai would seize it for himself. True to form, Zhou Kai's audacity enraged Gung Hui. "Ha, ha. You've got guts, you little whelp. Then keep that blanket, it'll wrap your corpse." With those final words, Gung Hui hung up. Only then did Zhou Kai realize sweat had broken out across his nape. As his mind cleared, even he felt a tremor of disbelief at his own audacity daring to confront Gung Hui Heaton. His underlings nearby swallowed hard, their throats dry. Before, with Zhang Jingchuan as their secret weapon, they'd stood on equal footing with Gung Hui. But now Zhang Jingchuan had defected to Gung Hui's side. How then could they possibly contend with him? Frankly, they resented Zhou Kai's earlier arrogance. It had been sheer provocation. If Gung Hui truly lost his temper, even if he couldn't blow up Building No. 10, he might storm in armed and they'd stand no chance. Zhou Kai, sensing their collective dread, let out a disdainful snort. "Humph. What? Are you all afraid now? Gung Hui alone, what does it matter if he carries guns or bombs? Let him dare set foot in Building No. 10 and I'll find a way to end him." With that, Zhou Kai seized Zhang Ruoxuan's hair. Just as he prepared to drag her downstairs, she burst into wails. "Young Master Zhou, don't strike me. I can help you seize Lin Dong's residence, and I know everything about Gung Hui's operations. I'm useful." Zhang Tao stepped forward to intercede. "Boss Zhou, Zhang Ruoxuan doesn't seem bold enough to come here on her own. Could it really be Lin Dong who summoned her upstairs?" Zhou Kai frowned faintly, then hauled Zhang Ruoxuan upright. "Stay still. If you so much as think of treachery, I'll kill you on the spot." She nodded frantically. Back at his quarters, Zhou Kai squatted beside the fire while Zhang Ruoxuan knelt beside him like a cowed dog. At least the warmth offered some relief. "First tell me what's happening with Gung Hui. Weren't things going well between you two? He must have recruited dozens of underlings recently. Why would you flee here instead?" Zhou Kai's voice was icy as he interrogated her. Zhang Ruoxuan swallowed hard, gazing at his profile. This man bore no resemblance to the Zhou Kai she once knew. She knew with chilling certainty that one misstep in her answer would seal her fate in agony. Gung Hui's living conditions are relatively comfortable. His villa houses over 30 underlings, and moreover he's cleared the entire villa district, selecting more than 100 men from various buildings to renovate the area. Once they've fully regrouped and replenished their strength, they'll begin systematic raids for supplies across all buildings. Zhang Ruoxuan spilled every detail she knew. Her words left the underlings pale with terror. Excluding Gung Hui's inner circle, over 100 men were already concentrated in the villa district, far beyond their capacity to resist. Zhang Tao recoiled instinctively, already weighing, within the quiet recesses of his mind, whether to defect to Gung Hui. The rift between them was now irreparable. Yet he could conceive of no value he possessed that might earn him a place among Gung Hui's ranks. More likely he'd be executed on sight. Thus the thought died unborn. And yet Zhou Kai's expression darkened most of all. He hadn't imagined Gung Hui's forces could be so vast. "Are you certain this is all true? Did you personally witness those assembled men?" Zhou Kai fixed her with a piercing, unblinking stare. Terrified to lie, Zhang Ruoxuan nodded vigorously. "I saw them all. Many rushed into those villas. They'll begin constructing fireplaces tomorrow." Zhou Kai ground his teeth. The image of his own former villa, now occupied by strangers, flashed before him. Worse still, he lacked the technical knowledge to build fireplaces himself, leaving his fury with nowhere to vent. "Good. This intelligence you've brought holds real value. I'm still short on manpower." Zhou Kai glanced toward the warehouse stacked with supplies, calculating how many recruits these resources could attract. Seeing Zhou Kai's expression soften, Zhang Ruoxuan hurried on. "Young Master Zhou, Lin Dong truly sent me here, I swear it. Look, here's our chat history. He promised to open the door the moment I arrived." She produced her phone. Zhou Kai scrolled through the messages, and when he saw Lin Dong dining on lobster, his face twisted with seething envy. Zhang Tao, peering over his shoulder, also caught sight of the video, and involuntarily swallowed hard. "Boss Zhou, that scoundrel Lin Dong lives luxuriously and eats sumptuously. Clearly he fortified his residence early and stockpiled provisions. While others starve outside, he feasts on giant lobsters, proof his reserves are immense." Zhang Tao began inciting Zhou Kai, but the latter was no longer the reckless heir he'd once been. He shot Zhang Tao a sharp warning glance. "What? I'll give you one chance. Storm up there and seize his residence." Zhang Tao shrank back instantly. Boss Zhou, you're joking, right? Lin Dong's door emits high-voltage electricity, and even spews fire. I'd be reduced to ash the moment I stepped near it. Zhou Kai regarded Zhang Tao, the useless lackey, with utter contempt. Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes widened in shock. It spews fire. Zhang Tao scoffed, oh, you didn't know. Han Xuan was burned alive by that very flame erupting from Lin Dong's doorway. Then Zhang Tao shifted his gaze toward Zhang Ruoxuan. Boss Zhou, if Lin Dong still harbors feelings for Zhang Ruoxuan, why not send her up first? Once she tricks him into opening the door, we'll charge in and seize his residence. Zhou Kai, having reviewed the chat log, suspected Lin Dong was merely toying with Zhang Ruoxuan, yet the allure of Lin Dong's warm, secure sanctuary proved irresistible. Zhou Kai clenched his jaw. Fine, take a few sharp-witted men and try it. Having learned Gung Hui's true strength, Zhou Kai urgently needed a defensible stronghold, and Lin Dong's residence was unquestionably the ideal choice. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had watched their entire performance unfold, set aside his tablet, rose and stretched languidly. Finally, they've arrived. These past days have been dreadfully dull. Just as Zhou Kai along with his little brothers was heading towards the spacious apartment with Zhang Ruoxuan, Aunt Huang managed to contact Gung Hui once again. Due to the video threats from Lin Dong, she had been too afraid to speak in the group these days. Moreover, with the recent massacre incident, Aunt Huang was even more reluctant to show her face. But as time passed, she began to care less about her reputation. Now killing and arson had become commonplace. It seemed there was nothing scandalous about a mother sleeping with her son. The unsettling sense of crisis made Aunt Huang eager to find a backing. She believed her son was a remarkable talent who would certainly attract Gung Hui's interest. However, Aunt Huang dared not take the risk of bringing her son over. If Gung Hui deemed her an old woman worthless and ended her life, there would be no room for regret. Thus Aunt Huang had to reveal the cards she had been holding tightly in her hands. She contacted Gung Hui again. She directly sent over the photos she had secretly taken of Lin Dong's dogs. However, it was not Gung Hui holding the phone but Cheng Yi, to be precise. It was the old director's phone. Aunt Huang wanted to add Gung Hui's account, but he completely ignored her, leaving her with no choice but to contact him this way. Upon seeing the pictures of the dogs, Cheng Yi's eyes immediately lit up and he lost all desire for sleep. Aunt Huang, are these dogs from your house? Cheng Yi quickly pressed for more information. Aunt Huang smiled broadly, knowing that this leverage would be enough to satisfy the other party. They aren't mine, but I know where they are. I've checked and these 4 dogs are cold-resistant breeds. With a little bit of protection from the cold, they can be let out to search for supplies. They could even be used to pull a sled, allowing us to find a large amount of resources. Cheng Yi squinted his eyes. Interesting, Aunt Huang, you're a clever woman. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for clarifying the situation with these dogs? Aunt Huang hurriedly responded, Mr. Cheng, you've misunderstood. As an old woman, I just need some food. Although Zhou Kai has committed murder, he hasn't dared to come to my house. I still have some food, but I need to plan for the future. Cheng Yi interrupted her before she could finish. Wait, Aunt Huang, you said Zhou Kai doesn't dare to go to your house. Why is that? Aunt Huang sent over a full-body photo of her son. Because of my son. Although he is somewhat introverted, he possesses innate strength. Everyone in Building 10 knows this. Gung Hui doesn't dare to take a risk coming to my house, otherwise my son could chop him down with one swing of his axe. At this point Aunt Huang still felt a bit dissatisfied. It's all because I, an old woman, was too soft-hearted. If not, I should have taken my son to control the entire building days ago. Cheng Yi understood everything now. He hadn't expected Aunt Huang to have such a trump card. Her son, standing nearly 2 meters tall, was indeed quite intimidating. Oh, so that's how it is. What a shame. Aunt Huang didn't dwell on these questions and spoke frankly. To be honest, I'm also scared of Zhou Kai now. If this continues, he'll sooner or later break into my house. Therefore I plan to bring my son to seek refuge with Master Hui. My son only listens to me, whatever I tell him to do he does. I believe he can become a valuable aide under Master Hui. Cheng Yi immediately nodded. That's not a problem, but Aunt Huang, you all need to come over yourselves. Currently Building 10 is under Zhou Kai's control, so it's still a bit risky for our people to go over. Aunt Huang frowned and then spoke to Cheng Yi. Why don't you, Mr. Cheng, send someone to pick us up? After all, I still have quite a bit of supplies. As an old woman, I can't carry everything myself, and those 4 dogs are in our Building 10. Cheng Yi placed great importance on those 4 dogs. He knew that once they had those dogs they could easily venture out of the community and obtain supplies. At that time they could truly expand their influence and live better in the apocalypse. But upon hearing Aunt Huang mention the dogs in Building 10, a person suddenly came to Cheng Yi's mind. Could it be that these 4 dogs belonged to Lin Dong? Aunt Huang was taken aback by this remark. Mr. Cheng already knows. Cheng Yi's expression darkened. So they belong to Lin Dong. In that case we really need to go over and seize the dogs. Aunt Huang beamed with joy. That's right. I believe that Mr. Cheng and Master Hui can easily gain control of Building 10. Once you take us and my son over to the villa area ahead, it will also be a simple task. Cheng Yi shook his head with a cold smile. Aunt Huang truly had a lot of cunning schemes. She had everything calculated. Aunt Huang, the information you've provided is very useful. Rest assured, once we storm Building 10, we will definitely notify you. After saying this, Cheng Yi put away his phone and went directly to find Gung Hui. Those 4 dogs were too important. He needed to clarify everything with Gung Hui immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and his little brothers had already climbed to the 24th floor. The stairwell door was frozen shut and they had to use a flamethrower to thaw it open. This way they didn't cause any significant disturbance. So they all believed that their actions wouldn't be detected by Lin Dong. Little did they know Lin Dong was sitting at the door watching their clumsy performance with amusement. Under the threat of Zhou Kai's gaze, Zhang Ruoxuan trembled as she approached Lin Dong's door. Ever since she learned that Lin Dong's door could spray fire, Zhang Ruoxuan had been very frightened. Summoning her courage, she finally rang the doorbell. Who? Lin Dong's voice came from inside, lazy and relaxed. Next to him, Lu Yusen shook her head in disbelief. I won't acknowledge your act of cooperation. Brother Lin Dong, it's me, I'm Ruoxuan. Zhang Ruoxuan's trembling and high-pitched voice rang out from outside, truly endearing. Lin Dong popped a grape into his mouth, grimacing at the sour taste. Hiss. Oh, it's you. Did you come alone? Zhang Ruoxuan felt guilty but still nodded. Yes, I came by myself. Brother Lin Dong, please open the door, I'm freezing. Lin Dong slowly opened the smart home system on the tablet and casually remarked, that's strange. You said you're a pregnant woman, how could you climb to the 24th floor? No one helped you up, right? Oh right, Zhou Kai is in Building 10, you didn't run into him, did you? Lin Dong was clearly provoking Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhang Ruoxuan felt even guiltier and couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, terrified to the point of nearly soiling herself. No, I came up quietly, Zhou Kai and the others don't know. Zhang Ruoxuan had no way out and could only attempt to deceive Lin Dong. Oh, is that so? Well then don't blame your brother for being cautious. Zhou Kai and his crew are too cruel, they've been massacring outside and your brother is also very scared. Lin Dong intentionally relaxed his tone. Zhang Ruoxuan's face brightened. Ruoxuan won't blame brother Lin Dong, I know brother Lin Dong is the one who loves me the most. I will definitely live well with brother Lin Dong in the future. Please open the door. Alright, step back a bit. The door is frozen shut, I don't want it to hit you. Lin Dong called out. Zhang Ruoxuan hurriedly stepped back. At the same time the stairwell door was pushed open, revealing Zhou Kai and his men with fierce expressions. Their hearts dropped to their throats. Crack. In the next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, Lin Dong's door swung open. Zhang Ruoxuan's breath froze entirely. She had never imagined Lin Dong would actually open the door. In that instant, not a trace of guilt stirred within her, only contempt, as if Lin Dong were utterly foolish. Such a dim-witted man didn't even deserve to live in this kind of residence. As the door swung open, Lin Dong appeared, handsome, clad in luxurious sleepwear. At that moment Zhang Ruoxuan's smile twisted involuntarily. Warm wind brushed against her face. Her golden days had finally arrived. But in the next breath Zhang Ruoxuan saw Lu Yusen step forward behind Lin Dong. You actually opened the door for them? Them? Zhang Ruoxuan jolted awake in shock. Simultaneously hurried footsteps echoed from behind her. Block the door, let me kill Lin Dong. Zhou Kai's roar reached fever pitch, he moved fastest, kicking Zhang Ruoxuan aside with one brutal strike. Zhang Tao and the others dropped to the floor, gripping the doorframe with desperate strength. Their grins turned savage, victory was theirs. They turned to Lin Dong, motionless, standing frozen in place. Had terror paralyzed him? Zhang Tao couldn't suppress a triumphant maniacal laugh. Ha ha. Lin Dong, you fool, you're finished this time. Zhou Kai reacted instantly, rolling low, crouching into position, raising his crossbow, aiming squarely at Lin Dong and firing. The recoil slammed into Zhou Kai's arms, and across his face bloomed a grotesque, rapturous grin. He was intoxicated, ecstatic beyond reason. Lin Dong was about to die. And once Lin Dong fell, this formidable sanctuary would be his alone. Whoosh! The bolt pierced the air, hurtling toward Lin Dong's face in an instant. To be fair, Zhou Kai's aim was impeccable. At such close range, the crossbow's lethal power reached its zenith. Under normal circumstances, the bolt would pierce Lin Dong's eye, shattering straight through his brain. That would mean certain instantaneous death. Yet then, something uncanny occurred. Just 3 centimeters from Lin Dong's eyes, the bolt suddenly halted, suspended in eerie stillness. Perhaps swept up in their own frenzy and tension, they all shared the same illusion: time itself had slowed. Then they watched. Lin Dong raised his hand unhurried and caught the bolt barehanded. As he opened his palm, every pair of eyes widened to their limits, faces contorted in utter disbelief. What the hell, this is impossible! Zhang Tao snapped out of it, first shrieking in horror. Lin Dong shook his head in quiet disdain. You think you can kill me, just the two of you? This is the second time, isn't it? Zhou Kai, you truly have no memory of pain. With that, Lin Dong hurled the bolt back, straight at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai's grin hadn't yet faded from his lips. Whoosh! The bolt tore through the air again, its whistle sharper, fiercer, as if bearing far greater destructive force than before. Then, it pierced Zhou Kai's shoulder. He screamed, a raw, agonized wail, as the bolt's tremendous momentum flung him backward, slamming him hard against the opposite wall. He was pinned there, impaled, rigid like a specimen on display. The others stood petrified, minds reeling from the surreal horror. Before they could even blink, Lin Dong's door slammed shut again. Bang! Staring at the sealed door, their thoughts went utterly blank. It burns, I'm dying. What are you waiting for? Are we just going to stand here and die? Zhou Kai's voice cracked hoarse with agony. Only then did Zhang Tao and the others snap back to reality. Boss Zhou, how are you? The door, why did it close? I was holding it open with all my strength. He caught a flying bolt barehanded, not just deflected it, he caught it. That's monstrous. In their panic, Zhang Tao, the quickest witted, dove sideways. Yet 2 loyal followers lunged forward instead. They found Zhou Kai impaled, pinned to the wall by that very bolt. Pinned, dead still. How is that possible? He threw it with his bare hand, how could it carry such force? Enough chatter, get Boss Zhou down now. Before they could lift a finger. Lin Dong's voice cut through the air, calm, chilling right beside their ears. Did I give you permission to rescue him? 2 tiny pinpricks shimmered on the closed door. Whoosh! Whoosh! Twin serpentine flames shot forth, striking the 2 men before Zhou Kai with flawless precision. Fire, burning. Help, somebody help me. Flames erupted over their thick winter coats, raging, devouring, swallowing them whole. They're dead, they're gone. Zhang Tao shrieked, fleeing blindly. This was the second time he'd watched someone burn alive before his eyes. His already fragile courage shattered completely. The others scattered in blind terror. You cowards, get back here. Zhou Kai's agonized bellow cracked, his hardened resolve, ruthless demeanor, everything he'd forged these past days, crumbled to dust. Only now did he grasp how powerless, how pitifully small he was before Lin Dong. And before him, 2 blazing figures lunged, wreathed in fire. Zhou Kai's eyes flooded crimson, his legs kicked violently off the wall. In one brutal wrenching motion he tore himself free from the bolt. The steel bolt remained embedded in the wall, dripping blood. Zhou Kai let out a guttural pig-like scream, then crawled away, writhing like a broken worm. No, don't come near me. Stay back. His 2 most loyal subordinates never dreamed, while engulfed in flames seconds from death, that Zhou Kai would abandon them so callously. Fueled by fury, their final moments ignited into furious, desperate lurches, straight toward Zhou Kai. Terrified, Zhou Kai urinated uncontrollably, and crawled faster still. Yet one flaming figure managed to pin Zhou Kai's legs beneath him. Though Zhou Kai kicked him off in time. Flame leapt onto his thick cotton trousers. Fire, Fear strips reason bare, and Zhou Kai, already shattered, had lost all composure. He rolled wildly on the floor, yet the fire only spread, growing fiercer. Then at last he remembered one hand remained unburnt, fully functional. Frantically he slapped at his burning legs, finally extinguishing the flames. But his calves bore deep ghastly burns, raw, blistered, horrifying to behold. Still he dared not pause, scrambling upright, ignoring the searing pain, and fled downstairs as fast as his scorched legs would carry him. Now only 2 charred corpses, nearly consumed, remained on the scene, and Zhang Ruoxuan collapsed where she'd fallen, paralyzed by sheer terror from start to finish. It had all unfolded in under a minute. Zhang Ruoxuan's heart plummeted from heaven to hell, swallowed whole by endless dread. Zhou Kai and his crew were butchers, capable of slaughtering entire floors without blinking. Yet before Lin Dong they were nothing but groveling, scrambling vermin. Lin Dong wielded no firearm, not even a crossbow. Yet his terror eclipsed theirs 100-fold, no 1,000-fold. He was the true embodiment of merciless slaughter. Zhang Ruoxuan, are you planning to stay and warm yourself by the fire? Zhang Ruoxuan recoiled in pure panic, tumbling, rolling, scrambling toward the stairwell, screaming. No, don't kill me. But after 2 frantic steps she froze, trembling, slowly turning her head, yet too terrified to take even 1 step closer to the door. Brother Lin Dong, everything was Zhou Kai's doing. He forced me. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Lin Dong, please let me inside. I'm carrying your child. Inside, Lin Dong stared in silent disbelief. This woman truly had no sense of self-preservation. Do you think she is timid or bold? Lu Yusen was at a loss for words regarding Zhang Ruoxuan outside. She was beginning to feel unfamiliar with the species that Zhang Ruoxuan represented. Having witnessed her companion being burned to death by Lin Dong, Zhou Kai was tormented to the brink of death, yet Zhang Ruoxuan still dared to stay behind, attempting to deceive Lin Dong. Could it be that she has no brain at all? Lin Dong was merely toying with them from the very beginning. Lin Dong couldn't respond to Lu Yusen's question and could only shrug. Immediately Lin Dong coldly addressed the door. Zhang Ruoxuan, other than being filled with dirty water and filth, you can't possibly have anything else. Moreover, after being ridden by so many men, even if you had a child it would be a bastard. Do you think I would be foolish enough to let you in? Lin Dong's voice was devoid of emotion, cold enough to send chills down one's spine. Zhang Ruoxuan trembled, slightly drenched in cold sweat and urine, causing her body to lose warmth rapidly. But this also made Zhang Ruoxuan a bit more clear-headed. Recalling the earlier scene, some words that Cheng Yi had once said suddenly popped into her mind. Lin Dong was taking revenge on her Zhang Ruoxuan and Zhou Kai. From the very start Lin Dong was not afraid of them coming to seize his house, he even looked forward to their arrival. Because Lin Dong wanted to personally torture them to death. Zhang Ruoxuan took a deep breath, feeling as if her lungs were about to freeze from the cold air. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared intently at the door, as if she could see through it and directly into Lin Dong inside. Lin Dong naturally noticed the change in Zhang Ruoxuan's gaze, but his heart remained unperturbed. Lin Dong, you did this on purpose. From the very beginning you intentionally lured us to seize your house. Your true intention is to take revenge on us, you murderous maniac, you are a psychopath. Zhang Ruoxuan screamed hysterically, completely breaking down. Upon seeing her in this state, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, which was exactly what he wanted to witness. He wanted Zhang Ruoxuan and her companions to suffer endlessly in this apocalyptic world, to die in pain. Only then could Lin Dong vent the pent-up resentment in his heart. If it weren't for the purpose of taking revenge on them, why would Lin Dong stay in this community? Now as the goal drew ever closer, the feeling was truly delightful. Indeed, I did it on purpose. Do you want to stay? Lin Dong sneered. Zhang Ruoxuan trembled all over, looking at the door with hopeful eyes. You will let me stay? Brother Lin Dong. Don't misunderstand, what I meant is I can provide cremation services for your corpse. Lin Dong ruthlessly shattered Zhang Ruoxuan's fantasies. Zhang Ruoxuan was instantly frightened and retreated repeatedly. The spark of hope was extinguished again. Zhang Ruoxuan understood that Lin Dong would never let her into the house. Let alone entering the house, even a mouthful of food, a warm piece of shit, Lin Dong wouldn't give her. All he could offer her was wanton torment and endless humiliation. As she retreated, her face once again twisted with resentment, she glared fiercely at Lin Dong's door. Lin Dong, you will definitely regret everything you did today. I refuse to believe your house is impenetrable. One day I will make you kneel at my feet and beg me. Her voice was not loud, but it was piercing, echoing in the air like venom sprayed by a poisonous snake. Lu Yusen couldn't help but clench her fists. Yet Lin Dong still wore a mocking expression. Just as the door to the staircase closed, Lin Dong's laughter echoed from outside. Haha, great, I'm looking forward to it. But first you need to think about whom you should seek refuge with next. The door to the staircase closed. However, Lin Dong's words were clearly heard by Zhang Ruoxuan. Her heart trembled and the severe cold caused her body to shake continuously. Who should I seek for protection? Zhou Kai. Impossible, he would kill me. Should I go back to Gung Hu's side? Perhaps they would let me live, but those beasts would definitely ruin me. Zhang Ruoxuan's mind was in chaos, but her footsteps towards the stairs quickened significantly. Meanwhile, on Lin Dong's side, once the people left, the door opened again. Lin Dong stepped out using his mental power to envelop the two corpses on the ground. In the next moment the corpses vanished without a trace. Lin Dong took a towel and pulled the blood-stained arrows from the wall. Upon closer inspection there were not only bloodstains but also chunks of minced flesh. Zhou Kai was severely injured. However, this was exactly what Lin Dong wanted to see. With injuries to his shoulders and legs, how many days could Zhou Kai possibly survive? Lin Dong was not one to dawdle when it came to killing me. Among the two groups of people Zhou Kai brought, someone was decisively killed by Lin Dong each time. But Lin Dong had hardly touched Zhou Kai and Zhang Ruoxuan. His goal was not to grant them a swift death but to leave them behind to be slowly tormented, enjoying their painful struggles and the gradually fading scenes. Lu Yusen also followed him out from behind. She bent down to pick up the crossbow left behind by Zhou Kai. But Lin Dong raised his hand to stop Lu Yusen. Don't pick up that thing. Zhou Kai probably hugged it even while sleeping. Who knows how many dirty things are on it? Lin Dong advised. Lu Yusen shook her head. This crossbow is still quite powerful. It will be useful to keep it. Lin Dong was taken aback, then looked at Lu Yusen with amusement. Wife, do you think there's some misunderstanding? What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Lu Yusen looked completely confused. Unlike Lin Dong, who possessed super mental powers and could defend himself and kill with extraordinary abilities, Lu Yusen was just an ordinary person. So after witnessing the crossbow's power earlier, Lu Yusen intended to take it back, thinking she could practice archery in the future. After all, it could be used for self-defense. Lin Dong naturally understood Lu Yusen's intention and helplessly shrugged. Then he raised his foot and stepped on the crossbow. Crack! The steel crossbow broke with a loud snap and the floor cracked, creating a shocking scene. Lu Yusen's eyes widened. She knew Lin Dong trained every day and even in his rest he was quite strong. But she never expected that Lin Dong's casual step would unleash such great power. He must be even more terrifying than Huang Dachuan, who was born with immense strength downstairs. How could you destroy it? Lu Yusen felt a mix of regret and confusion. But soon Lin Dong wrapped his arm around her shoulder and returned to the house, smiling as he spoke. Such a trash weapon is not worthy of my wife. Then, right before Lu Yusen's astonished gaze, Lin Dong casually waved his hand. Suddenly a 1-meter square box appeared on the table. The box had some neon text on it. Lu Yusen understood neon text, so she quickly recognized the content of the writing. Special weapons for female warriors. Lin Dong smiled as he opened the box. A row of exquisite handguns materialized before Lu Yusen's eyes. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, every color was present, adorned with various patterns and designs. It was clear that these were all high-end custom-made items. Lu Yusen was instantly captivated by a blue handgun. It was quite small and the gilded floral patterns on it were artistically appealing. How do you have so many handguns? Lin Dong shrugged. In the emergency supplies of trillions of meters in neon stock, how could there not be a weapons cache? These were found in a hidden warehouse and the bullets are specially made, but I have no interest in these things, so I've been too lazy to touch them. After saying that, Lin Dong reached out to present the blue handgun that Lu Yusen liked to her. Since my wife is interested in these things, of course they should be good ones. Wait for me and I will build you a shooting range in the mental space so you can practice every day without any issue. Lu Yusen had never held a handgun before, yet the moment it rested in her palm her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She turned the compact, exquisitely crafted firearm over and over in her hands, utterly enchanted. Lin Dong affectionately pinched Lu Yusen's delicate cheek. Shall we try it now? She instinctively nodded, then paused, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Blinking her large luminous eyes, she asked, Honey, does that mean you have a weapons cache? More than one perhaps, but there's only one deeply concealed armory, likely containing the finest equipment. I even glimpsed references to biochemical weapons, though they hold no interest for me. Biochemical weapons. Liu Yusen exclaimed startled. Ah, neon. Yes, the Nihanese are notoriously eccentric if they obsess over such horrors. Doesn't matter, Lin Dong shrugged. For now none of these weapons serve any purpose for me, and frankly they're useless against me. Liu Yusen froze. Weapons of such devastating power, rendered meaningless before him. Yet almost instantly comprehension dawned. Lin Dong possessed extraordinary telekinetic power, deflecting bullets altering their trajectories would be effortless. Even artillery shells could be reflected back at their source. Moreover, he wielded the ability to traverse spatial dimensions. Should even an apocalyptic weapon detonate on-site, Lin Dong could whisk her away into his telekinetic dimension moments before the blast. Indeed, so long as he remained vigilant, those instruments of terror, lethal beyond measure to ordinary people, were no more threatening to him than a child's toy stick. Such godlike prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Honey, you're incredible. No wonder you weren't fazed when you learned others could build bombs. Liu Yusen leaned in, pressing herself against him. Lin Dong responded without hesitation, drawing her close. Within Jiangbei City I'm likely among the strongest. Beyond it? That remains uncertain. Her radiant eyes fluttered. You mean those superhumans you encountered in Neon? Compared to those heavy weapons, rendered largely inert in extreme cold, I find other superhumans far more formidable. If I awaken to these abilities overnight, others may do the same. Superpowers are boundless in variety, some might even rival mine. Liu Yusen gently bit her lower lip. So that's why you train constantly, 2 hours daily in your telekinetic dimension, strengthening your mind. Better safe than sorry, Lin Dong smiled. Don't worry, I'll never miss a deadline. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched his chest twice. You're insufferable. Hee hee, enough teasing. Let's practice shooting. Lin Dong swept her up effortlessly into his arms. Liu Yusen pouted, aren't we going to the range? What are you doing carrying me to the bedroom? Heh, he's right, it's all the same, we're still practicing shooting. His chuckle carried a mischievous lilt. As the two grew familiar with the firearms handling, Zhang Ruoxuan finally navigated past the 5th floor, unnoticed by Zhou Kai's group, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. After fierce internal deliberation, Zhang Ruoxuan resolved to seek out Geng Hui. At least that offered a sliver of hope, and crucially she had just witnessed Lin Dong's home firsthand along with his terrifyingly swift counterattack. Such intelligence would undoubtedly prove invaluable to Geng Hui. She prayed this intel would spare her life. Yet just as Zhang Ruoxuan reached the 3rd floor landing, the stairwell door suddenly swung open. Startled, she looked up, and found herself staring at a man nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and imposing, his dark grimacing face radiating raw menace. What do you want? Zhang Ruoxuan screamed in terror, only to have her mouth instantly clamped shut by his massive hand. With casual strength he lifted her off the ground as if she weighed nothing. Then, as though clutching a fledgling chick, he strode toward the apartment door. "Dachuan, hurry up." A voice called from within. It was Huang Dama's voice. Indeed, the man who abducted Zhang Ruoxuan was none other than Huang Dachuan, the reclusive, oft-misunderstood resident of Building 10. What scheme would this mother-ranson duo devise next? Even Lin Dong remained unaware. He was preoccupied with firearms training and monitoring surveillance feeds constantly, would be absurdly obsessive. Yet Zhang Ruoxuan's shriek echoed sharply through the stairwell, audible to many, including Zhou Kai and his men who had just fled back to apartment 501. Zhou Kai lay drenched in sweat upon the sofa, his shoulder wound, a clean hand throw, wrapped tightly in gauze. Alas, medical supplies were scarce if the bandage had been soaked only in iodine tincture, staining it an eerie violet red. Meanwhile his calves' scorched flesh clung stubbornly to his charred trousers, enduring the agonizing separation of burnt skin and raw muscle. Zhang Tao tremulously finished dressing the wound, then whispered, "Boss Zhou, brace yourself, I'm about to pour on the iodine." "Hurry, cold, freezing." Zhou Kai shivered violently. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and poured, sending Zhou Kai's entire body rigid stiff as a desiccated shrimp. Remarkably, the man uttered no cry of pain. It was precisely then that Zhang Ruoxuan's anguished scream pierced the air from below. Distracted, Zhou Kai urged Zhang Tao to bind the gauze faster. Zhang Tao complied, then couldn't resist asking, "Boss Zhou, is that Zhang Ruoxuan screaming? Did Lin Dong kill her?" "No, it came from downstairs. That wretched woman must have run into someone down there." His words sent the others into immediate alert. Could it be Geng Hui's men? That possibility tightened Zhou Kai's muscles. Once the bandage was secured, he hastily pulled on fresh thermal trousers and rushed to the window, scanning the snow-blanketed courtyard outside. The landscape lay eerily still beneath its white shroud, though hidden perils might well lurk beneath the snowdrifts. Unconvinced, Zhou Kai turned and barked orders at his men. "You four, guard the stairwell. Gung Hui's men can only ascend that way. Spot anyone and hurl Molotovs down on them." Their so-called Molotovs were crude glass bottles filled with gasoline wrapped with cloth wicks, ignited and hurled to erupt in searing fireballs. These were their most potent weapons. 2 had been carried upstairs earlier but never deployed. The men instinctively moved to obey, until halted by others. A burly weathered man stepped forward, blocking their path, standing resolute at the front. He said nothing, only stared at Zhou Kai with a cruel, mocking grin. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in shock. "Li Chong, what are you doing?" "Revolting." Li Chong had been among Zhou Kai's earliest recruits, second only to Huang Dachuan in sheer physical stature, and had served as a primary enforcer during the building's purge, renowned for his brutality. Yet even Li Chong had feared Zhou Kai's crossbow. Now, however, Zhou Kai had lost both the weapon and half his vitality in the fire. "Revolting. Ha, ha. Zhou Kai, go splash some water on your face and take a good look. You're barely clinging to life. And you still think you're fit to lead us." Li Chong let out a savage laugh, drew a heavy-duty cleaver, and as its gleaming blade caught the light, Zhou Kai paled, stumbling backward in dread. "You, dare rebel. Don't forget, you owe everything to me. I crushed Building 10 single-handedly. This is betrayal, grinding the millstone and slaughtering the donkey." Li Chong twirled the cleaver, idly sneering with contempt. "Kid, cut the chatter. Answer plainly, do you wish to live, or die?" Zhou Kai's body trembled involuntarily. This was not due to hypothermia, nor was it caused by the pain from his injuries. It was purely out of anger and fear. All the efforts and sacrifices he had made during this time would be in vain. He knew very well that in his current state, showing off his strength in front of Li Chong and the others would be utterly useless. Because shouting without strength was merely impotent fury. However, Zhou Kai was unwilling to accept this. He understood even more that if he bowed his head before Li Chong now, the possibility of standing up again and regaining control over everything would be nearly impossible. But was he really supposed to completely sever ties and let Li Chong's people kill him? Did he have any chance of victory left? Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and glanced at Zhang Tao beside him. The only lackey who had followed him from start to finish was Zhang Tao. However, upon meeting Zhou Kai's gaze, Zhang Tao was instantly startled and hurriedly turned his head away. "You dog!" Zhou Kai cursed indignantly. Zhang Tao, shrinking his neck nervously, inched towards Li Chong. Li Chong mockingly raised his hand and slapped the back of Zhang Tao's head. "Hee, I told you long ago you shouldn't meddle with this kid. He's only got half a life left, what can he do?" Zhang Tao covered his own head, forcing a smile at Li Chong. He knew very well that in such a frigid environment Zhou Kai's severe injuries would not allow him to survive for long. Since he was already half dead, Zhang Tao naturally could not continue following him and had to find a way out for himself. "Brother Chong, I'm just a bit sentimental, please don't misunderstand." Zhang Tao chuckled, the demeanor of a sycophant fully on display. Li Chong did not waste time on Zhang Tao and turned to glare at Zhou Kai coldly, saying, "Hand over the key to the supplies warehouse downstairs and I'll spare your life." Having said that, Li Chong was already approaching Zhou Kai with a machete in hand. Zhou Kai sneered, "Hee, I expected you bastards would have a day of rebellion. If you have the guts, kill me. If you want the key, forget it." Zhou Kai's growth during this period was evident, and he was clever enough to know that when he had recruited more people, controlling the situation would become increasingly difficult. Thus Zhou Kai had stored some important supplies in a room downstairs. Only he had the key. He would never give it to anyone. However, Zhou Kai was clearly not clever enough at this critical moment, relying on a single key as his lifeline was completely insufficient. Li Chong raised the machete to Zhou Kai's neck. At this moment Zhou Kai was left with half a life, and Li Chong felt no fear, treating him like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. "Hee, so you think you're clever, huh? Even without the key I can break down the door. It seems you really don't want to live a few more days." Zhou Kai's sneer instantly vanished from his face. His eyes gradually filled with despair. Everything was truly falling apart. He trembled as he reached into his pants. The onlookers watched in disbelief as Zhou Kai pulled out a key from his pants. Li Chong's mouth twitched, but he quickly snatched it away. Damn, you didn't hide this key in your ass, did you? But after taking it, Li Chang felt a bit nauseous and the pressure of the machete increased slightly. The machete was very sharp and blood immediately appeared on Zhou Kai's neck. Zhou Kai hurriedly explained, "No, I kept it in my inner pocket." Li Chang rolled his eyes and lifted the key as if to smell it. But just at that moment when Li Chang's gaze left Zhou Kai's resigned expression suddenly turned sharp and fierce. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, he swiftly grabbed Li Chang's wrist. Li Chang's expression changed drastically, instinctively trying to exert force. But the pain from his wrist prevented him from holding onto the machete tightly. In contrast, Zhou Kai's other hand quickly grabbed the blade, disregarding the wounds cutting into his palm, and forcefully wrested the machete away. Stepping forward, he twisted his wrist and the machete instantly sliced through Li Chang's throat. You! Gurgle! Li Chang let out a tragic scream, instinctively clutching his throat. But blood continued to gush out, even flowing into his mouth. Staggering back a few steps, Li Chang's heavy footsteps proved that his vitality was rapidly draining. Everything happened too quickly. The people behind were dumbfounded. Cling! The key fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, snapping the others back to reality. Brother Chang! Brother Chang, are you okay? You killed Brother Chang. Before they could help Li Chang, he had already slumped to the ground, his neck hanging weakly to the side, blood rapidly spreading across the floor, clearly losing his breath. It's over. Zhou Kai, who had just killed Li Chang, wore a fierce grin as he picked up the key from the ground. Thinking of rebelling? I see you all are tired of living. With Zhou Kai's furious curse, everyone on the opposite side took several steps back in fear. But soon they drew weapons from their pockets. After all, they still had 7 or 8 people, and there were other brothers downstairs. Calling them over would make it easy to deal with Zhou Kai. However, the scene of Zhou Kai instantly turning the tables on Li Chang had terrified Zhang Tao to the point of wetting himself. Zhang Tao was drenched in sweat. He had already betrayed Zhou Kai. If Zhou Kai fought desperately, he might take a few down with him, and Zhang Tao would most likely be the one to die. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Breathing heavily, he raised a fruit knife and swiftly slashed it across the throat of the person in front of him. Die for me, die. I'll make you rebels pay. Zhang Tao went insane, and after slitting the person's throat with the fruit knife, he continued to stab them in the chest repeatedly. This person had no strength to resist, their eyes wide with fear and unease. Zhang Tao, this coward, actually dared to kill. Everyone thought of Zhang Tao as a coward, merely a lackey beside Zhou Kai. But it was this coward's sudden eruption that had a sufficiently shocking effect. Those armed in the back began to tremble all over. Even Zhou Kai narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Tao to actually have the guts to kill. After all, during the slaughter earlier, Zhang Tao had not dared to act. Turning around, Zhang Tao picked up a steel pipe and jumped to Zhou Kai's side. Master Kai, I Zhang Tao live as your man and die as your ghost. If these bastards dare to make a move, they must first step over my corpse. Zhang Tao roared, seeming completely insane, yet in reality he was very clear-headed. I must say, seeing Zhang Tao like this, even Zhou Kai felt a bit moved. However, Zhou Kai also became more vigilant, worried that Zhang Tao might turn around and stab him. So Zhou Kai shifted a few steps to the side, his eyes fiercely staring at the group across from him. Do you want to die or live? This question sounded familiar. The sudden reversal of the situation made the few people opposite deeply realize Zhou Kai's terror. Clink clink. All the weapons in their hands fell to the ground, and some, trembling in fear, dropped to their knees. Master Kai, we were all forced by Li Chang. Master Kai, spare me, I don't want to die. Master Kai, you are powerful and majestic, you won't hold it against us, right? Zhou Kai's desperate counteroffensive and Zhang Tao's frenzied slaughter allowed Zhou Kai to regain control over Building 10. Yet this crisis had also sharpened his vigilance. He divided his subordinates into separate units, established formal halls, and appointed a hall master for each. 4 hall masters now led their own squads of a dozen or so men. Zhang Tao himself became one of the hall masters, assigned exclusively to Zhou Kai's personal security, and was granted residence in the most comfortable apartment while the others were housed elsewhere. This arrangement was designed to prevent them from uniting in rebellion. Just as Zhou Kai finally caught his breath, an act of primal procreation concluded within Huang Dama's apartment downstairs. Zhang Ruoxuan lay collapsed on the bed, her face flushed with exhaustion and strangely deep satisfaction. Beside her, Huang Dama chuckled wryly. Haha. You resisted at first, didn't you? Well, how does it feel now? To become my son's wife is your good fortune. As she spoke, Huang Dama dressed Huang Dachuan like a child standing on a chair to reach him, a sight both tender and absurd. Zhang Ruoxuan pulled the quilt tighter around herself, warmth spreading through her limbs. She had never imagined anyone in this residential complex still maintained a heated Kong bed. Indeed, Huang Dama had built a traditional heated Kong. Its gentle warmth had shielded Zhang Ruoxuan from frostbite during Huang Dachuan's vigorous exertions moments earlier. Yet at the thought of having been taken by a simpleton, Zhang Ruoxuan bit her lower lip. Times have changed. In peacetime I'd slap any fool who dared stare at me, but this is the apocalypse. A strong, capable man like him offers protection, and his mother, shrewd as she is, lives in remarkably favorable conditions. Perhaps staying here truly is my best choice. Zhang Ruoxuan kept reassuring herself inwardly, until astonishingly she convinced herself completely. Though truth be told, Huang Dachuan's extraordinary physical stamina, reminiscent of indigenous African endurance, had played no small part. She would have found the experience utterly perfect, if only Huang Dama hadn't stood nearby coaching every motion. It had been catharsis, the release of weeks of pent-up tension. Soon a question surfaced in Zhang Ruoxuan's mind. She turned toward Huang Dama. In the apocalypse, why are you still seeking a wife for your son? Huang Dama's gaze grew complex. She sat heavily on the edge of the Kong and sighed. I bore this child, I owe him my duty. Do you think I chose you? Though my son is simple-minded, the world has changed. He can ensure our survival, so finding him a wife. That's the easiest thing imaginable, even a whole harem wouldn't be hard to arrange. Zhang Ruoxuan's expression darkened, yet she knew Huang Dama spoke nothing but truth. It was my son who chose you. The moment you climbed those stairs he saw you, and wept, insisting you must be his wife. Perhaps, it truly is fate. These words stunned Zhang Ruoxuan into staring incredulously at Huang Dachuan, who responded with a broad, guileless grin before lunging forward to embrace her. Zhang Ruoxuan instinctively recoiled, yet the breadth of his chest and its comforting warmth rendered resistance impossible. Huang Dama tapped Huang Dachuan lightly on the shoulder. You foolish boy, already forgetting your mother with a wife in your arms. Huang Dachuan instantly released Zhang Ruoxuan and whined plaintively, Mama. Huang Dama shot her son a sharp, exasperated glance, then fixed Zhang Ruoxuan with solemn, unblinking eyes. Let me make one thing clear, please my son well and you'll live comfortably. But disobey me, or flirt recklessly outside these walls, I'll show you no mercy. And don't forget Zhou Kai and Geng Hui both want you dead. Zhang Ruoxuan nodded frantically, then hesitated. How do you know about Zhou Kai and Geng Hui? Before she could finish, Huang Dama shook her head with a cold, knowing smile. A woman like me needs only a moment's thought to unravel your little secrets. Wasn't that chaos upstairs, crying, shouting, the sound of Zhou Kai's defeat at Lin Dong's hands? Huang Dama shifted her piercing gaze directly onto Zhang Ruoxuan. Zhang Ruoxuan swallowed hard, dreading the memory she was about to relive. Yet hatred for Lin Dong burned so fiercely within her that she poured out every detail, teeth clenched, voice trembling. Huang Dama's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling, deepening scowl. High-voltage electricity. Fire-breathing. Bare-handed arrow interception. Lin Dong is indeed uncanny. No wonder Zhou Kai dared not assault his penthouse, and Geng Hui outright refused to confront him. They clearly understand his power. Shaking her head, Huang Dama murmured, so seizing his dog may prove exceedingly difficult. Zhang Ruoxuan blinked. The dog? His husky Erbai. She knew well Lin Dong kept a dog, she'd even cleaned up after Erbai for months. Huang Dama raised an eyebrow. You know his dog? Zhang Ruoxuan suddenly recalled something vital. Right, Erbai's a cold-resistant hybrid Siberian husky. He won't fear the freezing outdoors, he can go out. Huang Dama nodded. Precisely. All his dogs are cold-hardy breeds, ideal for scavenging supplies beyond the compound. They're the rarest resource of all. Control them and every resident in this complex will beg at our feet for food. Zhang Ruoxuan's breath quickened, she recognized the ruthless logic in Huang Dama's words. Yet almost immediately her brow furrowed in concern. But even entering his apartment is near impossible, let alone stealing his dogs. And judging by his stockpiles, he won't leave anytime soon. We simply can't wait him out. Huang Dama's eyes hardened into glacial slits, her face twisted with grim resolve. If we cannot wait, then no one can. Since Geng Hui refuses to act, and Zhou Kai has already failed, we'll summon everyone in the complex. Strength lies in numbers. Together they will breach his penthouse. Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Let them kill Lin Dong first. Then we'll seize the dogs. I know her by intimately. Huang Dama nodded. Best if they destroy each other. Then I'll ascend with my son, to claim Lin Dong's penthouse, and his dogs. Zhang Ruoxuan stared astonished at Huang Dachuan. As if reading her thoughts, Huang Dama smirked. Don't underestimate my son. She snapped her fingers. Son, show your wife your strength. Huang Dachuan blinked blankly, then lifted a metal spade from the floor. With a subtle flex of his arms, the spade tore cleanly in two, as if made of paper. Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is his innate superhuman strength. Huang Dama laughed triumphantly. Haha. My son is a celestial warrior descended, his strength grows fiercer the colder it gets. Not even Zhou Kai's men dare approach, and if they did, one punch from him would crush them flat. Zhang Ruoxuan's pulse surged, not with shame but exhilaration. She had believed herself exploited by a fool, only to realize she had found her destined protector. With Huang Dachuan beside her, she could avenge herself upon Lin Dong, upon all of them, and thrive in this apocalypse better than anyone. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong, having just finished firearms practice, observed the entire scene. Beside him, Lu Yusen's cheeks still glowed faintly, her expression stunned. That was a spade. Even immense strength couldn't rend it so effortlessly, could it? Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint icy smile. As I said, superhuman awakenings aren't unique to me. Lu Yusen gazed at Lin Dong in astonishment. Do you mean Huang Dachuan has awakened supernatural abilities? Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. Extreme cold pushes the human body to its absolute limits. Perhaps this fool possessed latent aptitude for such powers, fully ignited only under these dire conditions. As he spoke, Lin Dong pointed toward Huang Dachuan on the screen. Though tall and seemingly robust before the freeze, Huang Dachuan likely suffered from numerous chronic ailments, yet all vanished overnight with the onset of extreme cold. His ability must be physical enhancement. His resistance to frost surged dramatically. He now ventures outdoors clad only in a down jacket, utterly unfazed by the chill. Lu Yusen instinctively nodded. Lin Dong's analysis was impeccably logical. With Huang Dachuan confirmed as a metahuman, a subtle sense of unease crept over her. If Huang Dachuan is this formidable, can our shelter withstand him? Lu Yusen voiced the pivotal question without hesitation. Lin Dong shook his head dismissively. This shelter's door resists even high-velocity explosive blasts. Manual breach is near impossible. Moreover, I've already begun reinforcing it with restructured superior materials. Lu Yusen blinked in surprise. Restructured. Lin Dong smiled faintly and raised his hand. The metal spoon on the table levitated instantly before them. As his fingers splayed open, the spoon disintegrated into shimmering metallic dust hovering weightlessly in midair. The spectacle left Lu Yusen breathless, her eyes wide and unblinking. Then as Lin Dong clenched his fist, the particles coalesced seamlessly, within a heartbeat, condensing into a sphere no larger than a sesame seed. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened. With a swift flick of his wrist. Whoosh! A sonic crack split the air. The microsphere shot forward like a bullet. A sharp, brittle ping echoed from the reinforced security door. Lu Yusen rushed forward instinctively, and beheld a small but distinct dent marring its otherwise impervious surface, forged by blade or axe alike. The tiny iron sphere was embedded perfectly within the indentation, its destructive force surpassing even specialized ordnance. In that instant, Lu Yusen grasped precisely what Lin Dong meant by restructured materials. Using telekinesis, Lin Dong could alter an object's intrinsic density. For instance, the balcony's bulletproof glass, once deconstructed and reassembled under his will, attained hardness exceeding diamond, its defensive capacity amplified exponentially. Understanding dawned upon her, and Lu Yusen turned to Lin Dong, radiant with delight. So our shelter can evolve indefinitely. Infinitely, Lin Dong replied with a quiet smile. So long as my telekinetic power grows, the scope for shelter enhancement expands without limit. In that moment, Lu Yusen fluttered into Lin Dong's arms like a butterfly. Honey, you're incredible. That overwhelming, intoxicating sense of safety, this man was breathtakingly magnificent. All awe inspired by Huang Dachuan's powers dissolved entirely. Before Lin Dong, Huang Dachuan was merely an ordinary foolish man. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Strangely, the residential complex fell into an eerie calm, though this tranquility applied solely to its more prominent figures. Huang Dama, for instance, held no renown. On the surface, both Geng Hui's and Zhou Kai's factions remained still and watchful. Large-scale massacres ceased, but home invasions, murder and looting for supplies persisted as grim recurring realities. Amidst this tension, another faction began to emerge tentatively: the security team, the very first group to recognize the apocalypse's arrival. After their captain Sun Mang perished at Gung Hui's hands, his subordinates, led by a man known only as Guzi, dared not step outside, huddling instead within Sun Mang's dormitory room. They endured there for over half a month, until every last crumb of food, every scrap of timber had been consumed. Though hunger might have been bearable for days, the sudden brutal plunge into sub-zero temperatures proved unbearable. Within hours the guard succumbed to the cold. The trauma of the recent building-wide massacre weighed heavily upon them. Finally, 3 days ago, Guzi and his men broke their silence, and their restraint. They stormed Building 4, seizing supplies from several households, and took lives in the process. Their actions were discreet. Only when corpses surfaced did their crimes come to light. Soon after, residents of Building 4 organized armed resistance. Outnumbered and outmatched, Guzi's band retreated, eventually occupying room 801 in Building 9. Why this particular unit? Because Guzi knew it stood empty. Before the collapse, Lin Dong had once humiliated him so thoroughly he'd knelt in apology. There, Guzi learned Lin Dong owned 4 apartments across the complex. 2 were in Building 10, 1 was Unit 401 in Building 4. Yet when they attempted to settle their unified resident, opposition drove them away. They dared not approach Unit 701 in Building 10, Zhou Kai's domain. To them, Zhou Kai was as fearsome and ruthless as Gung Hui himself. Thus room 801 in Building 9 became their final choice, and fortunately it truly was vacant. Its interior was sparsely furnished with no stored provisions whatsoever. At this critical juncture they lowered their standards and moved in. Elsewhere, isolated incidents of looting and homicide occurred, but remained minor skirmishes easily contained. Most were swiftly suppressed by respective floor captains, many of whom had already been replaced, for leadership now demanded iron-fisted authority. Why then this unusual quiet? Few understood the truth, except Lin Dong. Take Building 10. Huang Dama had planned on the 3rd day after Zhang Ruoxuan became her daughter-in-law to broadcast the news, and incite a full-scale assault on Lin Dong's residence. But that same day Zhang Ruoxuan announced she was pregnant, confirmed irrefutably by a pregnancy test. Recalling her son's vigorous nightly visits, 7 or 8 times daily, Huang Dama instantly accepted the child as her bloodline's heir. Overjoyed, even exhilarated, she overlooked Zhang Ruoxuan's past indiscretions. After all, virtue mattered less than fertility. This woman bore children flawlessly. Such auspicious news arrived swiftly for the Huang family. Riding this wave of elation, Huang Dama devoted herself wholeheartedly to Zhang Ruoxuan's care. Zhang Ruoxuan's meals improved markedly, yet as Huang Dama's fervor waned, she noticed household rations dwindling at an alarming rate. At this pace, supplies would barely last 2 weeks. Regret gnawed at her. She should have seized Building 10's resources much sooner. Mom, this can't go on. We must act. Why not threaten Lin Dong first? Demand he deliver provisions downstairs: abalone, sea cucumber, lobster. He surely still has some. Zhang Ruoxuan, evidently spoiled by recent indulgence, had grown brazenly greedy. Truly the wound healed, yet the memory faded. Aunt Huang glanced at Zhang Ruoxuan and shook her head. If scaring him worked, I would have done it long ago. Zhang Ruoxuan raised an eyebrow. How would you know without trying? Aunt Huang fell silent, wanting to give Zhang Ruoxuan a slap. She had threatened and intimidated Lin Dong countless times already. However, Lin Dong always drove her to the brink of anger. He would never be intimidated by her. Don't rush. You've noticed the commotion outside as well. Many people are already on edge. Gung Hui and Zhou Kai seem calm on the surface, but they are definitely exhausting others' strength. If they start robbing resources on a large scale now, most people won't have the strength to resist. Zhang Ruoxuan had considered this issue too, shaking her head helplessly. But if they act now, many people might feel cornered and desperate, dragging them down together with them, right? Aunt Huang furrowed her brows tightly. We can't wait any longer. It has been nearly 20 days. We need to light a fire under everyone. Once they find out that Lin Dong is living so well and that he has hidden dogs capable of searching for resources, they will definitely go mad. By then Gung Hui and the others won't even need to lift a finger if these people will organize themselves and can easily overturn Building 10. After saying this, Aunt Huang looked at her son Huang Dachuan. She didn't want to delay any longer, but according to her previous observations, the longer she waited, the stronger her son's body became. His strength grew. In fact, in the past few days, when Aunt Huang struck her son with a kitchen knife, it left no mark whatsoever. With his invulnerability and innate strength, he was simply a superhero. To be safe, Aunt Huang had always been waiting for her son to grow stronger, but it seemed that his power was already sufficient. Aunt Huang then called Zhang Ruoxuan over and began to reorganize the photos and videos that Lin Dong had leaked as well as the scenes Yang Ruoxuan had witnessed at Lin Dong's home. They needed to carefully plan the script, hoping that once it was sent out it would explode in the group. It must be said that these two women were indeed like-minded, and when they came together their cunning doubled. However, their intelligence remained limited. There were many situations they simply could not foresee. In the meantime, Gung Hui had rapidly developed over the past 7 days. The villa area in front was now often filled with curling smoke, indicating that their living environment had greatly improved. Additionally, the number of subordinates had expanded to nearly 300. Although everyone was crammed together, it was quite warm to live in. This scene had never happened in Lin Dong's previous life. After all, Gung Hui had not reacted this quickly back then. Naturally, with so many subordinates gathered, Gung Hui needed to consume a large amount of resources. The supplies they had looted from the supermarket were nearly exhausted. Later they had to scavenge the resources from the residential building across the street to continue sustaining themselves. Why not take action against the people inside the community? Firstly, there were too many people inside. Secondly, Gung Hui had Cheng Yi as his strategist, who had already made good preparations. He had gathered these subordinates spread across the 24 buildings behind and had nearly mastered the situation inside. These were all relatively elite talents. Together with Gung Hui's ability to command, they were essentially capable of striking wherever they aimed. Besides Building 10, seizing control of the other buildings was basically a piece of cake. However, Cheng Yi was very cautious in his actions. Thus, even if the other buildings noticed some personnel missing, they would never suspect that they had already become the fish on Gung Hui's chopping board. At the same time, Cheng Yi approached Gung Hui and said in a deep voice, "Boss Hui, the timing is ripe. It's expected that power will be restored at 2 in the morning. Our people will take control of the elevators in the first 9 buildings. Within half an hour we will control all 9 buildings." Gung Hui's face revealed a sinister smile upon hearing this. He had waited for this day for a long time. According to his nature, he had wanted to take action when he gathered 100 subordinates 7 days ago. It was Cheng Yi's insistence that had held them back until today. With over 300 people charging in, they would instantly seize half of the community's resources and the remaining half would likely surrender without a fight. All of this had Gung Hui extremely excited. "Good, just make your plans, wake me up later. Tonight I will lead the charge." Cheng Yi nodded in agreement and started making the final preparations. As night fell, there were only 4 hours left until the community would change hands. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had already grasped the overall situation, had devoted most of his energy to Zhou Kai during this period. Why was that? It was indeed because something even more interesting was happening with Zhou Kai. On the surveillance footage, Zhou Kai was removing the bandages from his legs. The skin on his legs, which had been nearly burned and rotten, was surprisingly intact, even sprouting fresh leg hair. This thrilled Zhou Kai. He walked to the mirror, took off his shirt, and surprisingly felt no coldness piercing through him. He used scissors to cut open the bandages on his shoulders. The severe injuries that had pierced through him had now completely healed without leaving a single scar. The injuries he sustained seemed as if they had never happened. "Boss Kai, you truly are a miracle. After burning with high fever for 4 or 5 days, you woke up and everything is fine. This must be a miracle." Zhang Tao, who was beside him, was desperately flattering him, yet his forehead was already dripping with sweat. This scene was simply too bizarre. Originally, Zhang Tao had become very bold during this time and had even thought about replacing Zhou Kai's position after he died from fever. Unexpectedly, Zhou Kai got up early in the morning to move around. Not only had his fever of 43 degrees subsided, but it seemed his injuries were not serious either. As Zhou Kai consumed a large amount of food, by now he had undergone changes that Zhang Tao couldn't even begin to imagine. Reborn from the ashes. "Ha ha ha, Lin Dong, you fool, you never expected me to be perfectly fine now." Zhou Kai laughed wildly, feeling the changes in his body. After his laughter subsided, Zhou Kai picked up a dagger nearby and without hesitation stabbed it into his thigh. Squelch. Blood splattered, creating a horrific scene. Zhang Tao was so frightened that he squeezed his legs together. The next moment, Zhou Kai grimaced as he pulled out the dagger, and the terrifying wound on his thigh healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there wasn't even a trace of blood left. Zhang Tao retreated several steps in horror. Is this still human? Yet Zhou Kai was excitedly laughing again. Pain sensitivity reduced, cellular regeneration accelerated. I am an immortal body. Lin Dong, this time let's see how you compete with me. Zhang Tao hurriedly knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing his head repeatedly. Bang bang bang. Boss Kai is divine, Boss Kai is amazing, Boss Kai is mighty and imposing. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, watching this scene on the surveillance video, could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. You just awakened your superpowers and it's still only ordinary regenerative abilities. Your body hasn't even been significantly enhanced yet you are already acting so proud. Truly a pathetic comedic figure. Zhou Kai, having confirmed his acquisition of superhuman abilities, was indeed overconfident, though entirely understandably so. After all, a destitute man who suddenly wins a multi-million-dollar lottery might well lose his mind on the spot. Yet Zhou Kai quickly regained his composure, or rather, beneath the terrifying shadow cast by Lin Dong, the deep-seated fear within him left no room for arrogance. The mere memory of Lin Dong, arrow in hand, gaze dripping with contempt, sent shivers coursing through Zhou Kai's entire body. Suddenly it struck him, Lin Dong's arrow, the one he had hurled. Its horrifying speed and crushing force, and the excruciating agony of being pinned to the wall by that very shaft, made Zhou Kai instinctively raise a hand to cradle his shoulder, though the wound there had long since healed completely. His physical injuries had fully mended, yet the trauma etched upon his soul proved far more resistant to healing. Zhou Kai's eyes flooded with blood-red fury. No ordinary human could possibly possess such monstrous strength. The arrow moved faster than a bullet. There is only one possible answer. Lin Dong is also a metahuman. The revelation sent tremors rippling through Zhou Kai's frame, igniting a feverish exhilaration. Yet this certainty only plunged his dread deeper, into the marrow of his bones. Don't act rashly, don't act rashly. Zhou Kai slapped his own cheeks with desperate force, though sensation had dulled considerably and the blows produced only hollow sound, not the sharp sting needed to jolt his mind back to clarity. After several long deliberate breaths, Zhou Kai finally steadied his emotions. The reckless impulse to seek immediate vengeance against Lin Dong had vanished entirely. Beside him, Zhang Tao dared not even lift his head to steal a glance. Zhou Kai's newly manifested power had nearly reduced him to incontinence, and his master's increasingly erratic behavior now convinced him Zhou Kai had truly lost his mind. Zhou Kai had always been a ruthless man, but now, armed with such grotesque abilities, the fleeting courage Zhang Tao had mustered to betray him dissolved, utterly crushed beneath sheer suffocating terror. Zhang Tao, how many people do we have under our command? Zhou Kai cast a cold sidelong glance at him as he calmly pulled his shirt back on. Zhang Tao scrambled hastily to his feet. Brother Kai, we currently control 4 branches, the largest being ours with 20 members. The other 3 each number around a dozen, bringing our total to fewer than 70. His tone shifted abruptly. However, the other 3 branches appear increasingly defiant. There are unmistakable signs they may rise up against your authority. Zhou Kai gave a slight nod, his expression unervingly placid, evidence that his inner landscape had undergone a profound transformation. Had this occurred in the past, news of betrayal would have ignited white-hot fury within him, prompting swift, merciless retribution. But the Zhou Kai before them now remained chillingly composed. Zhang Tao found himself unable to fathom his master's thoughts, and dared utter nothing, lowering his head in silence. If they refuse to submit, then let them be. We must leave this place, now. Zhou Kai turned abruptly and strode toward the door. Zhang Tao froze, then hurried after him. Leave? Where shall we go? Zhou Kai paused briefly, turning back to face him. His profile was stark, icy, twisted into a grotesque, sinister smile. I've sensed imminent danger. I'd be wise to avoid it. Gather only the most loyal and let us relocate to one of the adjacent buildings. Zhang Tao stood dumbfounded. What did that mean? How could he possibly sense danger before it manifested? Had Zhou Kai somehow gained prophetic insight? Yet he quickly snapped out of it. Though reluctant to abandon the followers he'd recently recruited, and the fledgling power structure he'd built, he obediently summoned his most trusted lieutenants and slipped away from Building 10 with Zhou Kai. Lin Dong, who had observed everything, furrowed his brow faintly. Beside him, Lu Yusin ventured a guess: could his ability extend to precognition? Lin Dong shook his head. Not precognition, merely heightened perception. He sensed danger approaching Building 10. Lu Yusin looked puzzled. But didn't Geng Hui confirm earlier that tonight's operation explicitly excluded Building 10? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Ah, my dear, there's an old saying: plans rarely survive contact with reality. Cheng Yi, Geng Hui's strategist, is undeniably clever. His current plan is near flawless given present circumstances. Yet how could anyone possibly account for every variable? With that, Lin Dong shifted his focus to Aunt Huang's apartment, just in time to witness her finalizing and sending a message into the residential WeChat group. Indeed, no matter how meticulously humans scheme, fate holds the final say. A cruel blood-tinged gleam flickered in Lin Dong's eyes. Lu Yusin heard her phone chime, pulled it out, and her delicate features hardened into frost. On the main residential group chat, Aunt Huang had tagged all members. "Dear neighbors, can you believe what I'm about to tell you? Amidst this brutal icebound apocalypse we struggle desperately for survival, yet one resident lives in perpetual springtime warmth, feasting on succulent seafood, sipping premium red wine, indulging in gourmet delicacies, and even hoarding surplus supplies to feed 4 dogs. Just 2 sentences were enough to ignite a firestorm. No one believed it possible, not even Gang Hui could live so extravagantly. But in the next instant Aunt Huang uploaded photographs and videos, proof undeniable and damning. They were precisely the images and clips Lin Dong had previously shared with Zhang Ruoxuan and others. Though only 60% of the original residents survived, that still amounted to over 6,000 souls. Many had long avoided the group chat altogether. Especially after 10 days or more, uttering even a single ill-considered phrase could mark one as prey, inviting robbery, or worse, brutal execution. Consequently, the group had fallen eerily silent, its barter economy collapsed. Yet today, confronted with those images, and especially Lin Dong raising a glass in quiet celebration, the chat erupted into pandemonium. "It's Lin Dong, I recognize him. Yes, the Lin Dong from Building 10. How could his home possibly be so warm? Surely this is fabricated. Lobsters. Oh, this mousse cake is my absolute favorite. Aunt Huang, please confirm, is this real? Unforgivable. While we starve he squanders resources, look at the photos, the trash bin holds multiple sea cucumbers. He's less than human, how can he bear to watch us freeze and starve?" Aunt Huang watched the torrent of outrage with quiet satisfaction. Already users were frantically tagging Lin Dong. Accusations and condemnations poured forth unceasingly, some even resorted to moral coercion. Others pleaded for scraps of supplies. Chaos reigned. And Zhou Kai, who had just completed his relocation, watched the spectacle unfold with eyes burning crimson. "That wretched old woman, she's exposed Lin Dong's sanctuary to everyone." Zhou Kai spat the words, then felt a sudden bone-deep chill crawl up his spine. No wonder my sense of peril was so acute. Lin Dong's residence will now become the focal point of collective wrath, not only from outsiders but from every remaining resident of Building 10. Once the mob surges forward, looters will swarm like vultures. Few, if any, will survive within those walls. Zhang Tao also witnessed the unfolding chaos in the residential WeChat group. While envious, he felt an icy chill crawl up his spine. Trembling with retrospective dread, he glanced at Zhou Kai before snapping furiously at his underlings. "Heh, idiots. You refused to evacuate Building 10, yet now you finally grasped the sheer might of Brother Kai." But his underlings' minds were hardly sharp enough to grasp the implications. One instantly bristled in protest. "Brother Tao, now that everyone's rushing to Building 10 for supplies, won't we be handing them a golden opportunity by moving out at this critical moment? Lin Dong's home must be overflowing with provisions." Before the others could echo his complaint, Zhang Tao roared at them all. "Shut your mouths, do you have the brains of pigs? Don't you remember how those men died right outside Lin Dong's door? And do you truly understand what will happen when hundreds, no thousands, storm Building 10? They won't just fail to seize Lin Dong's stash, they'll ransack every resident's supplies, slaughter every last soul without mercy." His face twisted into something monstrous. "Don't forget, just 2 days ago rumors spread that several buildings had already resorted to cannibalism." The underlings grasped the horrifying calculus, and trembled violently. Without hesitation they all collapsed to their knees before Zhou Kai, bowing their heads low. "Thank you, Brother Kai, you've saved our lives. Brother Kai's foresight is nothing short of divine. Brother Kai, I swear my loyalty for life." Zhou Kai cast a brief appraising glance over the 8 underlings Zhang Tao had brought, simple-minded, physically imposing men. Yet precisely such men were easiest to control and most obedient. He was moderately satisfied. Distributing the supplies among them, he added casually, "Rest assured, you'll never starve or freeze under my command. For now sit back and watch the spectacle unfold." Stunned by Zhou Kai's unexpected generosity, dividing the entire hall equally, the 8 men pledged themselves to him with absolute unwavering devotion. Meanwhile Gang Hui was jolted awake by the commotion outside. Before he could even step out to investigate, he saw the flood of messages in the residential group chat. Instantly his eyes burned crimson. Damn it, that old hag has ruined my entire plan. With a snarl he burst from his bedroom. Cheng Yi stood pale-faced outside waiting. Seeing Gung Hui emerge, Cheng Yi lowered his head with a sigh. Brother Hui, man plans heaven disposes. I never imagined Auntie Huang would expose Lin Dong's situation so recklessly. We delayed too long. You were right, hesitation breeds disaster. This failure rests entirely on me. Gung Hui nearly struck Cheng Yi across the face. Their operation had been poised for flawless execution within 2 hours, until Auntie Huang's message ignited the entire complex. Building managers were already covertly assembling raiding parties bound for Lin Dong's shelter. Thus Cheng Yi's carefully orchestrated plan, to systematically loot the first 9 buildings, had shattered beyond repair. Every resident was now alert, mobilized, restless. Tonight promised no sleep. Worse still, Cheng Yi's recent recruitment drive had depleted over 90% of their provisions. If they failed to seize the first 9 buildings tonight, their supplies would dwindle to critical levels, the gravest threat of all. Without food, or worse without sustenance, how long would starving underlings remain loyal? A single misstep had unraveled their entire strategy, a classic domino collapse. Yet Gung Hui mastered his fury. He placed a firm hand on Cheng Yi's shoulder. Stay calm. Your priority now is steadying the brothers below, shield them from Auntie Huang's smoke screen. No one goes to building 10, not yet. We wait and observe. Perhaps after they exhaust themselves, dawn will grant us the perfect opening. Cheng Yi was stunned, no rebuke, only reassurance and a new tactical directive. Touched deeply, he nodded fervently. Brother Hui, you have my word, such a basic blunder will never recur. Cheng Yi immediately ordered each villa's leader to rein in their subordinates. Auntie Huang had broadcast every valuable item inside Lin Dong's home, yet omitted its lethal perimeters entirely. Cheng Yi's intelligence network, however, was thorough, even capturing precise details of Zhou Kai's casualties at Lin Dong's threshold. Once disseminated, that intelligence quelled the unrest instantly. The door discharged high-voltage shocks and spewed fire. Such defenses alone triggered cascading dread. Any who charged forward would die inevitably. And so a silent audience of hundreds formed, watching, waiting, paralyzed. Lin Dong scrolled past hundreds of mentions, too bored to read them. His gaze, however, sharpened with contempt and cold, unblinking lethality. Lu Yusen clenched her teeth. That wretched Auntie Huang, she wants every resident to storm our shelter. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Ha, ha. The old woman seeks to play the fisherman, reaping rewards while others battle. True, her son Huang Dachuan possesses formidable capability, making him the sole credible threat to my sanctuary. But she gravely miscalculated the chasm between our strengths. With that, Lin Dong uploaded a barrage of videos, dozens, depicting Auntie Huang and Huang Dachuan sleeping together. Though the group chat scrolled rapidly, Lin Dong was already marked as priority attention by many. His sudden multi-video post instantly drew hundreds of clicks. Auntie Huang and Zhang Ruojuan were among them. In the next breath, Auntie Huang's face flushed scarlet with humiliation. Zhang Ruojuan recoiled, nausea rising. She'd long sensed something amiss between Auntie Huang and Huang Dachuan, but never imagined it would escalate to this. Yet instead of lashing out, Zhang Ruojuan moved to soothe her. Mom, what does any of this matter now? As long as our family of 3 thrives, others will kneel before us begging for mercy. Who dares mock us? Her words struck deep. Auntie Huang felt genuinely moved, convinced she'd chosen the perfect daughter-in-law. Ah, Ruojuan, let others judge me as they wish. So long as you understand me, that is all that matters. Soon our family of 4 will live better than anyone else. Zhang Ruojuan froze. 4. Auntie Huang gently rubbed Zhang Ruojuan's abdomen. If you're blessed, perhaps 5. Zhang Ruojuan forced a strained smile. Bearing a child in the apocalypse was perilous beyond measure. If this child wasn't Huang Dachuan's, her fate would be sealed. Lin Dong, stop posting this nonsense, answer us right now. Yeah, Lin Dong, video call us. We need to see whether your home really looks like the photos. Lin Dong, it's freezing outside, how can you still be browsing such trivialities? Brother Lin Dong, do you really still have lobster and abalone at home? I've got abalone too, can I trade it for food with Brother Lin Dong? I don't want lobster, I'll settle for just 1 pack of instant noodles. Lin Dong. Ignore them, they're all scheming to seize your place. Listen to me, I'm the building manager of Tower 7. I'll lead people to protect you, but first we must enter your home. Clearly no one took Ant Huang's video seriously if they only knew Lin Dong had spoken in the group chat. As long as this wretch wasn't feigning silence, and as long as they confirmed his home truly was this comfortable stocked with such abundant supplies, they could act. Lin Dong naturally understood exactly what these people were thinking. He immediately summoned Airby and several other dogs, positioning them behind him. Raised to robust strength and bred as large guard dogs, the four stood imposingly at his side, radiating sheer authority. Lin Dong himself sat on the sofa, drawing his beautiful wife Lu Yusin close into his arms. Lu Yusin appeared slightly uneasy. She knew what Lin Dong intended yet offered no resistance, obediently leaning her head against his shoulder. Then he placed his phone directly before the tabletop hotpot. The broth boiled vigorously, its chilly oil shimmering as it cradled succulent morsels of meat and vegetables. Ha, ha. Ant Huang's bizarre video was actually true. My home is warm, no uncomfortably warm. Tonight we're enjoying Sichuan-style hotpot. No more talk, I'd better hurry or my tripe will overcook. Lin Dong recorded the video, appearing ready to end the transmission, yet he kept recording, lifting a generous slab of beef with his chopsticks. Ah, how easily this Wagyu beef overcooks. TSK, the texture's ruined. I certainly won't let my wife eat it, better feed it to the dogs. He tossed the entire slab before Airby, then finally stopped recording and sent the clip out. Instantly the residents' group flooded with voice messages. They'd grown too impatient even to type. Your home is actually this warm. You're still eating hotpot. My beloved Sichuan hotpot. Wagyu beef. Top-tier Wagyu, and you feed it to dogs. You absolutely deserve to die. Lin Dong, squandering food like this, you'll incur heavenly retribution. I'm a dog, I am a dog. Woof woof. Master, give me the beef. Lin Dong, please, give us something to eat. My 2 children are 18 and 16, starvation will kill us all. Lin Dong, I beg you, I'll be your dog. Let me be your dog. Just one sip of your hotpot broth, please. There were too many messages for Lin Dong to read them all, but he grasped their general tenor. Threats and insults had diminished to most pleas, now begged solely for sustenance. 20-some days had passed, and at least 20% of the population had already starved to death. Of those still alive, no fewer than 1/3 had exhausted every edible item within their homes. Hunger had stripped them of dignity. Some even filmed themselves live in the group, desperate for Lin Dong's attention. Some knelt, pounding their foreheads repeatedly onto the floor. Others clutched their children, weeping bitterly. Lin Dong didn't watch any of it, not from fear of softening his heart, but simply because he couldn't be bothered. In this apocalypse, death was commonplace. Lin Dong was no savior, he bore no obligation to save so many. To Lin Dong they all deserved death. And Ant Huang, Zhou Kai, Gung Hui, upon witnessing Lin Dong's life, their eyes burned crimson with envy and rage. I knew his family was well off, but never imagined this level of luxury. Cheng Yi ground his teeth, saliva pooling involuntarily as he watched the video. Gung Hui slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it, that kid's got a death wish. His underlings, previously subdued, now bristled with renewed agitation, restless and volatile. They possessed manpower and influence, and believed they held a real chance to storm Lin Dong's home and seize his opulent existence. After wiping away her own drool, Ant Huang turned to her son Huang Dachuan, who sat obliviously gnawing on a roasted sweet potato, utterly unaware of the brewing storm. Zhang Ruoxuan, however, understood precisely what stirred in Ant Huang's mind, and hurriedly interjected, "Mom, don't act rashly now. If Lin Dong dared broadcast this, he clearly fears no one's attempt to rob him. Let's wait and observe." Ant Huang drew a slow deep breath, suppressing her inner frenzy. After all, this entire scheme had been her design. Zhou Kai chewed a compressed biscuit while a subordinate beside him slurped instant noodles, yet both stared numbly at the phone screen where the hotpot danced in vivid flame, rendering their noodles suddenly tasteless. That little bastard's practically courting death. Zhang Tao nearly spat blood, his eyes blazing with searing jealousy. Zhou Kai by contrast grew sharper, colder, his lips curling into a grim smile. Heh, heh. A masterful gambit. It seems Lin Dong intends to unleash a massacre. Zhang Tao recoiled violently, staring at Zhou Kai in horror. Brother Kai, what did you say? Zhou Kai swallowed the last bite of biscuit, then raised a steaming bowl of flavorless broth and drank it down. His subordinates froze in terror. The broth still roiled at over 100 degrees Celsius, yet Zhou Kai drank it without flinching, feeling warmth spread through his limbs instead of pain. Under their stunned incredulous gazes Zhou Kai gazed back, voice glacial, "Watch closely, Tower 10 will be piled high with corpses by tonight." At that moment a bone-deep chill surged up every spine, from heels to skull. Meanwhile in the residence group Lin Dong remained utterly silent. Time crept forward, reaching 100 a.m. The group's fervor finally subsided. Building managers across the complex had formed a separate chat plotting how to seize Lin Dong's supplies. Yet they overlooked the devastating impact of Lin Dong's video. Even as the managers coordinated their strategy. Across all 24 residential towers, and even among Gung Hui's subordinates in the adjacent villa district, spontaneous bands coalesced converging upon Tower 10. In their minds even if Lin Dong's stockpile were vast it would never suffice for so many. Thus they refused to wait for organized disciplined assault. They sought only to strike first, to claim advantage by speed. Even those among Gung Hui's villa-based men who knew full well the terrifying power of Lin Dong's shelter could not resist the pull. Meanwhile Lin Dong stood at the edge of his balcony gazing down upon the undulating snowfields below. So many people, collapsed snow caves had been hastily excavated anew. "They're coming up," Lu Yusin warned, though she trusted the shelter's invulnerability. The sheer scale of the approaching assault tightened her nerves. Lin Dong nodded faintly, then lifted his gaze to the snow-laced night sky. A slender crescent moon hung aloft, its silver rim slowly bleeding crimson, chilling all who beheld it. "Excellent. I've waited for you, long enough." Thump, thump. Footsteps echoed urgently. Electricity would not be restored for another hour, only then would the elevator resume operation. Yet clearly these people could not wait that long. Thus the stairwell of Building 10 was already overflowing with people. They carried an array of tools, crowbars, hammers, bolt cutters, all intended for forced entry. The so-called technicians were shielded at the center while the rest were little more than enforcers. Each brandished crude weapons, shovels, kitchen knives, and if things went smoothly Lin Dong would be hacked to death on the spot. At that moment every resident inside Building 10 trembled in terror, even Zhou Kai's own recruits, once brash and confident, now quaked with fear. The mob outside was overwhelming. By sound alone there were at least 300 or 400 of them. And among them was Dr. Luo Hongxia, who lived in apartment 701. Since moving into 701 Luo Hongxia had fallen utterly silent, obeying Lin Dong's instructions without question. After repeated building-wide massacres and countless acts of murder and robbery she had withdrawn completely, vanishing into silence. No one could have imagined that within Building 10, not only Lin Dong but also Luo Hongxia, enjoyed warmth, safety and comfort. Indeed Luo Hongxia had long been presumed missing. Now learning that the entire mob was storming Lin Dong's penthouse, her first thought was not concern for his safety. Instead she feared he might be captured, and then reveal her hiding place. "It must be him, the one who brought me here. His uncanny ability surely won't let him die, but if he's taken alive, then I'm doomed as well." Such thoughts churned in Luo Hongxia's mind, twisting her thoughts into chaos. She knew full well how grotesque and inhuman those outside had become. Yet here she lived in comfort, wealth, warmly clothed, free from fear. Why would she ever step outside? Torn between dread and desperation, she could only pray to remain undiscovered. Leaving this apartment? Absolutely unthinkable. Meanwhile Aunt Huang lived on the 3rd floor, making her the first to hear the commotion in the stairwell. She had orchestrated it all herself, yet even she recoiled in shock upon seeing hundreds surge upward like a frenzied tide. She slammed the door shut and locked it, gasping for breath. Huang Dachuan hurried over and rubbed her back. Zhang Ruoxuan, even more anxious, edged closer and whispered, "Mom, the noise outside is deafening. Has a huge crowd gathered? Could it be Gung Hui's men launching their attack already?" Aunt Huang shook her head vigorously. "No, it's not Gung Hui's crew. They're disorganized, lawless, clearly drawn from multiple buildings." Zhang Ruoxuan's delicate face paled. She drew a deep breath. "Then many will die tonight, though whether they'll breach Lin Dong's apartment remains uncertain." Aunt Huang narrowed her eyes, a cruel twisted smile curling her lips, her expression that of a malevolent crone. "Ha, ha. If they succeed, so much the better. The more who fall, the stronger my son's dominance becomes. Once they witness his overwhelming power, none will dare ascend again to meet their doom." In her mind the plan was flawless. Zhang Ruoxuan meanwhile instinctively slipped her arm through Huang Dachuan's, her own hidden agenda stirring beneath the surface. Lately Huang Dachuan had grown increasingly affectionate toward her, if their conversations flowed naturally now. Yet he still obeyed his mother without question, a fact that left Zhang Ruoxuan feeling unsettled insecure. How wonderful it would be if he obeyed her just as unquestioningly. But achieving that demanded one unavoidable prerequisite. The disappearance of Aunt Huang, tonight might just be Zhang Ruoxuan's long-awaited turning point. With such a massive mob outside even under Huang Dachuan's protection, Aunt Huang could easily perish, accidentally inevitably. At that thought a chilling predatory smile flickered across Zhang Ruoxuan's lips. Aunt Huang pulled her coat tighter. Why had she suddenly grown so cold? Damn this cursed weather. All right Dachuan, carry your wife back to bed. Oh, and don't tire her out these days, wait until after 3 months. With that Aunt Huang called out, and Huang Dachuan immediately lifted Zhang Ruoxuan into his arms. Strangely the stairwell, normally frigid, had grown warm crowded as it was. Even those packed tightly in the middle began to sweat. At the front frantic to seize the advantage, the vanguard never slowed their pace. They scaled all 24 floors in just 6 minutes. When they finally reached Lin Dong's door, shouts erupted from behind. Move aside. Let us through first, we'll start together. But the front line had no intention of yielding ground, or letting anyone catch up. As if prearranged, a group waited until most of their comrades had entered, then moved to lock the stairwell door. But those behind, eyes bloodshot with frenzy, would never allow it. In the ensuing shoving, over 100 bodies jammed into what had never been a narrow passage. The frontmost attackers, unable to contain themselves any longer, sent a man wielding an electronic lockpick straight to Lin Dong's keyhole. He had no idea the keyhole was purely decorative. Inside the apartment, Lu Yusin gripped Lin Dong's hand tightly. She'd anticipated a violent intrusion, but witnessing over 100 gaunt hollow-eyed figures, their skin sallow and eyes burning crimson, felt like staring into the heart of a zombie siege. She also knew with grim certainty that their deaths were imminent. This would be a slaughter. Lin Dong glanced back at Lu Yusin and sighed helplessly. I'm about to act. I'll begin now. Lu Yusin froze, then nodded slowly. She understood he was preparing her mentally. Seeing her ashen face, Lin Dong realized she wasn't ready, not truly. The scene outside was horrifying. Lin Dong himself felt a jolt of visceral shock. Yet having survived multiple home invasions in his past life, he held no regard for their lives. Die. Lin Dong activated the smart home system, and unleashed high-voltage current. ZZZZT. Sparks and crackling electricity erupted from the man picking the lock ahead. Crowded tightly behind him, people pressed shoulder to shoulder. Instantly agonized screams pierced the entire stairwell. Even those who had not yet entered the stairwell, lingering in the landings, were now fused together by the current. What's happening to them? Electricity. They've been electrocuted, don't push upward. A group at the very bottom sensed something terribly amiss overhead and cried out in terror. But how could those below possibly heed their warning? They surged forward with brute force. Thus from the 24th floor downward the lethal current cascaded relentlessly, reaching all the way to the 16th floor, electrifying every single person in its path. A pungent acrid stench of burnt flesh filled building No. 10. Those at the lowest levels fled in blind panic. How could everyone be electrocuted? It's Lin Dong, definitely Lin Dong. How does he even have electricity in his apartment? Damn it. Power isn't scheduled for this hour, how is he supplying it? Could it be a generator? Impossible. What kind of colossal generator could sustain such widespread continuous electrocution? They're burning, the ones upstairs are on fire. This is high-voltage current. A terrified crowd retreated to the 15th floor, and gazed back in horror. The stairwell had become an inferno. High voltage alone could never ignite so many bodies simultaneously. Lin Dong had sprayed them with fire. And those fused together by the current made perfect kindling. So they burned. Inside his spacious penthouse, Lin Dong sat calmly on the sofa watching the live feed on his tablet with detached indifference. Flickering flames revealed a grim tableau outside his door, bodies collapsed in heaps utterly beyond salvation. When the conflagration reached the stairwell it fractured momentarily, creating brief gaps in the carnage. Outside shrieks like those of slaughtered pigs echoed through the building. Many tumbled headlong down the stairs in desperate flight. Even those who broke free from the grip of high voltage were engulfed in roaring flames, making survival, let alone extinguishing the fire, virtually impossible. Lu Yusin had initially shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, but after only a few deep breaths she steadied her composure. Pathetic, contemptible vermin. Lin Dong shook his head in disdain. Not a shred of mercy stirred within him for these lives. Next he compiled multiple angles, the exterior footage, the stairwell footage, the wide shots, into a seamless edit, then instantly uploaded it to the residential WeChat group. In truth, the group had already descended into chaos. Survivors, those who'd narrowly escaped, had already filmed fragments of the stairwell carnage and posted them inside the group. They raged against Lin Dong's merciless slaughter, until his edited video appeared. Silence fell upon the group, absolute and suffocating. Aunt Huang tapped open the video, and her hand trembled violently as she held the phone. The footage was chillingly complete, from the first lockpicker convulsing under voltage to the precise horrifying propagation of the current down the stairwell. Within less than 2 seconds everyone below had been struck. By the 5th second flames had already begun to spread. At the 10-second mark all were ablaze. At 15 seconds the current faltered, creating a rupture, sparking frenzied escapes. Several people plummeted straight down the stairs. Yet without exception, not a single soul emerged alive from that stairwell. Had Lin Dong's video not surfaced, all would have assumed it was cinematic special effects. And surely a blockbuster one, so staggering was its visual impact. Yet this was no film. It was reality. This is pure hell. A demon. Lin Dong is a demon. Lin Dong, how dare you do this? Don't you fear retribution? Wah wah. Lin Dong, you killed my father. Even as a ghost he'll never forgive you. You monster. Give me back my husband. My husband was incinerated by you. You'll never return him, so you must take his place. I won't reject you. Madness. All of you are insane. I warned you not to go, and you insisted. Dead, hundreds dead. After 10 seconds of stunned silence the group exploded anew. Many spoke incoherently, clear signs that reason had shattered entirely, minds fractured beyond repair. Finally Aunt Huang could bear it no longer, and slammed her phone shut. She'd anticipated Lin Dong wielding high voltage, spraying fire, even opening fire with a machine gun. None of it would have shocked her deeply. But she'd never dreamed that mere high voltage could annihilate them all, every last one. That was 400 or 500 souls. A full tenth of the entire neighborhood's remaining population. Meaning at this rate just 9 more such assaults would erase every resident completely. None of that mattered most. What chilled her deepest was that Lin Dong hadn't expended even a fraction of effort. He'd filmed the massacre from every angle, edited it meticulously, and broadcast it without hesitation. That utter icy indifference toward life, those ruthless decisive methods of slaughter, were profoundly soul-numbingly terrifying. In that instant Aunt Huang knew with absolute certainty that she had gravely misjudged him. She should never have provoked Lin Dong. That man was a demon incarnate. Lu Yusin witnessed everything, and found the outcome utterly unbearable. 300 to 500 people stormed in, yet in under 20 minutes Lin Dong eradicated them all. This was nothing short of a waking nightmare. How is this possible? Such a massive surge of high voltage, how much power does he even store? Could he be tapping some alternative energy source? This is an impregnable fortress. Zhang Ruoxuan trembled uncontrollably, her voice quavered, her tongue slipped between her teeth mid-sentence, sending sharp pain through every word she forced out. Huang Dachuan however stared blankly at Zhang Ruoxuan's phone, death carnage, none of it seemed to stir him. Right, he can't have infinite reserves. His power must be nearly depleted now. That bastard's cornered. Aunt Huang's expression twisted into manic delusion, a desperate self-soothing lie. And as the group spiraled deeper into hysteria, Lin Dong finally spoke. Welcome back anytime, provided you clean the stairs first. TCH, this roasted meat stench is absolutely foul. His words struck like a demon's whisper. Everyone recoiled in horror, even those who'd cursed him moments before fell mute. Lin Dong was a demon. Zhou Kai, who'd already moved away, stared at the screen, face flushed, crimson fists clenched until his knuckles blanched white. A bloodthirsty maniac. Lin Dong holds human life in utter contempt. Should he slaughter every last soul in this neighborhood, not a flicker of pity would cross his face. In that moment Zhou Kai resolved to flee Hongfu Yuyuan residential complex entirely. This was no place to dwell long. Who dares sleep soundly beside a devil's lair? Zhang Tao trembled violently all over, uncontrollable terror seizing his mind and manifesting in visceral physiological dread. He turned to Zhou Kai with a desperate pleading gaze. Brother Kai, let's not oppose Lin Dong. That boy isn't even human. He slaughtered hundreds of people in an instant. Zhou Kai had already begun entertaining thoughts of retreat, but Zhang Tao's words ignited a surge of shame and fury within him. Zhou Kai whirled around, abruptly locking eyes on Zhang Tao with a venomous unblinking glare. What nonsense are you spouting? This world operates on one brutal law: kill or be killed. Do you truly believe he'd spare us after the grudges we've amassed? Zhang Tao flinched, shrinking his neck as he stammered, voice quavering. But, he didn't kill us when we went to his home twice before. So long as we don't provoke him, he won't act. Perhaps, he won't even leave his house at all. Zhou Kai nearly struck Zhang Tao across the face. Yet one sentence he himself had just uttered suddenly pierced through his haze, clarity striking like lightning. Yes. Lin Dong would never spare them. Even if Zhou Kai vanished into hiding, Lin Dong would inevitably track him down. His earlier hesitation was now cast aside, utterly forgotten. Zhou Kai fixed Zhang Tao with a cold, unwavering stare and spoke in a voice like frozen steel. His restraint wasn't hesitation, not weakness of will. It was reluctance. Reluctance. Zhang Tao blinked, bewildered. Did Lin Dong still cherish some lingering sentiment between them? But they shared no bond, no history, no loyalty. Zhou Kai continued, voice dripping with chilling certainty. Exactly. He refuses to grant us a swift, merciful death. He intends to torment us, to drag us through endless agony before finally extinguishing our lives. Zhang Tao crumpled inward, trembling uncontrollably, like grain shaken violently through a sieve. A demon. Lin Dong is a demon. Zhou Kai snorted a sound devoid of warmth or mercy. Put aside those delusions. Between Lin Dong and us there is no reconciliation, no neutral ground, no division of waters. There is only life or death. One of us walks away. The other does not. The moment the words left his lips, Zhou Kai dialed Geng Hui's number without hesitation. Geng Hui, still reeling from shock, jumped at the sudden ring. Trembling, he lifted his phone, only then recognizing Zhou Kai's name on the screen. Beside him, Cheng Yi glanced at the display and frowned in surprise. It's Zhou Kai. He's still alive. Why is he calling now? Geng Hui gritted his teeth. Lin Dong's video had indeed terrified him moments earlier. Yet that fear curdled instantly into humiliation. No one, not even Lin Dong, would dare stand above him so brazenly. Even with the chasm of power laid bare, he would eliminate Lin Dong. Geng Hui accepted the video call. Their faces appeared on screen simultaneously. Zhou Kai, you're still breathing. Geng Hui arched a brow, twisting his lips into a cruel, mocking grin. Zhou Kai remained impassive, his voice low, sharp and utterly devoid of pretense. Geng Hui, I'm not here for idle talk. You've seen Lin Dong's power. Tell me, what do you make of it? A muscle twitched at Geng Hui's jaw. Didn't you experience those very methods yourself? Zhou Kai shook his head, and deliberately panned the camera downward, revealing his bare lower legs. Geng Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Your legs, they were burned. On screen, Zhou Kai's limbs were flawless, unmarked, unscarred. He shifted the lens back upward, centering his own face, voice glacial. Geng Hui, I'm coming to your villa. We'll discuss Lin Dong, face to face. Geng Hui paused, then smirked. Oh. You have the courage to come. Zhou Kai scoffed a dry, contemptuous laugh. Don't mistake a firearm for invincibility. That toy cannot kill me. The call ended, abrupt, absolute. Geng Hui stared, stunned. In all their years of interaction, this was the first time Zhou Kai had seized control of a conversation, commanding it with icy authority. His words lingered, puzzling and disquieting. Frowning deeply, Geng Hui turned to Cheng Yi. What do you think? Cheng Yi's brow furrowed tighter. We won't know until we see Zhou Kai in person. Good. Have the men take positions, stay vigilant. Geng Hui issued the order with quiet precision. And just as both sides prepared for their clandestine rendezvous, Lin Dong retrieved photographs from Huang Dama's residence, yet he held them back, withholding release. Instead, he tagged Huang Dama directly in the residential group chat. Huang Dama, your scheme succeeded splendidly. Within minutes, over 400 people stormed my door. Are you satisfied with the outcome? At home, Huang Dama turned ashen. Lin Dong had singled her out, deliberately, publicly. She understood instantly he intended to redirect the mob's fury straight onto her. She reacted swiftly, launching into furious denunciation within the group. Lin Dong, stop slandering me. You bloodthirsty monster. While everyone starves, you feed beef to your dog, inhuman, bestial cruelty. You watch others die and lift not a finger. If we kill you it's justice, for the people. And yet, you unleash high-voltage current set fires, you're monstrous. You deserve death. Her words ignited immediate resonance. Many residents roared in agreement, hurling abuse at Lin Dong. He merely smiled, cold, disdainful, and dropped the video. Huang Dama and Zhang Ruoxuan conspiring days earlier. Zhang Ruoxuan led a suicide squad to my door over 10 days ago. Dare you claim ignorance of my countermeasures? Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Huang Dama trembled violently, her breath ragged, her body rigid with panic. Zhang Ruoxuan spun wildly, scanning the room, but how could she possibly locate Lin Dong's hidden cameras? Then, a sudden realization struck her. She slammed her palm against her thigh, electrified by insight. I told you, he's Hongfu Tianyan. That scoundrel must have installed surveillance cameras throughout the compound. That's how he captured those images. Huang Dama whipped her head toward Zhang Ruoxuan, her face pale, shaking her head in horrified disbelief. Does that mean everything we've done has been watched? Before either woman could react, the group chat erupted. You old hag, give me back my husband's life. Huang, you scheming crone, you dared manipulate us. Ha! You wretched widow, you sent us to die as your shields. You wanted us as cannon fodder while you reaped the rewards. You truly deserve to burn. It was these two vixens who plotted it all, sending us to our deaths from the very start. Learning the truth, those who hadn't yet acted recoiled in visceral dread. If they'd charged forward blindly they'd have perished, electrocuted, incinerated, utterly senseless. Then Lin Dong released more images, photographs of Huang Dama's hoarded supplies. Many reserves were already depleted, but Lin Dong posted them anyway. No one could verify when they were taken. This old woman still stockpiles abundant provisions, while your families suffer. Why not seize them? Oh, and a reminder, her simple-minded son Huang Dachuan possesses preternatural strength, impervious to blades and bullets. Tread carefully. As Lin Dong's message settled, murderous intent surged through the chat. Residents of Building 10, and former tenants alike, learned the full truth. Instantly they surged toward Huang Dama's third-floor apartment, eyes burning crimson. Zhang Ruoxuan sensed disaster the moment it began, her gaze snapping toward the door in raw terror. It's over, they're coming. Huang Dama recoiled, scrambling behind her son Huang Dachuan. Dachuan, you must protect your mother. Whoever breaks in, you kill them. Understand? Take the fire axe, chop them down. Aunt Huang anxiously handed the fire axe leaning in the corner to Huang Dachuan. As he lifted it, Lin Dong's eyes sharpened with growing intensity. Huang Dachuan now resembled the man who had broken into Lin Dong's penthouse in his past life. If the earlier Huang Dachuan had still been flawed, this version was his true perfected form, his face twisted into a cruel, merciless scowl as he gripped the fire axe. It was as though he had returned to that first moment, hacking wildly at the elevator doors. Amplified by Aunt Huang's relentless whispers beside him, a terrifying aura of malevolence began to emanate from Huang Dachuan's very being. Many will die. Lu Yusin could sense the malevolent aura radiating from Huang Dachuan, even through the screen. Yet after uttering those words, instinctively she let out a wry, self-mocking smile. Many will die. Lin Dong had already slain more than enough. And before he acted, Lu Yusin had indeed felt pity for them. Though she had steeled herself mentally, witnessing the scene firsthand struck her as profoundly brutal, inhuman even. But then she recalled how those people had charged forward like ravenous zombies, utterly intent on tearing Lin Dong and his companions limb from limb. Her delicate features hardened into icy severity. In this apocalyptic winter, humanity had crumbled. Survival demanded ruthlessness, self-preservation above all else. The more they died, the less it mattered, and certainly none of it concerned her or Lin Dong. Lin Dong drew Lu Yusin close, embracing her gently, and chuckled, "Let them die. If any managed to wrest something from Huang Dachuan's hands, well, that's their skill earned." With that he sent another message across the village chat group, "Craving lobster. No problem. Whoever kills Aunt Huang gets a 5-kilogram giant lobster, my personal reward." At these words those already marching toward Building 10, bent on avenging their kin, sped up. A 5-kilogram lobster. That was no trivial prize. In this frozen apocalypse, despair had taken root. Most believed death was inevitable, only a question of time. Their final desperate wish. One last full meal before the end. If that last meal were a 5-kilogram lobster, it would be perfection. Besides, Aunt Huang was merely an old woman. If they couldn't kill Lin Dong, surely they could overpower an elderly woman. Upon seeing the frenzy erupt in the group chat, Aunt Huang's face paled, bloodless, hollow with dread. Bang! 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 Heavy blows shook the door from outside. Old hag, come out right now. Open up, or I'll kill you where you stand. You wretched crone, if not for you my elder brother wouldn't have been electrocuted. I may not take Lin Dong's life, but I'll slaughter you for his vengeance. Amid the curses and threats, the security door groaned ominously, on the verge of collapse. Zhang Ruoxuan trembled violently, instinctively retreating toward the inner bedroom. This was the 3rd floor. If she leapt from the bedroom window onto the thick snow below, she'd survive. That leap was her final desperate escape route. Aunt Huang moved faster, slapping her son's shoulder firmly. Son, show no mercy. They mean to kill your mother, and your wife. When they break in, cut them down without hesitation. Kill until they dare not approach again. Kill. 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 Huang Dachuan, thoroughly unhinged, roared incoherently, spittle flying, fury boiling over. Even Aunt Huang recoiled in fear at the sight, hurrying into the bedroom after Zhang Ruoxuan. Seeing her move, Zhang Ruoxuan reached instinctively for the door handle to shut it. But Aunt Huang blocked her. What are you doing? That flimsy door won't stop them, and I must watch over my son. Aunt Huang snapped at her. Zhang Ruoxuan nodded shakily. Mom, is Dachuan going to be all right? What could possibly be wrong? My son is invulnerable, impervious to blade or bullet. Even Geng Hui himself couldn't harm him. He'll slaughter them all, leaving not a single survivor. Though Aunt Huang spoke with fierce conviction, Zhang Ruoxuan saw through it, the deep trembling uncertainty beneath. After all, how many assailants might flood in next? As the saying goes, one pair of fists cannot overcome 4 hands. Yet what better choice remained? All they could do now was surrender to fate. Yet when Zhang Ruoxuan glanced again at Lin Dong's bounty announcement on her phone, she swallowed hard, her gaze flicking back to Aunt Huang's retreating figure, her eyes flushing crimson with sudden savage hunger. Before her stood no longer an old woman, but a walking, breathing lobster. Meanwhile, Aunt Huang seethed in a private message to Lin Dong, hurling furious accusations. Lin Dong, you contemptible wretch, I know who you really are. That Hongfu divine eye is you. I know you've secretly installed surveillance cameras throughout the compound. You dare incite so many against me. Fine, just wait. I'll expose your true face to everyone. Lin Dong heard her spluttering rage, and smiled, cold and dismissive. Is that so? Then go ahead, tell them. Aunt Huang trembled head to toe. What kind of man was this Lin Dong? How could he remain utterly fearless, unshaken by heaven or earth? At that very moment Lin Dong posted another message in the residence group. I've changed my mind. Anyone who delivers Aunt Huang alive to my doorstep earns 2 cartons of instant noodles, and a whole boiled lobster. And as for Zhang Ruoxuan, she's worth 1 full carton of noodles. Neighbors, don't disappoint me. With that he attached photos, several neatly stacked noodle cartons, and a single glistening steamed giant lobster. The group erupted. Hold on, I'm coming now. That Aunt Huang, and Zhang Ruoxuan, deserve death. They've murdered countless souls. Justice demands they pay. Capture Aunt Huang, win the lobster. Capture Zhang Ruoxuan, win noodles. As frenzy spread through the chat, the tide surging toward Building 10 swelled ever larger. Even Geng Hui rose from his seat upon seeing the photo. Though food wasn't scarce, fine fare was rare, and difficult to obtain. Instant noodles held no allure, but that lobster. Irresistible. Cheng Yi, standing beside him, swallowed hard, then spoke gravely, Sir Geng, this boy means ill. That simpleton in Aunt Huang's home won't fall easily. Many will die. Geng Hui inhaled deeply, suppressing his impulse. Cheng Yi exhaled in quiet relief, then his gaze sharpened, calculating. Sir Geng, this may be our opportunity. According to our intelligence, unrest has already rippled across every floor. Now while chaos reigns, our operatives can strike with far greater ease. Geng Hui's eyes gleamed, then twisted into a vicious predatory grin. Ha, ha, ha. You're absolutely right. Let's loot while the fire rages. As Geng Hui nodded, Cheng Yi immediately dispatched his underlings to move stealthily. Amidst the chaos, they swiftly positioned themselves across the first few apartment buildings, ready to storm in and seize supplies at a moment's notice. A moonless, wind-lashed night, the perfect hour for bloodshed and plunder. At that very instant the door of Aunt Huang's apartment finally gave way under relentless pressure and shattered inward. A rabid mob surged inside. Foremost among them were hulking brutal men, yet the moment they breached the threshold Huang Dachuan gripping a fire axe roared and lunged forward. Thwip! With frenzied swings of his axe Huang Dachuan cleaved through them as though they were paper dolls, their heads severed instantly. Their bodies were pulverized into unrecognizable pulp. In less than a second over a dozen lay dead. It's that fool. Stop shoving from behind, we're all going to die. That fool is killing people. Lin Dong didn't lie, he truly possesses supernatural strength. I knew it wouldn't be this simple, anyone eager to die go ahead and charge. The crowd behind began retreating, but they were already crushed shoulder to shoulder. The retreat was impossible. Enraged beyond reason Huang Dachuan swung his fire axe wildly outward, screams and wails pierced the air like banshee cries. The entire building 10 reeked of iron-rich blood. Huang Dachuan stood now as a war god descended from heaven, no one present could withstand even a single blow. His strength was monstrous. Even those who slipped in amid the chaos to strike him from the flank found their blades utterly unable to pierce his flesh. One assailant agile and quick darted through gaps between corpses and lunged at Huang Dachuan's back with a knife. Huang Dachuan did not so much as glance back, the blade left not a single mark upon his body. The man recoiled in terror, dodged the descending axe and turned his gaze toward the bedroom. Fools! The giant prawn is mine! He snarled, surging toward Aunt Huang. She shrieked in abject horror at his intrusion. Son, someone's broken in. Mom's terrified. Kill. 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 Huang Dachuan bellowed, and in one fluid motion hurled his fire axe. Crack. The axe impaled the man through the back, bursting out violently from his chest before crashing onto the floor. Aunt Huang and Zhang Ruoxuan exhaled in shaky relief, but their faces had drained of all color. To witness such savage slaughter firsthand, to see dozens fall before their eyes, it was no wonder they trembled with dread. Yet Huang Dachuan's sudden pivot granted his pursuers an opening. Behind him someone charged forward brandishing a chainsaw. Whir! The chainsaw bit deep into Huang Dachuan's back, blood welled instantly. Yet the attacker's full force strike drove the blade less than 5 centimeters into his flesh before grinding to a halt. It was as if Huang Dachuan's titanic back muscles had clamped down upon the whirling saw like a vice. Arg! You will all die. Pain only fueled his fury, his frame swelled, his height surging past 2 meters. Even those in front heard the sickening crackle of his bones expanding, crack, 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 a sound both grating and chilling. A monster. Run. He's no man, he's a demon. Lin Dong sent us here to die, Huang Dachuan is indestructible. Terror-stricken shrieks erupted as the mob scattered wildly, yet Huang Dachuan, eyes bloodshot and mind consumed by slaughter, showed no mercy. He burst forth, axe in hand, hunting them down without pause, one swing one corpse, until they crumpled lifeless to the ground. Those who'd poured in through the snow tunnels now wet themselves in sheer panic and fled headlong into the night. Aunt Huang stood frozen, then broke into manic triumphant laughter. My son is invincible. Ha! You wretches came here only to die. Zhang Ruoxuan could scarcely believe it. In mere moments Huang Dachuan had slain dozens, and driven hundreds screaming into flight. Snapping back to awareness, she urgently urged Aunt Huang, Mom, call Dachuan back. Don't let him chase them, he'll freeze to death outside. Aunt Huang blinked, then nodded frantically. Right. Right. Bring him home. Those scoundrels are terrified now, they'll never dare trouble us again. She dashed after him, yet after only 2 steps her body convulsed violently. Her feet locked in place. Disbelieving, she looked down, and saw a gleaming knife tip erupting from her thick winter coat slick with crimson. Blood bloomed outward in widening ripples. You. She turned, her eyes wide with shock. Behind her stood Zhang Ruoxuan, the very woman who had struck her down. Zhang Ruoxuan's eyes burned crimson, demonic, her smile twisted grotesquely across her face, growing ever more feral. Hehe, yes, it's me, old hag. Did you truly think I'd let you lord over me forever? Once you're gone, Dachuan will obey only me. She laughed wildly, her plan flawless, her timing impeccable. Aunt Huang's gaze turned venomous, but blood gushed from her mouth, silencing even her final cry. She had never imagined her own daughter-in-law would murder her. Had she foreseen this day, she'd never have brought Zhang Ruoxuan into her home. Old witch, rest easy. Thank you for handing your simple-minded son to me. From now on he's my personal bodyguard, and with him at my side I'll stride through this compound unchallenged. Zhang Ruoxuan twisted the blade sharply, shredding Aunt Huang's heart to ruin. Indeed, the crucible of the apocalypse had forged her into something ruthlessly cruel. She yanked the blood-soaked knife free, Aunt Huang's corpse collapsed, and Zhang Ruoxuan flung the weapon out the window. She drew a sharp breath, and unleashed a piercing ear-splitting scream. Ah! Huang Dachuan, lost in slaughter just outside, snapped awake at the sound, his eyes flooding with raw terror and panic. Mom! Mama! He sprinted home, his path already drenched in blood littered with corpses. The carnage was total, bodies strewn like fallen leaves. Lin Dong, who had watched every moment unfold, stood grim-faced and ice-cold. Zhang Ruoxuan, you are indeed ruthless. This must be your finest hour. Huang Dachuan fled back. Inside the snow cave, chaos reigned. A monster, that monster has returned. Thank heavens, I'm still alive. That monster didn't catch up to me. Why did that monster suddenly turn back? I thought I heard a woman scream just now. Was it Zhang Ruoxuan's? Could it be that someone circled behind us while we were fleeing the monster, and captured Zhang Ruoxuan alive? Damn it. I'm utterly fed up with these sneaky schemers. My instant noodles and lobster are about to be snatched away. Then go there now, it's surely unclaimed. Only a fool would rush to his death. Enough talk. We must never return to Building 10 again. Lin Dong alone is terrifying enough, but Huang Dachuan. He's a true monster. Exactly. Huang Dachuan kills without blinking an eye. We must leave at once. If he descends into madness again, he'll slaughter us all. As the crowd scattered in panic, Huang Dachuan returned home, stepping over corpses, only to find his mother Aunt Huang lifeless in Zhang Ruoxuan's arms. Zhang Ruoxuan wept uncontrollably, her sobs raw, her voice shattered, as if speech itself had abandoned her. Ah! Dazed and vacant, Huang Dachuan shuffled forward and grasped Aunt Huang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Mom! Mom! Mom, speak to me. Wah, Mom, I'm so scared. He broke down, wailing helplessly, a child utterly undone by terror. Zhang Ruoxuan threw her arms around Huang Dachuan. Wah, Dachuan. It's Lin Dong, the bastard. All of this is his fault. If not for him, Mom would never have been killed. Dead. Blood flooded Huang Dachuan's eyes, crimson burning. With desperate strength he lifted his mother's body. Mom, you won't die. Mom won't die, Dachuan will obey. As his anguish spiraled beyond control, his grip tightened, unconsciously, uncontrollably, his own strength slipping from his command. Crack, crack, crack. Aunt Huang's frail diminutive frame crumpled under his crushing grasp, bones splintering. Zhang Ruoxuan recoiled in shock and hurried to soothe him. Dachuan, don't do this. Mom is gone. Let's bury her properly. You still have me, your wife, and our child growing within me. You're about to become a father. Think of me, and our child. I'll care for you always. Her words calmed him. Grief-stricken beyond measure, Huang Dachuan carried his mother outside into the snow, and buried her as one might build a snowman, quiet, solemn, tender. Zhang Ruoxuan piled snow beside him, shaping a crude mound, a grave. Her expression mirrored that of a daughter mourning her own mother. Before Building 10, silence reigned, absolute, suffocating. No one dared approach, not even glance toward it. Meanwhile, Geng Hui had already launched his assault. Dozens of residents across the first 9 buildings had already fallen victim. Chaos erupted across the entire neighborhood. Amidst that roaring turmoil, Lin Dong materialized before Building 10, silent, spectral, standing motionless behind Zhang Ruoxuan and Huang Dachuan. Lin Dong wore no cryasuit. His flesh had grown astonishingly resilient, only a thin athletic outfit shielded him from the world's lethal cold. This was an unexpected boon, one he himself had never foreseen. Yet Lu Yusen beside him lacked such fortitude. She wore a full cryasuit, her face entirely concealed beneath its sealed visor. Lu Yusen fixed her gaze upon Zhang Ruoxuan's back, revulsion twisting her features. Stop your charade. Her voice, venomous, cutting, shattered the air. Zhang Ruoxuan jolted awake and scrambled toward Huang Dachuan for shelter. Huang Dachuan whirled around, eyes locked fiercely on Lin Dong and Lu Yusen. But when he saw Lu Yusen's cryasuit, confusion clouded his face. He craned his neck bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what he beheld. Zhang Ruoxuan however recognized Lin Dong instantly, his face unchanged from the pre-apocalypse days, striking handsome. Lin Dong. How are you here? You've actually left your home. She gasped as if seeing a ghost, then her eyes gleamed with sudden predatory light. So, his home stood empty. If she could eliminate Lin Dong here right now, everything inside his home would be hers. That realization eclipsed all caution. This was an opportunity too perfect to miss. Dachuan, kill Lin Dong. He's the one who murdered Mom. Zhang Ruoxuan's face contorted with vicious urgency. Huang Dachuan understood, and his body swelled, his features twisting into something grotesque bestial, his glare locking onto Lin Dong with murderous fixation. Lin Dong, die. His guttural roar echoed like that of a cornered beast. Lin Dong remained impassive, then raised his wrist. A microprojector embedded in his watch cast the damning footage onto the nearby wall. Zhang Ruoxuan's ambush, Aunt Huang's murder, cold, unedited, irrefutable. Huang Dachuan had never seen such technology. His attention snapped to the projection. One glance, and his eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. Zhang Ruoxuan recoiled in abject horror, only to realize Huang Dachuan's killing gaze had already shifted to her. No, no, no. She stammered, paralyzed by terror, words dissolving into incoherent gasps. She had never imagined, never dreamed, that anyone knew she'd killed Aunt Huang. And yet, this proof confirmed Lin Dong's identity beyond doubt. The omnipresent surveillance network, Hongfu Sky Eye, was Lin Dong's doing. He had installed hidden cameras throughout Aunt Huang's home. Zhang Ruoxuan, I have never encountered a woman more vile. A viper's heart, you slaughtered the very person who protected you. You deserve death. Lu Yusin's voice rang sharp and clear, scathing, incisive. Had she held her tongue, she feared she'd suffocate. Yet the moment she spoke, Zhang Ruoxuan flinched, as if struck. It's you, you wretched woman, stole Lin Dong from me. And you, Lin Dong, why did you lie? You're a wealthy second-generation heir, why conceal it from me? You both deserve to die. She shrieked, her eyes venomous, searing into them both, while Huang Dachuan advanced step by relentless step. You killed Mom, you, he roared. Zhang Ruoxuan snapped back to awareness, frantically shaking her head. Dachuan, listen to me. That footage, it's forged. You're brilliant, you won't fall for their trickery. Think we're family, closest kin. Her words seemed to dull his fury, hesitation flickered in his eyes as if reason stirred faintly within the storm. Zhang Ruoxuan's face lit with desperate hope, and she pressed on. I carry your child within me. Your mother is my mother, why would I harm her? Lin Dong wants you to kill your own wife, and your unborn child. Huang Dachuan appeared genuinely convinced, suddenly whirling to fix Lin Dong with a furious, betrayed stare. You lied to me. You deserve death. Lin Dong sighed, shaking his head in weary disbelief. How foolish of me, to waste breath on a fool. With those words his expression hardened, cold, lethal, and he stepped forward, deliberately closing the distance. Zhang Ruoxuan stared, dumbfounded. What was happening? Was Lin Dong courting suicide? Lu Yusin however showed no fear, only quiet concern as she murmured, be careful. As the words fell silent, Lu Yusin stepped backward several paces, clearing a patch of snow in the center. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoxuan instinctively retreated as well. Yet her gaze upon Lin Dong was unervingly strange, utterly bewildered by his actions. Did Lin Dong truly have no notion of Huang Dachuan's terrifying might? That monstrous physical strength had just effortlessly slaughtered nearly 100 people. Though Huang Dachuan's back appeared drenched in blood. Zhang Ruoxuan had already examined his wounds, and found them utterly unblemished. Even the lacerations had already sealed shut. Such grotesque bodily resilience coupled with astonishing regenerative capacity led Zhang Ruoxuan to conclude Huang Dachuan was invincible. To confront such a monster, was Lin Dong not courting certain death? Though an ominous premonition stirred uneasily within her, how could Zhang Ruoxuan possibly concede such an absurd, unthinkable hypothesis? Lin Dong stood absolutely no chance against Huang Dachuan. And so her face twisted once more into a cruel rictus grin, her eyes blazing with venomous hatred. Lin Dong, you truly have no sense of self-preservation. You know full well my Dachuan rivals a war god, yet still dare challenge him. Ha, ha, ha. How utterly foolish you are. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ruoxuan and shook his head with disdain. I simply love seeing you so smug right now. Zhang Ruoxuan froze, his laughter sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. A cold shiver ran up her spine. Then Lin Dong stilled his smile and sighed softly. This is precisely the effect I intended, when you believe victory is assured, when you think you've seized control, when you imagine you'll thrive even in this apocalyptic wasteland. That is the very moment I extinguish every last ember of your hope. With those words hanging in the air, Lin Dong quickened his advance toward Huang Dachuan. Zhang Ruoxuan's body trembled involuntarily. What did those words mean? Huang Dachuan too sensed the lethal aura rising from Lin Dong, his eyes flared wide and he roared, I will kill you. In that instant the blood-stained fire axe in his hand slammed downward toward Lin Dong's skull. Whoosh! Whoosh! A deafening gale ripped through the air, propelled by terrifying speed and brute force. The shrieking wind tore at the ears, chilling the soul itself. Yet Lin Dong did not retreat, instead he surged forward, his steps growing impossibly agile. When the axe blade hovered barely 20 centimeters above his crown, Lin Dong dropped into a crouch, coiled like a panther moments before the strike. Then, whoosh! The snowpack beneath him detonated upward, carving a deep crater that exposed the concrete beneath. And Lin Dong was already before Huang Dachuan. Unversed in any martial discipline, Huang Dachuan had left his chest completely exposed the moment his axe descended. Lin Dong slipped seamlessly into that fatal gap in his defense. Huang Dachuan's eyes widened in shock as he looked down, straight into Lin Dong's gaze. To his astonishment, Lin Dong's pupils shimmered with radiant sapphire light, each flicker accelerating his movements beyond human limits. His fist pierced the air with a sonic crack, and struck Huang Dachuan square in the chest. Bang! A thunderous muffled detonation reverberated across the entire residential complex. Every motion froze. Startled faces turned toward the source of the sound, though none could ever fathom what horrors had just unfolded beyond their doors. Ho! Lu Yusen exhaled deeply. Had Lin Dong not radiated such unshakable confidence earlier, she would never have allowed him to face Huang Dachuan head-on. When that fire axe hurtled toward Lin Dong's skull, she'd nearly bolted forward in panic. But witnessing this scene, she breathed easy at last. Zhang Ruoxuan, however, stared with bulging bloodshot eyes, disbelief paralyzing her. Time itself seemed suspended. Within a 3-meter radius around Lin Dong and Huang Dachuan, snowflakes veered aside as if repelled by an invisible force. Huang Dachuan's hands, still gripping the fire axe, suddenly went slack. Clang! The weapon clattered onto the concrete, its metallic ring sharp and hollow. Simultaneously, Huang Dachuan's massive frame crumpled inward, hunched like a desiccated shrimp. His chest caved inward, the fabric across his upper back exploded outward. Tum! A sickening wet thud erupted, blood and viscera jetted from his ruptured back like a crimson geyser. Zhang Ruoxuan's world dissolved into scarlet. She staggered backward, trembling violently. Thump! Her knees buckled, she collapsed onto the snow. At that same instant, Huang Dachuan's colossal body crashed to the ground, smashing the freshly dug grave behind him, and exposing the recently buried Huang Dama. Huang Dachuan's blood spread swiftly across the frozen earth. Within the ghastly cavity of his back, heart and organs had vanished entirely. With a single blow, Lin Dong had slain a monster capable of massacring over 100 souls. Had those who fled in terror witnessed this, they would have voided themselves on the spot. Lin Dong, not Huang Dachuan, was the true monster. Calmly he retracted his fist at the sapphire luminescence in his pupils receded, vanishing into shadow. Impressive physique, but my own physical conditioning has vastly improved. Augmented by telekinetic force, this strike surpassed even armor-piercing ordnance in destructive power. Lin Dong assessed his current capabilities, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Just as he turned his gaze toward Zhang Ruoxuan, intent on ending her, he noticed a milky white orb hovering above Huang Dachuan's lifeless forehead. What is that? Before thought could form, his telekinetic force instinctively enveloped it. Instantly a wave of profound soul-deep euphoria washed over him, akin to the fleeting exquisite release after 2 hours of grueling exertion. It nearly made him groan aloud. Such overwhelming vitality, could this be residual energy left behind by a deceased metahuman? It significantly amplified my telekinetic capacity. At that moment, crimson hunger flared in Lin Dong's eyes. A terrifying idea ignited in his mind. What if he hunted more metahumans? Would his telekinetic power surge exponentially? In mere days he would become unstoppable. As Lin Dong luxuriated in this intoxicating cheat-like ascension, Zhang Ruoxuan finally broke free from her stupor. She scrambled toward him, clawing desperately through the snow. Lin Dong, you can't kill me. Please, I beg you. I'm truly carrying your child, I swear. Test me with a pregnancy strip, you'll see. I'm pregnant. Lin Dong didn't even glance at her. With detached indifference he raised his foot and kicked. Strictly speaking, this was Lin Dong's second deliberate killing. The first, Huang Dachuan, had evoked little tension, only exhilaration. But now the second carried the visceral catharsis of release, like lighting a cigarette after a punishing workout. Bang! Zhang Ruoxuan's skull shattered instantly. That revolting woman lay headless in the snow, her foul gluttonous mouth silenced forever. In her final uncomprehending instant, Zhang Ruoxuan could not grasp how Lin Dong had become so monstrously powerful, nor could she fathom that her own treachery was the very crucible that forged his terrifying ascension. Lu Yusin paused, stunned. She had never expected Lin Dong to eliminate Zhang Ruoxuan so swiftly and decisively. Lin Dong, however, did not spare Zhang Ruoxuan's corpse even a single glance. It was as if he had just crushed an ant beneath his foot, unthinking, effortless, indifferent. Then he turned and walked toward Lu Yusin. Don't look, it's rather grotesque. Did it frighten you? Lu Yusin shook her head. No, not at all. I'd braced myself long ago. Besides, this scene isn't nearly as horrifying as Huang Dachuan's murder in that video earlier. Having spoken, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Dong's face, and abruptly shifted tone. Honey, why is your face flushed? Is this some kind of aftereffect from what you just did? Lin Dong touched his cheek with faint guilt. That surge of sensation had been profoundly exhilarating, a physiological flush therefore seemed perfectly natural. Oh, this? Let's go upstairs first. I'll explain later. I've made a new discovery, one that may well amplify my strength. With that, Lin Dong led Lu Yusin away, vanishing from the spot in an instant. And the moment they departed, the blood welling from Huang Dachuan's corpse, and the crimson remnants scattered across the ground, began converging, drawn inexorably toward a single point. This eerie phenomenon resembled a dense network of pulsing veins erupting suddenly across the snow's surface. Moments later, a bald, near-hairless head emerged from beneath the thick snowpack. He stared down at his own hands, his entire body trembling violently. The thick layer of ice encasing him rapidly vaporized, dissipating into mist within seconds. Only then was his charred visage fully revealed, a face so ravaged that even Lin Dong standing before him would have failed to recognize him instantly. For in Lin Dong's memory this man had been dead for days. I'm alive. What force is this? His whole body flared with feverish heat. Crusted burns sloughed off his skin in rapid succession, then flames ignited spontaneously in his palms. Fire, this is the awakened power I triggered at the very brink of death. Ecstasy contorted his features, even his bare scalp flushed a vivid electric green. This man was none other than Wang Jianchang, presumed dead for over 10 days, already erased from memory by all but fate itself. Yet no one knew what he had endured, buried deep beneath the snow, oscillating endlessly between searing flame and soul-shattering cold, trapped in a limbo of unrelenting agony. It was true suffering, neither life nor death granted release. Lin Dong had previously observed that certain individuals awakened latent abilities. Some possessed innate powers, dormant before the great frostfall, then fully catalyzed by its onset. He theorized this as a biological stress response, the human body forcibly adapting to extremity, thereby unlocking extraordinary faculties. Huang Dachuan belonged to this category. Others, however, awakened only after enduring catastrophic trauma, prolonged torment, unbearable psychological pressure, thresholds beyond mortal endurance. Lin Dong termed this phenomenon potential extraction. And in his current understanding, such post-traumatic awakenings yielded comparatively weak abilities. Zhou Kai exemplified this type. Yet Lin Dong had speculated, perhaps Zhou Kai's suffering simply hadn't reached sufficient intensity to extract deeper potential. The apex of human pressure arrives precisely at the threshold of life and death, where awakening becomes possible, though statistically infinitesimal. Otherwise superhumans would already walk the earth in droves, provided of course one survives both the inhuman pain and the crushing weight of despair long enough to extract that final hidden spark. Wang Jianchang embodied the latter path. For over 10 days his anguish surpassed any ordinary comprehension. To remain fully conscious, yet utterly paralyzed, unable to stir or scream, refusing to surrender to oblivion, that was true torment. Today Huang Dachuan's death proved pivotal. The blood of this innate ability user, along with the residual vital essence from nearby fresh corpses, flowed backward surging into Wang Jianchang's frozen form. Only thus could his latent power ignite, awakening him completely, forging him a new reborn in fire and frost. Lin Dong could never have foreseen it, though Huang Dachuan perished, his corpse would become the crucible that forged a far more dangerous adversary. Wang Jianchang's mind sharpened with startling clarity. He extinguished the flames dancing across his palms, only for the biting cold to rush back, making him shiver violently. Attempting to warm himself with fire, he lost control, the very clothes on his body burst into flame. With no choice, he stripped Huang Dachuan's garments from the corpse and ascended the stairs. Back inside his ruined home, Wang Jianchang surveyed the devastation, and his eyes flooded with crimson fury. Lin Dong, this is all you're doing. I will never forgive you. Rage burned white-hot within him, yet he dared not charge forth blindly to confront Lin Dong now. As previously noted, Wang Jianchang had lain entombed beneath the snow, conscious the entire time. His perception of surrounding events, especially those occurring nearby, remained unerringly acute. That included Lin Dong's execution of Huang Dachuan, witnessed in full. Though fragmented, the memory confirmed one irrefutable truth: Lin Dong too wielded formidable awakened power. Thus vengeance demanded strategy, not reckless fury. His own ability remained raw, unstable, barely under command. He searched desperately for warmer clothing, rifling through every drawer and closet, only to uncover a single grimy, tattered quilt. Wrapping it tightly around himself, he hurled a fireball into the kitchen cabinet. Flames roared to life, heat surging upward, finally coaxing warmth back into his frozen limbs. Wang Jianchang turned toward the corner freezer. Powerless for days, it had ceased operation, but in a room where ambient temperature plunged below -40°C, its chilling efficacy surpassed even normal function. Clearly untouched. Step by step he approached, released another blaze to melt the frozen seal, then wrenched the lid open with a guttural heave. Inside lay mangled yet shockingly fresh flesh. In his former life, Wang Jianchang would have recoiled in horror at the mere sight. But having died, and resurrected, countless times, he now regarded it with chilling detachment. Even his throat tightened, swallowing instinctively. A flicker of flame leapt from his palm. Within moments, rich savory aromas filled the air. What followed need not be described. Meanwhile, Geng Hui had just rendezvoused with Zhou Kai's small contingent. Zhou Kai's underlings huddled close, shivering, not from cold alone but from palpable fear. They had just learned that Geng Hui had deployed hundreds of men to seize control of 9 residential towers. 6 tower captains had been executed, the rest had submitted without resistance. Geng Hui was now undisputed master of the entire compound. Of course, had Lin Dong and Huang Dachuan not existed, his dominion would be absolute. Even so, he remained far beyond the reach of Zhou Kai's ragged band. Zhou Kai, by contrast, stood calm and unruffled, as if he'd anticipated Geng Hui's every maneuver. Geng Hui studied him intently, curiosity piqued. Fascinating. You appear utterly unscathed. So, was it false then that Lin Dong injured you earlier? Geng Hui was accustomed to viewing Zhou Kai from the lofty vantage point of a superior, yet what unsettled him was Zhou Kai's unabated arrogance even in his presence. The sight stirred within Geng Hui an almost visceral urge to execute Zhou Kai on the spot. Zhou Kai of course detected the lethal intent flickering in Geng Hui's gaze, but he remained utterly unruffled. Empowered by extraordinary abilities, he believed himself invulnerable to harm from any mortal hand. That near-fatal beating Lin Dong gave me wasn't fabricated. Zhou Kai clearly had no intention of elaborating on what had transpired. Geng Hui merely arched a brow, silently urging him to continue, whereupon Zhou Kai calmly drew a mountain-splitting cleaver from within his coat. What are you doing? A henchman beside him instantly bristled, weapons drawn as others surged forward, only for Geng Hui to slash a sharp commanding gesture across the air. What's all this agitation for? Do you truly believe this stripling could slay me? At his words the underlings instinctively stepped back, yet the 2 enforcers flanking Geng Hui advanced a few paces, poised to strike the moment Zhou Kai lunged. They would end him before he took a single step forward. Cheng Yi however watched Zhou Kai from start to finish with a face darkened by suspicion. Something uncanny clung to the man, an intangible anomaly he couldn't dismiss. Zhou Kai shook his head with a cold, mirthless laugh, and then raised the cleaver and brought it down hard upon his own thigh. All present stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Geng Hui was no exception. Thwip. The blade sank deep into Zhou Kai's thigh, deep enough to strike bone. Crimson blood erupted, splattering across the floor in vivid, shocking arcs. Are you trying to intimidate me with brute endurance? Gung Hui steadied his composure and sneered, "In this biting cold such a wound will kill you before dawn." "Is that so?" Zhou Kai retorted with another icy chuckle, and yanked the cleaver free. Then tearing away ragged strips of fabric from his trousers, he exposed the grotesque gory wound for all to see. Then, miraculously, the gash began sealing itself before their very eyes, flesh-knitting vessels reweaving tissue, regenerating at impossible speed. Within 2 seconds a thick scab had already formed. Zhou Kai casually scraped off the dried blood and scab, and revealed a flawless thigh unmarred by scar or blemish, not even a single hair disturbed. A sharp intake of breath. Cheng Yi recoiled, then strode forward without hesitation. Only then did the others snap out of their stunned silence. Gung Hui seized Cheng Yi's arm in a tight grip. "Cheng Yi, what do you think you're doing?" Cheng Yi turned, offering Gung Hui a faint placating smile. "Sir Hui, no need to fret, Zhou Kai came to negotiate cooperation. I simply wish to understand how he achieves this." Gung Hui clenched his jaw. He admitted it, he had been shaken, profoundly unmoored. Yet such an impossibility defied reason entirely. As Cheng Yi drew nearer, Zhou Kai's grin widened, brazen, unrestrained, as he idly spun the cleaver in his palm. A weapon lethal to others, yet utterly powerless against him. "Zhou Kai, may we speak of how you attained this ability?" Cheng Yi asked, voice calm and curious. Zhou Kai returned the smile. "You must be Mr. Cheng. Indeed, a rare talent. Under your guidance, Sir Hui has consolidated dominion over the entire residential complex, a feat of strategic mastery." Clearly Zhou Kai had assessed Cheng Yi carefully, and concluded he was not merely competent but indispensable. With Cheng Yi's counsel, his own ascent would accelerate exponentially. Cheng Yi nodded with quiet humility. "Too kind, I'm but an obscure underling in Sir Hui's retinue." Zhou Kai made no haste to recruit him outright. Instead he steered the conversation firmly back to himself. "After Lin Dong left me half dead, after enduring agony beyond human limits, I awakened this extraordinary power. My capacity for pain has nearly vanished and my body regenerates with astonishing speed. Even decapitation, I suspect, would prove only temporary. I'd simply grow a new head." This final claim was half truth, half bravado, a bold embellishment meant to awe. He certainly possessed no intention of testing that particular hypothesis, yet the boast landed with chilling weight. For they had just witnessed undeniable proof an inhuman regenerative faculty bordering on the miraculous. Perhaps, just perhaps, he truly could survive beheading. An immortal body. Cheng Yi's eyes gleamed with fervent fascination. Gung Hui leaned in, voice taut with urgency. "How did you acquire this power? Who among them wouldn't covet such a gift?" Zhou Kai regarded Gung Hui with cool, mocking disdain. "Ah, Sir Hui wishes to try. I'd be glad to assist. All it requires is that you surrender half your life, hovering at death's threshold, fighting for survival. If you endure, awakening may follow. Or, you may merely cling to existence, broken and hollow." The word sent a shiver through Gung Hui. His lips twitched, he shook his head sharply. "I'm not that foolish." Yet Cheng Yi's eyes burned brighter still, he longed fiercely to attempt it. Still he suppressed the impulse, then dismissed several underlings to rest. Others outside organized supplies, ferrying them toward their respective villas. Of the remaining 15 buildings, excluding Tower 10, every other building captain had initiated overtures of surrender toward Gung Hui's faction. Yet he issued no reply. That absolute silence, this deliberate void of response, was more terrifying than any threat. And precisely the psychological effect Cheng Yi the strategist intended: victory through the conquest of the mind. By daybreak those men would accept even the most extreme terms. To subdue an enemy without battle, that is the hallmark of true martial mastery. Once the room emptied of prying eyes, Cheng Yi addressed Zhou Kai with grave intensity. "Young Master Zhou, how do you envision our collaboration? Your immortality vastly improves our odds against Lin Dong." Zhou Kai nodded, a sardonic glint in his eye. "Indeed, it does. But there remains one more asset we require." Cheng Yi understood instantly who he meant. "You mean Huang Dama's simple-minded son?" "Precisely." Zhou Kai's excitement sharpened. "Another awakened being resides in this compound, one whose offensive power is terrifyingly potent." Zhou Kai viewed his own regeneration as impenetrable defense, but lacked devastating counterforce. With Huang Dachuan, Lin Dong's sanctuary would crumble utterly. And Gung Hui commanded legions, expendable if necessary. Zhou Kai knew full well Lin Dong's ability was no ordinary gift. Cheng Yi exchanged a glance with Gung Hui, then turned back to Zhou Kai. So this Huang Dachuan, is he too an awakened individual? Zhou Kai offered a noncommittal nod. He likely is. With him? Impossible. He's gone. A voice pierced the silence from outside. Everyone in the villa recoiled in shock. Heads snapped upward, just in time to see two fireballs hurl two underlings crashing onto the marble floor. One slid smoking to Zhou Kai's feet. Zhou Kai stamped down, crushing the man beneath his boot, unfazed by the searing flames licking his skin. Who dares intrude? Gung Hui snarled, teeth gritted. Tonight every fool thinks he may storm my villa. At that instant Zhang Tao, who had been crouching silently beside Zhou Kai, let out a terrified shriek. A ghost. A ghost. Faces blanched. Eyes widened in horror as a disheveled middle-aged man shuffled in, wrapped head-to-toe in a tattered quilt. Sparse patchy strands of hair clung to his scalp, yet the effect was worse than baldness. Though transformed, the changes were unmistakable. Yet who else could it be, save Wang Jianchang? From his upraised palm bloomed crimson flame, his eyes narrowed and gleaming fixed upon Zhou Kai with eerie amusement. Heh. I merely came to discuss cooperation with Sir Gung, but imagine my delight to find young Master Zhou here as well. Even greater still, your awakening. Ha! We are all chosen ones, destined by heaven itself. Wang Jianchang had always been unattractive, but after being scorched by fire, though bearing few visible burn scars, his appearance had grown even more grotesque. Yet his formerly lecherous gaze had sharpened, though within that sharpness lingered a disturbing perverse edge. Thus when a flickering flame suddenly ignited in his palm, everyone nearby recoiled in terror. He was nothing short of a monster. Zhou Kai, however, who had likewise awakened an extraordinary ability, swiftly regained composure after an initial shock, and a faint knowing smile curled across his lips. Heh, so it's old Wang. I never expected you'd still be alive. Clearly you too have endured the crucible of life and death. You're absolutely right, we are the chosen ones. With that, Zhou Kai strode confidently toward Wang Jianchang. Though the flame in Wang's hand radiated intense heat, Zhou Kai felt no fear, his confidence was absolute. Even if seared by such fire, he could fully regenerate his wounds. Moreover, as he drew nearer, he sensed the ambient temperature rise significantly, a rare and invaluable asset in this frozen apocalypse. Old Wang, your power is impressive, fire manipulation. With this, the biting cold of the apocalypse poses no threat to you, warmth is yours on demand. Zhou Kai deliberately feigned admiration. Times had changed irrevocably. He knew full well that anyone who had awakened an extraordinary ability stood unquestionably above ordinary mortals. Thus even before Gung Hui he would utter no flattery, because in Zhou Kai's eyes Gung Hui was merely an insignificant commoner unworthy of notice. Heh, young Master Zhou jokes. This is but a trivial trick of mine. Wang Jianchang then turned his gaze toward Gung Hui. Brother Hui, your two underlings attempted to kill me just now, I had no choice but to strike back in self-defense. You won't hold it against me, will you? Gung Hui, utterly stunned by Wang Jianchang's pyrokinetic mastery, hurriedly forced a smile. Heh, no blame at all. My crew is large and unruly, management issues, nothing more. Please don't take it personally. His face beamed, yet inwardly he raged. What in the world is this? How could two awakened beings suddenly appear out of nowhere? Heaven truly plays favorites. Why, oh why was I, Gung Hui, denied such power? At that moment Gung Hui grasped a chilling truth. If he himself failed to awaken,